Chapter 1 Crossing into South Korea, the undercover prosecutor. In South Korea, Seoul. In a taverny Ariti Wonanth Gangnam district. Within a private room, to figures at cross-legged across from money and other. Fadeable ways adorned with it as a linger reavishes, dozens of colorful small plates laid out before them. Among these, half were of various skins of pickled vegetables. There was salsa grilled meat, smoked fish, and an abundance of soju bottles. Lichen Juana Pindishivilla D de Ascend starred at Hasina before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness. Where am I? Ouch! My head hurts. In the next moment, a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, recounting Thalithi experiences, growth, and deepest secrets of another individual. Lichen Juan remained silent for 2.5 minutes, furrowing his brow as easily in recollection. At the same time, he began to comprehend the situation. He had crossed over. He had inhabited the body of a man in South Korea who shared his name, appearance, and even muke of his life. And these individual ways a prosecutor. Having watched a few Korean dramas in his previous life, Lichen Juan was well aware of the significance of the title prosecutor in South Korea. It was a position of immense power, second only to the president. Prosecutors in South Korea wield extraordinary authority. They can investigate the president and command the police. In this nation, prosecutors possess the combined powers of investigation, arrest, and prosecution. Tourist, how to prosecute, how to imprison LFT's decisions rested solely with the prosecutor. Each prosecutor has the autonomy to handle case independently, with no superior permit to interfere. Prosecutors can freely direct all police forces within their jurisdiction, determining the nature of a case. Whether to sue an arrest or an tortious an investigation is entirely at their discretion. In South Korea, a police officer's declaration of guilt means nothing. It is the prosecutor who holds the ultimate authority. If a prosecutor seeks to shield a criminal, even mountains of irrefutable evidence collected by the police will never see the light of day in front of a judge. In this country, prosecutors stand on equal footing with the president and theachables. The three into disbalance, cooperate, and depose on another. You exist when, any within you. Yet, in South Korea, a country with a population of 50 million, there are fewer than 1,000 prosecutors. Truly, they are the elite among the elite. Gradually, Lichen Juan settled from his initial shock, anxiety, and unease, feeling a flicker of excitement. He had become enough to powerful elite. However, the next moment of was mold reproach peers had through his thoughts. Hey, Jinghuan, what are you daydreaming gabu? Did you remember what I asked you out earlier? Tomorrow, when you gotta work, swiftly suppressed host med police officers multiple accusations against Jinmin Group. These false stereotypes sure don't you, off-tax evasion, bribing officials, stock fraud, organizing violent crimes, running illegal casinos, and forcing women into prostitution. Damn it, while these accusations may be true, do you have any idea how much tax Jinmin Group pays to his country every year, how many women we provided for his government officials, how many jobs would be created for society? Just because I refuse to pay more protection money, they want to turn against me, what a bunch of gritty bastards. Listening to the middle Gedman across from him, dressed in a tailor-red suit, wearing glasses, his shirley graying yet exuding an air of dominance and authority, Lichen Juan felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes as she processed his words salon say death a memory as swirling in his mind. Sure don't you, Jinmin Group? Such familiar terms. If was not mistaken, the seemed to be one of the largest gangs in South Korea, known as Jinmin Group, from a highly acclaimed drama titled New World. This drama bore similarity to Hong Kong classic Infernal Affairs, revolving around undercover police infiltrating the mafia. In contrast to the ending of Infernal Affairs, New World was undeniably a thrilling narrative. The protagonist, Lee Zicheng, transitioned from an undercover cop to a powerful figure, experiencing betrayal, struggle, despair, transformation, and ultimately clearing all obstacles, eliminating his former police superiors and the gangsta brass, shedding his policy identity to become the new chairman of Jinmin Group. In this process, he also lost his best friend Ding Ching, the leader of the former Beta Gata faction, the third-ranking member of Jinmin Group, known as God of Elevators. As Lee Cheng-Kwen recaled theplet, her member at Thatcher Dong Shuwei taken away by Adam Truck at the beginning of the film. Themovina varavilad hawas responsible for isdif. A moment, Lechen Juan finally grasped the flexten tofishid in identity. In addition to being a prosecutor, Huazel's an undercover agent meticulous like cultivate dan placed within the prosecution of a CB sure don't you? Thiam was to leverage te prosecutor to shield Jinman Group, serving as sure donchus protector, perhaps, only of his trump cards. This arrangement was nothing short of explosive within theorem of undercover operations. After all, how old suspect that a prosecutor of such elevated social standing was back at Mafia? While Mafia bosses might cultivate few police officers as informants had managed to place an undercover agent who had passed the Berexa man become a prosecutor. Logically, this would be impossible. In South Korea, becoming a prosecutor is revered and indeed be many a position of high societal status with boundless prospects and would never willingly accept such an identity. However, Lechen Juan's original self had been orphaned. He had only own biological brother, Lechen Xian, with whom he relied on each other for survival. Thetwa brothers grew up in an orphanage, and when the orphanage closed during their teenage years, they were forced into the world, working in exploitative restaurants, enduring hardship and humiliation. In his youth, Lechen Juan chose to join a then powerful Hu faction to avoid being bullied, becoming Galo Velthug Themafia. Though no longer faced bullying, the brothers continued to live in poverty. Then on a day, the original protagonist encountered life-changing opportunity. Sure don't you, the then leader of Hu faction decided to strengthen the gang, selecting a group of intelligent young individuals for education and training, hoping they would eventually become successful lawyers, police officers, or judges to give back to Thegong. Unexpectedly, among hundreds of low-level thugs, Lechen Juan emerged as the most outstanding talent, successfully gaining admission to Seoul National University's prestigious law program. Hepasit Thanatariya sly difficult Berexa after 2.5 years of rigorous judicial practice, became a prosecutor in Seoul District Prosecutor's Office before even turning 30. Though he held the lowest position in his department, often at the beck and call of his superiors, he was still a prosecutor with the power to determine countless levies and fates. As for his brother, Lechen Xian, Willie also quite capable, had initially failed the Berexam, eventually passing after 6 attempts, only to be eliminated during the prosecutor selection process, reluctantly settling for a career as a lawyer. Noticing Li Cheng Wansalance, sure don't you observe this expression shifting between frowns, anxiety, and displeasure. He summed Thathis boy's boy, ho hadant shown how much most respect and consider a second father, was no beginning to develop a rebellious spirit, distancing himself from miscontrol after becoming a prosecutor. His expression darkened. Heckled like continued, Xinghuan, Ario having reservations, fearing that to might jeopardize our position as a prosecutor? It's understandable after all you are now prosecutor with a promising future, even coveted bichabols wanting to marry off their daughter Stoya there be making one off their own. Ultimately, the Jinming Group is Moreller Jangang, what could tarnish our reputation, it's only natural for our to interseverties with us no thatio havegan some independence. But do not forget what brought Wandor brother root off the orphanage, will provide Dio with shelter, food, and educational opportunities. Without Jinming Group, without sure don't you, you will be nothing. Furthermore, regarding your undercover status, only I and mitrusted confidence or wariofit. If it were to let the secret slip in the very one in South Korea found out, do I think you could continue being a prosecutor? Chenghuan, I have any wrong at Winal these years, you must consider careful I would her to continuing me or to draw a line between us. Ash spoke, a killing tone crept into Sher Donchus' voice, his sanger barely contained. If Lechen Juan were a simple subordinate or Evanaki member of the gang, who would have slapped him without hesitation? But Lechen Juan was no prosecutor. Even as Theckerman had to afford him a certain level of respect after all, if Lechen Juan turned against them, it could delay devastating blow to the Jinman Group, potentially leading to his imprisonment. Nev run de restum a teth power of a prosecutor. Having gradually clarified the situation, Lechen Juan began to feel moritus. He paused, slightly bowingish toward Sher Donchuan said, Chairman, you worry too much. Shinjuan's current position is thanks to your support warm a benefactor. How cold I've tray you worth a gang? Moreover, please arrest that the so-called evidence submitted by those police officers will never reach the judges. As long as I am here, the Jinman Group will remain forever untroubled. Chapter 2 Is my sister-in-law staying at home? Upon hearing Lichin Juwanchi artfelt loyalty Sherdongchu's face indeed broke into a gratified smile. Hepid Lichin Juwan on the shoulder and exclaimed, Ha Chinghuan inu I had not misjudged you among some Maniki members in the group, you Arethion I value them as to work hard, and when I retire I will entrust the group to in me heart, Warlakius and to me war a trolimus successor Sherdongchu. Now, let us rise your glasses for another toast. With his conscience momentarily elevated, Sherdongchuger yu refectionity toward Lichin Juwan, pouring him a glass of soju, Thetwa continued talking glasses, their laughter filling the air. Lichin Juwan, maintaining his composure, smiled brightly at the old fox and down his drink without hesitation. Perhaps it was the fortuna Fatima traveler felt an extraordinary vitally coursing from no tan le could drink copiously without becoming intoxicated, but he also brimmed with energy. As the Nightwarian, Lichin Juwan pretended to be tipsy, supporting the inebriated Sherdongchu's the exit at the private room of tea tavern. Outside, several of Sherdongchu's subordinates who had been waiting for some time hurried forward. Taking Sherdongchu from Lichin Juwan's grasp, the slight libode, prosecutor, please allow us to take care of chairman. Alright, you all must ensure chairman get shown safely doya. Understand, Lichin Juwan released Sherdongchu, feigning at his demeanor, his steps unsteady light. But, Prosecutor Lee, are you alright? I'm fine, really, you'll just take a tax a back ladder, you will go ahead. Yes, sir. Asha watched Sherdongchu being held into a sleek black Maybach. Lichin Juwan's previous lie hazig as he suddenly cleared. At that moment, Heffelt completely sober, standing tall with renewed vigor. Using the reflection in the glass outside the tavern, Hecotelimsy of his own appearance, standing over 180 centimeters tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, clad in a well-fitted suit, ha presented a striking figure. In South Korea, where a looks a reprimand, even a stellar performance on the judicial exam would not suffice if one lacked physical appeal. As the night deepened, bolstered with memories flooding his mind, Lichin Juwan finally arrived at the entrance of the home Hera called. It was a luxurious villa in Cheongdam-dong, a 2-story is a value date over 10 million won. For Lichin Juwan Hoadon Lyris and Libikomia prosecutor list 10 3 years ago, affording such a residence suasutov tequistion. Fishes waste a gift from Sherdongchu, celebrating his achievement of passing the Barexam. The saying goes, a fortune is spent to buy a horse's bones. A Sakari member of the gang, Lichin Juwan washed deemed worthy of such an investment by Sherdongchu. With that click, Hera Trivadeki from Miss Pakitando pin at the door, stepping inside. Immediately a soft, alluring voice said Rifteto Heezers de statue, Chinghuan? Start led with a familiar tone, Lichin Juwan turned to see stunning figure emerge from the room. She wore a traditional Korean loungewear, her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing a delicate, oval face. The small beauty mark graced her finely shaped nose, enhancing her captivating galarera third hand detracting from her beauty. Her fair swan-like neck and collarbone were visible beneath her mode stature, and Dolphofsha dressed conservatively. One could not help but notice her remarkable curves, standing at around 168 centimeters. Her proportions were exquisite, a full whereth they should be, slender whereth the oftobe, with na tenancy of excess flesh. Combining this vision with the memories in his mind, Lichin Juwan recognized her identity. Hanyoshi, the original owner's sister-in-law, Wash's brother Li Chengxian's wife. They were college classmates, and it was Hanyuxi Wohohad Li Chengshin. After graduation they married. After their wedding, Hanyuxi had relinquished her position at a conglomerate to become a full-time housewife, dedicating herself to supporting Lichin Sianasha prepared for the Barexam. However, despite her efforts, Lichin Sian failed the exam repeatedly, needing 6 attempts to finally pass, which depleted their savings and left them in significant debt. Ultimately, Lichin Sian had to Fasarila Tan Chosido become a lawyer, knowing that even if he passed the bar, he would not be able to clear the prosecutor's selection process. Both brothers were indeed remarkable individuals. After all, being a prosecutor or a lawyer in South Korea is a respected and lucrative a career. However, their personalities were starkly different. The original Lichin Juwan was clever and resourceful, quick-witted with flexible moral boundaries, chosen by Sherdongchu as a sore member of the gang, joining the Jinming group at Taeyongage. In contrast, Lichin Sian was earnest and somewhat rigid, often referred to some moral exemplar. When he learned of Lichin Juwan's involvement with the gang, he had a fierce argument, leading to a rift between him. Despite their past conflicts, Lichin Juwan's success as a prosecutor, surpassing his brother, left Lichin Sian feeling disheartened and frustrated, especially in recent years. Ashifa said repeated failure in the Barexam, he grew increasingly despondent. After deciding to become a lawyer, he worked tirelessly, often helping those too poor to afford legal representation, spending Mustafa's time at the law firm and turning home. As for Wei Hanyuxi did not live with her husband, there was financial strain, the costs associated with the Berexum had left him deeply in debt, forcing Hanyuxi to seek financial assistance from her family, which had led to some disdainful remarks from them. Lee Chen-hsian felt immense shame faced with the harshry he could barely afford to rent an apartment in Seoul. Moreover, after frequently providing pro bono legal services over the past 2 years, he found himself in dire financial straits. As the younger brother, Lee Cheng-juan could not stand it. Libby. He had repeatedly offered to help Lee Cheng-hsian, but his brother insisted on Han Linja himself, rejecting any assistance. Eventually, Lee Cheng-juan, appealing to his own emotion, suggested, "Since you refuse me help, why not move in with? You can't expect our wife to suffer alongside you without a proper home, can you?" Upon hearing these appointed words, Lee Chen-hsian finally acquiesced to reality and agreed. Thus, Lee Cheng-juan proposed to divide the villa into two, allowing his brother and sister-in-law to occupy the lower floor while he to on the upper level. Initially, Lee Cheng-hsian was reluctant, believing that a study would suffice for their needs. However, after further persuasion from Lee Cheng-juan, he considered feeling upon guilt for his wife ships. He ultimately agreed to share the home with Hanyuxi, although he rarely stayed there. Most nights, he would be found at a law firm, in a cramped little cubicle, truly a workaholic. Hanyuxi, ever understanding, recognized her situation and frequently helped manage household chores, proving to be an exceptional legitimate sister-in-law. Lee Cheng-juan couldn't help but feel twin job jealousy, although many wealthy family-owned entrepreneurs sought to marry their daughters to him since he becoming a prosecutor. Their motives were primarily to exploit this position as a means of protection. Through financial elites looked upon him as merely a low-ranking prosecutor. Noticing this in Toful and Lee Cheng-juan, Hanyuxi approached them with concern, saying, "Cheng-juan, have you been drinking? Let me prepare a hangover soup for you." Seeing her approach, Lee Cheng-juan quickly waved his hand, "No need to trouble yourself, sister-in-law." Yet, Hanyuxi had already entered the kitchen. Chapter 3, The Gentle and Virtuous Hanyuxi. "Cheng-juan, here is the hangover soup. Please drink it while it's still warm," Hanyuxi said with a tender smile, shortly after she emerged from the kitchen. Carefully cradling a bowl of golden tea, observing her, Lee Cheng-juan promptly stepped forward to receive it. He knelt in the living room, while Hanyuxi gracefully mirrored his position across from him, her movements exuding elegance as she bent slightly. "Sister-in-law, please take a rest, you need not accompany me," Lee Cheng-juan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hanyuxi tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied gently, "These small gestures are but my duty. If it weren't for you, I and your brother would have nowhere to reside. Therefore, please do not feel uncomfortable. It is I who should express gratitude for your hospitality. Very well. By the way, has my elder brother returned recently?" Lee Cheng-juan casually inquired after sipping the hangover soup. "Cheng-hsian has been quite busy lately. I hear he has taken on a demolition dispute case and is overwhelmed with work, often spending the night at the law firm." Hanyuxi's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Lee Cheng-juan frowned at her words, exclaiming, "Elder brother truly is out of line. While work is important, he should also carve out time to spend with family. At the very least, he ought to return every couple of days." Ignoring sister-in-law like this is utterly unacceptable. Has he forgotten who stood by him during his most difficult times? I must call him and reprimand him to return and apologize to sister-in-law immediately. With that, Lee Cheng-juan reached for his phone to call Lee Cheng-hsian. However, Hanyuxi was taken aback and quickly stood up, softly urging, "Cheng-juan, there is no need. It is already past midnight. Let us not disturb your elder brother. He has had a long day and must be exhausted. I cannot bear to intrude upon his rest. I understand that you two brothers do not share a good relationship, so please do not let my presence further strain your bond." "I would feel guilty about that." Seeing Hanyuxi's earnest and gentle demeanor, Lee Cheng-juan sighed inwardly and finished the hangover soup in one gulp. "Sister-in-law, I shall return to my room now. You should also retire early." "Ah, very well, Cheng-juan, you too," Hanyuxi replied, her gaze lowered. She could never have imagined that Lee Cheng-juan had already undergone a transformation of spirit. Returning to his room upstairs, Lee Cheng-juan unbuttoned his suit shirt and took a shower. Feeling fatigued from his recent transition, he collapsed onto the bed, drifting into slumber. The following morning, as Lee Cheng-juan descended the stairs after freshening up, he was greeted by Hanyuxi, who had donned a professional outfit and was setting breakfast on the table. Today, she wore a crisp white blouse paired with a knee-length black A-line skirt, her slender calves accentuated by a pair of black open-toed high heels. Hearing his footsteps, she turned and smiled. "Cheng-juan, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat." "Sister-in-law, have you found a new job?" Lee Cheng-juan inquired curiously, recalling that Hanyuxi had been a full-time housewife for many years. "Indeed, there is a CAF nearby looking for a manager." And I thought I would give it a try. After all, your elder brother's career is now on the right track, and I wish to lighten his burden, Hanyoshi replied with a smile. Then added playfully, please do not tell your elder brother, for he would surely be upset if he found out. Li Changxian was not only conservative and rigid but also possessed a strong sense of masculinity. Disapproving of his wife working and being in the public eye, viewing it as a source of shame, particularly now, as a lawyer among a high-income demographic, relying on his wife to alleviate his burdens would be an undeniable indication of failure. Something he could never accept. If he were to learn of Han Yoshi's employment, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce argument, yet Li Qinghuan believed that her working would provide her with exposure and interaction with others. As it was unwise for a vibrant woman to remain cooped up at home, rest assured, sister-in-law, I will keep your secret, Li Qinghuan assured her with a smile. Apologies, Qinghuan, but I am pressed for time. I must leave now, please leave the dishes on the table, I will wash them when I return from work. With that, she hurriedly grabbed a sandwich and departed. Watching Han Yoshi's retreating figure, Li Qinghuan shook his head. Wishing to inquire about the CAF where she would be working and perhaps escort her there, after finishing his breakfast at a leisurely pace, he stepped outside, only to remember that the original owner's car remained in the prosecutor's office parking lot. Would he need to take a taxi to work? After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out his phone, found a familiar name in his contacts, and dialed, "Hello, Prosecutor Lee, this is Zhang Jiksu, how may I assist you?" Came the respectful voice on the other end. Zhang Jiksu was Li Chenghuan's aide. In South Korea, every prosecutor has a cadre of subordinates to assist in their duties. Among these, the most trusted aide is known as the practical officer. Akin to a deputy or secretary. If all goes according to plan, practical officers will remain by the prosecutor's side for their entire career, making them the closest and most reliable subordinates. Jiksu, I am at home. Please come and drive me back to the prosecutor's office, Li Qinghuan instructed. Understood, I will be there shortly, Zhang Jiksu replied before hanging up and driving towards Cheongdam-dong. Before long, a brand new black Hyundai sedan arrived at Li Qinghuan's villa. A well-dressed young man, with meticulously styled hair and gold-rimmed glasses, stepped out from the driver's seat. He approached Li Qinghuan and bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, "Prosecutor Li, please get in, thank you for your hard work." Li Qinghuan said, patting Zhang Jiksu on the shoulder with a satisfied smile. One cannot help but acknowledge that South Korea places immense importance on hierarchy. Subordinates and juniors exhibit utmost respect towards their superiors. With impeccable decorum, once inside the car, Li Qinghuan engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Jiksu while observing the scenery outside. Last night, the darkness had obscured his view, but now, in daylight, he could finally observe the country. After a moment, his gaze fell with disappointment. Despite being labeled a world-class developed city, Seoul's infrastructure was rather unimpressive. With not many towering buildings, particularly in the affluent Gangnam district, one could still find numerous dilapidated houses and tangled utility poles. The infrastructure here could easily be compared to that of a third-tier city. Back in Hwaxia, the car meandered through the urban landscape until it finally reached the Seoul District Prosecutor's office in Seocho District. Just as Li Qinghuan arrived, he unexpectedly received a notification. Prosecutor Li, the minister requests your presence in his office. Chapter 4, Minister, I truly yearn for advancement. As soon as Li Qinghuan entered the prosecutor's office, he was summoned to his superior's office by the practical officer of the criminal division. Minister, causing his heart to race, had his identity as an undercover agent been compromised? Should he consider fleeing? Li Qinghuan's practical officers were comprised of a tightly knit group, but his expression fluctuated between anxiety and apprehension. Who could remain calm bearing such a significant burden as an undercover agent, especially within the precinct of the prosecutor's office, where exposure could lead to a swift and brutal downfall? This identity was a persistent source of trouble and a fatal weakness that needed urgent resolution. Fortunately, only two individuals were aware of his true identity, Seo Dongchul and his trusted secretary. As long as I deal with those two, all problems will be swiftly resolved. From the moment Li Qinghuan discovered his undercover status, this thought had taken root in his mind: Seo Dongchul must perish. Even if he refrained from taking action, the original plot would ultimately lead to his demise at the hands of others. Therefore, why not take on the role of the villain? After some contemplation, Li Qinghuan deemed the probability of exposure to be low. If the prosecutor's office had already discovered his undercover status, there would likely be a team of police waiting at the entrance to apprehend him the moment he stepped out of the car. However, that was evidently not the case, hence, the minister's summons must pertain to another matter. Weighing his options, Li Qinghuan resolved to assess the situation first. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to relinquish his position as a prosecutor. This role was his greatest asset in navigating South Korea's power dynamics. As he pondered these thoughts, he followed the practical officer sent by the minister to the office, taking a deep breath. He steadied his racing heart and composed himself before adjusting his appearance. He then gently knocked on the door. "Come in." A somewhat stern voice called from within. "Yes, Minister." Lee Ching-hwan pushed the door open and quietly closed it behind him. Then turned to survey the office. He immediately spotted the Minister of the Criminal Division, Choi Byung-song, seated behind the desk. As per the memories of the original owner, his age appeared to be in the realm of 40 to 50. With slightly pronounced eye bags, and his visage conveyed a cunning demeanor reminiscent of a hawk surveying its prey. Although not particularly tall, standing at around 1.70 m, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority that compelled others to avert their gaze. A dangerous old fox. This was the initial impression that Choi Bing-cheng left on Lee Ching-hwan. He approached the desk with measured steps, bowing respectfully and directing his eyes towards the tips of his shoes. "Minister, I hear you have summoned me. In the South Korean political arena, unless one has ascended to the pinnacle of power, becoming the esteemed Attorney General or even the President, it is customary to bow and show deference to anyone in a superior position. Typically, colleagues exchange nods and slight bows as a gesture of acknowledgement. However, when faced with a superior or an elder, the degree of bowing increases accordingly. Lee Ching-hwan inclined his body at a perfect 90 degrees. Demonstrating impeccable etiquette, Choi Bing-cheng observed the young man before him, clad in a sharp suit, and nodded slightly. He held a particular fondness for such energetic and diligent young individuals, devoid of connections within the prosecutor's office. This implied they were the finest horses to harness. A mere hint of reward or acknowledgement would spur them into tireless action on his behalf. "Ching-hwan, there is no need for such formality. You are an outstanding prosecutor in my criminal division 3. I have been closely observing your work ethic over the years, and I am aware that many of your contemporaries have been promoted and given opportunities. While you have remained stagnant, you have been yearning for a chance to make a name for yourself, have you not?" Choi Bing-cheng's words revealed his favorable opinion of Lee Ching-hwan, subtly hinting at the prospect of promotion. However, Lee Ching-hwan sensed something amiss. According to the memories of his former self, he indeed lacked any significant backing within the prosecutor's office, although Shir Dong-chu could not be considered a source of support. The mere fact that Shir Dong-chu recognized Lee Ching-hwan as a potential prosecutor was akin to striking gold. The Jinmen Group was unlikely to offer any assistance. Rather, it was Lee Ching-hwan who had become the biggest asset for the Jinmen Group. Compelling Shir Dong-chu to resort to coercion and inducement to maintain his position, due to his humble beginnings and lack of connections, opportunities for promotion had consistently eluded him. He had often been relegated to the more arduous and undesirable tasks. While chances for advancement or salary increases seemed perpetually out of reach. As a member influenced by the cultural sphere of Hwasha, South Korea's intricate web of interpersonal relationships and hierarchical norms often surpassed that of its neighbors. If nothing extraordinary occurred, it was likely that Lee Ching-hwan would endure a decade of toil at the grassroots level before possibly encountering a chance for elevation. This brings us to the hierarchy of prosecutors in South Korea, which spans from intern prosecutors to prosecutors, chief prosecutors, ministers, deputy ministers, chief prosecutors, senior chief prosecutors, and ultimately the Attorney General. A prosecutor without connections might toil from the bottom to retirement without ever achieving the rank of chief prosecutor. As for ascending to ministerial levels, it would require cracking a sensational case or incarcerating a member of the National Assembly, a chaebol chairman, or even a president to have any hope of success. This explains why former South Korean presidents, upon leaving office, are often subjected to investigations by prosecutors, relentlessly pursued until they either find themselves incarcerated or driven to suicide. This is, after all, the swiftest route to renown. While Lee Ching-hwan remained uncertain of Choi Bing-cheng's true intentions, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. He bowed slightly once more and said, "Minister, your attention towards me fills me with trepidation. As a prosecutor of the Republic of Korea, my sole ambition is to serve the citizens with utmost diligence, alleviating the burdens of the minister and our superiors. Opportunities for promotion and salary increases should be reserved for my more esteemed colleagues and seniors. I am still young and have much to learn, especially from exemplary prosecutors like you, Minister Choi. Your extensive experience and wisdom as a veteran prosecutor are invaluable, and even a single word from you could greatly benefit us younger practitioners. I truly aspire to learn from you." Lee Ching-hwan's words conveyed both humility and a hint of flattery, which caused Choi Bing-cheng's brow to unfurl, revealing a satisfied smile. Ha ha ha, Ching-hwan, how was I unaware of your eloquence until now? He praised, humble yet earnest, with an attitude befitting a trustworthy prosecutor. I shall not beat around the bush. I have an important task to entrust to you, here it comes. Li Chenghuan, having navigated through Cui Bingqing's roundabout speech, sensed the gravity of the matter at hand, and his expression turned serious as, Minister, please give your instructions, and I shall face any challenge without hesitation. Excellent. Cui Bingqing sought precisely this response from Li Chenghuan. Youthful exuberance, a glimmer of hope, and he was immediately aflame with zeal. What a valuable pawn he was. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Bingqing began to elaborate. Recently, I received intelligence regarding a scandal involving the most prominent member of the current political landscape, Congressman Zhang Biyu, who is vying for the presidency, along with his financial backer, Chairman Wu of the Future Group, entangled in an illicit loan scheme that has resulted in a significant loss of state assets amounting to 800 billion won. I need you, Chenghuan, to investigate this illicit loan case and procure evidence that Chairman Wu coerced the bank president into granting him illegal loans. Furthermore, Congressman Zhang is likely intricately involved, possibly even one of the masterminds. If you can secure incriminating evidence against both Congressman Zhang and Chairman Wu, I can assure you that you will be promoted to Chief Prosecutor of Criminal Division 3. Becoming my right-hand man. Upon hearing Cui Bingqing's assignment, Li Chenghuan felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What the hell, you want a mere grassroots prosecutor like me to investigate a presidential candidate and the chairman of a top chaebol? Have you lost your mind, Cui Bingqing? He recalled a similar plot from a tale he once read, where a character was tasked with eliminating the monk and his disciples. If I could eliminate the monk and his disciples, would you still be sleeping with Princess Wansheng? He thought to himself. As a lowly grassroots prosecutor, you expect me to take down a congressman and a chaebol chairman? Damn you, Cui Bingqing, are you trying to send me to my grave again? Chapter 5. My meaning is more money. Li Chenghuan was incensed by Cui Bingqing's shameless words. He had expressed his desire to improve, but he had not indicated a wish to court death. How could a grassroots prosecutor like him even approach a congressman and a chaebol chairman? Even if he did manage to uncover something, he would have no means to contain it. This was no mere hot potato, it was a nuclear bomb waiting to explode. Once detonated, the pressure from powerful figures would plunge him into an abyss from which there would be no escape. Bringing down a powerful congressman and a chaebol chairman was no different from sending someone to eliminate the monk and his disciples. Oh, for heaven's sake, why doesn't Cui Bingqing handle this himself? In the depths of his mind, Li Chenghuan cursed Cui Bingqing vehemently, already plotting to bring this old fox down when the opportunity arose. However, on the surface, he feigned a struggle, hesitation, anxiety, and a subtle yearning to rise to the challenge. His expression shifted like a pie chart. Cui Bingqing, oblivious to the act, was convinced by Li Chenghuan's performance. Sensing that Li Chenghuan was swayed, he intensified his persuasion. I understand your concerns, Chenghuan. The adversaries are indeed formidable. But do not forget your original intentions. We are prosecutors of the Republic of Korea, the judicial backbone of this nation, the champions of justice. Currently, Congressman Zhang Biyu and Chairman Wu are colluding for their own gain, resorting to unscrupulous means that inflict substantial losses on our country and its citizens. We must put a stop to them, and you, Chenghuan, are my most esteemed junior. I shall be your steadfast ally, assisting you in this arduous mission. Imagine the day you unveil the illegal acts of Congressman Zhang and Chairman Wu, when reporters flock to you, heralding your achievements in the press, praising you for your courage in exposing the nefarious dealings of the elite and chaebols, ultimately saving the nation from significant losses. Such accomplishments would propel you to stardom as a prosecutor in Seoul, or even across all of South Korea. There is a possibility you may be personally received and commended by the president. At that point, you would reap both fame and fortune, and after a few years of consolidation, you could smoothly succeed my position as the head of Criminal Division 3, or perhaps even become the Deputy Chief Prosecutor or the Chief Prosecutor of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office before reaching 50. Cui Bingqing, this cunning old fox, not only possessed a shrewd mind but also an eloquent tongue, painting a vivid picture of a bright future for Li Chenghuan. Most young individuals would find it hard to resist such temptation. Their spirits ignited as they eagerly rushed to take action. Yet, the truth was, Li Chenghuan had seen it all in these past years. In his previous life, he had built his fortune through dubious means. Before his rebirth, he was engaged in a shadowy business in a small Southeast Asian nation, managing a considerable operation. However, the local warlords' insatiable greed led to a failure to finalize an agreed-upon protection fee, resulting in a direct armed robbery by a battalion of soldiers. In the ensuing chaos, he was struck by several stray bullets. He had once held the position of a boss and had painted grand visions for many. He was well acquainted with such tricks as those employed by Cui Bingcheng. They were child's play to him. When Cui Bingcheng instructed him to investigate Congressman Zhang and President Wu, he had already resolved to take action. Although Cui Bingcheng often spoke extravagantly, there was a kernel of truth in his words. In South Korea, rapid advancement necessitated connections and support, but the quickest way was to tackle significant cases. Alternatively, one could target the elite, becoming a lone wolf, a mad dog in the prosecutor's office that no one dared provoke. This approach made it easier to achieve notable results, the more one challenged the chaebol and the powerful. The more the public perceived the prosecutor as upright and unique, unwilling to conspire with corruption, embodying integrity, with public support, frequent appearances in the news, and the rise to stardom as a prosecutor, one could establish an unassailable reputation. Drawing the attention of superiors. At that point, the opportunities for promotion, which would normally be snatched away by connections, would be secured. No one would dare to bear the blame for opaque operations that favored kinship while suppressing a star prosecutor's renown. The reason for his involvement in this matter was not a hasty decision on Lee Cheng-hwan's part. Rather, from the information divulged by Cui Bingcheng, he deduced that Congressman Zhang Biyu and President Wu were characters from a South Korean film titled Inside Men. This film exposes the intricate web of interests and entanglements among political figures, major corporations, gangs, and judicial institutions, dissecting the rampant corruption and class rigidity in South Korean society. In essence, Congressman Zhang, President Wu, and Editor-in-Chief Lee of a media outlet formed an organization known as Inside Men. They wielded their influence to manipulate politics, business, and public opinion, constructing an impenetrable wall, viewing the populace as mere commodities, celebrities as playthings, and followers as tools to be discarded after use. The two male leads in the film, one a prosecutor and the other a gang leader, were both pitiable figures abandoned by their superiors. However, they infiltrated the organization and ultimately dismantled it, achieving vengeance by imprisoning Congressman Zhang and President Wu. While only the dismembered editor-in-chief Lee Jiangxi plotted his resurgence from behind bars, one cannot help but commend the audacity of South Korean directors and the willingness of relevant authorities to approve such a film, one that is explicit and violent. Starkly revealing the darkness of South Korea's upper echelons. It is truly astonishing. Do they not fear inciting public outrage or retribution from the powerful chaebols, even if the public were to learn of their misdeeds? It is unlikely they would change their ways. Lee Cheng-hwan had come to realize that although his rebirth had not granted him a golden finger, his greatest asset was his familiarity with the plots of Korean dramas and films. If he could leverage these innate advantages and seize opportunities, he could swiftly expand his influence. The position of chief prosecutor was certainly not his final destination. Even the Minister of Justice was beneath his aspirations. What he sought was to become the uncrowned monarch, second to none. Thus, faced with Cui Bingcheng's persistent enticements, Lee Cheng-hwan cautiously replied, "Minister, while I truly wish to alleviate your burdens and aspire to become a star prosecutor, Congressman Zhang and President Wu are formidable figures. With a mere flick of their fingers, they could crush me. If I were to uncover something and they learned of it, what if they silenced me? I fear for my safety." Cui Bingcheng initially listened with patience. However, when Lee Cheng-hwan changed his tone and began to evade responsibility, it became apparent that this young man was not merely a simpleton. Seeing that he could not persuade Lee Cheng-hwan, Cui Bingcheng's expression turned cold. He understood that this clearly perilous mission, which he had implied to several subordinates before, had been met with hesitation. It was a task assigned to him by his backer, Congressman Jean, and he dared not refuse, for it was Jean who had facilitated his position as minister. Congressman Jean, eager to glimpse the presidential throne, was in fierce competition with Congressman Zhang, his sworn rival. However, due to the support of the Inside Men organization behind Congressman Zhang, providing funding and various forms of assistance to suppress competitors, Zhang currently enjoyed the highest approval ratings, although Congressman Jean ranked just below Zhang. He was significantly lagging behind. Thus, he devised a plan to use President Wu's illegal loan case to bring down Congressman Zhang's protective shield. Once Zhang was eliminated, he would be the one with the highest approval ratings. His presidential aspirations within reach, it must be said that Congressman Jean had crafted an astute strategy. Little did he know that Cui Bingcheng had outsourced the task, valuing his own reputation and leaving the execution to his subordinates. This way, even if the mission failed, he would not face severe repercussions. Should his subordinates succeed against the odds in accomplishing this seemingly impossible task, he would gladly claim all the credit for himself. However, he had underestimated the intelligence of the prosecutors. Even Lee Cheng-hwan, a newcomer with no roots in the prosecutor's office, was not fooled and dared to reject him. Frowning, his expression darkened, and his tone turned discontented as he said, Chenghuan, are you implying that you are unwilling to assist me? Young man, you squander this opportunity. How can I promote you in the future? Unexpectedly, Li Chenghuan shook his head and replied with a smile. No, Minister, you've misunderstood. I am willing to investigate Congressman Zhang and President Wu, but it must come with a higher fee. Chapter 6. The promotion to chief prosecutor. On that morning, no one knew what conversation had transpired between Li Chenghuan and Cui Bingcheng in the office. However, shortly after Li stepped out, the prosecutors of the 3rd Criminal Division received shocking news. Prosecutor Li Chenghuan, due to outstanding work and exceptional performance, has gained unanimous approval from the senior leadership of the prosecutor's office and has been promoted to chief prosecutor of the 3rd Criminal Division. Upon hearing this announcement, the prosecutors of the 3rd Criminal Division erupted into a frenzy, their faces displaying disbelief. Some were envious, others resentful, some skeptical, while others were utterly devastated. In one office, a cacophony ensued as a stack of documents, teacups, and even a vase were hurled against the wall, creating a chaotic scene that reflected the immense rage of the thrower. Damn it, why should he, how dare Li Chenghuan, a mere junior, be promoted to chief prosecutor? How long has he been with the prosecutor's office? 2.5 years, or 3, I've been in the 3rd Criminal Division for 8 years. 8 years? What gives this infuriating brat the right to usurp what was rightfully mine? I refuse to accept this. He must have colluded with that old fox Cui Bingcheng, conspiring together behind the scenes. I will not let you off the hook. Li Chenghuan, Park Tae-young raged in his office. At 35 years old, he was the most senior prosecutor in the criminal division, having long sought the position of chief prosecutor. He had early on communicated with Cui Bingcheng, frequently showing his deference, and had been assured that his chances were promising. Yet, just as hope blossomed, reality struck him with a devastating blow. The 3rd Criminal Division had only 3 chief prosecutor positions, 2 of which were already reserved for insiders. Don T asked why. It was simply a matter of legacy. The last remaining position was the only one he could contend for. Given his qualifications, it was only natural that he should claim that final chief prosecutor spot. He had even greased the wheels with superiors, boasting to friends and subordinates that the chief prosecutor position was his for the taking. Now, however, he was met with a slap in the face by an unexpected contender. His dreams shattered, he seethed with rage, directing his hatred towards Li Chenghuan. He did not blame Cui Bingcheng, but rather the despicable Li Chenghuan, who had undermined his prospects, leaving him feeling more nauseated than if he had swallowed a fly. To derail someone's future is akin to murdering their parents. Unable to swallow this grievance, he immediately summoned his aide to his office. Tae-su, go and investigate Li Chenghuan. I want a thorough background check on his life from birth to the present. As detailed as possible. I refuse to believe this scoundrel has no blemishes on his record. If I find even the slightest piece of dirt, he has done for. Park Tae-young seethed through gritted teeth. Yes, as Park Tae-young's aide and cousin, Park Tae-su was naturally on the same team as his cousin. Originally, the chief prosecutor position seemed destined for his cousin, but now it was snatched away, causing him great indignation. Despite the fact that his rival was also a prosecutor, he had no intention of letting Li Chenghuan off the hook. Unbeknownst to Li Chenghuan, he had usurped someone else's position. At that moment, he sat in his office, receiving congratulations from several colleagues within the criminal division. In response, Li Sunghuan transformed into the embodiment of a disingenuous smile, greeting each of his colleagues with a beaming face. He expressed his humility, stating that he had much to learn from his esteemed seniors and proposed a gathering after work that evening, insisting that the seniors must make an appearance. This display of deference naturally won him the favor of some. Although this individual had been promoted, he did not exhibit arrogance or superiority, nor did he adopt the haughty demeanor of a bureaucrat reveling in his newfound status. This disposition significantly diminished the animosity some of his colleagues initially harbored against him. In truth, aside from Park Tae-young, many within the organization aspired to contend for the position of chief. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Li Sunghuan's humble demeanor made it challenging for those who were previously displeased with him to voice their grievances. Once he had dismissed his colleagues, Li Sunghuan finally had the opportunity to reflect on his current predicament. He found himself precariously walking a tightrope over a chasm. The unresolved dangers posed by Shin Dongchul loomed large, and he was now compelled to confront a member of the National Assembly and the chairman of a conglomerate, alongside the insidious editor-in-chief of a newspaper, Lee Gang-hee. The complexity of dealing with this individual was scarcely less daunting than that of the tycoon and the politician. Particularly troubling was the fact that he had a large gang at his disposal, wielding both the pen and the sword. At present, Li Sunghuan had far too few reliable allies. Logically, he could leverage the power of the Jinmen group. Yet Lee Sung-hwan was reluctant to become too entangled with Shin Dongchul. He coveted the capabilities of the formidable Ding Cheng and Li Zicheng from the Jinmen group, but for now, he felt it prudent to eliminate Shin Dongchul before pursuing that ambition. Thus Lee Sung-hwan needed to devise a means to acquire a few dependable subordinates who could assist him with the more unsavory tasks. Zhang Jishu was an excellent operative and his trusted confidant. But assigning him to menial work seemed a waste of his talents. Regardless, he had managed to establish a tenuous foothold within the prosecution office, and for the time being, he could maintain stability concerning Shin Dongchul. Until he confronted the adversary directly, Lee Sung-hwan need not concern himself with the risk of exposure. This period represented an opportunity for him to expand his influence rapidly. He remained in the office for an entire morning. Lost in thought when a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," he called as Zhang Jishu entered, bowing slightly. "Chief Lee, you have been working for quite some time. It is time to eat. I am indeed a bit hungry." "Are there any good restaurants nearby?" Lee Sung-hwan inquired, rising and crumpling the densely written A4 planning papers on his desk into a ball, which he stuffed into his pocket. "Indeed, there is a barbecue and Dunjangguk restaurant less than 2 kilometers from the prosecution office. Known for its delightful flavors, would you like to try it? Let us go there." Lee Sung-hwan decided. "Very well, Chief Lee." The two descended the stairs, with Zhang Jishu diligently assuming his role as an operative, personally driving Lee Sung-hwan through winding alleys until they arrived at a modest eatery nestled in a working-class neighborhood. "Here we are, Chief Lee. I sampled the food here once before. The barbecue and doenjang bone soup are exceptionally good." Zhang Jishu pointed towards the unassuming barbecue restaurant with a smile. "Is that so? I believe I am in for a treat today," Lee Sung-hwan replied, following Zhang Jishu into the establishment. Though small, the restaurant was well appointed. Reminiscent of a traditional Chinese barbecue joint, the grill was laden with an array of meats, sizzling and releasing aromatic oils under the heat of the charcoal. The owners were busily attending to their customers. Despite the limited seating of only 5 or 6 tables, the place was bustling with patrons. Of the duo found an empty table, and without glancing at the menu, Zhang Jishu called out to the owner. "Owner, please bring us 2 large portions of barbecue, 2 servings of seafood doenjang soup, and rice." "Certainly, please wait a moment," the owner replied, continuing to flip the marbled pork belly on the grill. The air was thick with the enticing scent of grilled meat. Shortly thereafter, 2 generously portioned plates of barbecue and bowls of doenjang bone soup were served, the tantalizing colors and flavors igniting their appetites. Lee Sung-hwan picked up a piece of grilled meat with silver chopsticks, slathered in Korean chili sauce. Taking a bite, he found it juicy and rich, a delightful balance of flavors. The two conversed as they ate, and just as they were nearing the end of their meal, a loud crash erupted from across the street. Suddenly the disheveled young man tumbled down from above, seemingly having jumped from the upper floors. The force of his fall dented the roof of a black sedan beneath him. Ignoring his pain, he scrambled off the car and limped toward the alley where Lee Sung-hwan and Zhang Jishu sat. "Hey, don't run, stop right there. You think you can kill someone and escape? How brazen." A group of police officers emerged from the alley, shouting as they pursued him. Chapter 7, An Unexpected Encounter with a Murderer and the Smuggler. Kim Joo-nam. Witnessing the commotion, the patrons in the restaurant grew anxious. Hastily moving aside to avoid being caught in the fray, "Chief Lee, should we take cover? That man might attack indiscriminately," Zhang Jishu urged, stepping protectively in front of Lee Sung-hwan with a serious expression. "Not at all, this is quite fortuitous," Lee Sung-hwan replied, rising to scrutinize the distressed man before him. He recognized a familiar figure emerging from the chaos. In his panic, Kim Joo-nam noticed Lee Sung-hwan and Zhang Jishu blocking his path. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Drawing a dagger from his pocket, he threatened, "Step aside, or I won't hesitate to use this." Waving the knife menacingly, he attempted to intimidate them into retreating. Unexpectedly, one of the men not only stood his ground but advanced towards him, which incensed Kim Joo-nam. Did these damned South Koreans not understand his words? Despite his fury, he ultimately refrained from using the blade against the innocent bystanders. They were not his enemies. He was not a heartless killer. He was merely a desperate man seeking money for his child's medical treatment, striving to find his wife. Poverty and a man named Myun Jong-hik had driven him to this point, forcing him to scurry like a wild dog in a foreign land. Stripped of dignity, all he wanted was to reach the rendezvous point promised by Myun Jong-hik with the half-finger in his pocket and return home. At that moment, he suddenly lost his footing and crashed to the ground with a thud. "Ugh," he grunted in pain, realizing that one of the men had tripped him. "Why do you obstruct me?" Kim Joo-nam seethed, struggling to rise as the police officers who had been pursuing him finally caught up. A swarm of officers surrounded Kim Joo-nam. "Get away, don't come near," he shouted, brandishing his dagger like a caged beast. Desperately trying to fend off the approaching officers, however, his efforts were futile. The blade was swiftly knocked from his hand by an officer wielding a baton, and in the next instant, he was engulfed by the crowd. Within moments, he was subdued and handcuffed. As calm returned, a team leader among the officers approached Lee Sung-won, expressing gratitude. "Sir, thank you for your assistance. If not for your intervention, this murderer might have escaped. Curse it. I am not a murderer. I merely passed by and saw two individuals stab that man to death. I was desperate for money, so I thought to check the deceased for cash, but when I heard your sirens, I panicked and tried to flee. I am not the killer," Kim Joo-nam protested, still struggling against the grip of two officers as he defended himself. "Why did you run if you weren't the one who killed him?" Officer Chow Dajuan snapped angrily, "Take him away." At this moment, Lee Sung-won interjected calmly, "The possibility of his innocence must be objectively considered. You officers should not rush to judgment without solid evidence." Upon hearing this, Officer Chow Dajuan's expression turned awkward. He wanted to retort, "Who do you think you are to question our police work?" Meanwhile, Zheng Jishu presented his credentials to Officer Chow Dajuan, stating sternly, "This is Chief Prosecutor Lee Sung-won of the Criminal Division 3 of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. I am his operative Zheng Jishu. Since this incident occurred right before our eyes, we will take over the investigation. Please lead the way to the crime scene." "You are the prosecutor?" Chow Dajuan exclaimed, taken aback. It was no wonder these two men exuded an air of distinction, appearing every bit the elite. He was relieved that he had not spoken carelessly and offended them, otherwise, he would have had no place to lament his plight. Quickly he saluted Lee Sung-won, speaking respectfully, "It is an honor to meet you, Prosecutor Lee. I apologize for my earlier negligence." As you pointed out, while this suspect has a high likelihood of being the murderer, we must consider other possibilities as well. With your oversight, I trust this case will be resolved swiftly. In South Korea, even the most junior prosecutor could assert authority over the police, commanding them to act without question, let alone when one of their ranks held the esteemed title of chief prosecutor. Indeed, these are the illustrious figures that the young officers seldom encounter. As he spoke, he donned a sycophantic grin, flattering Lee Chang-hwan while gesturing to his subordinates to bring Jin Joo-nam forward. "Let us proceed, for Prosecutor Lee is present. We shall escort the suspect back to the crime scene and hear what he has to say." Upon realizing Lee Chang-hwan's stature, Jin Joo-nam's expression turned to one of sheer shock. He could hardly fathom that the individual who had detained him was a high-ranking prosecutor, even though he hailed from the neighboring Hwaxia nation. He understood that such prosecutors wielded immense power in South Korea, capable of commanding the police to obey without a hint of dissent, compelling them to treat him with utmost deference. To find himself in the clutches of such authority was utterly disheartening for Jin Joo-nam. As a mere smuggler lacking legal status in South Korea, he was now embroiled in a homicide case. Though he had not committed murder, he had indeed wielded a knife, severing Professor Jin's finger, leaving behind a trail of blood and fingerprints that could not be easily explained. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His mission had failed, the money remained elusive, his wife was still missing, and now he faced the prospect of imprisonment in a foreign land. Tears blurred his vision as sorrow engulfed him. Meanwhile, the officers were perplexed. How could this murderer still find the audacity to weep at such a moment? Was he aware that his end was nigh? Soon a group arrived at the crime scene. It was an old 6-story residential building, with the incident occurring between the 3rd and 4th floors. There lay a corpulent man clad in a black suit and white shirt, sprawled in a pool of blood, having sustained numerous stab wounds to his chest, with blood pooling around him. Notably, his right thumb had been severed. Jin Joo-nam's gaze faltered upon seeing the deceased Professor Jin, his eyes quivering as he averted his stare. Writhing in distress, he yearned to discreetly discard the severed thumb from his pocket, but with his hands shackled, it was impossible. Observing the scene, Lee Chang-hwan's suspicions were confirmed. He had indeed stumbled upon a scene reminiscent of a Korean drama, yet he maintained his composure, crouching down to don a pair of gloves, carefully examining the surroundings. After recalling the sequence of events in his mind, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Jin Joo-nam, what an unfortunate soul you are." As a fellow Hwaxia individual, he now stood as a high-ranking prosecutor, while the other languished like a stray dog in a foreign land. Devoid of dignity, struggling helplessly, the 60,000 won and his wife would remain forever out of reach. A person in such dire straits would grasp at any lifeline, offering complete loyalty in return. And Lee Chang-hwan, fond of acts of benevolence in times of need. Chapter 8, is the real killer someone else? At this moment, Sheriff Chow Dajuan, taking the initiative, stepped forward to express his opinion. "Prosecutor Lee, there is no need for further observation. The murderer must be this smuggler, Look at him, covered in blood. The victim's body must bear his fingerprints, and those bloody footprints undoubtedly belong to him. There is no doubt he is the killer." Li Chenghuan slowly rose, removing his gloves with an impassive expression. "You are mistaken. The footprints on the ground originate from at least 3 different individuals, as their sizes vary. The blood on him merely indicates he had contact with the deceased, just as he claimed, perhaps in an attempt to seize some valuables. Moreover, the wounds on the victim do not match the size or type of the dagger in the suspect's possession. How can you be certain he is the murderer and not someone else?" Upon hearing Li Chenghuan's inquiry, the police captain was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed overlooked these details. Logically, the person appearing at the crime scene, drenched in blood, who fled upon seeing the police, would at least have an 80% likelihood of being the perpetrator. After all, why would he panic? Yet, Li Chenghuan's analysis was logical and substantiated. Could it be that the true murderer was not Jin Junam? He placed Jin Junam's dagger against the wounds on the victim's chest and found them mismatched. Jin Junam's dagger was shorter and thicker, while the victim's injuries were narrow and shallow. Examining the bloody footprints more closely, he realized that each set differed indeed. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been a fool, thinking his deductions were flawless, only to have them dismantled by Prosecutor Li's concise reasoning. So this is what a prosecutor is like. No wonder the officers merely served as their aides. The disparity was indeed vast. Chao Dajuan, his face flushed with shame, promptly bowed to Li Chenghuan. "Yes, my apologies, Prosecutor Li, you are right. There may indeed be multiple suspects. I was too hasty in my judgment." He then clenched his teeth and continued. "Nevertheless, this individual remains highly suspicious. Why would a foreigner wield a knife and enter someone else's residence? It seems he either witnessed or stumbled upon the murder. More importantly, why did he flee in fear upon seeing us? I believe there must be some connection between him and the deceased." Finally, not overly foolish, Li Chenghuan nodded slightly. Just then, a slender figure descended from the upper floors, a woman clad in sleepwear, her fair skin illuminated, hair elegantly pinned up, biting her lip with tear-stained cheeks, her watery eyes exuding a sense of shattered beauty. She was a strikingly beautiful woman. Upon seeing her, Chao Dajuan and the other officers were taken aback. They had been unaware that there was still a living person upstairs. Who was this woman? Was she a witness or a collaborator of Jin Junam? A flurry of questions raced through their minds. As for Jin Junam, upon seeing this woman, he trembled uncontrollably, plunging back into despair. This woman had witnessed him atop Professor Jin, severing his thumb, and he was uncertain whether she had seen the actual murderer. If she had seen him in the act, his fate would be sealed. "Who are you to the deceased?" "His wife," Li Chenghuan inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. The woman looked at Li Chenghuan in surprise. He was tall and imposing, his impeccably tailored suit radiating an air of authority. His piercing gaze seemed to see through her very soul, rendering her unable to conceal anything. Lowering her head, she avoided his gaze, revealing traces of tears on her face, and softly replied, "I am the wife of the deceased." Upon hearing her identify herself, Chao Dajuan was once again astounded by Li Chenghuan's perceptiveness. He had discerned her close relationship with the victim at a glance. Truly, the chief prosecutor was exceptional. Li Chenghuan merely nodded slightly and pressed further. "Did you see who killed your husband?" He gestured towards Jin Junam and asked, "Was it him?" Following Li Chenghuan's gaze, the woman looked at the restrained Jin Junam. Their eyes met, and Jin Junam's expression was one of hopelessness, pleading, yearning, and indignation. He opened his mouth, wishing to defend himself, but found the words stuck in his throat. He could not prove his innocence. The woman had witnessed him severing Professor Jin's thumb. He was uncertain whether she had seen anything else. Yet, in such a situation, who would believe that Jin Junam had no connection to the incident? Just as he thought he would be identified by her, she shook her head, saying, "I did not see him kill my husband. I only heard a fierce struggle and screams in the hallway. My husband cried out for help while the commotion grew louder. I was too frightened to come down, and only after the noise subsided did I muster the courage to come here. Only to find this man. He was on my husband's body, searching for something. He saw me, yet did not harm me. Just as you arrived, he turned and fled downstairs." After hearing the woman recount the events, everyone fell into contemplation. The wife of the deceased had claimed she did not witness the actual killer, only hearing the sounds of struggle and fighting in the hallway. Jin Junam had descended only after the commotion ceased, implying there had been others present. Were they the true murderers? Did they kill Professor Jin and flee, while Jin Junam was merely the second to arrive? Upon hearing this, Jin Junam felt as if he had finally inhaled a breath of fresh air after nearly drowning. The tension in his body relaxed momentarily. He had not anticipated that this woman would not identify him as the killer had she seen him fighting with Professor Jin's driver. Li Chenghuan, however, remained non-committal. Waving his hand to Chao Dajuan, instructing, "Take this woman and the suspect back to the prosecutor's office. I wish to question them personally. As for you, ensure both bodies are taken back to the precinct for the coroner to examine the wounds and determine the cause of death. Once you have the report to me at the Seoul District Prosecutor's office immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes." Chao Dajuan and the other officers quickly bowed in response. The two parties then split into separate paths. Chao Dajuan and a contingent of officers summoned forensic support to assist in clearing the scene and documenting evidence. Meanwhile, another team of officers was tasked with escorting Jin Jonan and Professor Jin's wife to the prosecutor's office. Following Lee Cheng-hwan at the Seoul District Prosecutor's office, within the interrogation room, the cameras positioned in the corners were conspicuously turned off. Lee Cheng-hwan sat casually with his legs crossed, directing his gaze towards the man opposite him, whose hands were shackled to the interrogation chair, his eyes devoid of life, lost in a state of stupor and agony. Yet he inquired, "Now tell me, why did you wish to kill Jin Cheng-hsien?" Jin Jonan hastily replied, "Sir, I truly did not kill him. I merely heard screams and the sounds of a struggle from the victim's home, and I went to see what was happening, hoping to find something of value. I swear I did not." He was acutely aware that the prosecutor before him was astute, having discerned from the outset that he was not the murderer, even countering the claims of the officer in charge, indicating that he was indeed a remarkably clever individual. He endeavored to justify himself, attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. However, while he might deceive others, he could not mislead Lee Cheng-hwan, who was well versed in the unfolding events. Lee Cheng-hwan tossed the pen he was using for notes onto the table with indifference, his expression impassive as he stared directly at Jin Jonan. "You did not commit murder, but you certainly intended to kill Jin Cheng-hsien. It just so happened that another group also sought to eliminate him, and your paths crossed. The true assailants have already fled, and you arrived too late. In the ensuing chaos you encountered the driver of Jin Cheng-hsien, one of the culprits, and during your altercation, he inadvertently fell to his death. In your panic and anxiety, you initially intended to leave, yet you hesitated to abandon your mission, seeking to procure some token from Jin Cheng-hsien to feign having completed your assignment. However, unfortunate for you, all of this was witnessed by Jin Cheng-hsien's wife, and for reasons unknown, the police arrived with alarming swiftness. In your haste, you had no choice but to leap from the window. Is this account accurate?" Chapter 9, Securing Jin Jonan. The dump truck driver is in position. Lee Cheng-hwan's words shattered any remaining illusions Jin Jonan held, for the truth was indeed as he described. Down to the last detail, Jin Jonan gazed at Lee Cheng-hwan, fear evident in his eyes. This prosecutor was terrifying. All his schemes and secrets were laid bare. Observing Jin Jonan's demeanor, it was clear that Lee Cheng-hwan had struck the mark. Yet, instead of pressing further, Lee Cheng-hwan casually gestured to the deactivated cameras, lightly remarking, "Do you know why I had the cameras turned off?" Jin Jonan replied timidly, "No, I do not." Lee Cheng-hwan narrowed his eyes. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were not South Korean, but an illegal immigrant. You appeared disheveled, your gaze weary and anxious, living like a stray dog, completely out of place here." Lee Cheng-hwan's words struck a chord within Jin Jonan. Trembling, he nodded in sorrowful affirmation. "Yes, I am an illegal immigrant." Lee Cheng-hwan continued, "Let me guess, as a North Korean who has crossed into South Korea. Your motives can only be twofold, to seek employment or to find someone. You do not seem the type to come for work, so you must be here to search for someone, likely someone of great significance to you. Perhaps even a relative. You are searching for your wife, are you not? She came to South Korea earlier to work, yet has not returned. As Lee Cheng-hwan spoke, Jin Jonan felt increasingly alarmed. He realized he had no privacy or secrets before this prosecutor. Everything was laid bare. Nodding numbly, he acknowledged, "It seems you are correct. My wife has not been found, otherwise, I would have returned by now." Moreover, Lee Cheng-hwan surmised, "I suspect that in addition to searching for your wife, you accepted a clandestine job. Someone paid you to kill Jin Cheng-hsien. However, you were caught off guard by another group with the same intent, and now you find yourself nearly a scapegoat. Tell me, who hired you to kill Jin Cheng-hsien?" Lee Cheng-hwan's tone brooked no refusal. At this point, Jin Jonan had resigned himself to his fate, knowing he could not outsmart this formidable prosecutor. He began to divulge everything, his confession flowing like water from a bamboo tube. As Lee Cheng-hwan had surmised, the truth aligned almost perfectly with his deductions. Jin Jonan confessed that he hailed from Yenji in China. To enable his wife to work in South Korea and earn more money to support their family, he had borrowed a substantial sum of high-interest loans to facilitate her departure. He had envisioned that once she settled, she would send money home regularly. However, after several months of waiting, he had not heard from her. She had vanished, with not even a phone call to home. Compounding his woes, his family was in dire straits, and his gambling habits had drained the meager earnings from his taxi driving into the gaming tables. To make matters worse, his child had fallen ill, requiring considerable medical expenses, leaving the family destitute and desperate. At this juncture, a man claiming to be Lao Mian, a dog meat shop owner, reproached him. This Lao Mian presented himself as a legitimate businessman but secretly ran an illegal gambling den. Wielding considerable influence as a local gang leader, he offered Jin Jonan 60,000 won to travel to South Korea and assassinate a professor named Jin Chengxian, having spent the last 7 to 8 days lurking beneath Jin Chengxian's residence. Jin Jonan was prepared to strike when he learned that someone had already taken the initiative to eliminate Jin Chengxian, leaving him in a state of shock. He contemplated fleeing but, motivated by the 60,001, decided to ascend the building, intending to sever Jin Chengxian's thumb as a token of completion. However, he unexpectedly encountered Jin Chengxian's driver dealing with the aftermath, and during their struggle, the driver met his untimely demise. Jin Jonan was then spotted by Jin Chengxian's wife, and amidst the ensuing chaos, the police arrived, leading him to cross paths with Li Qinghuan. After hearing Jin Jonan's full confession, Li Qinghuan nodded slightly, confirming that his deductions were nearly flawless. Once Jin Jonan concluded, he appeared utterly drained, slumping in the interrogation chair, his eyes filled with regret and despair. He was uncertain of the length of his impending sentence, whether he would ever return home, the fate of his wife, or if he would ever see the 60,000 won again. Unbeknownst to him, Mian Zhenghe had never intended to pay him. Rather, he sought to ensure Jin Jonan's demise in South Korea. Li Qinghuan recognized that the moment had arrived. He spoke. "Let me guess, your greatest wish is to locate your wife and reunite with your family, correct?" "Yes, but I cannot go back. My wife is missing, and I do not know whether she is alive or dead. I deeply regret allowing her to come to South Korea," he lamented, tears flowing freely. This resilient man, akin to a wild dog, broke down, weeping like a child. Li Qinghuan regarded him coldly, silent until his cries began to fade. "Have you cried enough? If so, listen to me. I can offer you a new lease on life. I will arrange for my subordinates to assist you in locating your wife's whereabouts, absolving you of any suspicion and evidence related to the attempted assassination of Jin Chengxian. Additionally, I shall provide you with a sum of money sufficient to ensure your family back home is well cared for. However, you must remain here, in South Korea, to work for me. I can permit you to return home for visits, with guaranteed leave each year. What do you think? Consider your options: serve your time in South Korea's prisons or work for me." Upon hearing Li Qinghuan's words, Jin Jonan's head snapped up in disbelief. Are you serious? Why would I lie to an illegal immigrant? To me, you are worth nothing beyond this life of yours." Li Qinghuan replied nonchalantly. Jin Jonan, hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. "You are right. To you, I hold no value beyond this life. Why would you help me?" Li Qinghuan responded. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the type of person willing to do anything for a price. You are desperate for money and possess vulnerabilities. You are the ideal candidate for the dirty work I need done. You have caught my eye." Jin Jonan nodded, understanding Li Qinghuan's intentions clearly. He felt no indignation or desire to refuse. The prosecutor's assertion was accurate. He was indeed a mere pawn, and serving someone was inevitable. Moreover, given the generous terms offered by Li Qinghuan, he found no grounds for rejection. I am willing to serve you, but as for the conditions you promised," Li Qinghuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "Before you were detained, I had my officer make arrangements. If all goes well, by tomorrow, we should have information regarding your wife's whereabouts. Though I cannot guarantee her condition. As for the relocation funds, my officer will deliver them to you upon your release from the interrogation room." Thank you. Jin Jonan bowed deeply to Li Qinghuan, his eyes brimming with profound gratitude and excitement. At that moment, hope surged within him, the oppressive gloom that had loomed over him dissipating. He understood that he had encountered a benefactor. Working for a prosecutor was a rare opportunity that many could only dream of. Having successfully secured Jin Jonan's allegiance, Li Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction, knowing his efforts to persuade him were not in vain. He had found a suitable candidate to eliminate Shi Dongqiao, and fortuitously Jin Jonan could drive. The dump truck driver was now in position. As Li Qinghuan stood to leave, he cast one last glance at Jin Jonan. "Soon, someone will come to escort you out, assisting with your accommodation. You need only wait quietly for my news. Do not wander off. Understood?" "Yes," Jin Jonan replied respectfully. Li Qinghuan exited the interrogation room and proceeded directly to the adjacent one, which was also an interrogation chamber. Upon pushing the door open, he found the deceased Jin Chengxian's wife seated in silence, her gaze vacant, lost in her thoughts. As she noticed Li Qinghuan's entrance, she snapped back to reality. casting a fleeting glance his way before lowering her head once more. Her delicate, fair hands were clasped atop her slender, proportionate thighs, entwined in a manner that betrayed her inner turmoil. "Speak, why did you hire someone to kill your husband?" Li Chenghuan's first utterance as he pulled out a chair caused the woman to shudder, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 10, Escorting Cui Yanshu home. Why did you hire someone to kill your husband? The question struck at the very core of Cui Yanshu's defenses, sending her already fraught emotions plummeting into despair. She trembled, her small hands clutching the hem of her garment, afraid to raise her gaze. Stammering in denial, "Prosecutor, I do not comprehend your insinuation. How could I possibly harm my husband? He is the father of my child and has treated me well. I have no motive to kill him." "Surely you must be mistaken." Upon witnessing her frantic defense, Li Qinghuan let out a light scoff. "For the time being, I shall assume you are not the mastermind. Jin Zhonan has already confessed. He is the smuggler we just apprehended. He claimed he received a contract to eliminate Jin Chengxian from a local gang leader in Yanji, Huasheta. He was indeed set to carry out the deed, yet he was preempted by another group. By the time he rushed upstairs, your husband had already succumbed in a pool of blood, with one of the assailants being your husband's driver, while two others managed to flee. This is perplexing. Your husband Jin Chengxian, as far as I know, was a businessman, a former world champion in Taekwondo, and held a respectable social standing. Why would he offend so many people who wished for his demise? What intrigues me further is the rapid arrival of the police following your husband's death. From what I understand, the South Korean police are not known for their swift efficiency. They are often more of a hindrance than a help." Li Chenghuan remarked, unabashedly disparaging the South Korean police. Cui Yanshu, upon hearing Li Chenghuan's derision towards the police, dared not interject, remaining seated in silence, tears streaming down her face, embodying the essence of a scapegoat. The swift arrival of the police could only imply one thing. Li Chenghuan fixed his penetrating gaze upon Cui Yanshu's pale, delicate visage and slowly spoke, "You were the one who alerted them. You were aware someone intended to kill your husband and even knew the assailant was lurking in the hallway, so you reported it in advance. Consequently, once they murdered your husband, the promptly arriving police would apprehend the culprits. Thus, your husband would be dead, the killers captured, and no one would suspect you, the true perpetrator, could evade the clutches of justice, allowing you to inherit your husband's substantial fortune and begin anew with someone you desire." Correct, Li Chenghuan's words, each a dagger to the heart, struck with precision, particularly as his keen penetrating gaze bore down on Cui Yanshu, rendering her unable to withstand the psychological pressure. Yet, she was no ordinary woman. Even under such duress she did not yield, defiantly shaking her head. I did not commit any crime. Prosecutor, please do not test me further. I truly do not know who killed my husband and harbored no desire to do so. If I wished him harm, why would I have borne him a child?" Seeing Cui Yanshu maintain her stance, Li Chenghuan remained unperturbed, instead responding with a light chuckle. He stood and regarded her. "Very well. Mrs. Cui, your resolve is commendable. You have managed to retain your composure under these circumstances. Congratulations, you have passed my test. You may return home now." Cui Yanshu was taken aback by his words, incredulous that he would release her. Moments ago, she had believed she was doomed. This man was truly formidable, having nearly deduced her motives for murder and her reactions with uncanny precision. She had prepared herself to withstand the interrogation, willing to bear the blame as long as she did not expose the accomplice. It was a sacrifice she was ready to make. Little did she expect the tides to turn, as Li Chenghuan appeared to believe her and was willing to let her go. As she stepped out of the interrogation room and onto the steps of the prosecutor's office, standing in the sunlight, she felt as though she were in a dream. "Come, I shall escort you home." Li Chenghuan entered the black sedan parked at the prosecutor's office entrance and gestured for Cui Yanshu to join him. "Prosecutor, you wish to personally drive me home?" Cui Yanshu was taken aback. Having intended to take a taxi. Li Chenghuan smiled lightly. "I am concerned that the assailant who harmed your husband may still be at large. If you were to return home alone and encountered any misfortune, it would be a dereliction of duty on our part. Please get in. Very well, I appreciate your kindness." Cui Yanshu slightly bowed in gratitude before hesitantly entering the vehicle. Once inside, both found themselves in the back seat. Yet she carefully pressed against the window, creating a considerable gap between them, appearing quite reserved. This woman bore similarities to his sister-in-law Han Yoshi, a gentle and graceful beauty, exuding a mature allure alongside her warmth. In contrast, Cui Yanshu possessed a porcelain complexion and an innocent gaze, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Though seemingly frail and delicate, she concealed a remarkable figure beneath her outerwear. Li Chenghuan was also aware that beneath her cool exterior lay a wealth of emotions. Otherwise she would not have acted impulsively in colluding to eliminate her husband. Upon their return to the residential building, The scene had been cordoned off and secured. A van was stationed below, occupied by several plainclothes officers tasked with monitoring and preventing the return of the assailants. As the prosecutor's vehicle approached, the officers quickly stood aside to greet them. "Have you spotted any suspicious individuals?" Li Qinghuan inquired as he exited the vehicle. "None, prosecutor. We have been vigilant. Not even a fly could escape our watchful eyes." The officer responded with a salute and a bow. "Thank you for your hard work." Li Qinghuan patted the officer's shoulder before leading Cui Yenshu upstairs. The bloodstains in the hallway had been thoroughly cleaned, and the body had been removed by the police. However, as Cui Yenshu walked through the narrow corridor, she felt a profound discomfort, her mind haunted by the image of her husband, Jin Chengxian, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. His eyes wide open, filled with rage and resentment, fixed upon her. In a moment of distraction, Cui Yenshu lost her footing and stumbled down a step, letting out a scream just as she believed she would tumble down the stairs. She suddenly found herself enveloped in a strong embrace, the scent of a man enveloping her. When she opened her eyes, she was met with the handsome visage of Li Qinghuan, alarmingly close. Cui Yenshu's originally pallid cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. "Prosecutor, I apologize. All is well. Just be mindful when walking, and let us continue upstairs." Li Qinghuan calmly assisted her back on her feet. Truth be told, while Cui Yenshu might not surpass Han Yoshi in beauty, she was still quite lovely. However, as a principled prosecutor, he would never stoop to taking advantage of a vulnerable woman. What merit was there in preying upon a housewife? Her husband was already deceased. "Oh, then all is well." Following this brief incident, the atmosphere between them turned somewhat awkward. Cui Yenshu tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and lowered her head as they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Cui Yenshu retrieved her keys and opened the door, inviting Li Qinghuan inside. "Prosecutor, please make yourself comfortable. I shall prepare some tea." Upon returning home, Cui Yenshu visibly exhaled in relief, ushering Li Qinghuan to take a seat while she ventured into the kitchen to fetch a kettle of hot water. Li Qinghuan sat leisurely in the modestly decorated living room, taking in the surroundings. The furnishings were simple, adorned only with necessary items, alongside a few toys clearly belonging to a child. She had mentioned having a daughter. As Cui Yenshu emerged with the freshly brewed tea, preparing to offer it to Li Qinghuan, he waved his hand, smiling. "No rush, let us await another guest." "Prosecutor, is someone else coming?" Cui Yenshu inquired, bewildered. Li Qinghuan shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "No, the person I am waiting for is someone you are quite familiar with. His name is Jin Zhenghuan, a department head at the bank." At the mention of Jin Zhenghuan, Cui Yenshu's heart plummeted, her emotions surging to an overwhelming degree, causing her to fumble the teacup, which shattered upon hitting the floor. Chapter 11. Which prosecutor can withstand such trials? Let us wait for Mr. Jin Zhenghuan to arrive before enjoying tea. Hearing the name from Li Qinghuan's lips sent a tremor through Cui Yenshu, her emotions oscillating dramatically to the point where she could barely hold onto the teapot, which slipped from her grip and crashed to the ground, spilling scalding water mixed with tea leaves everywhere. "Ah!" Cui Yenshu gasped, hastily retreating. Fortunately, she was wearing plush slippers and had not yet changed into home attire. Her long pants effectively shielded her from the splattering hot water, preventing any burns. Nonetheless, she remained in a state of shock. Collapsing onto the sofa, her gaze fixed upon the prosecutor, her eyes reflecting a state of sheer panic. "What are you afraid of?" Li Qinghuan rose to his feet, looking down upon the disoriented woman with a mocking smile gracing his lips. Observing her silence, he extended his hand, flicking his fingers as if he were an omniscient sage, and disdainfully remarked, "Surely, you do not believe I would take your elaborate narrative at face value, do you? Mrs. Choi, were it not for the presence of a third party scheming and inciting you, what audacity and means could a mere woman like you possibly possess to orchestrate such a murderous plot? You are nothing more than a pitiable creature, intoxicated by the so-called love, foolishly attempting to shield the true perpetrator behind this facade." How laughable! His words dripped with sarcasm and contempt as he observed the woman, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, fear evident in her eyes. He continued, "Let me hazard a guess. Despite the wealth and social standing of the deceased, Jin Chengxian, he harbored no affection for you. Instead, he regarded you as his possession, subjecting you to a torrent of abuse without a shred of compassion. Perhaps your marriage to him was born of necessity, leaving you devoid of any genuine feelings. As a housewife devoid of work or the affection of a husband, your days were consumed by mundane chores, inevitably leading to a profound sense of emptiness, giving rise to thoughts that should never have crossed your mind. Then, during a routine bank visit, you encountered Jin Zhenghuan, the bank clerk, and mutual admiration blossomed between you. Over time, you found yourselves clandestinely entangled, and in your confessions, you revealed the truth of your loveless marriage and the history of domestic violence you endured. Naturally, upon hearing this, Jin Zhenghuan was consumed with rage and vowed to exact vengeance upon your husband, yet, you urged him to remain calm, for your husband wielded considerable social connections and wealth, making him impervious to the whims of a mere bank clerk. However, Jin Zhenghuan, undeterred, fueled by his overwhelming affection and possessiveness, resolved to liberate you from Jin Chengxian's grasp, planning to ensure he would never trouble you again. Thus, he sought out unscrupulous individuals through his channels and arranged for your husband's assassination. Upon learning of this, you hesitated initially, but under Jin Zhenghuan's persuasion, you consented to join him in this heinous act. Consequently, you orchestrated the arrival of Jin Zhonan, the assassin, to South Korea to carry out the deed. Little did you anticipate that another group would also target your husband, igniting a twisted sense of joy within you as you watched them fulfill your wish, only to subsequently call the police. After Li Chenghuan's piercing analysis, Cui Yenshu trembled, her face reflecting sheer terror as she gazed at the formidable man before her. Is this what a prosecutor is like? She pondered, bewildered by how her every secret lay bare before him. As if he possessed the ability to read her mind. Of course, Li Chenghuan could not read minds, but the sight of Cui Yenshu's pale, terrified face and her visceral reaction to his revelations confirmed that his deductions were nearly flawless. Edging ever closer to the truth, after all, he was armed with the familiarity of the plot. In the days since his rebirth in South Korea, Li Chenghuan had keenly noticed a marked enhancement in his physical prowess, strength, and memory. He could vividly recall all his past experiences, including every book, article, television show, and film he had consumed. Fortunately, he had spent a significant amount of time immersed in South Korean dramas, enabling him to reverse engineer the situation with remarkable ease. At that moment, even Cui Yenshu grasped the gravity of her predicament. It became evident that Li Chenghuan had no intention of allowing her to escape unscathed. His pretense of returning her home was merely a ruse designed to lower her defenses, to strike at the opportune moment and expose her vulnerabilities. Realizing this, she managed a bitter smile and addressed him, "Prosecutor, you have known all along that I am the mastermind behind this. Haven to you, the reason you returned me was to ensnare Zhenghuan and capture us both." It dawned on her that she had concealed nothing from him. Tears glistened on her pallid cheeks, her sorrowful visage tugging at the heartstrings. In a surprising turn of events, she suddenly knelt, tilting her tear-streaked face upward, and earnestly implored, "Prosecutor, I beseech you, show mercy to Zhenghuan. He is merely a young man who has recently graduated, with a bright future ahead. I cannot bear the thought of him being condemned to a life in prison because of this. Please, if you could find it within yourself to be lenient towards him, I am willing to shoulder all the blame, no matter the cost." Upon hearing her desperate plea, Li Chenghuan raised an eyebrow. What kind of deluded romantic was she, willing to take on all the responsibility for an affair? What was it about that young man that captivated her so? Or was it that Jin Chengxian's cruelty had driven her to such depths of affection for an outsider, willing to sacrifice everything for him? Noticing Li Chenghuan's silence, Cui Yenshu grew increasingly anxious. "What must I do for you to spare Zhenghuan? I can offer you. My husband is quite wealthy, with a fortune of several billion Korean won, equivalent to tens of millions in Chinese currency, along with numerous gold watches and jewelry." Li Chenghuan scoffed, his voice resolute. "Mrs. Choi, are you attempting to bribe a prosecutor of the Republic of Korea? Where do you place the honor and dignity of this profession? What prosecutor could withstand such a test?" After being reproached by Li Chenghuan, Cui Yenshu fell silent. Just when he thought she might concede, she unexpectedly. In Chapter 12, Cui Yenshu earnestly implores Li Chenghuan for an opportunity for Jin Zhenghuan. Acknowledging that the whole affair stemmed from her actions, after careful consideration, Li Chenghuan finally nodded slowly. Cui Yenshu recounted her circumstances and her relationship with Jin Zhenghuan. To his surprise, he learned that the young man was an idealist, intending to eliminate Jin Chengxian first before honorably marrying Cui Yenshu. Meanwhile, her husband had been unfaithful, engaging with multiple women, showing no interest in her whatsoever. Thus, for years, Cui Yenshu had remained loyal, having only borne him a daughter. "Prosecutor, could you possibly overlook Zhenghuan's actions? I understand he committed a crime by hiring an assassin, but our plan ultimately failed. Jin Chengxian was killed by another group. We could only be deemed as having attempted murder." "Correct, if you could spare Zhenghuan," she began, her voice tentative. Seeing Li Chenghuan's demeanor soften, she continued cautiously, "I assure you, I will sever all ties with him. I will not seek him out again." Cui Yenshu was not foolish. Defying Li Chenghuan at this juncture would be pure folly. She merely sought to resolve the situation. Jin Zhenghuan had erred, but his crime did not warrant death. Ultimately, she recognized that her own allure had ensnared him. With Jin Changxian now deceased, she could emerge from the shadows and start anew. Li Chenghuan's expression finally relaxed, but he agreed to let him go, provided she made it clear that there would be no further entanglements. With Li Chenghuan's assurance, Cui Yenshu beamed with relief. Just then, an unexpected visitor descended the stairs. Jin Zhenghuan, dressed in his bank uniform, could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to Cui Yenshu's residence. Ever since Jin Chengxian's death, Cui Yenshu had informed him of the tragic news, igniting a spark of joy within him that he could scarcely suppress if not for Cui Yenshu's urging to temper his emotions. He would have raced to her side long ago. Now, having concluded his workday, he hurriedly took a cab to her home. Upon arriving, he noticed a sleek black sedan parked outside, bearing the insignia of the prosecution office. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Had something happened to Yenshu? He quickly dialed her number, only to endure a nerve-wracking 2.5 minutes before the call connected. "Hello, is this Zhenghuan?" Came Cui Yenshu's voice on the other end. "Yenshu, are you at home?" he inquired anxiously. "Yes. What is the matter? I wanted to see you." "Why, weren't we supposed to be together forever once Jin Changxian was out of the picture?" "Yenshu, are you having second thoughts?" "Oh no." "What, I mean, Zhenghuan, let us break up. You shouldn't come by anymore." "Why?" "Because my husband's death has attracted the attention of the prosecutor, and they find it suspicious. They are investigating. And have already begun to suspect me. I can't let this implicate you. I don't care, Yenshu. As long as I can be with you, I would endure anything, even prison." "Yenshu, please open the door." "I am right outside." "What, pray tell, when did you arrive?" "Just moments ago," came the astonished voice of a woman from the other end of the line, with a tone laden with guilt. Cui Yenshu replied, "Zhenghuan, I am truly sorry, but I cannot be with you. Please go away. Let us not meet again." "Why? Did we not agree that once we eliminated Kim Song-hyun, we could be together forever? How could you go back on your word?" Zhenghuan's eyes brimmed with tears as he spoke, having conjured an unsettling possibility that he was reluctant to accept. "Please open the door, Yenshu, I beg you, even if you no longer harbor feelings for me. We should meet to clarify things, otherwise I shall never find peace." "Zhenghuan, why do you persist? I told you, I am a selfish woman. I promised to be with you solely to use you in eliminating Kim Song-hyun. Now that he is gone, there is no need for pretense. Leave, for I truly do not have feelings for you. And no, Yenshu, do not deceive me. We were so happy together. I refuse to believe you can be so heartless. Surely, there must be a reason behind this, right? Yenshu, please open the door." As he pleaded, Zhenghuan began to pound desperately on the door. Yenshu seemed taken aback by Zhenghuan's arrival, and on the other end of the line, chaos ensued. Moments later, the door was finally opened. The figure of Cui Yenshu, whom Zhenghuan had longed to see, appeared before him, and after a few days apart, she was as beautiful as ever. No, she seemed even more radiant than before. Previously, her face had been pale, rarely adorned with a smile, as though she had been deprived of sunlight for far too long, exuding a chilling aura, but now her complexion had visibly improved, with a hint of color on her cheeks. Possibly due to just waking up, she was clad simply in a nightgown draped with a black coat. "Yenshu, I have missed you," Zhenghuan exclaimed upon seeing her, unable to contain his longing, and moved to embrace her, only to find her flinch away as if startled, leaving him empty-handed. "Yenshu, you." Zhenghuan was bewildered and aggrieved, unable to fathom why, after only a few days apart, she would reject him so. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon the tall, imposing figure of a man standing behind Yenshu. Boom! The instant he laid eyes on this man, Zhenghuan's mind erupted. His ominous premonition had come to fruition. His eyes widened in fury. His face flushed as he confronted Yenshu with rage. "Cui Yenshu, who is he?" Chapter 13. Did he raise his voice against you? In that moment, Zhenghuan was consumed by rage. He felt utterly betrayed. Yenshu had initially assured him that once they dealt with Kim Song-hyun, they could be together forever, yet, no sooner had Kim Song-hyun met his demise than this woman brought another man into her home. How could she do this? Zhenghuan felt as though he had been crowned with a green cap of shame. Overwhelmed by humiliation, he lost his composure and, without a word, lunged at Lee Sung-won with clenched fists, shouting, "Scoundrel, I shall kill you." "Stop!" Yenshu cried, her face paling in fear as she rushed forward to intervene, but it was too late. Zhenghuan's fist was about to collide with Lee Sung-won's face. "Get lost!" Lee Sung-won scoffed, swiftly retaliating with a resounding slap that sent Zhenghuan crashing to the ground, his cheek swollen from the force of the blow. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, collapsing against the doorframe, clutching his face, gazing in horror at Lee Sung-won, whose strength was terrifying. Yenshu stood frozen, astonished by the scene. She knew of Lee Sung-won's prowess in certain areas but had not anticipated his ferocity in combat. Zhenghuan was no match for him. She exhaled a quiet sigh of relief before furrowing her brow, chastising Zhenghuan. "Zhenghuan, did I not tell you to stop coming after me? I admit I had some feelings for you in the past." But I have now come to my senses, please leave. The prosecutor is the chief prosecutor of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, here to investigate the circumstances surrounding my husband's death. He is not someone you can afford to offend. And he knows about our affair. You should be grateful to him, otherwise, you would have been arrested long ago. As she stood beside Lee Sung-won, delivering these cold, unfeeling words, Jong-won felt his heart shatter. Why must you treat me this way? He yearned to retaliate against Lee Sung-won, to rise again and confront him, but upon realizing the man's identity, the flames of his fury were extinguished, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. A prosecutor, this was a force he could never provoke. Moreover, this man was the chief prosecutor. Such a prominent figure had intervened and was aware of their affair. Jong-won felt a profound sense of despair. In that moment, he understood he was about to lose Yeon-soo forever. Yeon-soo, I am sorry. I overstepped my bounds. I was wrong. I will never appear before you again. I wish you happiness. Jong-won's face turned pale, and in disheveled fashion, he stumbled down the stairs. Remaining here held no purpose. It would only lead to further painful humiliation. As he witnessed Jong-won's pitiful departure, Yeon-soo's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt as she murmured, I am sorry. She acknowledged that Jong-won had once treated her well. But Lee Sung-won could crush a multitude of men like Jong-won with a mere flick of his wrist. He stood no chance whatsoever. She understood that allowing Jong-won to leave safely was already a show of mercy from Lee Sung-won. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced imprisonment, charged with assaulting a prosecutor. Thank you very much, Prosecutor Lee, Yeon-soo said, lifting her delicate face, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Soon after, Lee Sung-won exited Choi Yeon-soo's residence, making his way downstairs. The police officers stationed there approached him with respect and eagerness, reporting, Prosecutor Lee, not long ago, a man identifying himself as Jong-won arrived, claiming to be a friend of Mrs. Choi, wishing to see her, following your instructions. We allowed him to leave, but shortly thereafter he stumbled down the stairs appearing to be in tears. He did not challenge you, did he, Lee? Of course not. The one who challenged is someone else, Lee Sung-won replied. A fleeting smirk crossing his lips, then, with a serious demeanor, he addressed the officers, it is nothing. He was merely moved to tears upon hearing that Mrs. Choi is safe under my protection for the next few days. I trust you will continue to monitor this place closely, ensuring that no other suspicious individuals ascend and endanger Ms. Choi. Understood? We will certainly ensure Ms. Choi's safety. You can rest assured, Prosecutor, the officers responded in unison. Good. I will remember your names, Lee Sung-won said, patting the officers on their shoulders, igniting their excitement. To have a chief prosecutor remember them was a ticket to future success. They watched with reverence as Lee Sung-won departed in his vehicle. Then turned their attention back to guarding the staircase. Upon returning to the prosecutor's office, Lee Sung-won was met by his subordinate, Jong Jik-soo, who had just returned from completing his errands. He promptly entered the office to report. Prosecutor Lee, everything has been arranged. Kim Joo-nam now has a place to stay. As per your instructions, he was given 20 million won as relocation assistance, along with a monthly salary of 400,000 won. Upon receiving the money, he was overjoyed, even shedding tears. He instructed his subordinates to convey his heartfelt gratitude, assuring that he would do anything for you if needed. Additionally, we have some news regarding his wife. Lee Hwa-ja. A police officer in the area reportedly saw her at an entertainment venue controlled by a certain gang. Her current status, whether alive or dead, remains uncertain. My subordinate has yet to inform him of this matter. Upon hearing this, Lee Sung-won nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Jik-soo, you have done well. We must uncover the whereabouts of Lee Hwa-ja as quickly as possible, regardless of whether she is alive or dead. We owe Kim Joo-nam some closure. Jong Jik-soo hesitated. Prosecutor, this fellow seems rather ordinary, lacking any special skills, merely a stowaway from Huaxia. Is he truly worth your personal investment? Lee Sung-won chuckled. Jik-soo, you do not understand, although he may be a mere lowly figure. Living like a wild dog, he possesses tenacity and vitality. More importantly, he has vulnerabilities and is in need of money. If we can identify his weaknesses, provide him with the financial support he desires, and restore his dignity, he will obey me like the most loyal of hounds, even willing to sacrifice himself if asked. Such tenacious individuals are rare in South Korea, and those from Yeonbyeon possess a ruthlessness and fighting spirit beyond the imagination of South Koreans. Jong Jik-soo nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with this notion. Indeed, many of the gangs in South Korea consist of Yeonbyeon Korean immigrants, known for their ferocity and brutal methods, often leaving local gangs in tatters. With casualties aplenty. We, in the criminal division, handle numerous cases related to such gangs every year. Enough, this is merely a minor matter, requiring only a bit of vigilance. Now, I have a very important task for you. Jiksu, Lee Sung-hwan declared. Jong Jiksu immediately bowed. Please give your orders, Lee Ching-hwan. Recently, you have been tasked with investigating the financial and loan situation of the Future Group. I have received information that they are suspected of engaging in illegal loans amounting to 800 billion. Embezzling funds and misappropriating resources, which has severely harmed national interests. Additionally, according to the intelligence I have gathered, the former financial manager of the Future Group has resigned for unknown reasons and is currently untraceable. With an 80% likelihood that he is in hiding, you must find his whereabouts as soon as possible. He likely possesses numerous secrets related to the Future Group, and this individual is of great importance to us. Lee Ching-hwan spoke these words with a grave tone. Zhang Jishu immediately deduced certain implications and solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Prosecutor Lee, I will not disappoint your expectations. Just await my good news." "Very well. Go and get to work." Li Ching-hwan nodded. Zhang Jishu bowed respectfully. Yes. Chapter 14. The sister-in-law's departure and harassment by thugs. As night fell, it marked the end of the workday for the prosecutors. Except for those who were on duty with ongoing cases, the prosecutors from the Criminal Division 3 received an invitation from Lee Ching-hwan. He had reserved a high-end restaurant near Itaewon in the Gangnam district to host this group of colleagues. Regardless of what these prosecutors thought internally, they had to maintain a facade of cordiality, resulting in almost no one being absent. Even the one who despised Lee Ching-hwan the most, Park Tae-yong, attended. Subsequently, the group engaged in a round of toasts. Respected seniors, I appreciate your presence this evening. There are many areas where I, Ching-hwan, still have much to learn from you all. I hope for your continued guidance. Lee Ching-hwan raised a glass, adopting a humble demeanor as he toasted each of his colleagues in turn. Graciously accepting their toasts and returner among them, Park Tae-yong poured him the most drinks, seemingly intent on getting him drunk to embarrass him publicly. However, to everyone's surprise, not only did Lee Ching-hwan remain sober, but Park Tae-yong ended up intoxicated beyond measure. In South Korea, where the average person is known for their drinking abilities, the taste of soju is far from exquisite and its alcohol content is moderate. Yet, the sheer quantity consumed by this group was staggering. The drinking continued until nearly 11 o'clock at night, with most prosecutors rendered inebriated. Only Lee Ching-hwan maintained his composure, personally overseeing the departure of his superiors before finally leaving the restaurant with Zhang Jishu. As the car drove down the road, Zhang Jishu, glancing at the weary countenance of his prosecutor in the rearview mirror, expressed his concern. "Prosecutor Lee, you've had quite a bit to drink tonight. Some individuals were deliberately trying to intoxicate you, particularly Prosecutor Park Tae-yong, who seemed to harbor deep-seated animosity towards you, frequently seeking to provoke you at the dinner table. Have we offended him in some way?" It must be said that Zhang Jishu, as a practical officer, exhibited a remarkable level of competence, adeptly reading the room. Throughout the evening's gathering, he abstained from drinking, remaining a silent observer at Lee Ching-hwan's side, only pouring drinks for him. Thus, he had keenly noted the attitudes of each prosecutor towards his superior. Most were indifferent, neither warm nor distant, maintaining a facade of harmony while harboring resentment over Lee Ching-hwan's ascension to chief prosecutor, a position many others in the Criminal Division 3 were qualified for. Yet, Minister Choi Byung-seong had inexplicably chosen Lee Ching-hwan, leaving many perplexed and unable to question the minister. Forced to swallow their frustration, Park Tae-yong was the most overt in his discontent. Lee Ching-hwan, naturally aware of the underlying tensions, scoffed, stating, "Park Tae-yong is clearly displeased that I have attained the position of chief prosecutor. I am well aware of this. However, the die is cast. I am the one who has been promoted, and no amount of his anger can change that. He will likely just sulk in the shadows, attempting to undermine me. If he knew that I risked my life and fortune to investigate members of the National Assembly and conglomerate heads to secure this position, he would probably lack the audacity to take on this case from me. Such a minor character holds no significance in my eyes." The unwavering confidence and conviction in Lee Ching-hwan's words filled Zhang Jishu with pride. For reasons unknown to him, he sensed that his superior had transformed over the past few days, exuding far more confidence and assertiveness than before, as if he had suddenly gained profound insight. As his trusted confidant, Zheng keenly sensed that Lee Ching-hwan was planning something significant. However, since Lee Ching-hwan had not disclosed his intentions, Zheng would not pry, focusing solely on fulfilling the tasks assigned to him. As they conversed, nearing their residential area, Lee Ching-hwan suddenly instructed, "Jishu, turn left ahead. There's a CAF nearby where I need to pick someone up." Understood. The modern sedan turned at the intersection, heading towards the CAF. It is often said that South Koreans have two main beverages coursing through their veins, soju and iced American coffee. As fellow Asians, South Koreans seldom drink warm water, regardless of the time. They typically indulge in iced American coffee, or engage in various forms of heavy drinking. The average alcohol consumption per capita is 4 times that of the United States and double that of Canada. Suggesting they can outdrink even the Russians. CAFs are ubiquitous, and South Korean office workers typically consume at least 2 cups of iced American coffee daily, some even 3 or more, regardless of the season. It has been said that South Koreans have evolved beyond the need for sleep, averaging only 4 hours a night, appearing remarkably spirited. In reality, many rely on coffee to sustain their energy and alertness. The modern sedan finally came to a stop in front of a nearly closing Starbucks. CAF.Li Chinghwan stepped out of the car and immediately spotted his sister-in-law, Han Yoshi, walking out from the CAF. She was still dressed in her morning work attire, a white shirt paired with a black blazer and an A-line skirt, complemented by 6-centimeter high heels, exuding the charm of a modern urban woman and professional. Just as he was about to greet her, a group of unruly thugs suddenly approached, blocking her path and verbally harassing her. Han Yoshi's face flushed with anger, displaying a mix of indignation and resistance. With a hint of fear flickering in her eyes, "What do you want? I don't know you, and I want to go drinking with you. Step aside, or I'll call the police." Her gentle demeanor, coupled with her inability to confront them harshly, only emboldened the thugs, who laughed mockingly. "Ah, beautiful lady, we just want to invite you for a drink. We mean you no harm." "Yes, such a lovely woman, we merely wish to get to know you better. We have no ill intentions. Your husband must not be home, right? It's so late, and he hasn't come to pick you up. You must feel lonely. We just want to take you out for some fun and let you experience the pleasures of nightlife. There is no need to resist. Stop resisting, beautiful. Come with us." As they spoke, they even attempted to reach for her. At that moment, one thug reached out towards Han Yoshi, only to have his hand seized mid-air. Twisted and broken with a loud crack. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, crumpling to the ground, writhing in pain. This scene prompted the 2 thugs with their backs to Lee Chinghwan to react quickly, turning around only for one of them to receive a punch from Lee Chinghwan. The impact caused his face to sink in slightly, his nose breaking and collapsing, immediately streaming with tears and snot as he crouched down howling in distress. The last thug stood frozen, taken aback. The sudden appearance of a man had swiftly incapacitated his 2 companions with ruthless efficiency. Instilling a sense of dread within him, however, having always been combative, he refused to back down, hastily pulling a knife from his pocket and threatening Lee Chinghwan with malice. "Who the hell are you? You hurt my brothers. Do you believe I'll stab you to death?" To his astonishment, Lee Chinghwan ignored his threat entirely, turning to Han Yoshi with genuine concern and asking, "Sister-in-law, are you all right? Did they hurt you?" Upon seeing Lee Chinghwan, Han Yoshi's previously panicked emotions subsided, replaced by relief. Her pale face, tinged with gratitude, reached for Lee Chinghwan's arm, seeking comfort. "Chinghwan, you came just in time. These thugs have been bothering me, trying to get me to drink with them. I was terrified. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do." "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I'm here." Li Chinghwan offered her a steady smile, providing her with an unprecedented sense of security. The knife-wielding thug, feeling ignored, interpreted Lee Chinghwan's demeanor as intentional humiliation. Enraged, he shouted and lunged at the 2 with his knife. However, in the next moment, a cold gun was pressed against his temple. Try moving again and see what happens. Chapter 15, Rescuing the Sister-in-Law, a close call in South Korea. Prosecutors are permitted to carry firearms. As a practical officer, Zhang Jishu also had a gun, and it was he who had drawn it, pointing it at the thug's forehead, nearly causing the man to wet himself in fear. The ruffian merely stood watch for a small gang in the vicinity, typically engaged in skirmishes with rival factions. Armed only with knives and blunt instruments, engaging in primitive combat. He had never encountered anyone so audacious as to point a gun directly at his forehead. "Gentlemen, this is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding. I was wrong. Please do not shoot. Spare my life. I will leave at once, I promise." The ruffian pleaded repeatedly, his voice trembling with fear. In South Korea, or one could brandish a handgun in the streets, he understood instinctively that he was dealing with a person of considerable consequence, someone he could not afford to offend. Even if his own boss were to arrive, he would be compelled to stand there like a schoolboy, offering apologies, too fearful to show any discontent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jishu turned his gaze towards Lee Chinghwan, signaling for his prosecutor to make the decision. Li Chinghwan, with a stern countenance, declared, "Leave behind a finger, and you may depart." "What?" The ruffian's face drained of color, turning an ashen hue. The demand to sever his own finger on the spot was merciless. This formidable figure was more versed in the rules of the underworld than he was. "What, are you unwilling?" Lee Chinghwan's expression remained impassive as he regarded him. Had it not been so late and for the inconvenience it would cause, he would have simply made a phone call for Sherdong's men to come. Presently, Li Zicheng, a director of the Jinmen Group, specialized in such matters, disposing of individuals by beating them half to death, encasing them in cement barrels, and sinking them into the Yellow Sea, leaving no trace. Though this was a world influenced by cinema, Li Chenghuan had gleaned enough from observation to ascertain that the current timeline was around the 1980s in South Korea, where investigative techniques were rudimentary. Surveillance cameras were scarce, and the police force was notably inept. In truth, taking a life and disposing of the body in the Han River or Yellow Sea would go unnoticed, since being reborn into this life and assuming the role of a prosecutor. Li Chenghuan had no intention of being a paragon of virtue. To establish himself within the prosecutor's office and in South Korea, he needed to wield both power and violence, not to mention wealth. Currently, Li Chenghuan possessed only a modicum of influence, far from sufficient. However, it was more than adequate to deal with these petty thugs. Upon hearing Li Chenghuan's cold, ruthless tone, the ruffian nearly broke into tears. Terrified and averse to pain, yet, he recognized that failure to comply might result in his own demise. To preserve his wretched life, he gritted his teeth, squatted down, and grasped a dagger, placing his palm on the steps. Targeting his pinky finger, and with a resolute bite, he sliced down. A shriek escaped his lips as a portion of his finger lay bloodied on the ground. Hiss, "Sir, may I leave now?" The ruffian, tears streaming down his face and his features contorted in agony, gasped for breath. Seeing that he had truly inflicted harm upon himself, Li Chenghuan was somewhat taken aback. Granting him a measure of respect, he then waved dismissively, "Hurry and leave. Should I ever lay eyes on you again, your entire gang shall cease to exist. Should you contemplate retaliation afterward, feel free to seek me out. Remember, I am Li Chenghuan, chief prosecutor of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office." Upon hearing this, the ruffian, who had initially entertained thoughts of revenge against Li Chenghuan, trembled uncontrollably, nearly succumbing to fear. He had offended a prosecutor. He had even considered targeting his woman. Alas, how foolish of him! For those in the underworld, the prosecutor represented an entity they dared not provoke. Offending a police officer was one thing, but offending a prosecutor meant certain doom. Terrified, he broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly fled with his two companions, frantically seeking escape. Meanwhile, Li Chenghuan, who had shielded Han Yoshi from witnessing the gruesome scene, gently released his hold and smiled warmly at her. "Sister-in-law, it is all right now, let us return home." Han Yoshi obediently stood behind Li Chenghuan, even upon hearing that he had demanded the ruffian to sever part of his pinky. She voiced no objections, merely covering her eyes with her small hands, unwilling to behold the bloody spectacle. She did not perceive any wrongdoing on Li Chenghuan's part. Rather, she felt that such actions underscored his strength and uncompromising nature as a righteous prosecutor. Ultimately, Li Chenghuan had acted on her behalf, sending a clear message to those ruffians that she was a woman they must never dare to provoke. If those ruffians possessed even a modicum of sense, they would never dare harass her again. Offending a prosecutor was a matter of life and death. At the same time, she felt a twinge of resentment towards her husband Li Chengxian, who was undoubtedly oblivious to the peril she had narrowly escaped. Had it not been for her brother-in-law's timely arrival, she might have faced grave danger that night, a time when gangsters roamed unchecked, and respectable women were often sullied or coerced into selling themselves in entertainment venues. "It is all over now, let us go home with sister-in-law," Li Chenghuan remarked with a smile. "Thank you, Chenghuan," Han Yoshi replied softly. Li Chenghuan's expression turned serious. "Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. I am but a brother to your husband. You are family to me. Should any harm befall you, your husband would never forgive me." Afterward, Li Chenghuan escorted Han Yoshi to the car, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at home. As anticipated, his elder brother, Li Chengxian, had yet again failed to return that day, a fact Han Yoshi had grown accustomed to. Upon entering the house, she eagerly shed her high-heeled shoes, retrieving a pair of slippers the moment her petite feet sank into the plush footwear. She could not help but emit a sigh of relief. After a long day of work in her role as store manager, she had been on her feet juggling tasks such as cash handling, packaging, and inventory management. By day's end, she was utterly exhausted. Were it not for a decent salary and the proximity to home, she would have long since relinquished her efforts to lighten her husband's burdens. Especially considering the events of that night, had Li Chengxian learned of it, he would undoubtedly have scolded her and insisted she quit her job. However, Li Chenghuan, her brother-in-law, had not only refrained from discouraging her but had also encouraged her to venture out, meet new people, and avoid languishing at home in idleness, which could lead to a melancholic disposition over time. Moreover, given that he had come to her rescue that evening, Han Yoshi felt immense gratitude towards him. After changing her shoes, she rummaged through the shoe cabinet for a pair of men's slippers belonging to Li Chenghuan and said, "Chenghuan, you should change your shoes too. Sister-in-law, it is unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Li Qinghuan replied, feeling somewhat awkward as he gazed at Han Yoshi crouched down. You saved me. It's only right that I help you with your slippers, please change into them. Han Yoshi smiled gently once they had both changed. The two walked into the living room. Han Yoshi's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to Li Qinghuan and asked, Qinghuan, are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare a bowl of instant noodles for you? Li Qinghuan waved his hand and shook his head with a smile. Sister-in-law, I am not hungry, I just had dinner with some colleagues. If you are hungry, feel free to make yourself a bowl. Han Yoshi also shook her head. I am not hungry either, then I will go wash up. Feel free, sister-in-law, I will sit for a while. Li Qinghuan settled onto the living room sofa, rubbing his temples. He had indulged a bit too much in alcohol that evening, and despite his formidable constitution, he was beginning to feel a slight headache. Chapter 16, the former financial minister of Future Group. The next day, Li Qinghuan awoke to find that his sister-in-law, Han Yoshi, was not at home. It was not until he noticed the breakfast laid out on the table along with a note that he realized she had left for work early. After finishing his breakfast, he donned a fresh suit and stepped outside. To his surprise, Zheng Jishu had arrived early. Spotting Li Qinghuan, he exited the car, opened the back door, and bowed. Prosecutor Li, please get in, I will drive you to the prosecutor's office. As a diligent officer, Zheng Jishu was indeed conscientious, which explained why the leaders favored cultivating secretaries. They were pleasant, efficient, and adept at gauging the wishes of their superiors, making them a joy to work with. Li Qinghuan was quite pleased with Zheng Jishu and responded with a smile. Let us be off. Yes, Zheng Jishu replied, shutting the back door before returning to the driver's seat to take him to the prosecutor's office. It must be noted that South Korea's territory was rather compact. The entirety of Seoul was quite small. Before Li Qinghuan even noticed, the black Hyundai sedan had already come to a gentle stop outside the prosecutor's office. After disembarking, Li Qinghuan adjusted his suit jacket while ascending the steps of the prosecutor's office. Good morning, Prosecutor Li, you are here quite early today. As he made his way, numerous colleagues and clerks who spotted Li Qinghuan greeted him with bows and nods, eager to extend their salutations. After all, he was now the chief prosecutor of the department, regarded as a senior figure by many junior prosecutors and interns. Li Qinghuan returned their greetings with a warm smile. Nodding to each person who acknowledged him, he bowed to his peers and stepped aside for those of ministerial rank, watching them depart with respect. His conduct was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Li Qinghuan adapted swiftly to his role. In just 3 days, he had completely transformed his outward demeanor into that of a South Korean, even if internally he held disdain for these rigid individuals. He still recognized the importance of maintaining appearances. Upon entering his exclusive office, Lee Sung-hwan commenced his work. As a prosecutor, he was tasked daily with managing numerous cases, as each was handled individually. He bore responsibility for all criminal cases within his jurisdiction, as well as any matters related to crime. Additionally, prosecutors frequently ventured out to oversee operations at police stations, authorize arrest warrants, and manage a myriad of duties including investigation, apprehension, and prosecution. It could be said that he was perpetually busy, scarcely finding a moment to rest. Fortunately, he had not recently encountered any significant cases to tackle. The only matter at hand was concerning Kim Jun-nam. As previously mentioned, prosecutors wield considerable power. To what extent? You might wonder. Despite the fact that Choi Yun-soo and Kim Jong-hwan conspired to hire a hitman, and although their attempt on a life ultimately failed, a single word from Lee Sung-hwan could absolve them of any punishment. This is due to the prosecutor's authority to initiate or dismiss prosecutions. In other words, even if the police conducted a thorough investigation and gathered irrefutable evidence against Choi Yun-soo and Kim Jong-hwan, they would still need to seek Lee Sung-hwan's approval to apply for an arrest warrant. Even if Lee Sung-hwan consented to their apprehension and interrogation, he still possessed the authority to refuse prosecution on the grounds of insufficient evidence. If prosecutors choose not to pursue charges, then the accused cannot be brought to trial, and if the accused never reaches the courtroom, how could they possibly be convicted? Thus, in such scenarios, the police often found themselves helplessly watching as the criminals walked free. Do not think this situation absurd. It has occurred countless times in South Korea. Those with power and wealth, such as the elite and conglomerates, exploit this loophole to evade justice. As long as they can bribe a prosecutor or a judge, they can be released on the grounds of insufficient evidence, no matter how heinous their crimes may be. This is precisely why prosecutors in South Korea hold such a prestigious and feared social status. Even the most junior prosecutor commands respect and caution from many. Young South Koreans strive relentlessly to become prosecutors, with numerous minor conglomerates and influential figures eager to marry off their daughters to them. often going so far as to purchase houses and cars as dowries for their sons-in-law. Becoming a prosecutor is akin to altering one's fate. Out of consideration for Choi Yun-soo's reputation, Lee Sung-won intended to overlook Kim Jong-won's misdeeds. The young man, upon realizing Lee's identity, would never dare to associate with Choi Yun-soo again. As for Kim Jun-nam, having been preemptively subdued by him, he would not have to endure the same harrowing escape as depicted in the narrative. Yet, the death of Kim Sung-hyun remained a serious criminal case that needed resolution. The first step was to apprehend the true perpetrator. Coincidentally, Lee Sung-won was aware of the unfolding plot and the sequence of events. Knowing that 3 individuals were responsible for Kim Sung-hyun's demise. Point 1 was the driver who accidentally caused a fatality during a struggle with Kim Jun-nam. The other 2 were hired mercenaries from Yenbyen, specifically employed for such nefarious acts, motivated solely by financial gain and devoid of any personal loyalty, hailing from the same region as Kim Jun-nam but having settled in South Korea much earlier. These 2 murderers were relatively easy to locate. Capturing the mastermind who employed them would suffice. Therefore, Lee Sung-won planned to confront the mastermind, Kim Tae-won, the leader of a small gang in Seoul and a faade of camaraderie with the deceased. Kim Sung-hyun, with whom he had been business partners. Their relationship soured when Kim Sung-hyun became involved with Kim Tae-won's mistress, prompting him to hire individuals to kill Kim Sung-hyun. In summary, the film Yellow Sea revolves around a tragic incident instigated by 3 women. The protagonist, Kim Jun-nam, embarks on a journey to South Korea to search for his wife who came to work, only to be embroiled in a murder plot. Bank section chief Kim Jong-won seeks to eliminate Kim Sung-hyun to be with Choi Yun-soo. Gang leader Kim Tae-won, betrayed by Kim Sung-hyun's infidelity, also resorts to hiring a hitman. Consequently, Kim Sung-hyun's downfall is orchestrated by 2 women. This case represents Lee Sung-won's first undertaking following his rebirth, and he intends to handle it with utmost diligence, hoping to enhance his standing within the department. Just as he was about to summon his assistant to depart, young Jik-soo knocked and entered. Reporting, Prosecutor Lee, we have located the former financial minister of the Future Group. Would you like to meet him in person? Chapter 17, The Ledger in Moon Il-6 Possession, Under Siege. So soon, Lee Sung-won was somewhat taken aback. But without hesitation, he replied, then let us go meet this individual. The 2 promptly descended and entered a vehicle. As young Jik-soo drove, he informed Lee Sung-won, we encountered little resistance in locating him. In reality, he has been evading capture, having been involved in the 800 billion illegal loan scheme. Witnessing the entire affair, he succumbed to greed, embezzling 30 billion of that sum, which ultimately led to his dismissal by Chairman Woo. Subsequently, fearing that he would speak out, Chairman Wu sought to eliminate him, leaving him with no choice but to seek our assistance. Is anyone else aware of this? Lee Sung-won inquired. No, only I and 2 investigators know. I have already cautioned them to keep this information under wraps. Young Jik-soo had anticipated this concern. Excellent. The meeting took place at an entertainment venue. Moon Il-sik was found drinking in broad daylight. Upon opening the private room door, Lee Sung-won found him surrounded by 2 alluring women, singing unabashedly. Even upon noticing Lee Sung-won's presence, he showed no intention of stopping. Young Jik-soo, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger. How dare this scoundrel disregard their prosecutor? He was poised to confront him, but Lee Sung-won gestured for him to hold back. He took a seat opposite Moon Il-sik, allowing him to finish his song before signaling for the 2 women to leave. Ah, come on, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why are you leaving, i.e. stay and chat with me? Moon Il-sik, flushed with drink, was oblivious to Lee Sung-won's authority and reached for one of the women. The result was a resounding slap across his face. The blow jolted Moon Il-sik awake. He covered his face, glaring at Lee Sung-won, and shouted, you little punk, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm an executive of the Future Group. Apologized this instant. Lee Sung-won ignored him, delivering another slap, which left both sides of Moon Il-sik's face symmetrical in their redness. After 2 slaps, Moon Il-sik finally began to regain his senses, covering his face and glaring at Lee Sung-won. Fearful of further punishment, Lee Sung-won then spoke slowly, you approached us for assistance, not the other way around. Understand, if you wish to rely on others, you must adopt an appropriate demeanor. With your current attitude, it will be difficult for me to ensure your safety. I have heard that many gang members are looking to drag you back to Chairman Wu for retribution. How audacious of you to embezzle funds from both Chairman Wu and members of the National Assembly. You have quite the nerve, Moon Il-sik. Lee Sung-won's words stripped away Moon Il-sik's facade, causing his face to flush a deeper shade of red, erasing any semblance of his earlier bravado that he had initially believed that holding the ledger would grant him leverage over the prosecutor. But Lee Sung-won had swiftly dismantled that notion. Faced with Lee Sung-won's imposing presence, Moon Il-sik quickly bent his will, becoming submissive. Sorry, Prosecutor Lee, I misjudged the situation and disrespected you. Please grant me another chance and forgive my insolence. Enough with the pleasantries, quickly bring forth the secret ledger. I may be able to offer you protection, otherwise, I will hand you over to Chairman Wu, where you may find yourself in a precarious position. Possibly gaining his acquaintance, Lee Sung-hwan scoffed the ledger. It's hidden elsewhere. Can I use the restroom first? Moon Il-sik asked cautiously. Restroom, you might as well wet yourself in your pants. Immediately take me to the ledger, or I will escort you to the prosecutor's office for interrogation. Lee Sung-hwan showed no mercy, scolding him sharply. In the original narrative, this fool had used a trip to the restroom as an opportunity to be knocked unconscious and abducted, causing him to miss crucial evidence. Lee Sung-hwan would not make such a foolish mistake. Seeing Lee Sung-hwan's fury, Moon Il-sik, intimidated, nodded vigorously. I will take you there. Please follow me. With that, he cautiously exited the private room, leading Lee Sung-hwan and his companion to the restroom, revealing that he had concealed the evidence in the ceiling. Prosecutor Lee, the evidence concerning Chairman Wu's illegal loans and tax evasion, which harms national interests, is all here. Could you possibly? Just as Moon Il-sik prepared to take credit for the ledger, a loud bang echoed through the restroom as the door was violently kicked open. 4 or 5 burly men stormed in. Upon spotting the ledger in Moon Il-sik's hands, they wasted no time rushing forward to seize it. Some brandished knives, lunging at Lee Sung-hwan and young GK-Suda. It was evident that these were ruthless criminals, intent on causing harm without hesitation. Prosecutor, watch out. Young Jiksu quickly positioned himself in front of Lee Sung-hwan. Stay calm, Jiksu. We will be fine. Li Chenghwan displayed not a trace of panic upon his face. With these mere petty thugs, he could easily dispatch them with a few punches and kicks. However, he was a distinguished prosecutor, the kind who carried a firearm. Why resort to physical confrontation when he could wield a weapon? Click. The unmistakable sound of a handgun's safety being disengaged echoed through the air. The foremost thug found himself with the barrel of a gun pressed against his forehead. Who sent you? Speak. Lee Chenghwan observed him with an impassive expression. The sight of Lee Chenghwan brandishing his firearm left the remaining gang members momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated he would actually possess a gun, yet they were seasoned criminals, far superior to the petty miscreants Lee Chenghwan had encountered the previous night. The small-time leader, feeling cornered, snarled, "They have only one gun among the 3 of them. You lot should hurry and snatch away when Rixie and the ledger. Don't worry about me." I refuse to believe he would dare to shoot. Remember, this is someone Bosson specifically requested. Even a prosecutor can't stop that. Upon hearing his words, the other 4 thugs, surprisingly, surged back into the restroom, heading straight for Wen Rixie and Zhang Jishu, brandishing daggers and threatening, "Come with us quickly, or we'll kill you." Witnessing the thuggish ferocity of these men, Wen Rixie nearly soiled himself from fear, not daring to resist in the slightest, and was ready to comply. Zhang Jishu, however, was furious. Though he was unarmed, he had some training in combat. He prepared to take on 2 of them, attempting to obstruct the assailants. Just then, a loud bang resounded. The thug with the gun pressed against his head was shot in the thigh. A blood-curdling scream escaped him as he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. This shocking scene left the remaining thugs paralyzed with fear. They had never imagined that Lee Chenghwan would truly pull the trigger, and their advance faltered. "Whoever dares to take another step forward, I shall aim my gun not merely at his thigh but directly at your foreheads. Who among you wishes to tempt fate?" Lee Chenghwan's expression remained impassive, his tone chillingly indifferent. The small-time leader on the ground attempted to maintain bravado. "Brothers, do not fear him. He won't dare kill anyone. Prosecutors who kill without cause face suspension and investigation. We must complete what Bosson instructed." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he received a blow to the face. Li Chenghwan struck his mouth with the butt of his handgun, causing blood to pour forth, several teeth to shatter, and his jaw to misalign, rendering him speechless and incoherent. Such ruthless action left the remaining thugs frozen in place, too terrified to make a move. This man was indeed one who acted decisively. Zhang Jishu, immediately call for a squad of police to assist us. Have them take all of these men back to the prosecutor's office for interrogation. I need to uncover who was behind this. Lee Chenghwan commanded Zhang Jishu. "Yes, I have already alerted them," Zhang Jishu replied, having pressed the emergency button the moment the thugs burst in. Shortly thereafter, within 10 minutes, a squad of police officers stormed into the restroom. Led by a familiar face, the chief officer, Chao Dajuan, who had previously handled the case of Jin Chengxian's murder. "Chiefly, we received an alert from Officer Zhang not long ago, stating that you were under attack. Are you unharmed?" Chao Dajuan rushed forward to report. "I am fine. These thugs attempted to forcibly abduct my witnesses but have been subdued by me. Please cuff them and take them to the prosecutor's office." "Understood." Xiao Dajuan promptly ordered his officers to apprehend the 5 men. Given the severe injury of the lead thug, they needed to take him to the hospital for treatment first, thus, this disturbance came to an end. When Rixi remained shaken, astonished that the thugs had arrived so swiftly. Had it not been for Li Chenghuan's decisive action, he feared he would have faced dire consequences. Now he dared not harbor any ulterior motives and simply wished to cling to Li Chenghuan for his safety. The group returned to the prosecutor's office and a grand procession. Li Chenghuan immediately summoned Wen Rixi to the interrogation room, instructing him to disclose the contents of the ledger. Chapter 18. Do you remember? I once treated you to a meal. Damn it. You mean to say that when Rixi wasn't captured and the ledger was also stolen, incompetent fools, a bunch of useless imbeciles, upon learning this news from his subordinates. And Shangzhou, the leader of the Qixing Gang, one of South Korea's major criminal organizations based in Seoul, was furious. This ledger had been meticulously planned as a gift for his boss Li Jiangxi, but someone had interfered along the way. Inciting his wrath, his subordinates also informed him that the individuals who had intercepted Wen Rixi were suspected to be prosecutors from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. This eyewitness, a subordinate, had not dared to approach closely but had seen them board a government vehicle bearing the prosecutor's office insignia from a distance. Moreover, the gangsters sent to capture Wen Rixi had been apprehended by a police unit. Had it not been for the survival of the subordinate who had remained outside, waiting to provide backup, he too would have likely met a grim fate. Damn it, these accursed prosecutors have sharper instincts than dogs. Do they intend to seize the ledger from Wen Rixi themselves? And Shangzhou's expression darkened. He understood the significance of that ledger. Should it fall into the hands of the prosecutors, it could pose a threat to Chairman Wu, the financial magnate, and potentially implicate the currently prominent Congressman Zhang Biyu as well. As an insider, he possessed far more knowledge than outsiders, fully aware of the formidable power they could wield. With the presidential elections looming, Congressman Zhang Biyu harbored ambitious aspirations for the position, considering it already within his grasp. At such a critical juncture, he would absolutely not permit any unforeseen variables to arise. An Shangzhou felt compelled to report this matter to his boss Li Jiangxi. It had escalated beyond his level of influence. Not long after, he arrived at the newspaper office where Li Jiangxi worked. Ostensibly, Li Jiangxi held the position of editor-in-chief at the largest state-run newspaper in Seoul, the Motherland Daily. Within the office, and Shangzhou stood before Li Jiangxi's desk. Bowing slightly, unwilling to conceal any details, he candidly explained that he wished to help his boss gain more initiative and become the primary decision-maker among the insiders. Thus, he had taken the liberty of gathering information regarding Chairman Wu's illicit loans from Future Group, and had his subordinates spend considerable time locating Wen Rixi, who had once served as the financial director of Future Group. He sought to obtain evidence concerning Chairman Wu's tax evasion and illegal loans over the years from Wen Rixi. It was said that Wen Rixi had compiled this evidence into a ledger. Securing that ledger would allow his boss to hold Chairman Wu in check and perhaps even earn the attention and caution of Congressman Zhang. This way, he could ascend to the position of the boss among the insiders, ensuring that even if Congressman Zhang were to become president in the future, he would not underestimate his influence. Listening to Shangzhou lay out his plans and presumptions, Li Jiangxi maintained an impassive demeanor, even displaying a hint of a smile, leading Shangzhou to believe his actions had garnered approval. However, Li Jiangxi merely smiled faintly and replied, "Shangzhou, your intentions are noted. I am aware of this matter. Do not involve yourself further. I will arrange for someone to handle it. You may leave now." "Yes, boss." And Shangzhou, believing he had earned Li Jiangxi's praise, wore a look of delight and prepared to turn and leave. Just as he was about to exit, Li Jiangxi called out to him, "Shangzhou, in the future, inform me in advance of any matters. Do you understand? I do not appreciate surprises." Upon hearing this, and Shangzhou's heart sank, and he quickly bowed in apology. "I apologize, boss. It was my overreach." Observing Shangzhou exit the office, the smile that had graced Li Jiangxi's face instantly vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. "A fool," he muttered under his breath. He maintained a close alliance with Chairman Wu and Congressman Zhang Biyu, their fates intertwined. And Shangzhou's reckless attempt to procure evidence regarding Wu's illicit loans to use as leverage against the financial magnate was utterly foolish. If Wu were to discover this, what would he think? They were allies, yet Shangzhou sought to stab him in the back. Would they still collaborate in the future? Once suspicion took root, the once solid organization could collapse in an instant, and the political alliance Li Jiangxi had meticulously crafted would disintegrate. Without the insider organization, he would merely be a newspaper editor and a clandestine gangster, possessing significant social prestige and influence but hardly qualifying as a top-tier overlord. Sometimes, excessive loyalty could be detrimental. As a subordinate, one must embrace the awareness of their position. When had Li Jianxi fallen to the point of being lectured by his underlings, Li Jianxi expressionlessly picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a hidden pawn. "Hello, is it the boss? What orders do you have? Is in Shangzhou with you?" "Yes." "Notify Chairman Wu's side to find someone to take him out of the picture. You will assume the position of the new leader of the Qixing gang. Additionally, ensure he keeps his mouth shut. He should behave as a mute from now on and refrain from such presumptuous actions. Considering his loyalty over the years, I can spare his life." "Understood." The subordinate, receiving the news, showed no hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Shangzhou remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the fact that the subordinate he regarded as a trusted aide was, in truth, a pawn planted by Li Jianxi. That night, following his usual routine, and Shangzhou personally drove to deliver several starlets to the influential figures in his organization for their entertainment. Just as he prepared to leave, he was struck on the back of the head with a brick, instantly rendering him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself bound within a cold storage facility meant for frozen pork, surrounded by several unfamiliar faces. "What the hell? Do you know who I am? I am in Shangzhou of the Qixing gang. My boss is Li Jianxi. Release me at once, or you will all meet your demise." And Shangzhou struggled fiercely in his seat. One of his eyes was bloodshot, a result of severe trauma to the back of his head that had pressed against his eyeball, creating a rather gruesome sight. At that moment, a familiar figure entered the room, approaching him with a mobile device in hand, revealing a recording of his strategic counsel to Li Jiang 11.an. Shangzhou's expression shifted dramatically. "I hear you wish to threaten our chairman Wu, jeopardizing his friendship with editor-in-chief Li. The chairman is furious and has decided to teach you a little lesson." Upon finishing his words, he instructed a subordinate to bring forth a saw. As in Shangzhou beheld it, terror and regret filled his eyes, and he hastily pleaded, "I'm sorry, Secretary Park, I was wrong. I was foolish and audacious. My mind must have been muddled to consider anything detrimental to Chairman Wu. I truly repent. Please grant me another chance to apologize personally to Chairman Wu. I beg you, do not kill me. Remember, I once treated you to a meal." Yet, Secretary Park, with an impassive demeanor, seized the saw and promptly severed in Shangzhou's wrist, resulting in a scene of utter carnage interspersed with his anguished cries. Meanwhile, Li Qinghuan was unaware that in Shangzhou, unlike in the original narrative, had not procured the ledger to hand over to Li Jiangxi, and had still been cast aside by him. At that moment, he had acquired from Wen Rixi the entire account of Chairman Wu's illicit loan practices and operational methods. Closing the ledger, he could not help but muse that, regardless of the nation, collusion between officials and businessmen remains an enduring theme. A moment of caprice from those in power can yield substantial benefits for vested interests, while the marginalized suffer the consequences. Having obtained the ledger, Li Qinghuan did not intend to submit it immediately to his superior, Choi Bianqing. Handing over the ledger might earn him Choi's respect, yet apart from a mere promise of future rewards, it would yield no tangible benefits. Of this ledger should only be presented at the opportune moment to maximize profit. Choi Bianqing could not provide him with what he truly desired. Li Qinghuan was confident that those in need of the ledger would reach out to him proactively. It is noteworthy that following the attack, when Rixi had developed a psychological trauma and, to avoid being eliminated by the henchmen of the financial tycoon, chose to cling to the leg of prosecutor Li Qinghuan, voluntarily requesting incarceration. It was far safer than roaming outside, vulnerable to sudden gunfire. Although should the powerful tycoons wish to eliminate him, even the sanctuary of prison would offer little protection. In light of Wen Rixi's request, Li Qinghuan naturally endeavored to accommodate him, arranging for Zhong Jixu to provide him with a solitary cell and a dedicated prison guard during the period in which Li Qinghuan personally interrogated Wen Rixi. New developments arose in the case of Kim Songhyun's murder. Following the names provided by Li Qinghuan, Zhong Jixu led a search team and police officers directly to Kim Tae-won, who masqueraded as the president of a fisheries company but was, in reality, a mob leader. Chapter 19. 200 million. If my colleagues next door find out, they might think I can't handle it. In recent days, Kim Tae-won was in high spirits, having eliminated the scoundrel Kim Songhyun, who had been trifling with his mistress. This scoundrel not only toyed with his woman but also frequently meddled in the company's operations, taking advantage of his status as a company veteran to oppose him. Showing him no respect, their grievances had built up over time, and Kim Tae-won had long desired to kill Kim Songhyun. Recently, he finally resolved to act and entrusted the task to his trusted aide, Choi, only to find the execution surprisingly smooth. Kim Songhyun met his end swiftly. Even the driver, bribed by Choi, met an accidental demise. This turn of events ensured there were no witnesses left behind, allowing Kim Tae-won to breathe easy without any lingering concerns. Sitting in his office, reviewing the company's recent profits, he contemplated inviting Kim Song-hyun's wife out, intending to acquire the assets Kim Song-hyun held at a meager price. As his former dear friend and brother, he vowed to offer the widow a fair price, sufficient for her to continue living comfortably for the rest of her life. If she had no objections, he would even be willing to care for her orphans. Since Kim Song-hyun dared to put a green hat on him, why couldn't Kim Tae-won follow suit? Just as he indulged in visions of a gratifying future, a loud bang echoed. The door to his office was kicked open from the outside. Ah, what the Kim Tae-won frowned, about to curse, only to be met by a cold-faced young man in a suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, accompanied by a group of people who flashed an arrest warrant in front of him. Kim Tae-won, is it? Yes, that's me. I am an officer from the Criminal Division 3 of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office led by Chief Prosecutor Lee Chang-won. We suspect you are involved in a hired murder case, and we need you to accompany us to the prosecutor's office. What? No. I didn't. You must have made a mistake. Spare me the nonsense. Are you coming with us willingly, or should I have the police restrain you? I will go with you. Faced with the assertive and aggressive Jong Jik-soo, Kim Tae-won's bravado quickly diminished, and he dared not retort. The authority of the prosecutor was far too intimidating when a prosecutor personally ordered his arrest. A mere lowly mob leader like him had no courage to resist. Compliance might still leave room for negotiation, but defiance could easily lead to his demise. It is known that every mob leader harbors unsavory secrets. None would dare claim to be above the law. The reason they had not been apprehended was that, without the prosecutor's intervention, any evidence the police gathered against them would be rendered useless. As South Korean police lacked the authority to convict them, only the prosecutor could determine their guilt. Kim Tae-won walked meekly within the encirclement of police officers, and as he departed in a police vehicle, he caught the furious and worried gazes of his underlings outside. Just before leaving, Jong Jik-soo surveyed Kim Tae-won's lackeys and asked, "Who is Choi?" An immediate silence fell upon the mob members. They lowered their heads in unison, refusing to answer. Seeing their intent to shield the criminal, Jong Jik-soo turned his expressionless gaze towards Kim Tae-won. "President Kim, do not pretend your company lacks a subordinate named Choi. Conspiracy to commit murder and harboring a criminal equates to compounded offenses. Not to mention your company's involvement in organized crime." Upon hearing this, Kim Tae-won dared not hesitate, and he hastily shouted out of the car window, "Damn it, Choi, get out here." "Boss, I'm here." A pale-faced man emerged from the crowd, responding weakly, "Excellent, take them both." With a wave of his hand, Jong Jik-soo instructed the officers to escort both men into the vehicle, heading back to the prosecutor's office. The Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, Criminal Division 3. As Jong Jik-soo returned with several suspects in tow, passing colleagues exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, "Indeed, the new official is making quite the impression. Ever since Prosecutor Lee took the helm, he has apprehended several individuals in a matter of days. Has he received a major case? I heard a somewhat prominent professor was murdered at his doorstep, possibly a crime of passion, a moderately significant criminal case." TSK, I thought it was something grander. Sure, keep it down. Prosecutor Lee is currently in the limelight. I've heard Minister Choi holds him in high regard. We, as mere interned prosecutors, should tread lightly. It's just luck. I've heard this kid got his position as chief through flattery and bribery. In terms of qualifications, there are many more deserving candidates among the 20 or so prosecutors in Criminal Division 3 who have endured far more trials to emerge from hundreds of thousands of law students who took the bar exam. What makes him special? Well, being able to flatter is a skill in itself. Besides, we have 2 connections in our division as well. They are also chiefs. Why aren't you jealous of them? Those 2 have connections. We ordinary prosecutors cannot afford to provoke them. The whispers faded as Jong Jik-soo moved further away, indicating that, in a sense, Lee Chung-won's position as chief prosecutor was far from secure, attracting considerable envy from others. They all awaited an opportunity for him to falter, make a mistake, or even be reassigned or suspended. This would create an opening for the chief position. Ultimately, it boiled down to lacking connections and backing. Such is the nature of the bureaucratic realm. For every position, there is but one spot. When one ascends, others must wait long. A prosecutor without connections who manages to attain the chief position is naturally subject to jealousy. Lee Chang-won was well aware of this significant disadvantage and had long begun to strategize, yet, the timing was not yet ripe. At present, he sat once more behind the desk in the interrogation room, gazing at the anxious Kim Tae-won in the interrogation chair, and slowly began. "Kim Tae-won, tell me, how did the irreconcilable conflict with Kim Song-hyun arise, leading you to hire someone to commit murder? Unjust." Prosecutor Lee Kim Tae-won vehemently denied the allegations, exclaiming loudly, "Song-hyun is my best brother, my dear friend, how could I possibly hire someone to kill him? You must be mistaken," to which Lee Ching-hwan responded by clapping his hands. Jong Jik-soo. Play the recording of Choi for President Kim to hear. Understood. Standing beside him, Jang Jisoo immediately pressed the play button on his phone. The microphone instantly echoed with the voice of Director Choi pleading his innocence. "Your Honor, this has nothing to do with me. It was our president who instructed me to seek out the old scoundrel from Yenji to kill Jin Chang-sien. He is the mastermind, as his subordinate. I was compelled to follow his orders. I had no choice in the matter." Upon hearing Director Choi's words, Jin Tae-won nearly choked with fury. He slammed his hand on the table, dropping any pretense, and shouted angrily, "This bastard Choi, how dare he betray me? Once I'm out of here, I will make him pay." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the prosecutor's unkind gaze across the table and quickly fell silent. Forcing a sheepish smile, "Your Honor, I was just joking. Lee Ching-hwan let out a cold snort. "Your subordinate, Director Choi, has already confessed everything. Do you have anything to add? If there are no objections, please sign this confession and prepare for court. As the prosecutor, I will file charges against you, and the judge will exercise discretion in sentencing, which is likely to be between 10 to 15 years. I will call you shortly to notify your family and arrange for a lawyer. Now gather your things and prepare to go to detention." With that, he stood to leave, hearing Lee Chung-won's cold and unfeeling pronouncement regarding his future. Jin Tae-won panicked. He hastily pleaded, "Prosecutor Lee, chiefly, I was wrong. I admit it was I who hired someone to kill Jin Chang-sien, but setting the facts aside, he was at fault too. If he hadn't toyed with my woman, I wouldn't have been so enraged. I have my reasons. I am willing to compensate. I wish to seek forgiveness from his wife. Chiefly, please show me leniency and help me secure a probation. To demonstrate his sincerity, I am willing to personally offer 100 million, no, 200 million won is your fee." Chiefly, upon hearing this, Lee Ching-hwan chuckled coldly. 200 million? Are you trying to beg for alms? If my fellow prosecutors next door hear this, they might think I, Lee Ching-hwan, am too poor to refuse. Chapter 20. If I don't take it, who will? I'm taking your money to handle your affairs. 200 million won isn't enough, then how much do you want? Jin Tae-won asked, his face a mask of despair, treading carefully. At least 1 billion, Lee Ching-hwan said, extending a single finger and speaking casually. So much? Jin Tae-won winced. His gang engaged in smuggling, along with some karaoke bars and entertainment venues, netting only around 2 to 3 billion won a year, roughly equivalent to 15 million renminbi, not accounting for the costs of supporting his subordinates and the company's expenses. By the end of the year, managing to save half would be fortunate. Lee Ching-hwan's immediate demand of 1 billion won felt like an outrageous demand. However, circumstances dictated that as long as he could avoid prison, spending 1 billion to buy his freedom was still a bargain. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, 1 billion it is. Let me make a call. I will have the money sent over immediately. Prosecutor Lee, we must agree that you will absolve me of my prison sentence. Little did he know, Lee Ching-hwan shook his head. Jin Tae-won, it seems you have misunderstood my intentions. I meant 1 billion per year, based on your minimum sentence of 10 years if you serve just 1 year in prison. You owe me 1 billion. Over 10 years, that amounts to 10 billion. Provide me with 10 billion, and I can arrange things so you only serve 6 months. Do you understand? After hearing Lee Chung-won's words, Jin Tae-won was left stunned. Originally thinking that a demand for 1 billion was already exorbitant, he realized he had underestimated the situation. 1 billion won would merely exempt him from 1 year of his sentence. With a mournful expression, he implored, "Chiefly, please don't be so excessive. I cannot possibly raise that amount of money in such a short time. You're clearly leaving me with no way out. Could you consider reducing it? How about I give you 200 million won instead? That is quite a substantial sum." To his surprise, Lee Ching-hwan merely chuckled coldly. "A fool, Jin Tae-won, do you think you have the standing to bargain with me at this point? Do you think this 10 billion is just for me? I don't take bribes. If I don't take it, how will the minister? If the minister doesn't take it, how will the judge? If the judge doesn't take it, how will your punishment be mitigated? You misguided fool, do you think I am after your money? I am using your funds to handle your affairs." Lee Chung-won's heartless rhetoric left Jin Tae-won bewildered. He hung his head, undergoing a painful struggle before finally resigning himself to fate. "Chiefly, at this moment, I truly cannot produce that much money. Could you grant me some time? I will make a few calls and have my wife and subordinates sell off my properties. And once I have the funds, I will deliver them to you." Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Lee Chung-won's face. He exchanged a knowing glance with Jang Jisoo and said with a smile, Oh, Gene President, you're being too formal with me. Am I really that aggressive? As long as you are willing to support our work as prosecutors, a few mistakes can indeed be forgiven. I see that the circumstances of this case are quite clear. Your subordinate Director Chui learned that Jin Changxian had wronged your lover, thus causing you, the president, to wear a green hat. You expressed a desire to eliminate him, and Director Chui mistook this for orders, thus taking it upon himself to hire a hitman. You, as the president, bear some responsibility for negligence and misguidance, resulting in a 6-month sentence. How does that sound? Jin Taiyuan took the phone Zhang Jishu handed him, expressing immense gratitude toward Li Qinghuan. Thank you. Chiefly for your fair investigation and for restoring my reputation. I will surely reform and become a better person. Ha, it's good that you have this mindset. Li Qinghuan waved his hand and gestured for Jin Taiyuan to proceed with his calls for funds. With Zhang Jishu watching closely, Jin Taiyuan dared not make any dubious moves. He made several calls to inform his wife, subordinates, and even the beloved mistress, urging them to gather money. It wasn't until the next day that he managed to scrape together 10 billion won. Roughly equivalent to over 50 million renminbi, which was a considerable sum. This amount represented almost all of Jin Taiyuan's wealth. Following this incident, he transitioned from the leader of a small gang to a penniless individual. With the majority of his subordinates dismissed and even the most profitable enterprises sold off, however, he managed to secure his freedom. As long as he wasn't in prison, he believed he could eventually make a comeback. The only unfortunate party was his subordinate Director Chui, who was reclassified as the principal offender and would face a minimum of a decade in prison. Initially reluctant, Director Chui continuously protested his innocence, claiming unfairness and threatening to expose President Jin Taiyuan for colluding with the prosecutor to shift the blame onto him. Yet, after being threatened by Jin Taiyuan, he soon fell silent. No one knew what leverage Jin Taiyuan held over him. But eventually Director Chui confessed in court. This case, the first criminal case handled by Li Qinghuan after his rebirth, was a mere formality in court, concluding in less than half an hour. Director Chui, due to his good attitude in admitting guilt and obtaining the forgiveness of the deceased's family member, Choi Yansu, was sentenced to 10 years in prison and fined 300 million won. Jin Taiyuan, for instigating and being negligent, leading to his subordinates' misunderstanding of his intentions, also bore some responsibility and was sentenced to 6 months in prison with a fine of 100 million won. After the trial concluded, Choi Yansu, seated in the deceased's family section, wiped her tears, her eyes red and her delicate pale face appearing heartbreakingly sorrowful, evoking deep sympathy. Li Qinghuan approached her directly, offering consolation. Mrs. Choi, please do not grieve too deeply. The deceased has passed, and the murderer has been apprehended, which should bring some solace to your husband. I believe that your husband's spirit would not wish to see you in your current state of distress. Furthermore, I have heard that your husband left behind considerable assets. As his wife, you are entitled to inherit all of his estate. But if you are unsure of how to proceed, feel free to come to my office, and I will assist you in the process. Upon hearing Li Qinghuan's words, she seemed to ponder something, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she responded in a soft voice, at the Seoul District Prosecutor's office. There was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, come in. Zhang Jishu entered the office and immediately spotted Li Qinghuan leisurely adjusting his cuffs and tie. It's Jishu, what brings you here? Seeing Zhang Jishu enter, Li Qinghuan smiled and said to Jishu, regarding Jin Taiyuan's bank card containing 10 billion won that is with you, are you truly planning to take it? Upon hearing this, Li Qinghuan knew exactly what he was thinking and replied earnestly, Jishu, as public servants, our work is truly arduous, especially for me as a prosecutor, toiling throughout the year without a break, dedicating myself to the nation and the people, yet at the end of the year, my salary barely amounts to a few million won. Why should these lowly individuals be allowed to open businesses, start gangs, and engage in smuggling, raking in billions while we struggle to make ends meet? Don't we deserve a good life? Moreover, Jin Taiyuan was practically begging me to accept the money. How could I refuse him? Jishu, tell me, is it better for this money to remain in the hands of these lawless gang leaders, allowing them to squander it on debauchery and exploitation, or should we, the righteous prosecutors, manage it instead? In reality, we are safeguarding these funds for the state. Zhang Jishu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in agreement. It seemed that what his prosecutor had said held a modicum of truth. Chapter 21, The Battle God of Yanbian Mian Zhenghe. Li Qinghuan was indeed in dire need of funds, although the salary of a prosecutor was significantly higher than that of the average citizen. It was still quite limited. Previously, as a grassroots prosecutor, he earned merely tens of millions of Korean won annually, which, when converted to Hwaxia currency, amounted to a little over 300,000. However, the average salary in South Korea had reached over 200,000. 000. What could such a sum accomplish in the expensive and bustling city of Seoul? Take his apartment, for instance. Without the financial support from Dongchu, it would take him at least 50 years to afford it. His words were spoken from the heart. Why should a mere small-time gangster like Jin Tae-yuan be able to amass billions, while a distinguished prosecutor of the Republic of Korea could not lead a decent life? Only by achieving personal prosperity could he selflessly assist the common people even more. Furthermore, Lee Ching-hwan distributed an additional 500 million to Zhang Jishu. Although Zhang Jishu hesitated to accept, Lee Ching-hwan was aware of his challenging family background. With his parents toiling in agriculture back home and in poor health, and a younger sister attending university with tight financial constraints, consequently, he insisted on placing the money in Zhang's hands. The two investigators, Jean Dehai and Kwon Duman, also received a share of 100 million. As a superior, one could not solely indulge in personal gain. It was essential to allow subordinates a taste of the bounty as well. With their share, they would be more inclined to support Lee Ching-hwan, ensuring that everyone would be on the same side moving forward. Though corruption was wrong, it was undeniably exhilarating. Besides, this was South Korea. What was wrong with indulging in a bit of corruption? After concluding the case of Jin Chang-xian, the whereabouts of Jin Jonan's wife, which Zhang Jishu had previously been tasked to investigate, were finally uncovered. His wife Li Huazi had already passed away. Moreover, it was reported to the police that she had died due to a crime of passion. After arriving in South Korea, she initially worked in a restaurant before becoming involved with a seafood vendor. However, it wasn't too long before she found herself entangled with another owner of an entertainment establishment, naively believing that she could ascend to the status of a wealthy man's wife. Little did she know that this man was, in fact, a pimp masquerading as a wealthy individual to lure those women who had illegally immigrated from Hwaxia Yenji to work in the shadows, leading them to believe that they could marry into South Korean society and escape their impoverished homeland. Alas, it was all a ruse. Once these women fell into the clutches of these pimps, they were soon controlled like livestock, subjected to daily abuse, indoctrination, and coerced into prostitution. Those who dared to resist or defy the orders faced violent retribution, threats of death, or even the mutilation of their bodies. None of these women emerged alive from such hellish dens. By the time Li Huazi realized the grim reality, it was too late. Overwhelmed with regret, she fought desperately to escape, yearning to return to Hwaxia and her husband's side. But ultimately, she became just another cold corpse. In this era, the undocumented immigrants in Yenji had no rights whatsoever. Even if someone were murdered in the streets, the South Korean authorities would show no mercy. As long as no one reported it, they would not investigate further, at most arranging for cremation at a local facility. When Lee Ching-hwan summoned someone to notify Jin Jonan and bring him to the funeral home, all he encountered was the pale, lifeless visage of his wife. This man, usually so strong, finally succumbed to his grief, collapsing onto his wife's corpse in tears, his heart heavy with remorse. Had he known then that he should never have allowed his wife to come to South Korea, he would have preferred a life of poverty back home, where at least he could have shared warmth with his wife and children. Now, everything was shattered. Fortunately, he still had children and an elderly mother waiting for him at home. The new boss, the prosecutor, was indeed very generous, providing him with housing and 120,000 Hwaxia currency, an amount he could never hope to earn in years back home. Now he earned a monthly salary of 20,000, and sometimes, upon waking, he felt as though he were still dreaming. Yet, when he spoke to his elderly mother and heard his daughter's sweet and understanding voice, as well as his mother's assurance that the 100,000 had been received, urging Jin Jonan to focus on his work without worrying about home, his gratitude towards Lee Ching-hwan deepened. As long as the esteemed prosecutor required his services, he would be ready to offer his loyalty at any moment. In Hwaxia Yenji, ever since Myeon Jingha had arranged for Jin Jonan to go to South Korea to eliminate Jin Chang-xian, he had been anxiously awaiting news. Yet, as 10 days passed without a word from Jin Jonan, his patience finally wore thin. Damn it, this scoundrel hasn't he decided to stay in South Korea with his wife, has he? Myeon Jingha sat in a dilapidated doghouse converted from a shanty, gnawing on a bone while cursing. This wouldn't he do, I must go there personally. The employer had offered a bounty of 300,000, and I had only received a 100,000 deposit. The remaining 200,000 was still owed to me. I cannot let it slip away like this. If Jin Jonan fails to kill that Jin Chang-xian, then I must take matters into my own hands. Myeon Jingha was somewhat of a figure in this Yenji town, running a dog meat establishment while secretly facilitating smuggling operations. He earned several tens of thousands annually, but expenses were high, especially with the costs of maintaining his subordinates. Moreover, his compatriots were all impoverished, often needing to borrow money at exorbitant interest rates to pay for their passage to South Korea. Profiting from these destitute individuals was painfully slow. The task of eliminating Jin Changxian was initiated by contacts in South Korea, where the people had wealth. If one were to profit, it was best to obtain it from them. Mian Zhenghe had long been aware that many of his fellow countrymen had established considerable territories in South Korea, forming several gangs and reportedly earning millions annually. The prospect excited him. He contemplated whether he should shift his influence to South Korea, especially since conditions had become increasingly difficult at home, with government agencies intensifying their crackdown on illegal smugglers. Particularly organizers like him were under severe scrutiny. Thus, there was no time like the present. Mian Zhenghe resolved to head to South Korea immediately. However, before departing, he intended to teach Jin Jonan's mother a lesson. He had previously stated that if Jin Jonan failed to complete his task, his family would suffer the consequences. Mian Zhenghe would not show any mercy. Regardless of whether Jin Jonan's mother or daughter were elderly, ill, or weak, those who offended him would meet their doom. Yet, upon arriving at Jin Jonan's family home, he was met with the shocking discovery that both his mother and daughter were missing. Leaving the place desolate and abandoned, where the hell did that old hag go? Don't let me find you, otherwise, your whole family is as good as dead. Mian Zhenghe realized he had been outmaneuvered. His fury boiling over as he kicked the dilapidated door to splinters, his suspicions were confirmed. Jin Jonan had taken the money and immediately sent his mother and daughter to the provincial capital to seek refuge with relatives. Knowing that Mian Zhenghe was a ruthless individual who would retaliate against his family if he learned that the task had not been completed, with nothing to show for his efforts, Mian Zhenghe promptly purchased a plane ticket, seething with rage as he headed straight for South Korea. As a figure of his stature, he naturally did not need to endure the hardships of the sea journey like those destitute smugglers. He possessed a visa. In just half a day, Mian Zhenghe arrived in South Korea, and as soon as he exited the airport, a group of subordinates awaited him. Having established a smuggling business, he had his people on the ground in South Korea. After a celebratory meal to welcome him, Mian Zhenghe swiftly made his way to Jin Changxian's residence. He intended to deal with this individual first and secure the remaining 200,000 before all else. Chapter 22. You wouldn't want your identity exposed, would you? The phone on Li Qinghuan's desk rang. The caller ID displayed Secretary Yin. Li Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. He knew this individual was a trusted aide of Shi Dongqiu. What could prompt him to call at this moment? An inkling of suspicion crept into his mind as he answered the phone. Hello, Prosecutor Li. Our chairman is quite dissatisfied with your efficiency. Have you not paid any attention to the Jinmen Group in recent days? Secretary Yin stated bluntly, avoiding any circumlocution. Prosecutor Li seems to have forgotten his position. I've heard you've recently been promoted. I asked that why you've been treating Chairman Shi's words as mere whispers in the wind? Don't forget your identity. You wouldn't want everyone to discover that you are an undercover operative for the gang, would you? Upon hearing the threatening tone from the other end, Li Qinghuan's expression darkened immediately. You little bastard. Nothing irked him more than being threatened. Were it not for the current necessity of maintaining decorum with Shi Dongqiu, Secretary Yin would be the first to face his wrath. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and replied, somewhat dispassionately, What do you mean by that, Secretary Yin? Are you calling to mock me, or has Chairman Shi sent you to pressure me? Let me guess, has Chairman Shi run into trouble, or has he been reported to the prosecution office? Does he want me to intervene? Li Qinghuan's words struck the core of Secretary Yin's thoughts. The latter hesitated, responding with barely concealed irritation. Prosecutor Li, if it weren't for Chairman Shi's nurturing, would you be where you are today? One must learn to be grateful. Currently, Chairman Shi is indeed facing some difficulties and has been summoned to your sole prosecution office. You need to act swiftly to resolve this. As Shi Dongqiu's absolute confidant, Secretary Yin wielded considerable influence within the Jinmen Group and was accustomed to treating others with disdain, showing little courtesy to Li Qinghuan. In his eyes, without the chairman, Li Qinghuan would merely be a nobody, lacking any achievements. One must know gratitude. Li Qinghuan, however, found no inclination to engage in further dialogue and curtly replied that he understood and would await further news before hanging up. Denying Secretary Yin the opportunity to prattle on upon learning that Shi Dongqiu had been summoned, he recognized that an opportunity had presented itself. It is time to resolutely eliminate this hidden danger, lest it detonates unexpectedly like a ticking time bomb, triggered by someone with ill intentions. After ending the call, he immediately instructed Zheng Jishu to gather intelligence. The Seoul District Prosecutor's office is not vast. And any rustle quickly becomes common knowledge. As the chairman of a large conglomerate, Shi Dongchu's summons to the prosecutor's office could not be concealed. Zhang Jishu swiftly uncovered the details, returning to the office. He reported to Li Qinghuan, Chief Prosecutor Li. Shi Dongchu, the chairman of the Jinmen Group, has recently been subjected to a series of police reports alleging tax evasion, malicious stock manipulation, illegal operation of gambling venues, and the organization of violent crimes, among other charges. The case has now been taken over by Prosecutor Su Meining of the Commercial Crimes Department for an in-depth investigation. Su Meining, upon hearing this name, Li Qinghuan momentarily paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. It was a name he felt he had encountered before. As he delved into the memories of the original host, a distinct image of a cold, elegant woman flashed before him. But as so it was her, Li Qinghuan was taken aback, a hint of surprise gracing his features. She was reminiscent of a character from a film, indeed the female lead, if he was not mistaken. The film was titled The Heir of the Chable. If it truly was her, things could become quite intriguing. His eyes narrowed, a smile creeping onto his lips, yet, considering the troubles at hand, he shook his head slightly. That old man Shi Dongchu seemed intent on creating chaos for him. This time, he had to ensure the old fool was dealt with. However, the priority remained to extricate him from this predicament. If he were to remain passive, Shi Dongchu would undoubtedly retaliate, leading to mutual destruction. Thus, the question arose, how could he persuade Prosecutor Su Meining to temporarily release Shi Dongchu? Each prosecutor operates independently. Li Qinghuan had no prior connections with Su Meining, not even a friendship, making it implausible for him to sway her investigation. Even attempting to befriend her at this late stage would be futile. After much contemplation, Li Qinghuan devised a plan. He proceeded to the office of Minister Choi Byung-seong to present his intentions. What? You want me to pressure Prosecutor Su Meining of the Commercial Crimes Department to drop the investigation into that chairman Shi Dongchu? Are you out of your mind, Li Qinghuan? Minister Choi erupted, his incredulity palpable. Have you considered your own standing? Haven't you read the prosecutor's code and regulations? Each prosecutor operates independently, no one has the authority to intervene. Not even superiors. Do you think your mere word could compel the esteemed head of the criminal division to offend others? That is sheer folly. As Minister Choi's expression darkened, ready to dismiss him, Li Qinghuan maintained an unconcerned demeanor. I merely sought to assist you, Minister, yet you cannot even accommodate this modest request. Very well, I had intended to inform you about the whereabouts of evidence regarding Chairman Wu's illegal loan transactions. But since you seem uninterested, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to exit. Hearing this, Minister Choi's eyes widened in alarm, and he waved his hands frantically. Wait, what did you say? You found evidence of Chairman Wu's illegal loans? Where is the ledger? Li Qinghuan let out a cold laugh. When asked to perform a task, he was rebuffed. Yet, upon revealing information pertinent to Choi's future, the minister became anxious. Seizing the opportunity, he replied impassively, Minister, weren't you just saying I was mad? Choi Byung-seong forced a smile. Qinghuan, I thought you had become rather overconfident since your ascension to chief prosecutor, wanting to flaunt your relationship with me and undertake reckless endeavors. Li Qinghuan responded calmly, Minister, as you know, since I took on the investigation into Councilman Zhang and Chairman Wu's illegal loans, I have been tirelessly dedicated, leaving no room for negligence. Recently, I received credible information indicating that the ledger of illegal transactions has found its way into Shi Dongchu's possession. Although he seems unaware of its significance, this is precisely why I sought your assistance in pressuring Prosecutor Su Meining to release him. I have already established a covert collaboration with Shi Dongchu's secretary. If we can dismiss the criminal charges against him, I will gain his trust and gratitude, and thus broker a deal to obtain that ledger. Once in hand, it will be of tremendous significance to you. Minister, as I trust you understand. Chapter 23, Prosecutor Su Meining. Minister Choi Byung-seong was momentarily overwhelmed by the astonishing revelation from Li Qinghuan, rising in excitement. Qinghuan, are you serious? That ledger related to Chairman Wu's illegal loans is truly in Shi Dongchu's hands? Li Qinghuan replied with firm conviction, Minister, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? After all, this case falls under my purview, if I can shine in front of the public in Seoul and nationwide. Why would I not seize that opportunity? Minister Choi felt a twinge of embarrassment. That does make sense, yet, he remained skeptical. Sensing the doubt in Choi's expression, Li Qinghuan continued to elaborate. After 2.5 days of investigation, I discovered that a former financial department head of the Future Group, Wen Rixu, was dismissed due to corruption. Realizing he might have crucial information, I promptly dispatched investigators to locate him. However, Wen Rixu had gone into hiding. Seemingly avoiding something, when we finally tracked him down, we found he had joined the Gene Men group, likely seeking refuge from a mysterious force pursuing him. Therefore, I surmise he possesses that ledger, and it may have already fallen into Sure Dongchu's hands. After listening to Lee Chung-won's account, Minister Choi nodded. The logic was sound. Despite minor flaws, Lee Chung-won's confidence indicated the ledger's existence was likely true. Securing that ledger would enable him to assist Councilman Jean in dealing with Councilman Zhang and Chairman Wu, potentially crippling them politically. If Councilman Zhang were prevented from attaining the presidency, it would be a tremendous victory, for once he took office, all who had crossed him would face retribution, starting with Councilman Jean and even this prosecutor, who had previously investigated and accused Zhang Qinhuan. You have done excellently. I did not expect you to progress so swiftly uncovering such vital leverage against Councilman Zhang and Chairman Wu. Are you certain you can secure that ledger? Minister, I cannot guarantee success, but I am at least 80% confident. Very well, I shall swallow my pride and assist you this once. I hope you do not let me down, reluctant to miss an opportunity. Minister Choi resolved to intervene, deeming it a small favor to extend for his own future. While every prosecutor operates independently, it does not preclude superiors from applying pressure. After all, the advancement nominations of lower-level prosecutors are controlled by their direct superiors, the department heads, while the final decision lies with the chief prosecutor. Though ministers may lack the authority to determine promotions, they certainly wield the power to block nominations. To avoid antagonizing superiors and facing lifelong suppression, it is prudent to maintain a favorable rapport. Thus, once Minister Choi took matters into his own hands, Prosecutor Su Mining received an implicit directive from her superior. Mining Sure Dongchu's background is rather complex. I have been personally entrusted to convey that you should temporarily halt the investigation. Rest assured, it is not a permanent cessation, merely for 3 days. After that, you may summon Sure Dongchu once more. In return for your cooperation, I intend to nominate you as one of the chief prosecutors in this department. How does that sound? Initially interrogating Sure Dongchu, Su Mining was taken aback by this news. Her delicate features a mix of incredulity and dissent. Minister, Sure Dongchu has committed numerous crimes, and if you grant me just a little more time, I can extract a confession from him. Forcing me to halt now contradicts the regulations. The minister chuckled wryly. Mining, I am not suggesting a permanent suspension, merely a pause. I am aware of your case. Sure Dongchu is cunning, having once been a leading figure in Seoul's largest gang with many ruthless followers at his disposal. His audacity knows no bounds, yet we have consistently failed to secure evidence against him. However, this situation is different. If you temporarily cease the investigation, allowing him to believe we are powerless against him, he will surely lower his guard, becoming complacent, and we can exploit that vulnerability. I was informed of a piece of intelligence. The Gene Men group has infiltrated police undercover agents, and they are nearing the time to close in on the Sure Dongchu crime syndicate. At this moment, if you were to announce insufficient evidence and release Sure Dongchu while he is basking in his own arrogance, we could then collaborate with the local police to deliver a decisive blow. By then, the Gene Men Group, the largest criminal organization in Seoul, could be brought to an end by you, an exemplary prosecutor, which would undoubtedly make headlines. Perhaps Mining might even earn the title of Seoul's star prosecutor. After much persuasion from the minister, Su Mining's expression softened slightly. She bit her soft pink lips and, after a long moment of contemplation, reluctantly nodded. Very well, Minister. I agree, but let us be clear. I shall grant the police no more than 3 days. Once that time has elapsed, regardless of whether they have obtained solid evidence, I will initiate another investigation into Sure Dongchu, and we must eradicate this gangrene of society. Rest assured, Mining, you are a promising prodigy of mine. Our Seoul District Prosecutor's Office needs to set a benchmark, allowing the citizens of South Korea to recognize that we have a remarkable female prosecutor. The minister's words invigorated Su Mining. Why was she working so diligently on these cases? Beyond fulfilling her sense of justice and upholding the judicial integrity of South Korea, she sought to earn the respect of all, to show her parents, friends, and those who believe women cannot be outstanding prosecutors that, while male prosecutors may excel, she, Su Mining, can too. Upon returning to the interrogation room, she gazed at Sure Dongchu, who was casually reclining with an air of indifference. Her expression soured as she spoke. Sure Dongchu, congratulations. After our thorough investigation, we have concluded that there is insufficient evidence to declare you guilty. I hope that upon your return you will abide by the law and refrain from continuing to hover on the brink of illegal activities, for one day, you shall inevitably fall into my hands. I advise you to be prudent. Prosecutor Su, I, Sure Dongchu, have always been a law-abiding citizen. How could I engage in such criminal acts? Perhaps you harbor a slight prejudice against me, but I bear you no ill will. For it is only natural for someone of your youth and femininity to act impulsively. However, as an elder, I feel compelled to offer you a piece of advice. A woman should prioritize her family and embrace the role of a devoted wife and mother. A dangerous profession like that of a prosecutor is ill-suited for someone as beautiful as you. He chuckled mockingly upon hearing Shadoncha's words. Su Mining's expression darkened, a flicker of anger igniting within her. Shadonchu, do not get too complacent. If I catch you again, I shall not show you mercy. Haha, Miss Su, please do not be upset. I was merely jesting. Enough, Shadonchu, do not push your luck within the prosecutor's office. You should refer to me as Prosecutor Su, or I shall have grounds to accuse you of disrespect and harassment towards a prosecutor. Very well, I stand corrected. Prosecutor Su. Shadonchu, though aging, retained his youthful cunning. As he observed Su Mining's chest rising and falling with indignation, a glimmer flashed behind his glasses. He swaggered out of the prosecutor's office. Meanwhile, outside, a throng of journalists and cameras had gathered, for the Jinmen Group was a well-known large enterprise in South Korea, recently gaining significant momentum and hinting at the potential to ascend to a major conglomerate. Thus, every action of its chairman, Shadonchu, drew considerable attention. The news of Shadonchu's multiple indictments and subsequent summons by the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office had already spread, creating quite a stir. Many insiders understood that the situation was far from simple. While the Jinmen Group presented itself as a legitimate business encompassing fisheries, international trade, entertainment, and various subsidiaries, it also operated clandestinely as a criminal organization, employing numerous thugs for unsavory tasks. Now that Shadonchu, the figurehead of the group, faced arrest, did it signal the impending disarray of the Jinmen Group? As Shadonchu stepped out, a swarm of reporters surged forward, microphones thrusting toward him with a barrage of inquiries. Chairman Sure, is it true that you are under investigation for tax evasion and malicious stock manipulation? Chairman Sure, rumors suggest you are the largest crime lord in Seoul, with thousands of subordinates. Is this accurate, Mr. Sure? Allegations have surfaced accusing you of leading an illegal organization and inciting gang members to suppress competitors. Faced with the journalists' queries, Shadonchu remained unfazed, surrounded by several loyal underlings. He smiled and eloquently addressed the cameras. Dear friends in the press, I, Shadonchu, have always acted with integrity. Since founding Jinmen Group, I have diligently and honestly managed the company, providing numerous job opportunities for the underprivileged and recent graduates, allowing them to earn a satisfactory income to support their families. I have also contributed significantly to the government's tax revenue. I have made considerable contributions to the economy of South Korea. Yet, it seems I have drawn the ire of some competitors. Commercial rivalry can be ruthless, but I never anticipated they would resort to such despicable tactics to frame me. I must clarify that the allegations circulating online are entirely false and baseless. I, Shadonchu, have always adhered to the law and have never committed any heinous acts. Otherwise, I would not be able to walk out of the prosecutor's office unscathed today. To those who misunderstand me, I simply say, the innocent shall clear their name. I have a clear conscience. With that, Shadonchu, escorted by his bodyguards, elegantly entered a luxury Maybach parked outside the prosecutor's office and departed. The journalists who managed to interview him immediately began drafting the day's headlines. Chairman Shadonchu of Jinmen Group leaves Seoul District Prosecutor's Office unscathed, condemning competitors' despicable tactics. Shock. Chairman Shadonchu asserts significant contributions to South Korea's economy. He is innocent. Shadonchu denies any criminal wrongdoing and has successfully left the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Inside the Maybach, seated in the front passenger seat, was Shadonchu's trusted aide, Secretary Een. Turning to face the chairman in the back seat, he respectfully remarked, Chairman, it seems that Lee Ching-hwan is quite astute. After I called him, he swiftly orchestrated your release. It appears he has some connections within the prosecutor's office. With this insider, I doubt anyone will dare to target or suppress the Jinmen Group in the future. Shadonchu nodded slightly, acknowledging that his rapid exit was indeed thanks to that young man. It seemed Lee Cheng-hwan had realized the leverage he possessed and was cautious of making any missteps. However, Shadonchu understood that he could not underestimate him. As Lee's position within the prosecutor's office continued to rise, the threat posed by Shadonchu would diminish. It was imperative to entice him with benefits rather than resort to intimidation. Only by providing him with tangible gains would he be compelled to work earnestly for their cause. Moving forward, Shadonchu resolved to treat him with the respect he deserved, as an equal partner rather than with condescension, having once allied two rival gangs to establish the Jinmen Group as the leader of the Tiger faction. Shidongchu was no fool, rather, he was shrewd and resourceful. After this incident, he quickly recognized the need to alter his approach towards Li Qinghuan. Thus, he called Li Qinghuan. "Hello, Qinghuan, you did exceptionally well this time. I was right to place my trust in you. Now, speak up. What do you desire, money or women? I can arrange it for you immediately. Moreover, I have announced within the group that from now on, you are my closest partner. You will have access to some of our resources and subordinates as needed." Upon hearing Shidongchu's generous offer to treat him as a partner and grant him authority over Jin Men Group resources, Li Qinghuan was somewhat taken aback. It seemed he was becoming increasingly aware of his growing power. Thus, he smiled subtly and replied, "Chairman, these are merely my duties. I shall never forget your nurturing kindness. There is a matter I wish to bring to your attention, esteemed leader. Recently, I have entered into a romantic relationship, and the expenses have been somewhat burdensome. Might you consider extending a modicum of financial assistance?" Upon hearing this, Shidongchu instantly comprehended Li Qinghuan's implications and chuckled, "Such matters are trivial. How much do you require?" "Qinghuan, is 1 billion Korean won sufficient?" Li Qinghuan replied with a faint smile, "Chairman, my girlfriend hails from a wealthy family, well-versed and with deep familial roots. I fear that 1 billion may fall short. Considering a single sports car costs tens of billions, I intend to procure a gift for her, and it would likely require no less than 3 billion. Hearing this, Shidongchu's brow furrowed slightly. Realizing that Li Qinghuan was perhaps being somewhat audacious in his request, however, he quickly relaxed, acknowledging his oversight and forgetting that Qinghuan was still unmarried. Indeed, maintaining a relationship can be quite costly. "Very well," he said, "I shall arrange for 3 billion to be transferred to you, and in due course, I will introduce you to several heiresses from affluent families. How does that sound? I am most grateful." Chairman, Li Qinghuan expressed with genuine sincerity. 3 sentences had compelled a gang leader to part with 3 billion. How delightful. After concluding the call, Secretary Yin could not suppress a scoff, remarking, "Chairman, this fellow's appetite is growing ever larger. He dares to request 3 billion at the drop of a hat. I fear he has become somewhat arrogant. Should we not issue a warning?" Shidongchu shot him a glare, admonishing, "Foolish, his increasing greed signifies a favorable development. If he were neither avaricious nor seeking women, it would suggest he harbors deep schemes and grand ambitions. His desire for wealth makes our task simpler. This way, we not only possess leverage against his infiltration but also evidence of his corruption, thereby binding him securely to our cause. Do you understand?" Secretary Yin bowed his head in shame, acknowledging, "Your words are wise. I have been too foolish." Chapter 25, A Sudden Assault. In the rebirth of South Korea. To Kuntian, I accrued 13 billion Korean won, equivalent to 65 million Chinese yuan, a fortune amassed more swiftly than through robbery. Li Qinghuan was thoroughly impressed. No wonder everyone aspires to be a corrupt official. Eager to share the joy of his newfound wealth, Li Qinghuan decided to seek out Choi Yansu. Upon learning that Li Qinghuan intended to visit, Choi Yansu hurried home from collecting rent, with Li Qinghuan's assistance in recent days. She had taken over the businesses from her late husband, Jin Changxian. After selling off the illicit enterprises and entertainment venues, she was left with only a few properties and several storefronts, merely from renting these establishments. She could live a life of comfort for the rest of her days. Reflecting on her current situation, Choi Yansu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Her abusive husband was dead, and she no longer lived in constant fear. She could now pursue her desires freely, truly living for herself. Moreover, she had found a reliable support in Li Qinghuan, although she knew he had no intention of marrying her and merely regarded her as a lover. She was content. This man not only provided her with a profound sense of security but also fulfilled her desires in every sense. Upon discovering that Li Qinghuan was on his way to her home, she promptly visited the market to purchase ingredients and drove her red Audi A4 home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she noticed that Li Qinghuan's official vehicle was absent, replaced only by a small van. Choi Yansu thought little of it. Assuming Li Qinghuan was still en route, she opened the trunk and lifted a large bag of groceries, making her way up the stairs. The building lacked an elevator. She struggled upward, one flight at a time. Just as she reached the 5th-floor balcony, on the cusp of home, a burly figure suddenly emerged from around the corner, swiftly covering her mouth from behind while pressing a dagger against her throat. A coarse voice rumbled from behind her, "Don't scream, or I'll kill you. Open the door. I have questions for you." Choi Yansu felt the cold blade against her fair neck, her heart racing in terror. Tears streaming down her face. In a desperate attempt not to provoke the man, she trembled and nodded, retrieving her keys from her pocket to unlock the door. Not long after, Choi Yansu was taken hostage. Li Qinghuan's official vehicle pulled up outside her building. Noticing her car parked in the lot, he understood she had arrived home. As he ascended the stairs, his attention was suddenly drawn to the van parked nearby. The vehicle was fitted with anti-peeping film, rendering the interior shrouded in darkness. Instinctively suspicious, Li Qinghuan decided to approach the van. Seeing their prosecutor diverging from the path to the building, Zheng Jishu followed closely, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Li Qinghuan knocked on the driver's window. No response. He knocked again, still nothing. Just as he was about to abandon the effort, the window slid down, revealing a disheveled man with bleached hair who grumbled irritably, "What the hell do you want? I was sleeping peacefully." The man reached out as if to strike Li Qinghuan, but before his hand could make contact, Li Qinghuan seized his hair and slammed his head against the window edge with tremendous force. Bang! The blow rendered the man unconscious. Zheng Jishu, witnessing Li Qinghuan's decisive action, rushed forward. "Li Jian, did he attack you?" Li Qinghuan nodded slightly, stepping outside to unlock the van's door and tossing the unconscious man to the ground. He then opened the sliding door of the van, revealing an array of weapons, large knives, ropes, a sizable lockbox, and various implements intended for violence and abduction. Zheng Jishu furrowed his brow, contemplating the man's intentions. What does he plan to do? Is he intending to kidnap someone? Suddenly realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "Li Jian, has Choi Yansu already been? I will call the police." However, Li Qinghuan pressed a hand against him. "Stay calm, Yansu is likely already in the hands of the adversary. If we alert the police now, it may provoke them, especially if they feel cornered. The assailants might resort to murder. You remain here and keep an eye on this man. In case there are accomplices, I will ascend alone, moving quietly. They will surely lower their guard. If their motive is merely financial, we can handle it. If not, I will discreetly send you a message, and you must immediately summon the counter-terrorism team with snipers ready to neutralize the threat." Zheng Jishu hesitated but ultimately nodded, concern etched on his face. "Li Jian, please do not take risks. Prioritize your safety. Rest assured, I will ascend with confidence," Li Qinghuan reassured, patting Zheng Jishu's shoulder before venturing into the dimly lit corridor alone. Zheng Jishu watched him go, gritting his teeth. "If those assailants dare harm you, I will ensure they pay dearly." He swiftly contacted the nearby police station, requesting 2 sharpshooters to provide backup, his expression tense as he focused on the building's top. Meanwhile, Li Qinghuan reached the 6th floor and knocked on Choi Yansu's door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound startled the occupants within, and after a flurry of shuffling, the door slowly creaked open, revealing Choi Yansu's pale, terrified face. "Qinghuan, what brings you here?" Her eyes brimmed with panic and helplessness. She longed to warn him of the intruders inside, but the knife pressed against her back silenced her cries, under the threat of death. She could not disobey the man's commands, resorting to furtive gestures to alert Li Qinghuan to the danger. Recognizing the fear in her expression, Li Qinghuan deduced that she had encountered assailants. Fortunately, she appeared unharmed. Dressed normally, which eased his anxiety slightly, yet he maintained a facade of composure, smiling as he said, "Yansu, have you missed me these past 2 days?" I have," she stammered, tears welling in her eyes. Did he truly not sense her distress? "Qinghuan, you must flee." Choi Yansu feared for Li Qinghuan's safety. If he were injured or worse due to her predicament, she would loathe herself for eternity. "Yansu, will you not invite me in for a moment?" "It seems you've grown a bit distant in my absence," Li Qinghuan remarked, gently pinching her cheek before taking her hand, intending to step inside. They were completely exposed. At that critical moment, the man hiding behind the door, Mian Zhenghe, lunged forward, brandishing his dagger, aiming a lethal thrust at Li Qinghuan's back. Chapter 26. Kill someone for me, and I might consider sparing you. Mian Zhenghe's dagger had yet to pierce Li Qinghuan when he was sent sprawling backward, struck with tremendous force against the wall, producing a dull thud. In the next instant blood spewed forth as he fell, the knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. "Oh, is this the villain who attempted to take you hostage? Quite clever, hiding behind the door for a surprise attack, thinking I wouldn't notice. Had it not been for my vigilance, you might have succeeded." Li Qinghuan, having turned around at some point, gazed at the pale-faced Mian Zhenghe sprawled on the ground. Casually retracting his long legs clad in leather shoes upon entering, he had anticipated Mian Zhenghe's ambush and had deftly sidestepped the knife aimed at him. Mian Zhenghe, indeed, had miscalculated. The inertia from his forward momentum made it impossible to alter his course in time, allowing Li Qinghuan to seize the opportunity and deliver a powerful kick to his chest. The explosive strength of Li Qinghuan's physique surpassed that of professional fighters, even eclipsing that of world boxing champions. That kick nearly rendered Mian Zhenghe lifeless. Fortunately, he was resilient. Nonetheless, he had utterly lost the strength to rise. Li Qinghuan's kick had likely struck his liver. Those accustomed to violence know that a blow to the liver can induce excruciating pain and, In severe cases, incapacitate the victim instantly, surrounded by numerous nerves, and impact to the liver sends pain signals throughout the nervous system within seconds, causing increased heart rate, rapid breathing, and uncontrollable blood flow, resulting in anything from difficulty breathing and weakness to losing consciousness for at least 5 minutes. Leaving one vulnerable, just like Mian Zhengha at this moment. Meanwhile, Cui Yanxiu, who had been anxiously on edge, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing the villain subdued. She burrowed into Li Chenghuan's embrace, sobbing, "Wu. Chenghuan, I was truly terrified just now. That scoundrel held me at knife point, demanding a large sum of money or threatening to kill both me and our child. After hearing your knock, he even instructed me to pretend that no one was home to lure you in. I kept trying to signal you, thinking you hadn't understood." Having never encountered such a scene, Cui Yanxiu recalled the moment when she witnessed the two criminals murder her husband, which had haunted her with nightmares for several days. Now a similar ordeal nearly unfolded before her, and Li Qinghuan, gripped by fear, she felt relieved that Qinghuan had sensed the danger and vanquished the assailant. As long as she was beside this man, she felt utterly secure. It's all right now. It was my oversight. I didn't expect someone would plot against you. Li Qinghuan gently wiped the tears from the corners of Cui Yanxiu's eyes, offering comfort. At that moment, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Mian Zhengha was shakily attempting to rise, and he expressed mild surprise. "You, my friend, possess quite the tenacity. You can endure this level of pain." With that, he stepped forward and kicked the knife away from Mian Zhengha's side, planting his size 43 leather shoe firmly on the rough skin of his hand. Grinding it down twice, coldly he demanded, "Now tell me your name. Why did you attempt to kidnap my woman? Who sent you?" Mian Zhengha's 5 fingers were nearly crushed beneath the weight of Li Qinghuan's shoe, and the pain was so intense that he felt on the verge of passing out. He gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Li Qinghuan, vowing silently to remember this man's face, promising himself revenge one day, to dismantle this insolent fool piece by piece. Quite stubborn and Tiwi, Li Qinghuan did not indulge him. Delivering a swift kick to his face, Mian Zhengha was sent tumbling to the ground, rolling twice before spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. The impact had struck his chin, leaving his lower face grotesquely bruised and bloodied. Yet, even in this state, the rugged man refrained from screaming, lying on the ground like a ferocious wounded beast, growing ever more defiant. Li Qinghuan, however, found amusement in the scene. "Very good, just as the rumors depict. The Yanbian war god, this fellow fights like a beast, ruthless and savage. Once he sets his sights on something, he will not relent until death." Perceiving the potential utility in Mian Zhengha, he smirked and remarked, "In truth, I already know your identity without you saying a word. You are Mian Zhengha, a resident of Yanji Huashed. On the surface, you run a dog meat restaurant, but behind the scenes, you are the leader of a smuggling organization, with a gang of thugs engaging in illegal gambling, extortion, and occasionally accepting contracts for assassinations. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Mian Zhengha's expression visibly shifted, revealing surprise, confusion, and a hint of trepidation. Li Qinghuan continued, speaking as if to himself, "I also know that you accepted a contract to kill someone in South Korea, specifically a man named Jin Changxian. However, in a bid for convenience, you merely sought out a hapless soul named Jin Zhonan back home to carry out the task, deceiving him with promises of a reward of 60,000 yuan, while secretly intending for him not to return alive. Thus, you would pocket the employer's money without spending a dime. But now, with the deadline passed and Jin Zhonan failing to contact you, seemingly vanished, you realized something was amiss. You decided to come to South Korea personally to fulfill the contract and confront Jin Zhonan, questioning how he dared to stand you up and then dispose of him. Am I right?" Upon hearing Li Qinghuan's exposition, Mian Zhengha's countenance shifted dramatically. He could no longer maintain his composure, barking, "Who the hell are you? How do you know all this? You are not Jin Changxian?" Mian Zhengha had never seen a photo of Jin Changxian. Initially, he thought Li Qinghuan was him, hence his immediate intent to stab the man upon his entrance, eager to complete the task and claim his payment. But now, he realized that this individual could not possibly be Jin Changxian. The real Jin Changxian would never possess such knowledge. Damn it, this wretch dared to deceive me. Mian Zhengha recalled the moment he had held Cui Yanxiu at knife point, inquiring when her husband would return. She had replied that he would come home in the evening, shortly after her response. Li Qinghuan had ascended the stairs. It now appeared that this man was Cui Yanxiu's lover. Noticing Mian Zhengha's dawning realization, Li Qinghuan scoffed, "I can only tell you that someone divulged all your background to me shortly before their death. Mian Zhengha, I am officially arresting you in my capacity as the chief prosecutor of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office in the Republic of Korea. Your charges include international murder of a South Korean citizen, kidnapping and threats against women, as well as an attempted assault on a prosecutor. If all goes as planned, you will spend the rest of your life in a South Korean prison if furthermore, due to your insubordinate demeanor, which I find quite distasteful, I will utilize my connections to ensure that you live like a dog in prison, devoid of dignity, and each day will be filled with despair to the point of contemplating suicide. The cold, merciless words flowed from Lee Chung-won's lips, and Mian Zhenghe fell silent. A hunter had become the hunted, and he realized he was utterly ensnared. The thought of spending the rest of his life in prison instilled a sense of despair even in this man, who feared nothing. Sometimes, losing one's freedom could be far more terrifying than death. Just as he began to accept his fate, Lee Chung-won's voice echoed once more. That being said, a man like you, a fugitive, I can tell at a glance that you are capable of anything but good deeds. Therefore, if you assist me in eliminating someone, I might consider sparing you. Mian Zhenghe lifted his head, incredulous at how swiftly the tide had turned. This man actually proposed to spare him. Lee Chung-won regarded him with disdain, surprised. You should be grateful that your miserable life still holds some value to me. Otherwise, do you think I would merely teach you a lesson for your earlier actions? Based on what you've done, I could shoot you dead right now. Assaulting a prosecutor in South Korea is a grave offense. Even if I killed you, I would only face a reprimand. Now, will you help me kill someone, regain your freedom afterward, or shall I send you to meet Jin Changxian? You choose. Upon hearing Lee Chung-won's words, Mian Zhenghe fell silent once more, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he rasped, Who do you want me to kill? You truly promise to let me go? You think you're important? Or that your worthless life holds any value? Were it not for your decent skills and sufficient ruthlessness, you wouldn't even be worth my time. Lee Chung-won scoffed disdainfully. If you help me eliminate this person, not only will I spare you, but I will also reward you with 500 million won. What do you say? Chapter 27, The mud truck, though late, arrives. Upon hearing the condescension in Lee Chung-won's words, Mian Zhenghe felt not anger, but a sense of inevitability. He was well aware of the esteemed status held by prosecutors in South Korea. These individuals were powerful and influential figures within the nation. If Lee Chung-won truly intended to pay 500 million won, then the humiliation he suffered at this moment could be deemed acceptable. He was solely focused on the money. After all, he had traveled all the way to South Korea merely to earn a mere 300,000. Given the exchange rate, 300,000 Hwashe yuan equated to less than 100 million. 1.500 million won was equivalent to 2.5 million. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of envy. Once he completed this job, he could promptly return to Hwashe. With this sum, he would be comfortably set for several years. Who do you want me to kill? First and foremost, let it be clear that regardless of whether this task is undertaken or not, you must first provide the payment. Hand over 200 million as a deposit, and the remaining 300 million will be given to you upon completion. Mian Zhenghe slowly rose from the ground, wiping his face and smearing the blood on his hands onto the coat he wore. 5 minutes had passed. He had endured excruciating pain and could now manage to walk. Meanwhile, Lee Chung-won retrieved a bank card from his pocket, tossing a high-definition photo of Shi Dongchu towards him, which the latter caught deftly. The card contained 300 million, with the password located on its reverse side. The individual in the photograph is named Shi Dongchu, and tonight he will be traveling to the villa at XX Hanamdong, Songpa district. Once he emerges, you are to follow him immediately and eliminate him before he returns to his residence. The entire 500 million will be yours. Should he survive, however, it will be your life that is forfeit. Do you understand? Mian Zhenghe scrutinized the photo of Shi Dongchu in his hand, raising his gaze after a moment to respond solemnly, I'll await your news tonight. With that, he turned to leave. Before departing, Lee Chung-won called out to him. Standing at the door, the prosecutor looked down at Mian Zhenghe as he descended the stairs, narrowing his eyes with a cold smirk. If you dare abscond with the money, I will have your limbs broken and sink you into the yellow sea. Do you comprehend? Mian Zhenghe said nothing further and swiftly vanished around the corner of the hallway. He did entertain such thoughts, yet he was acutely aware of Lee Chung-won's influence. This man knew where he resided and undoubtedly possessed formidable power and means, capable of sending assassins to Hwashe to eliminate him. Having navigated the smuggling trade for so long and made numerous trips to South Korea, Mian Zhenghe was well aware of the formidable authority wielded by these prosecutors. Even the local gang lords in South Korea maintained a healthy respect for them, compared to such genuine power brokers. He, a mere gang leader, had little to offer beyond his willingness to fight and his lack of fear of death. Thus, he resolved to swiftly eliminate the old man named Shi Dongchu in the photograph and return to Hwashe as soon as the money was secured. Meanwhile, Choi Yan-soo had witnessed the entirety of Lee Chung-won's brutal beating of Mian Zhenghe. followed by their sudden transaction, leaving her utterly bewildered. How could two individuals who had just been engaged in a life and death struggle so easily part ways? Furthermore, she had overheard some alarming information. Why was Qinghwan hiring a hitman? Yet being a clever woman, she resolved to keep such matters buried within her. As night fell, Shi Dongqiu emerged from the abode of his young lover. His face aglow with satisfaction, radiating joy. After leaving the prosecutor's office, he had made a brief appearance at his company to reassure his staff before hastily arriving at his mistress's residence in Songpa district. Though in his 50s, his young lover was barely in her 20s. Shi Dongqiu was particularly fond of these vibrant, youthful girls, especially when the exertion of passion made him feel young again, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment. After indulging himself, he chose not to stay the night and instead returned home to his wife and children. In high spirits, he had consumed a few extra drinks, and now, slightly intoxicated, he reclined in the back seat of his car. His eyes gently closed in repose. He had no concerns for his safety, for his trusted aide, Secretary Yin, was also in the vehicle, and the driver, a longtime companion, had never caused an accident in all the years of service. At that moment, the driver halted the car at a traffic light, when suddenly an unknown van appeared behind them. Just as the light turned green, the van accelerated, swerving violently and crashing into Shi Dongqiu's Maybach. A deafening crash echoed through the empty street, flipping the luxurious vehicle onto its side. Shi Dongqiu, who had been resting, was jolted awake, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He quickly opened his eyes to see the car window shattered like a spider's web. While Secretary Yin and the driver lay injured, their heads bloodied and mangled. What the hell? Who is trying to kill me? As an esteemed gang leader, Shi Dongqiu realized that this was a calculated assassination attempt. And the night had taken a dire turn. Unwilling to succumb passively, he quickly retrieved his phone, messaging several trusted subordinates, including his potential successors, Ding Qing and Li Zhongji, urging them to come to his aid. He then rummaged through a compartment in the back seat, pulling out a golf club. Since becoming the president of the Jinmen Group, he had long abandoned the violent ways of the underworld for the genteel sport of golf. Yet now, faced with an attack, he found himself without a proper weapon for defense, resorting to the golf club for protection. As he pondered who might wish him dead, numerous faces flashed through his mind. The vice president of his company, Zhang Shuji, various business rivals, police officers, and even potential traitors within his organization, including the fleeting image of Li Qinghwan. Outside the car, thudding footsteps approached, and a rough-looking man with a bushy beard wielding a long knife advanced towards the vehicle. Just then, Secretary Yin managed to free himself from the seatbelt and was attempting to escape when he hit the ground with a scream, clutching his throat as he collapsed, blood gushing from the deep gash. The scene was gruesome. The killer's towering form was revealed as the driver's terrified eyes widened. "Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Spare my life," he begged, dropping to his knees in desperation. Yet, he met the same fate as Secretary Yin, the killer slicing through the driver's throat before his body fell lifelessly to the ground. Only Shi Dongqiu remained inside the vehicle. The assassin yanked open the door and seized Shi Dongqiu by the neck. Dragging him out. "Damn it," Shi Dongqiu shouted angrily, unwilling to accept his fate. "Wait, how much did they pay you? I'll offer you double, no, triple the amount." In his desperate state, he was willing to do anything to survive. Not caring how much it would cost, the man paused, intrigued by the mention of money. "Someone has offered 500 million for your life. How much can you give me?" "I'll pay 1.5 billion, no, 3 billion. Just let me go, and I'll make it happen," Shi Dongqiu stammered, trembling with fear, anger, and regret, lamenting his decision not to bring more bodyguards tonight. Now, he faced imminent death with no one to save him. 3 billion, Mian Zhenghe squinted, undeniably tempted. Previously Li Qinghwan had offered him 500 million, which had excited him, but now this man, Shi Dongqiu, was speaking of 3 billion. Taking a deep breath, Mian Zhenghe licked his lips, his eyes alight with greed. "How do you intend to pay me this 3 billion? Seeing Mian Zhenghe's resolve wavering, Shi Dongqiu felt a surge of hope and began to reply, "As long as you spare my life, I can have the money transferred to your account immediately." Before he could finish, an incredibly bright light blazed before their eyes. Both men instinctively turned towards the source of the light, their hearts sinking with dread. It was the headlights of a dump truck which barreled towards them at high speed. In an instant, Mian Zhenghe and Shi Dongqiu were struck, their bodies mangled and thrown several meters away, meeting their untimely demise. Chapter 28, Li Zhongji, Ding Qing, and Li Zicheng. The screeching of heavy brakes echoed, as the massive wheels smeared with blood and debris came to a halt. A man wearing a baseball cap and mask leapt from the vehicle. Surveying the surroundings before approaching the lifeless bodies of Shi Dongqiu and Mian Zhenghe, after confirming their vital signs had completely faded, he pulled out his phone and dialed a mysterious number. Is the task completed? Came a calm voice from the other end. The man in the cap replied softly, yes, the targets have been completely eliminated. Excellent, depart immediately, someone will come to clean up the scene shortly. Additionally, the 500 million from Mian Zhenghe will be yours, the voice instructed. The man in the cap expressed his gratitude with excitement. Thank you. After hanging up, he glanced around to ensure there were no witnesses before swiftly leaving the scene. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of police cars arrived, and upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, they collectively gasped in shock. It was a horrifying sight. One officer tasked with identifying the victims gasped in recognition upon examining one of the bodies, exclaiming, "He is Shi Dongqiu, the president of the Jinmen Group? What, it's him!" This is going to create a massive uproar. In the headquarters of the Jinmen Group, chaos erupted. Who did this? I will kill them, and you worthless fools. Why didn't you follow the president when he went to meet his mistress? What use is it to pay you? A group of disgruntled subordinates stood in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. As the third in command of the Jinmen Group, Li Zhongjiu unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon his subordinates within the confines of his office. Before him knelt a row of bodyguards from Shi Dongqiu, each bearing the marks of recent violence, bruised faces and swollen eyes, some even with blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Yet, not a single soul dared to rise in protest, although the matter did not directly involve them. As it was Shi Dongqiu who had refused to allow them to follow, they nonetheless bore an indirect responsibility for their leader's demise, particularly now that Shi Dongqiu was dead. Li Zhongjiu had ascended to become the new leader of the Tiger faction. The lives of these men rested entirely in his hands, and they trembled with fear. After wreaking havoc and expressing his fury, Li Zhongjiu's countenance darkened to an extreme degree, yet he languidly waved his hand from the comfort of his sofa, instructing a subordinate to take the bodyguards away for further handling before turning to a trusted aide and stating, "With the chairman deceased, who do you suppose stands to gain the most? Surely, it is that scoundrel Ding Qing." The aide, visibly incensed, responded, "That wretch has long coveted the chairman's position. Under the pretense of investigating police informants, he has ruthlessly suppressed our faction, eliminating the chairman's loyal confidants one by one, this treacherous cur. His ambitions are glaringly evident. We must avenge the chairman." Upon hearing his aide's analysis, Li Zhongjiu's triangular eyes darkened ominously, filled with murderous intent. He shared the same suspicions as his aide, immediately directing his focus towards Ding Qing as the prime suspect. The Jinmen Group had originally been formed from three factions: the Tiger faction, the Northgate faction, and the Emperor's Son faction. Shi Dongqiu had been the leader of the Tiger faction, while Ding Qing led the Northgate faction. With both sides possessing roughly equal power at the time, the weakest among them was the Emperor's Son faction. While the elder and second brothers battled for supremacy, he, the younger brother, suffered the consequences. After years of conflict, it was Shi Dongqiu who proposed the merger of the three factions to form a corporate entity, urging them to cease their violent disputes and instead engage in business together. Embarking on a path of legitimacy, Shi Dongqiu, indeed, possessed the capability and acumen, assuming the role of chairman of the Jinmen Group for over a decade. However, as the Jinmen Group expanded and prospered, spanning various industries and becoming a colossal entity, Shi Dongqiu increasingly resembled a tycoon, and the Tiger faction members viewed the Jinmen Group as their own fiefdom, monopolizing its profits. This led to discontent among certain individuals. In truth, if the Jinmen Group had achieved its current stature, the lion's share of credit belonged to Ding Qing. Without his keen business acumen, the Jinmen Group would not have reached its present scale. Naturally, Ding Qing harbored aspirations for the chairmanship, but as Shi Dongqiu had steadfastly refused to step aside. And given that Shi Dongqiu had treated Ding Qing well, promising him the position upon retirement, Ding Qing had been biding his time, even if Shi Dongqiu genuinely wished to relinquish the chairmanship. His loyal supporters might not be agreeable, resulting in a facade of harmony among the upper echelons of the group, while beneath the surface, tensions among the subordinates had long been simmering. Ding Qing, as the leader of the Northgate faction, was cunning and ruthless, having eliminated numerous mid-level members of the Tiger faction, individuals who held senior positions in the company, effectively purging Shi Dongqiu's staunchest allies. Li Zhongjiu, as the second in command of the Tiger faction, was fully aware of this. That wretched cur seeks to sever ties with us completely. Where is he now? I must confront him directly. Li Zhongjiu, known for his volatile temper and lacking the cunning of Shi Dongqiu and Ding Qing, preferred to resolve issues through brute force. With the death of his elder brother, whom he regarded as a father figure, vengeance was now his paramount objective. This, he believed, would elevate his standing within the Tiger faction to its zenith. I heard he has been conducting business in Huaxia, but upon receiving news of the chairman's passing, he should return immediately, his aide reminded him. Then we shall wait for his return. I shall see how he intends to explain himself. Li Zhongzhou's eyes gleamed with a murderous glint. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, a throng of individuals clad in black suits and ties awaited the arrival of a significant figure at the arrivals hall. Their intimidating presence deterred many travelers from approaching, fearful of provoking them. At the forefront stood a tall, stern-faced man dressed in a light gray suit, Li Zicheng, the fourth in command of the Jinmen group and a trusted ally of Ding Qing. He frequently glanced at his watch, then up at the arrivals gate, his expression grave and anxious. Shi Dongqiu was dead. This was utterly unexpected. As an undercover agent embedded within the Jinmen group by the police. He had endured nearly a decade of sleepless nights, constantly burdened by the fear of exposure, yet, as the years passed, he had not only remained undiscovered but had also risen in rank, now holding a position just below Ding Qing and Li Zhongzhou. With a loyal cadre of subordinates at his command, sometimes, upon awakening, he struggled to discern whether he was trapped in a dream or facing reality. More often than not, he forgot that he was still a police officer. Not long ago, his superior, Chief Jiang, had approached him with the news that, after years of investigation, the police had amassed substantial evidence regarding Shi Dongqiu's criminal activities, planning to apprehend him and bring him to justice. Furthermore, Li Zicheng would be granted the opportunity to return to the police force. Initially, upon hearing this news, Li Zicheng fell silent, then erupted with excitement. He had not anticipated that after so many years as an undercover agent, he would finally see the day he could return to a normal life. His sacrifices and the evidence he provided against the Jinmen Group's members would finally bear fruit, just as he believed Shi Dongqiu was destined for incarceration. Tragedy struck. Shi Dongqiu was dead. He had emerged from the prosecutor's office that morning, only to meet his end beneath the wheels of a dump truck by nightfall. More critically, Chief Jiang had immediately informed him that he could not return to the police force just yet. He was to remain undercover to assist Ding Qing in successfully taking control of the Jinmen group and assuming the presidency. Li Zicheng had exploded in fury, shouting at Chief Jiang, "Is this my fault? Why must I stay when my mission is complete? I have had enough of living in constant fear. Do you understand?" Chief Jiang, however, merely lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag and exhaling the smoke towards Li Zicheng's face. "Have you forgotten your identity as a police officer after mingling with these miscreants for so long? Do not forget that I am your superior. Do you wish for your undercover status to become common knowledge among the South Koreans?" Faced with Chief Jiang's threats, Li Zicheng clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration, but ultimately could not bring himself to act against him. Just as he was lost in thought, a nonchalant voice rang out nearby. "Wow, what are you rascals up to? My dear brother Li has come to greet us in person." Chapter 29, The Scrawny Old Man. Let us go together. Upon hearing this voice, Li Zicheng lifted his head towards the arrivals gate. There he spotted a short, unremarkable man wearing black sunglasses and a white suit, black trousers, and hotel slippers, with a head of messy hair, waving cheerfully at him. It was none other than his good brother, Ding Qing. Seeing Ding Qing, Li Zicheng felt a tumult of emotions and could only muster a weary smile, urging him to leave quickly. As he spoke, he beckoned his subordinates to depart. Ding Qing, sensing Li Zicheng's subdued reaction, felt a pang of disappointment. It had been quite some time since they last met, and a warm embrace would have been appropriate. "Hey, brother, why the cold shoulder? Shouldn't you be more welcoming to a long-lost brother?" Ding Qing lamented. "Why the long face? Smile for me." Li Zicheng turned back with a resigned expression. "Oh come on, you've only been away from South Korea for a few days. What nonsense are you spouting? This isn't the time for chit-chat. Let us go. The chairman is waiting at the funeral home for you to pay your last respects." With that, he turned and led his subordinates away. "Oh come on, wait for me," Ding Qing called after him, frustrated. In the car, Ding Qing boasted to Li Zicheng about a watch he had purchased in Huaxia, excellent quality at a reasonable price, nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. In truth, it was merely a high-quality replica. Li Zicheng felt somewhat speechless. His elder brother had an unfortunate penchant for acquiring counterfeit goods from Huaxia, and every gift he had previously received was nothing but a forgery. He proceeded to discuss a grave matter. The president had died on the spot, and the identity of the murderer remained unknown. Apart from the president, there were only 3 individuals present at the scene. Yet there was another corpse identified as Mian Zhenghe, hailing from Yanji, Huaxia, known for his nefarious dealings of assassination for payment. I suspect this man to be the mastermind behind the president's demise. But investigations indicate there was at least one more individual present, suggesting the possibility of another assassin. It is imperative that we uncover the truth behind the president's death. However, elder brother, should we not begin preparations early? With the president's passing, the Jinmen group is now leaderless, and Li Zhongji will undoubtedly vie for this position. Have you devised a plan? Upon hearing this, Ding Qing anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, exclaiming, "What a pity! That old man is indeed vigorous for his age. Even at such an advanced stage of life, he still indulges in nocturnal escapades with young women. Such treasures ought to be shared. Now, alas, having been seen, his mistresses will soon be sought after by others." He then shifted the conversation, cautiously inquiring, "Surely this was not a premeditated scheme?" At this, Li Zicheng's expression subtly shifted. To be candid, he had once contemplated eliminating Sherdongchu. A deep-seated secret he harbored years spent undercover had transformed him from a naive young officer to one of the ruthless gang leaders, unflinching in his bloody pursuits. His subordinates handled the dirtiest of tasks within the organization, routinely eradicating countless traitors and rival factions. He had long desired to extricate himself from the Jinmen group, especially with his wife nearing childbirth. He yearned for a clean break and a return to a normal life. Having amassed a considerable sum over the years, his intention was to leave the Jinmen group and settle abroad with his wife, never to return. Thus, no one desired Sherdongchu's demise more than he, particularly after learning that the latter had once again emerged unscathed from the prosecutor's office. Yet, before he could execute his plan, Sherdongchu was preemptively eliminated, disrupting all his schemes. He now found himself in a state of utter confusion. He shook his head. The details remain unclear. The driver responsible has yet to be located. This is troublesome. Ding Qing frowned, but the next moment, he cheerfully produced another small bag from his pocket, saying, "Bother, this is a gift for my sister-in-law and my soon-to-arrive nephew. Please deliver it to her." "Elder brother, is this another counterfeit?" Li Zicheng replied, exasperated. "No, this was acquired from a premium store in Huaxia. They claim to offer tenfold compensation for fakes, so they will compensate you with 10 of the same kind." "Enough, Sherwu, you shall continue to bear my kicks in place of your elder brother." Their playful banter persisted as the convoy made its way to the funeral home. Ding Qing finally beheld Sherdongchu for the last time. As he gazed upon the body wrapped in a shroud, pallid and mangled, his emotions were complex. Though he had been at odds with the Tiger faction, he still held a measure of affection for this mentor and friend. At that moment, Li Zhongji arrived with a contingent of his men, causing the small mortuary to overflow with bodies. "Ding Qing, you dare return? Does the president's death concern you in any way?" Li Zhongji launched an immediate attack, questioning him without reservation, his demeanor suggesting that if Ding Qing did not clarify matters, he would not hesitate to turn hostile. In response, Ding Qing furrowed his brow and retorted indignantly, "Enough, Li Zhongji, the old man is already dead. That is an undeniable fact. Instead of focusing on capturing the true murderer, you shift the blame onto me, an executive director who has been conducting business overseas. Have you lost your mind?" Li Zhongji snorted. "Are you evading the issue? I demand to know whether the president's death bears any relation to you. Do not presume I am unaware. You, Ding Qing, have long coveted the president's position, and half of the elders in the group are your men. Who knows if you are merely pretending to conduct business abroad while orchestrating the president's demise through your subordinates, fabricating an impeccable alibi?" Ding Qing, perceiving Li Zhongji's unrelenting accusations, glared coldly and exclaimed, "Li Zhongji, are you out of your mind? As fate would have it, I recently encountered several seasoned traditional doctors in Huaxia. Perhaps they could assist in treating your mental affliction. You imbecile, the most lucrative dealings within the Jinmen group have all been orchestrated by me. What have you accomplished? Have you merely squandered my earnings on loans or returned to your previous petty criminal enterprises?" The old man intended to retire. He had stated that upon his retirement, the next president would undoubtedly be me. Do you believe you possess the qualifications to contend with me? Do I need to eliminate the old man to ascend? Fool! Ding Qing's outburst left Li Zhongji's face contorted with rage. The truth of Ding Qing's words was undeniable. The most profitable ventures of the Jinmen group were indeed under his control. In terms of prestige, Ding Qing's authority within the organization was second only to Sherdongchu's. With Sherdongchu's death, should Ding Qing express his intent to run for leadership, he would undoubtedly garner substantial support. This was precisely what Li Zhongji feared most. He considered himself equally capable now that the president was deceased. As the second in command of the Tiger faction, he certainly possessed the right to compete for the vacant presidential position. Damn it, what's the use of making money? Developing and expanding the Jinmen group cannot rely solely on profits. In any case, during the meeting of the elders and shareholder representatives, Li Zhongji will undoubtedly stand up to contest. At that time it will be a matter of skill. With that, Li Zhongji stormed off, a cadre of subordinates in tow. Brimming with indignation, fool, Ding Qing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Li Zhongji's retreating figure before departing with his own men. Neither party noticed that amidst their quarrel, in a corner of the mortuary sat the nominal second in command of the group. Vice President Zhang Shuji, observing the altercation between the two, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. These fools, not one of them had ever cared for his feelings, nor had anyone ever afforded him a modicum of respect. It should be known that he was the vice president. Chapter 30. The frustration of Zhang Shuji felt deeply frustrated according to protocol, following the unexpected death of the Jinmen Group's president. He, as the vice president, should temporarily assume the role of acting president, yet, not a single person within the organization had mentioned this. He was completely disregarded by Ding Qing and Li Zhongji, entering without so much as a greeting. Treated as though he were invisible, even the elders within the group behaved similarly. To survive in this realm, one must possess influence and connections, as Zhang Shuji had neither, after his D-Re faction had joined the Jinmen Group. It had been dismantled by a coalition of Shi Dongchu and Ding Qing, leaving him with no subordinates to speak of. To console his wounded pride, Shi Dongchu had granted him the title of vice president. A mere figurehead relegated to the sidelines over the years, who had cared for his feelings. Even Li Zicheng, a mere director, held a higher standing than he. He lived in a state of perpetual frustration, longing for Shi Dongchu's demise. Little did he expect that his wish would come true, catching him entirely off guard. Shortly after Shi Dongchu's passing, Zhang Shuji began to strategize on how to seize the presidency. He had awaited this day for far too long. But before he could make his move, Ding Qing returned, and Li Zhongji arrived with fervor, both seemingly intent on claiming the presidential position. Zhang Shuji felt his hopes dashed, watching these two fools depart the funeral home. He approached Shi Dongchu's corpse, casting a long hard gaze upon the former president, his eyes brimming with malice and resentment. In that moment, he resolved to take action. It was you who acted unjustly first. Do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Since I cannot defeat you openly, I shall collaborate with the police. Grant me a little more time, and you will each meet your demise. The Jinmen Group shall ultimately be mine. Otherwise, what meaning has my endurance of humiliation borne over these years? I require your deaths to quell the bitterness within my heart. Zhang Shuji's gaze fell. His eyes filled with murderous intent and malevolence. This once inconsequential figure within the group finally revealed his fangs. Meanwhile, at home, Li Qinghuan savored the noodles prepared by his sister-in-law, Han Yoshi, while listening to the report from Zhang Jishu on his phone. Li Jian, as per your instructions, the matter has been resolved. Well done. Now, we must closely monitor the movements of the Jinmen Group. I have heard that Ding Qing has returned. Indeed, he landed at noon and is said to have had a heated argument with Li Zhongji, the second in command of the Tiger faction. At the funeral home, tensions are high, and I suspect chaos is imminent within the Jinmen Group. You are correct. A conflict between them is inevitable. Additionally, keep an eye on when Shi Dongchu's funeral will be held. I plan to attend in person. Understood. After concluding the call, Li Qinghuan exhaled deeply. To ensure Shi Dongchu's demise, he had taken double precautions. The appearance of Mian Zhenghe had played into his hands, utilizing this so-called god of war from Yanbian to eliminate Shi Dongchu. However, Mian Zhenghe, driven by greed, had attempted to betray him. Lured by Shi Dongchu's promised riches, this was his path to ruin. Gold Jianan, who had been lurking nearby, quickly drove his vehicle, crashing into both Mian Zhenghe and Shi Dongchu, directly eliminating the root cause without leaving any future troubles behind. Mian Zhenghe will likely never realize, even in death, that he was being monitored with a listening device installed in the vehicle provided by Shi Dongchu. Before he could even consider betraying anyone, he met his untimely endi in the plan. Had Mian Zhenghe decisively dealt with Shi Dongchu, Li Qinghuan would have contemplated sparing his life, grooming him to become a cleaner to handle some unsavory tasks. However, it seems I overestimated this individual. Unlike Jin Zhonan, Mian Zhenghe is nothing more than a thoroughly ungrateful traitor, a white-eyed wolf serving whoever offers the most money. Fortunately, Li Qinghuan was already prepared for this eventuality. Jin Zhonan had been forewarned by Li Qinghuan that should Mian Zhenghe show any signs of betrayal, he was to eliminate both of them immediately upon realizing that Mian Zhenghe had deceived him into coming to South Korea to commit murder, intending to pocket the money for himself, and that he had never truly intended for him to return alive to Huaxia. Jin Zhonan no longer felt any trepidation towards this man, after colliding with the two and ensuring their demise. Jin Jiunan swiftly retreated, and under Li Chenghuan's direction, returned to his homeland with his wife's ashes to evade the storm. Ding Qing and Li Zicheng would never suspect that the murderer was a smuggler from Yanji. Huaxia, Li Chenghuan meticulously reviewed all the details in his mind, finding almost no flaws. There were no surveillance cameras at that intersection, no eyewitnesses at that late hour, and all who were knowledgeable about the incident had perished. Rendering it unsolvable, the next step was to obtain the documents or files regarding his undercover identity from Shi Dongqiu. Li Chenghuan squinted, muttering to himself, for with Shi Dongqiu's demise, Li Zhongjiu and Ding Qing would be preoccupied vying for the position of president, inevitably leading to a fierce struggle. Consequently, Shi Dongqiu's family, his widow and children, would likely be overlooked, for once a person is gone, their warmth fades. What Li Chenghuan needed to do was gain the trust of Shi Dongqiu's family. Using the guise of an investigation to search through the places where items could be concealed, such as the study, conveniently, the death of Shi Dongqiu, with the perpetrator's whereabouts unknown, could be classified as a criminal case. Since it involved criminal matters, it was naturally within his purview as a prosecutor in the criminal department to investigate. Chapter 31, Director Zhang's confrontation with Li Zhongjiu. The death of Shi Dongqiu in Seoul caused quite a stir. As the president of the Jinmen Group, a figure of considerable influence in the underworld, Shi Dongqiu had numerous connections and friends in both legitimate and illicit circles. Thus, after his body was cremated, Li Zhongjiu and Ding Qing immediately set up a mourning hall, organizing an elaborate memorial ceremony, while also distributing a plethora of invitations. Upon receiving the news, many prominent figures from the underworld attended the funeral to pay their respects, including several leaders of major gangs, such as Choi Sung-hoon, the vice president of the Seven Stars Gang Zhang Qian, the leader of the Poison Snake Gang, and the president of one of South Korea's largest drug trafficking organizations, the Han Party, among others. Though they were competitors, the death of Shi Dongqiu warranted their attendance, and hence they came to pay tribute. With such a gathering of gang leaders, their numerous subordinates were also present, with each gang bringing dozens to hundreds of well-dressed henchmen, totaling several hundred to 1,000 individuals. The presence of so many combative individuals posed a significant public safety concern for local law enforcement, prompting the Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency to dispatch multiple police units to the scene to maintain order and prevent any potential brawls. These ruffians seemed utterly disdainful of the police, brazenly arriving to pay their respects to the deceased, and it was only a matter of time before I dealt with them as well. Director Zhang stood on the road outside the mourning hall, observing with a cold gaze. His hair was graying at the temples, his appearance unremarkable, dressed in an old suit, presenting himself as a disheveled middle-aged man. Beside him was a police vehicle, discreetly parked, containing 2 junior officers tasked with documenting the entrance of gang members. From a distance, Zhang's brows furrowed as he surveyed the mourning hall. Although he wished for the swift demise of such a criminal figure, he did not anticipate Shi Dongqiu's sudden death, which disrupted many of his plans. Consequently, he and the police leadership had to devise a new strategy, one that involved intervening in the internal elections of the Jinmen Group to install a leader they could control. He outwardly instructed undercover agent Li Zicheng to assist Ding Qing in securing the presidency, but in truth, his true preference lay with Zhang Shuji, the inconspicuous vice president. The two had already made contact. Zhang Shuji, lacking influence and isolated, would find it effortless to seize the presidency with police support, a golden opportunity he would not refuse. It was a perfect match. At that moment, Director Jiang suddenly spotted Li Zhongjiu brazenly striding out of the mourning hall with a group of followers, heading directly toward him. "You bastard!" The hot-tempered Li Zhongjiu, having heard from his subordinates about the presence of Director Jiang and the police taking photographs outside the mourning hall, was immediately incensed. He swung a golf club at the police car window, shattering it with a loud crash. Li Zhongjiu then forcefully snatched the DSLR camera from the hands of a junior officer and smashed it to the ground. "Who told you to take pictures?" The 2 junior officers, terrified, were rendered speechless. They were merely fresh out of police academy, too intimidated to confront a gang leader like Li Zhongjiu. Yet Li Zhongjiu was not done. He ordered his subordinates to pull out their phones and snap pictures of the officers. "Aren't you fond of taking candid shots? Let my boys capture a few shots of you pathetic cops in action." Li Zhongjiu's audacious mockery stung Director Zhang's pride, causing him to respond coldly. "Li Zhongjiu, you ruffian, do you think you're a pop star? You don't want us taking pictures? We are here to monitor your gang. With so many wild dogs in attendance today, we have every right to oversee you. Lest you turn on each other. Don't you understand, Li Zhongjiu? If you continue wasting our time here, you might find yourself not even getting a coffin to carry." This remark darkened Li Zhongjiu's expression. for he could not stand the thought of Ding Qing outmaneuvering him. If Ding Qing managed to seize the opportunity, how would his subordinates view him? However, he was not inclined to let Director Jiang off easily. Responding with a cold laugh, "You bastards, your blatant surveillance infringes on our privacy rights. How could I possibly ignore this?" The Director Jiang regarded him as though he were a fool. Li Zhongzhou, your gang is involved in illegal activities daily. Isn't it perfectly normal for us to document your actions for evidence? What, are you hiding something that you don't want us to see? Li Zhongzhou scoffed. Director Jiang, you need to present evidence when you speak. Our Jinmen group engages in legitimate business. Claiming we are a gang is utter nonsense. Even as a police officer, you owe me an apology, you bastard. Undeterred by his threats, Director Jiang retorted with a mocking smile. Li Zhongzhou, let us make a bet to see who dies first, you or me. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongzhou's subordinates became restless, eager to confront the old man. You old fool, watch your words. Apologize to our executive, Li. How arrogant of you, police. In the face of the accusations from Li Zhongzhou's gang, Director Jiang remained unflustered. He knelt to pick up the camera from the ground, addressing Li Zhongzhou. Oh, and this camera was just purchased by our precinct. The ink on the invoice hasn't even dried, you broke it, so hurry up and pay us for the damages. As he spoke, Director Jiang gestured for money from Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou, seeing this, smirked and casually tossed a few large bills onto the ground before Director Jiang. He even added a little extra, considering it a contribution towards Jiang's coffin fund. After saying this, Li Zhongzhou and his entourage returned to the morning hall. These scoundrels, earning such ill-gotten gains, will surely face retribution, Jiang coldly remarked, bending down to retrieve the scattered bills, only to find a pair of polished leather shoes stopping in front of him. Director Jiang was momentarily stunned. He slowly raised his head, and only then did he notice a tall, imposing man clad in a light blue suit, his demeanor cool and handsome, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. You are Chief Jiang from the North Dong District Police Department? The man inquired. His voice was gentle, steady, yet it carried an unyielding undertone that implied refusal was not an option. Just as Chief Jiang was about to retort, "Who do you think you are, speaking to me in such a manner?" he caught sight of the prosecutor's badge gleaming beneath the man's collar, and immediately adjusted his tone, inclining slightly with a hint of deference. "Prosecutor, I am Jiang Jiming from the Criminal Division of the North Dong District Police Department. May I inquire?" Li Chenghuan regarded this wily old fox and calmly responded, "I am Li Chenghuan from the Criminal Division of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, here to investigate the murder case of Shi Dongchu. I understand you have been investigating him for quite some time and are among the most knowledgeable regarding his affairs. I wish to discuss a few matters with you." Upon realizing Li Chenghuan's identity, Chief Jiang felt a shiver run down his spine. He hadn't anticipated that this case would attract the attention of a prosecutor from the Seoul district. However, considering Shi Dongchu's social standing and the influence of the Jinmen group, Chief Jiang quickly grasped the situation. This prosecutor was undoubtedly looking to leverage the case for personal gain and to bolster his reputation. Although there are not many prosecutors in South Korea, most remain obscure, seldom making headlines. A prosecutor who can garner sustained media exposure by consistently resolving significant cases is often likened to a celebrity prosecutor. Typically, such figures easily earn the admiration of their superiors and the public, often being portrayed as paragons of integrity and courage against power. Many who have once held this status achieved considerable success later on. Li Chenghuan knew of a renowned prosecutor in South Korea who was famed for his defiance against powerful conglomerates and the presidency, gaining fame by incarcerating the two highest-ranking individuals in the nation. This prosecutor later even ran for president and emerged victorious. However, it was unexpected that after assuming the presidency, this individual softened, pandering to the United States and betraying his own nation, earning the derisive nickname Ito Ranyue. Returning to the present, Chief Jiang perceived the implications of the situation. Undoubtedly, the recently deceased Shi Dongchu was an excellent catalyst for enhancing one's public profile. His untimely demise would certainly attract a swarm of journalists. The prosecutor announcing an investigation into this case would inevitably draw attention from the press and the public. Success in resolving the case would undoubtedly elevate his stature. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "What would you like to know?" "Prosecutor, perhaps we could converse as we walk." Li Chenghuan stepped onto the stairs leading out of the morning hall, gesturing for him to follow, while Zhang Jishu silently trailed behind them. Chief Jiang observed Li Chenghuan, who dared to enter the den of gangsters with only a single officer by his side, amidst the watchful gazes of numerous gang members, and felt a twinge of anxiety. Even he hesitated to enter such a scene. Fearful of being mistakenly harmed by these ruthless thugs, yet, Prosecutor Li strode in as if he were returning home, utterly unfazed. Upon his entrance into the morning hall, countless eyes turned towards him. Among those gazes were Li Zhongzhou's, Ding Qing's, Li Zicheng's, Zhang Shuji's, and other gang leaders. Typically, one would feel immense pressure and even panic under such scrutiny, but Li Qinghuan remained unfazed. He surveyed the surroundings and calmly declared, "I am Li Qinghuan from the Criminal Division of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Who among you are the family members of Shi Dongchu?" Chapter 32. The widow of Shi Dongchu. Li Qinghuan introduced himself as a member of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, seeking to speak with Shi Dongchu's family, causing the expressions of the gang leaders in the morning hall to shift uncomfortably. As gang lords, they could disregard the police, but they could not afford to dismiss a prosecutor, for it is the prosecutor who possesses the power to bring them to trial and into prison. Each one present bore the weight of their misdeeds. Had it not been for their own backers and the fact that this matter did not concern them, they might have felt compelled to depart immediately. Ding Qing observed the impeccably dressed, coolly handsome young prosecutor with a raised brow, saying nothing further. After all, he was a prosecutor, and his inquiry into Shi Dongchu's cause of death was entirely within reason. He harbored suspicions that Shi Dongchu had been murdered, although the police had initially hinted that the perpetrator was another deceased individual, a small-time mafia leader from Yanji, China, engaged in human smuggling and contract killing, who had targeted Shi Dongchu for extortion. Ding Qing was not convinced that the situation was so straightforward. Li Qinghuan, noticing Ding Qing's gaze, offered him a slight smile, which caught Ding Qing off guard. Although puzzled, he reciprocated the smile. It was prudent to avoid offending a prosecutor. In stark contrast, Li Zhongzhou watched as Li Qinghuan strode past him, directly approaching the widow and child of Shi Dongchu, his eyes flashing with discontent. "Prosecutor Li, surely you must consider the timing. We are currently holding a farewell ceremony for Chairman Shi. I must ask you to wait until we complete the ceremony." Li Zhongzhou was unaware that this very prosecutor was also an insider within the Jinmen group. Shi Dongchu had never disclosed to the high-ranking officials of the group that he had a prosecutor embedded among them. After all, the fewer who knew, the better. Taken aback by Li Zhongzhou's sudden obstruction, Li Qinghuan halted, regarding him with an impassive expression. "You are Li Zhongzhou?" "Indeed," he replied. "I have heard you are the second in command within the Hu faction of the Jinmen group, overseeing the group's entertainment venues, gambling establishments, and lending operations, known for your ruthless and domineering methods, embroiled in violent incidents, and inciting gang members to employ force against competitors, even issuing threats of family annihilation. You have faced numerous accusations and police summons, yet all have come to naught." Li Qinghuan launched his inquiry with an authoritative tone. Li Zhongzhou's complexion shifted slightly, and he hastily defended himself. "Those are all malicious accusations. I am a legitimate businessman. Prosecutor Li, you cannot take the word of those unscrupulous individuals." Li Qinghuan, however, scoffed dismissively. "You know well what you have done. I am fully aware of the nature of the Jinmen group. You would do well to be forthright with me. Should I gather evidence against you, I will not hesitate to eradicate the social scum you represent. Do you understand?" Li Qinghuan's domineering demeanor left no room for doubt regarding his lack of respect for Li Zhongzhou, especially with numerous gang leaders bearing witness to the reprimand, leaving Li Zhongzhou humiliated and seething with rage. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he struggled to contain his fury. Replying with a forced smile, "Rest assured, Prosecutor Li, I shall abide by the law and be a good citizen." "Then be gone," Li Qinghuan commanded, his eyes narrowing. Li Zhongzhou instinctively lowered his hand, noticing Ding Qing nearby reveling in his misfortune. Feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, "This grudge will not be forgotten, Li Qinghuan, you wretched scoundrel." Li Zhongzhou seethed inwardly. Meanwhile, Li Qinghuan approached the family of Shi Dongchu, led by a young, unexpectedly attractive woman clad in a black mourning garment. She appeared to be in her 30s, standing about 165 centimeters tall, with an exquisite face that bore a hint of sorrow. Her hair was elegantly styled, revealing a delicate, heart-shaped visage, and her fair hands held a young girl of only a few years. "Mr. Prosecutor, may I inquire what you wish to discuss with me?" the woman initiated. "May I ask your surname, madam?" Li Qinghuan inquired, pondering why Shi Dongchu, despite having such a beautiful wife, would seek the company of a mistress. Did he truly find someone more appealing? "I am Lin Jinna. Oh, Mrs. Lin, I am here to investigate the death of your husband, Mr. Shi Dongchu. Could we step aside to speak?" "Certainly, please follow me." Lin Jinna entrusted the child to an elderly nanny nearby and led Li Qinghuan to a back room. As soon as Li Qinghuan disappeared from sight, the gang leaders in the morning hall quickly excused themselves, dispersing like startled birds, fearful that lingering might lead to trouble. After all, this prosecutor had an intimidating presence. Though they might not fear him, they preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. In an instant, only Ding Qing and Li Zhongjiu remained, along with their respective subordinates. They exchanged glances, and Li Zhongjiu snorted in disdain. Having paid his respects and been inexplicably humiliated by Li Qinghuan, he deemed it pointless to stay any longer and departed with his men without a backward glance. As he passed the entrance of the morning hall, he caught sight of Chief Jiang Jimin, who wore a mocking expression, further darkening Li Zhongjiu's mood. "You will regret this, I will ensure you do not continue to laugh." Watching Li Zhongjiu leave, Li Zicheng and Chief Jiang exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, Li Zicheng finally spoke to Ding Qing with a measured tone. "Brother, Li Zhongjiu has his sights set on the chairman position. Upon returning, he will surely convene a shareholders' meeting with the elders. We must prepare ourselves promptly." Ding Qing turned his head to cast a glance at Li Zicheng, giving a reassuring pat on his good brother's shoulder, nodding in agreement. "Shiba, Li Zhongjiu will undoubtedly threaten those elders to vote for him. But there are quite a few elders on our side, he cannot dominate the discourse. I need a little more time. There is a significant business deal to negotiate over in Huashe. If this deal succeeds, the market value of our Jinmen Group could rise by at least 30% during my absence from South Korea. Brother, you must keep a close watch on Li Zhongjiu and report to me at any moment." "Understood, rest assured, big brother." Li Zicheng nodded slightly. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the back of the morning hall, a hint of concern in his voice. "Big brother, do you think that prosecutor is deliberately using the guise of questioning to target the Jinmen Group? After all, the chairman had just undergone an investigation by the prosecution before his demise." Ding Qing shook his head. "Regardless of his intentions, we must remain calm. Once we return, instruct the younger brothers to be more discreet and not to cause any trouble." "Understood." As Ding Qing and his companions departed, the morning hall instantly felt desolate, with only a few relatives of Shi Dongshu quietly weeping on their knees amidst the sea of floral wreaths. Meanwhile, at the back of the morning hall, Li Qinghuan was inquiring Lin Zhenna about certain matters. "Ahem, Madam Lin, do you happen to know who Mr. Shi Dongshu visited on the night of his passing? Also, has he offended anyone recently or received any death threats?" Chapter 33, deservedly throwing a silver party without inviting me. Lin Zhenna would never have guessed that the righteous prosecutor before her was, in fact, the mastermind behind her husband's demise. Upon hearing Li Qinghuan's inquiries, she first fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. He went to see a lover that night. As for whether he offended anyone recently, I cannot say. Perhaps those who had suffered from his actions might have contemplated revenge. As Shi Dongshu's wife, albeit the third, she was keenly aware of his true identity. On the surface, he was the chairman of a conglomerate, but behind the scenes, he was a gang leader. Over the years, having been by his side, Lin Zhenna had learned many of his secrets. For instance, she had overheard him several times at the study window, smoking while instructing Li Zhongjiu to deal with his rivals. She also knew that to evade tax issues, he had funneled a substantial amount of donations to an official at the tax bureau. Not to mention the several mistresses he kept outside. She was merely the daughter of a minor financial magnate, lacking the solid backing to assert herself. Thus, despite being Shi Dongshu's wife in name, she had never held the authority to question his actions. Moreover, Shi Dongshu had little affection for her. The reason he married her was that she was obedient and caused little trouble. Observing Lin Zhenna's calm demeanor, which seemed devoid of any sorrow over Shi Dongshu's death, Li Qinghuan quickly realized she had long since lost all feelings for him. This made things easier. He had never intended to investigate any so-called murderer, for the murderer was himself. He merely sought to confirm whether Lin Zhenna was privy to some of Shi Dongshu's secrets, such as the whereabouts of the safe and the bank vault. He stated directly, "Madam Lin, could you take me to your home? I suspect your husband may have hidden some secrets there, and perhaps we can uncover some clues." Lin Zhenna nodded silently, then spoke in a tone of negotiation. "Could the prosecutor grant me half a day's time? I still need to attend to my late husband's memorial service." "Of course, no problem, please take your time, madam." Li Qinghuan nodded slightly and arranged to visit her home in the afternoon, before departing with his aide. Zhang Zhishu. To his surprise, upon exiting the morning hall, he found Chief Jiang still waiting for him. "Li prosecutor, you've come out." Jiang Zeman approached, bowing slightly. Li Qinghuan smiled lightly. "Does Chief Jiang have something to discuss with me?" Jiang Zeman nodded. "May I take a moment of your time, Prosecutor Li? I wish to seek your guidance and assistance regarding the criminal gangs within the Jinmen Group." Li Qinghuan glanced him over, then walked straight out, his voice trailing back. "Get in the car." Jiang Zeman promptly followed suit. Once in the car, Jiang Zeman, seated beside Li Qinghuan, finally spoke. "Prosecutor Li, you may not be aware, but our police department has been investigating the Jinmen Group for several years. Gathering substantial evidence, however, we have been unable to effectively strike against Chairman Shi Dongshu, as he has always been released on grounds of insufficient evidence, although Shi Dongshu is now deceased. Issues regarding the Jinmen Group's internal connections to organized crime persist. Our police department seeks to eradicate this malignancy, curb the ongoing expansion of the Jinmen Group, and gradually restore it to a legitimate company, yet, with our department's limited resources, it may be challenging to accomplish this. I wonder if Prosecutor Lee might be interested in lending a hand. I have heard that many prosecutors, unafraid of power and devoted to justice, often choose to take on significant cases. If you could guide our department in dismantling this large criminal organization, it would undoubtedly enhance your professional reputation. Jiang Zeman cautiously articulated this proposition. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghuan immediately grasped the underlying intent. This old fox aimed to use him to dismantle the Jinmen Group. And fearing a refusal, he had deliberately pointed out the substantial evidence at hand, indicating that all Li Qinghuan needed to do was lend a bit of support to the police to bring them down. Undeniably, this proposal was quite alluring. Any ambitious prosecutor would yearn to tackle a major case. The Jinmen Group, with its gang affiliations, would be a significant news story if successfully dismantled. Countless reporters would swarm to cover it. And should Li Qinghuan be the one handling the case, he would inevitably garner media attention, potentially skyrocketing to the status of a star prosecutor. Li Qinghuan was also acutely aware that Jiang Zeman was a man of extreme principles, willing to go to great lengths to take down Shi Dongshu and the Jinmen Group, even resorting to actions that defied police ethics, although the original narrative did not disclose Jiang Zeman's personal circumstances. Li Qinghuan speculated that someone dear to him might have perished at the hands of Shi Dongshu or the Jinmen Group. Thus, he was prepared to sacrifice everything, even his life, to conclude the Jinmen Group's reign, a fixation for this old officer. However, Li Qinghuan had no interest in obliterating the Jinmen Group. Rather, he sought to control it, planning to win over Ding Qing and Li Zicheng, while Li Zhongzhou and Zhang Shiji must perish. One was lacking in intellect. The other incapability. Jiang Zeman's scheme was to incite a conflict between Li Zhongzhou and Ding Qing, leading to mutual destruction, and to elevate Zhang Shiji as a puppet leader, gradually dismantling the Jinmen Group thereafter. This plan contradicted Li Qinghuan's own intentions, yet, outrightly rejecting Jiang Zeman would not be prudent. While he held disdain for the unscrupulous old detective, there was one aspect of him that Li Qinghuan found admirable: his unwavering commitment to extreme justice. To combat organized crime, he would arrange undercover operations, control informants, and was willing to sacrifice them if necessary, employing underhanded tactics to manipulate and intimidate his own. Such a person, if utilized correctly, could serve as a sharp blade, albeit one that required caution to avoid self-inflicted wounds. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Li Qinghuan slowly replied, "I have heard whispers of many high-ranking officials within the Jinmen Group being implicated in criminal activities. Originally, another prosecutor was handling this case. However, given that it now intersects with the murder case of Shi Dongshu, it would be reasonable for me to take over and merge the two cases. If Chief Jiang has specific plans, please report them to my aide Zhang Jishu, and I will notify you when the time comes." Upon receiving Li Qinghuan's consent, Jiang Zeman's eyes flickered with a hint of delight. This had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Without Prosecutor Lee's intervention, his chances of dismantling the Jinmen Group would have been less than 30%. Now, with him on board, the likelihood had risen to at least 60%. He had made the right bet. This young prosecutor was indeed a man of justice, intolerant of evil and corruption. Jiang Zeman exited the vehicle, while Li Qinghuan instructed Zhang Jishu to drive him to the barbecue restaurant they had visited last time in the alley. As before, the small establishment was bustling with customers, and Zhang Jishu quickly secured the last available table, wiping down the seat while beckoning his prosecutor to sit. After Li Qinghuan settled down, he glanced at a newspaper he had casually picked up from the nearby convenience store. The first headline that caught his eye was sensational. A certain entertainment company's owner was arrested along with several prominent directors, investors, and screenwriters for engaging in group activities, deservedly so. "Who told you to throw a silver party without inviting me?" Li Qinghuan condemned such vulgar behavior with disdain. Chapter 34. Does Prosecutor Su have a boyfriend? The second headline read, Chairman of Jinmen Group Shi Dongshu dies unexpectedly, leading to a plummet in company stock prices. Internal executives engage in open and covert struggles for the chairman's position, who will ultimately emerge as the victor. The article meticulously chronicled Shi Dongshu's personal history, life trajectory, and the founding of the Jinmen Group. detailing how he had steered the conglomerate to its current status as a large commercial entity spanning 8 sectors. It further analyzed the imminent division within the Genemen Group, and the writing was both logical and eloquent. Showcasing the skill of the author, however, Lee Ching-hwan was taken aback by the name signed at the end, Choiranha, Park Shin-hai. Suddenly a woman's face floated into his mind. Was it her, the girl who hiccups when she lies? After dinner, Lee Chong-hwan hurriedly brought Jong Jik-soo to the residence of Seo Dong-chul. As formidable gang leader and chairman of a conglomerate, Seo Dong-chul's abode was exceptionally opulent, situated in one of the most prosperous villa complexes of the Gangnam district. To possess a villa covering several hundred square meters in the affluent area of Seoul, where land is worth its weight in gold, is a privilege reserved for South Korea's elite. Upon arriving at the entrance of Seo Dong-chul's mansion, Lee Chong-hwan discovered the grand door was ajar, with several investigators bustling in and out, transporting various items. Damn it, someone has beaten me to it. Lee Chong-hwan quickly stepped inside the villa, his gaze immediately landing on a female prosecutor directing her subordinates as they moved files and other belongings from Seo Dong-chul's study. Dressed in a light blue shirt, with her prosecutor identification badge hanging prominently, her demeanor was cool and composed, occasionally exuding an air of authority. At the first glance, Lee Chong-hwan recognized her identity, Seo Min-young, a prosecutor from the Commercial Crimes Division, who also happened to be the heroine of the drama The Heir, Innocent and Righteous. Accompanying her was Seo Dong-chul's widow, Lim Jong-na, who, upon seeing Lee Chong-hwan arrive, expressed her apologies and embarrassment. I am sorry, Prosecutor Lee. Prosecutor Seo insisted that this case was originally under her jurisdiction, hence she requested my cooperation in opening my late husband's study. Lee Chong-hwan waved his hand to halt her explanation. There is no need for you to elaborate, Madam. His presence startled and yet was expected by Lee Chong-hwan. The Seo Dong-chul case had indeed been her responsibility all along. However, he had not anticipated that she would be pressured by Minister Choi Byung-sung, which had caused her investigation to be interrupted, and she certainly would not accept this lightly. Upon learning of Seo Dong-chul's demise, Seo Min-young immediately realized that he had been silenced, suspecting that there were powerful figures behind him who had left incriminating evidence in his possession, prompting the hasty act of murder. Her thoughts aligned with those of Lee Chong-hwan. If Seo Dong-chul harbored secrets, they would undoubtedly be concealed in some hidden corner of the house. If she could obtain crucial evidence, not only could she convict Seo Dong-chul, but she could also expose the protective umbrella behind him, dismantling the criminal organization within the Kimmun Group once and for all. Seo Min-young also noticed the unexpected guest, Lee Chong-hwan. She approached him, slightly bowing. Are you Chief Lee from the criminal division? The two were not on equal footing in their positions. As a junior, Seo Min-young needed to show respect to her superior. I am Lee Chong-hwan. Prosecutor Seo, are you intending to resume the investigation into Seo Dong-chul? Lee Chong-hwan inquired with a slight smile, feigning ignorance, upon realizing she was the Seo Min-young from The Heir. He felt a surge of interest. This woman was quite innocent in matters of the heart, despite the male lead, Chen Dao-jun, having only spoken to her a few times during their university days without ever confessing. She remained infatuated with him. In the original drama, after becoming a prosecutor, she even helped Chen Dao-jun to penalize his aunt, willingly becoming a pawn in his game, and yet she relished that role. Even when heartbroken and resolved to part ways with him, a single word from Chen Dao-jun could sway her forgiveness. To summarize, this girl was rather love-struck. Let me clarify, Lee Chong-hwan was certainly not captivated by her beauty or her connections to a prominent prosecutor father. He was an upright prosecutor, detached from base desires. Unbeknownst to Seo Min-young, this senior was well acquainted with her background. After hearing Lee Chong-hwan's inquiry, she nodded slightly. Yes, senior, are you here for that reason? In principle, each prosecutor possesses the authority to handle cases independently. However, the divisions have clearly defined responsibilities. Prosecutors in the Commercial Crimes Division do not have the authority to intervene in cases handled by the Criminal Division. The Kimmun Group case was intricate, as Seo Dong-chul was implicated in not only commercial crimes but also criminal matters. Thus, both Lee Chong-hwan and Seo Min-young were qualified to investigate this case. The pressing issue was determining who would take the lead and who could prioritize access to the evidence within Seo Dong-chul's residence. Naturally, Lee Chong-hwan aimed to obtain that leadership. Therefore, he spoke slowly. Prosecutor Seo, the unexpected death of Seo Dong-chul constitutes a criminal case. I have already arranged with Madam Lim to search for evidence this morning. May we request to review these physical evidence documents first from the Criminal Division? Seo Min-young, however, appeared apologetic. I apologize, Senior, but our Commercial Crimes Division has already initiated an investigation into Seo Dong-chul. The last interruption was due to unforeseen circumstances. now that he is deceased, the obstacle has been removed. And I have decided to resume the investigation. Please allow me some time, and once we acquire the key evidence, we will promptly coordinate the handover of these materials." Hearing her unwavering tone, Lee Chong-won felt a headache coming on. This woman was far too principled. The pressure from her superior had already left her pent up, and now she was determined to resolve the case thoroughly. Lee Chong-won had his own concerns. He feared that among the physical evidence could be proof of his identity as an undercover agent within the gang. If Seo Min-young were to obtain it, it would spell disaster for him. But how could he persuade this stubborn woman? His gaze drifted to Lim Jong-na, who was standing quietly nearby, afraid to speak, and suddenly an idea struck him. "Prosecutor Seo, shall we discuss this privately?" "All right." Seo Min-young, not wanting to create conflict in front of her subordinates, agreed. After all, Lee Chong-won was her senior. They entered Seo Dongchul's study to discuss matters. Observing the nearly emptied study, Lee Chong-won felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he arrived just a moment later, all would have been lost. Seo Min-young, watching the silent Lee Chong-won, assumed he was brooding with anger, and awkwardly said, "Senior, I have been in charge of the commercial crime case against Seo Dongchul for half a year now. Just as we were about to close in on the target, an unforeseen interruption occurred, and I truly feel discontented. Though my actions may offend you, I still wish to obtain the lead on this case. Please forgive me." After saying this, she bowed again to Lee Chong-won in apology. To her surprise, instead of a reprimand, Lee Chong-won posed a question that left her utterly astonished. "Seo Min-young, do you have a boyfriend?" Chapter 35, South Korea's most affectionate Lee Chong-won. Seo Min-young was momentarily stunned. She had contemplated countless scenarios, including Lee Chong-won using his seniority to pressure her, reprimanding her for her lack of respect, or coercing her into relinquishing control. However, she never anticipated that he would inquire about her romantic status. This unexpected question left her mind in a state of chaos, and after a brief pause, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "Why are you asking me such a personal question?" "Senior, can I refuse to answer?" Lee Chong-won's lips curled into a smile, and his gaze suddenly turned affectionate. "If Prosecutor Seo does not have a boyfriend, would you consider me?" Seo Min-young was taken aback even further. Is the senior confessing to her? Having never experienced a confession before, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her cheeks transformed from a light pink to a deep crimson, her heart racing with a slight thrill. Then she recalled something. She shook her head slightly, her expression filled with regret. "I'm sorry, Senior, but we do not know each other well, and we have never spent time together. Your sudden words have left me too surprised and at a loss. So please forgive me for not being able to accept your proposal." Moreover, here, she hesitated, her demeanor reflecting her reluctance to hurt Lee Chong-won. "Moreover, I already have someone I like. I apologize." Senior Lee Chong-won had anticipated her response. So he was not taken aback by the rejection. However, since he was already deviating from the norm, he would not leave empty-handed. Thus, the affection in his eyes turned to melancholy as he softly remarked, "The person you like, Prosecutor Seo, is Chin Dao-jun, the youngest son of Shenyang Group, isn't it?" Before Seo Min-young could express her astonishment or inquire how he knew, Lee Chong-won continued, "I should have realized it earlier. He is the heir of a conglomerate family. And you, Prosecutor Seo, are the daughter of a high-ranking prosecutor. You are a perfect match. Meanwhile, I am merely an orphan whose parents passed away early, raised in an orphanage, lacking a prominent lineage or a wealthy grandfather as the chairman of a conglomerate. Even my university tuition depended on others' assistance and labor. Although I attended Seoul University like you, I, as a commoner, could only watch from the shadows as you privileged ones thrived. Prosecutor Seo, you may not even know that I was once your classmate. Albeit a year ahead of you. You say I do not understand you, but that is incorrect. I know you are a fan of the idol group Seo Tae-jun and his children, that you once felt pressured and disheartened by their eventual disbandment. And that you harbor feelings for Chin Dao-jun, having confessed to him during your part-time job at a CAF. I am aware you were heartbroken when he stood you up. I also know that while a bond formed between you, you have yet to be together. What you do not know, Prosecutor Seo, is that I have strived to pass the judicial examination with the hope of becoming a prosecutor alongside you. Though that may still not earn your affection, at least it grants me the opportunity to speak with you and meet you. I, in the shadows, unbeknownst to you, there exists a boy who has silently cherished you for 2.5 years. Lee Chong-won's heartfelt confession. Su Mining's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind reeling from an unprecedented shock, her face a canvas of disbelief and wonder. She had never imagined that one day she would receive such a declaration of affection. In contrast to Chin Dao-jun, who flirted and then vanished, neither proactive nor rejecting, displaying a wooden, patriarchal demeanor, Lee Chong-won's confession was bold and fervent, brimming with genuine emotion. For the first time, Su Mining realized that throughout her university years, There had been a boy who had silently watched over her, who understood her preferences, who observed her entanglement with the air of a conglomerate but, constrained by societal status, never dared to express his feelings. He could only toil in silence, striving to become a prosecutor, hoping to attain the privilege of speaking to her as an equal. Even his deliberate acceptance of a particular case was merely a means to seize the rare opportunity to converse with her. One cannot deny that a woman's imagination can be perilous. They automatically filter out all the unreasonable aspects, focusing solely on the glimmers of hope. A boy of humble origins, secretly enamored with the daughter of a high-ranking official during his university days. Yet lacking the courage to confess, could only bridge the gap of their disparate statuses through relentless effort, ultimately mustering the courage to stand before her and profess his love. Women are inherently emotional beings. In an era when feminism had yet to flourish in South Korea, Su Minying was genuinely moved. She covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with emotion and remorse. "I'm sorry, I never knew," Lee Ching-won, with a carefree smile, replied. "It's alright. My affection for Miss Minying is my own affair. You have the right to refuse. The reason I expressed those feelings is that I felt I would regret it if I remained silent. I know I still lack the effort, that I am still too weak. This position of chief prosecutor is insignificant in the eyes of the conglomerate's heir and your father, so I will continue to strive. At least until Minying and Chen Daojun are wed, I will not give up." Lee Ching-won successfully crafted the image of a boy from modest beginnings, enamored with a high-ranking official's daughter, aware of their status disparity, yet resolute in his determination, employing tangible actions to narrow the gap between them, a figure of unwavering devotion. Thus, upon uttering these words, he delivered a decisive blow. Su Minying was profoundly touched, her eyes reddening, nearly brought to tears. As Lee Ching-won finished speaking, he turned to leave, his tall figure exuding a sense of desolation. Meanwhile, he began to mentally count 1, 2. Before he could reach 3, Su Minying's voice called out, "Wait." Lee Ching-won paused, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. Turning around, he feigned nonchalance, asking, "Prosecutor Su, is there something else?" Gazing at the strained smile on Lee Ching-won's face, Su Minying felt a pang in her heart. She had always believed her affections lay with Chen Daojun, yet had never received any reciprocation. It was always her taking the initiative, inviting him to the library, suggesting outings, only to be repeatedly let down without explanation. After their graduation, they had almost severed all ties, leaving her heart locked away, focusing solely on the judicial examination. Through relentless effort, she finally became a prosecutor, immersing herself in her work in a bid to escape the shadow Chen Daojun cast in her heart. Little did she know, there had been a boy who had quietly cherished her all along. This was what it felt like to be loved. In Lee Ching-won, she saw a reflection of her former self. Yet he was far more passionate. Her heart softened. Ching-won, Papa, this is all rather sudden. Could you grant me a moment to consider? I will give you my answer tomorrow, if that's alright. Chapter 36, Winning over Su Minying. Undercover files in hand, Su Minying blushed as she spoke. She genuinely wished to accept Lee Ching-won's proposal on the spot but felt it would be somewhat unreserved, thus she decided to delay her response for a day. "Are you serious?" Lee Ching-won's face lit up with uncontainable joy, as if he could hardly believe his ears. He then leaped about like a child, his right fist pumping the air. "That's wonderful, I love you. Minying, thank you for this opportunity." Suddenly Lee Ching-won embraced Su Minying, gazing at her with deep affection. As she inhaled the scent of his presence, her cheeks flushed crimson. She was not yet prepared for such intimate contact with Lee Ching-won. However, she could not bring herself to push away this sincere man. Observing him up close, she realized how handsome he was, tall with a sharp jawline, deep-set eyes brimming with warmth, entirely focused on her. In every aspect except for his family background, he seemed superior to Chen Daojun. An atmosphere of intimacy quietly enveloped them. Lee Ching-won, unable to resist, leaned closer, his prominent nose and gentle lips drawing near to her cheek. Su Minying's entire body tensed, instinctively closing her eyes. Just as their lips were about to meet, she found an unexpected surge of strength, abruptly opening her eyes and gently pushing Lee Ching-won away. Her face aglow with shyness. "Ching-won, Appa, I'm so sorry. Is this all happening too quickly? Could you allow me a little time?" Upon hearing this, Lee Ching-won recognized he had acted hastily and immediately released her. His expression filled with regret. "I apologize, Minying, I was just overly excited, and it got the better of me. I'm sorry." Su Minying, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shimmering with emotion, merely shot him a playful glare before turning to leave the study. She feared that remaining any longer would prove unbearable. As she departed, she hurriedly instructed her practical officer to hand over the materials discovered by Shi Dongshu to Lee Ching-won before fleeing the scene. Standing at the window of the study, watching Su Mining's retreating figure, a profound smile graced Li Chenghuan's lips. He had truly won her over. He had never anticipated it would be so seamless. Su Mining's reaction was entirely beyond his expectations. He had thought winning her heart would require considerable effort, yet this woman was so innocent. The story he had casually fabricated had taken root in her belief. Truly she was a treasure of a girl. Chen Daojun, that hopelessly dense man, had ignored her throughout, using and hurting her, yet she had never given up, readily responding to the slightest kindness, with his heartfelt approach. How could he not dazzle her? Those who have never seen the light may endure the darkness, but once they have glimpsed the illumination, who would still prefer the shadows, faced with someone who neither reciprocated his affections nor took the initiative? And someone who was fervent and sincere in his admiration. The choice was clear. Moreover, Su Mining was not the kind of girl who prioritized family background. In truth, Li Chenghuan was already exceptionally accomplished. Having become chief prosecutor before the age of 30. Even in a conventional trajectory, he could aspire to a ministerial position within a decade, yet, the current Li Chenghuan would not be satisfied with merely a minister's role. Taking a deep breath, he restored his stern and dignified demeanor. Stepping out of the study, Zhang Jishu immediately approached, his tone incredulous as he addressed the prosecutor. Li Jian. After prosecutor Su left, she instructed her practical officer to transfer all the materials regarding Shi Dongshu to us. What on earth did you say to her that made her relinquish priority control? Can I disclose my role as a love-struck fool to you? Li Chenghuan shot him a sharp glance. Clearing his throat. That's a secret. In any case, have Jin Dahai and Quan Duman bring the investigative officers to review the documents left by Shi Dongshu and find evidence of his criminal activities. Understood. Zhang Jishu promptly set to work. Meanwhile, Li Chenghuan sought out Lin Jana to inquire about the location of Shi Dongshu's safe. He suspected that Shi Dongshu would have concealed such secrets quite securely. Likely within a safe. It seems to be in the study. I once accidentally saw a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf there. He entered a password and retrieved something from inside. I didn't dare to look further. Lin Jana replied earnestly. Observing this timid woman, Li Chenghuan felt an urge to tease her, but currently his priority was to locate the safe. He led Lin Jana back to the study, and under her guidance, they searched the bookshelf thoroughly. Indeed, they discovered a concealed door. Upon opening it, they found a safe, albeit one secured with a password. With Shi Dongshu gone, no one knew the code. However, this was no challenge for him. Before long, a professional team arrived, armed with large cutting machines, impact drills, and sledgehammers. Upon entering the study, a cacophony erupted. Shi Dongshu would never have imagined that someone would bring a professional team to forcibly dismantle his safe. Although it was indeed sturdy, it was no match for brute force. Within half an hour, the safe was breached. Li Chenghuan quickly dismissed all unnecessary personnel, shutting the door behind him to examine the contents of Shi Dongshu's safe. The first items that caught his eye were stacks of cash, mostly in US dollars. A cursory glance revealed at least hundreds of bundles, and next, there were piles of gold bars, at least several hundred. Additionally, there was a collection of property deeds, business ownership certificates, various car keys, and luxury watches. A rough estimate placed the total value of these items at over 100 million US dollars, converted to Chinese currency, that amounted to 1 billion, in Korean won. It was 200 billion. One must admit, Shi Dongshu was indeed a wealthy man. After all, the Jinmen Group can be considered a medium-sized conglomerate, while it cannot compare with giants such as the Future Group, Shenyang Group, or Samsung Group. It nonetheless stands as a pillar of the industry. Having served as chairman for many years, the annual dividends alone amount to a substantial sum, not to mention the lucrative ventures he manages, which provide a significant cash flow. Li Chenghuan speculates that these assets represent merely a fraction of his overall wealth. Casually tossing aside 2 gold bricks, Li Chenghuan's gaze fell upon an envelope nestled beneath them, seemingly of particular importance to Shi Dongshu, who had placed it at the very bottom. Upon opening the envelope, his attention sharpened immediately. The first document he encountered was a file concerning himself, detailing the timeline of Li Chenghuan's initiation into the Hupai, how Shi Dongshu had financed his university education, and the arrangements made for him to infiltrate the prosecution office. It chronicled how he had been instructed to covertly inform Shi Dongshu during numerous anti-crime investigations, enabling him to leverage his position as a prosecutor to suppress police inquiries. Furthermore, all the funds Li Chenghuan had received from Shi Dongshu were meticulously recorded. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. This man had undoubtedly amassed tens of billions of Korean won from Shi Dongshu alone. What on earth had he done with such an enormous sum? Chapter 37. From tomorrow on, I shall quit gambling and drugs. Li Chenghuan was quite taken aback. The crux of the matter was that after his rebirth, he had checked his bank balance and found it woefully lacking. Otherwise, what would be the point of going to such lengths to acquire money? Generally, entry-level prosecutors lead rather frugal lives, particularly those in departments devoid of lucrative opportunities, only departments such as the Criminal Division or the Economic Crimes Division, which interact with numerous crime syndicate leaders. Witness substantial financial dealings, especially those chaebols involved in commercial crimes, who, in an effort to avoid punishment, typically bestow lavish gifts upon the prosecuting attorneys. Naturally, these lucrative positions are not easily accessible. One must possess connections and support from above. If it weren't for the several tens of millions Li Chenghuan had procured from Jin Taiyuan, he would be destitute. Perhaps while inheriting the original owner's memories, he had overlooked or forgotten certain details. After all, human memory is immensely complex, and it is entirely normal for some inconspicuous recollections to be lost or discarded during synchronization. Having perused his personal information, he promptly destroyed it without hesitation. Leaving no room for future complications, the remaining lists predominantly consisted of partners with whom Dongshu had business dealings, including a certain tax bureau chief, a police station director, and a relatively low-ranking member of the National Assembly. These individuals had all received financial benefits from Dongshu, who had also catalogued their weaknesses and vulnerabilities, all of which now fell into Li Chenghuan's hands. If managed astutely, these individuals could potentially be of use in various circumstances. With a click, the study door swung open, and Li Chenghuan, who had been alone for quite some time, stepped out. Zheng Jishu, who had been waiting outside, immediately approached him to report, "Prosecutor Li, all relevant evidence and documentation relating to Dongshu's residence have been collected and sent to the prosecution office. Should we return now, or?" Li Chenghuan was about to respond when Lin Zhenna took a few steps forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on the young prosecutor, her red lips parting slightly as if to speak. Yet hesitating. Li Chenghuan noticed this moment and gestured for Zhang Jishu to return first, turning his attention to Lin Zhenna. "Madam, do you wish to speak with me?" Lin Zhenna bit her lip. Speaking softly, "Prosecutor Li, has there been any conclusion regarding my husband's death? Was it a homicide, or did he uncover some secrets that led someone to silence him?" Goodness, this woman has quite the sixth sense. How could she deduce such a thing? Li Chenghuan maintained a composed demeanor, replying calmly, "I regret to inform you, Mrs. Lin, that the investigation into Mr. Dongshu's death is still ongoing. However, I can assure you that his demise is far from straightforward." His words seemed rather futile. Lin Zhenna understood what Li Chenghuan was implying, yet she had no intention of delving deeper. The truth of the matter was of no concern to her, nor did she care. On the contrary, she would prefer that this scoundrel had perished sooner. She revealed her true motive. "Prosecutor Li, since my husband was the chairman of the Jinmen Group, he must have retained significant stock holdings. Now that he has passed, am I entitled to inherit all his assets?" So this woman is primarily concerned with the inheritance. Although he was a prosecutor in the criminal division, he had also studied marriage and inheritance law during his legal examinations and was quite knowledgeable about property division and inheritance matters between spouses. After contemplating, he replied, "According to South Korean inheritance law, if one spouse dies unexpectedly, the surviving spouse is entitled to inherit their partner's estate. However, if the deceased has living parents or children, they are also entitled to a share." "Does Mr. Dongshu have any living parents?" Lin Zhenna shook her head. "My husband's parents passed away long ago, but," a flicker of resentment crossed her face, "he had several mistresses, and one of them bore him a son. Not long ago, that woman came to my door with her child, presenting a paternity test proving that the illegitimate child is my husband's. She has demanded a share of my husband's estate." "How dare she? Those shameless women, my husband squandered so much money on them while he was alive. I turned a blind eye hoping to maintain harmony, and now that he is dead, they still wish to contest the inheritance. It is utterly outrageous. I will not allow my husband's estate to be divided with that illegitimate child. Prosecutor Li, please assist me." With that, Lin Zhenna clutched Li Chenghuan's arm, pleading earnestly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Exuding a pitiful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Li Chenghuan understood her intentions. Lin Zhenna sought his help in contesting Dongshu's inheritance. From Lin Zhenna's perspective, the mistress's behavior was indeed disgraceful, while her husband was alive. She had endured the humiliation of competing for his affection, showing remarkable restraint. Now that he was dead, the mistress still sought to claim a portion of the estate. How could Lin Zhenna tolerate this? Especially when the other party flaunted the illegitimate child before her, as if to mock her inability to bear a son. Thus she had resorted to seeking Li Chenghuan's assistance, believing this upright and principled prosecutor would surely come to her aid. Li Chenghuan genuinely wished to help her. It was certainly not due to her physical allure, beauty, or melodious voice, rather, it was primarily because he coveted Shi Dongchu's wealth. That old fellow had explicitly stated that he wished for Li Chenghuan to be his heir. Thus it was only fitting that he inherit the estate. Of course, as a principled prosecutor who regarded money with disdain, he would ensure that all funds would be entrusted to Lin Jinna for safekeeping. He furrowed his brow, a hint of difficulty crossing his features. Mrs. Lin, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but according to inheritance law, your husband's illegitimate child does indeed possess the right to inherit a portion of his estate. And the share is likely to be substantial. Even if the matter were taken to court, the judge would most likely side with them. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinna's expression darkened immediately. If even the prosecutor believed this, was she truly left to watch helplessly as that mistress and her child claimed her wealth and significant assets? She bit her lip, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. Raising her delicate head, revealing her enchanting visage, she implored, "Prosecutor, I know you are a man of integrity who cannot abide injustice. That mistress is despicable and shameless for bullying me, the rightful wife. I find myself without a dependable man to rely on. Could you possibly lend me your assistance?" Seeing her so proactive, Li Chenghuan's lips curled into a slight smile, though he still wore an expression of conflict and hesitation. "Mrs. Lin, please refrain from such displays. I am not saying I will not help you, however, this matter is indeed rather complicated. To prevent your husband's mistress from claiming a share of the inheritance, we must persuade her to voluntarily relinquish her rights to it." And this, before he could finish, Lin Jinna once again bent forward, pleading, "Prosecutor, I implore you, madam, this, very well, sigh, who can blame me for being too kind-hearted? I shall agree to assist you." Li Chenghuan, being of a compassionate nature who could not bear to see a woman weep, consented to Lin Jinna's request. He utilized his legal knowledge to thoroughly analyze how she should confront the mistress. If necessary, he could arrange for Lin Jinna to meet with the mistress, and he would personally attend to persuade her to forego her claim to the inheritance. However, this would require some financial expenditure. Lin Jinna expressed her satisfaction with this arrangement, stating that as long as the mistress relinquished her claim, she was willing to part with some money to dissuade her. On the way back to the prosecution office, Li Chenghuan smacked his thigh in disbelief. Absurd, it was utterly ridiculous. Here I am, a dignified prosecutor of the Republic of Korea, at an age when I should be striving for achievement and success. Yet I find myself captivated by mere feminine allure. How shameful! By the heavens above, I vow to begin abstaining from gambling and drugs starting tomorrow. Chapter 38. The elder brother returns that evening at his home in Cheongdam-dong. Li Chenghuan opened the door only to be taken aback by the sight of another man arguing with his sister-in-law, Han Yoshi. He furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene when his sister-in-law halted the quarrel upon noticing his return. Her expression one of apology. "Chenghuan, your brother is back." The man embroiled in the dispute turned at her words. Upon seeing Li Chenghuan, his previously stern demeanor softened, and he managed a strained smile. "Nandongshan, you have returned." This man bore a striking resemblance to him, though he was somewhat shorter and appeared older. Moreover, with a disheveled appearance, dark circles under his eyes, and bloodshot scara, it was evident that he had not enjoyed adequate rest for an extended period, often burning the midnight oil in his relentless work. Li Chenghuan nodded and called out, "Brother." He casually closed the door, placed his briefcase atop the shoe cabinet, and approached the two of them, having just overheard a quarrel between his brother and sister-in-law. He inquired, "What transpired?" Upon hearing this, Han Yoshi felt tears welling up, her beautiful eyes pleading for assistance as she looked at Li Chenghuan. "Chenghuan, your brother recently received a plea for legal assistance. The opposing party consists of impoverished villagers from a remote area in Jiangbei district, whose homes were forcibly demolished by the demolition team of the largest local real estate company, Xixing Real Estate. Many villagers were injured during their resistance, leaving numerous families homeless. In their desperation, they turned to your brother for help. I advised him against wading into such murky waters, yet he is determined to assist them in court. Moreover, he even returned to ask me for money to provide medical treatment for those villagers injured during the protests against the demolitions." Li Chenghuan, upon hearing this, immediately understood his elder brother possessed a strong sense of justice, fighting for the underprivileged without charging a fee, and even subsidizing their medical expenses. It must be said, he was a truly good person. However, such idealism was impractical in this context. After listening to his wife's recounting of events, Li Chengxian remained silent, feeling overshadowed by his brother. Not only did he struggle academically, but he also found himself inferior in terms of status. Nevertheless, Li Changxian was also an ambitious individual. His desire to represent the impoverished was born from a need to prove himself, to demonstrate that the law he studied was meant to serve the people. He aimed to utilize his knowledge to stand against the conglomerate and win this case. Li Chenghuan refrained from uttering any words of discouragement, fully aware that once someone like Li Changxian made a decision, no amount of persuasion would sway him, but he straightforwardly stated, "Brother, how much do you need? I will provide it." "Chenghuan, I did not return to ask you for money. I merely," Li Changxian replied, his face flushed with shame. Throughout their lives, Li Chenghuan had always outshone him. In their impoverished childhood, his younger brother consistently found ways to earn, always sharing half of whatever treats he possessed, after the welfare institution closed, leaving them homeless. They struggled to find work, with no one willing to employ them. It was Li Chenghuan who devised a plan to join a gang, and with the meager salary provided, they managed to scrape by. At that time, Li Changxian had even reproached his brother for taking the wrong path, leading to a heated argument. Eventually, a kind-hearted benefactor decided to sponsor the brothers' education, allowing them to attend university and finally rise above their circumstances. Unbeknownst to Li Changxian, that benefactor was none other than the leader of the gang his brother had joined. Li Chenghuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling gently. "Brother, there is no need for such formality. You are my only family. If I do not help you, who else could I assist? Furthermore, I understand your unwavering commitment to the cause. Having endured hardships, you wish to shield the underprivileged. I comprehend all of this. Consider this money alone, and once you become a renowned lawyer, earning will be a simple endeavor. Go forth and advocate for the impoverished. I support you." Upon hearing Li Chenghuan's words, Li Changxian nearly broke into tears. His eyes reddened as he patted his younger brother's shoulder with a heavy heart. "I am the one who has been inadequate. Throughout our lives, I have relied on you for support. I have not been a competent elder brother." "Brother, do not speak like that. You are my sibling. If I do not assist you, who will?" Li Chenghuan countered, adopting a demeanor of fraternal respect. Idealists exist everywhere, although he did not fully grasp their perspective. He expressed his intention to respect it. Subsequently, Li Changxian hesitantly requested a loan of 50 million won, explaining that the injured villagers were destitute, many unable to cover medical expenses. Li Chenghuan promptly operated his phone, transferring 200 million won to Li Changxian. Upon seeing this sum, Li Changxian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, this is far too much. I do not need that much. Do not be polite with me. Brother, use this money for now. If you require more, do not hesitate to ask. If you do not use it all, keep it for any future occurrences. Besides, as a graduate of Seoul Law School, you cannot afford to appear so disheveled. Who would entrust their case to someone who looks so downtrodden? Spend a little to enhance your appearance, and also make time to see sister-in-law more often. Take her out to dinner and buy her clothes. She has not enjoyed any comforts in all these years." Li Chenghuan's words only deepened Li Changxian's sense of shame. He glanced at his sorrowful wife, lowering his head in guilt, and resolutely promised, "I am sorry, Yoshida. I have failed to consider your feelings all these years. I assure you, once this case is over, I will carve out time to accompany you and will strive to purchase a home that belongs to us." Han Yoshi nodded gently. If Li Changxian truly awakened to this realization, she would undoubtedly feel elated. However, observing the two brothers, one confident and composed, exuding the aura of a person in power, mature and handsome, the other disheveled and lost, though harboring justice, overly idealistic, the disparity was striking. After receiving the funds, Li Changxian hurriedly departed, even rejecting Han Yoshi's plea for him to stay the night. As he put it, the villagers depended on him as their cornerstone. If he did not go, their spirits would falter. He had to win this case to secure the rights that belonged to them. Li Chenghuan said nothing further. It was futile to persuade such a stubborn individual. He could only accompany his sister-in-law, Han Yoshi, to see him off, or watching her husband hastily drive away in the dilapidated vehicle gifted by her family at their wedding. Han Yoshi let out a mournful sigh upon learning of her husband's return. She had initially been filled with joy, even planning for the evening, only for it to turn into this. Noticing Han Yoshi's downcast demeanor, Li Chenghuan offered consolation. "Sister-in-law, my brother truly lacks an understanding of a woman's heart. This is his greatest flaw. I will address it with him when the opportunity arises." "Thank you, Chenghuan." Han Yoshi sighed, her face clouded with worry as she retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Li Chenghuan lingered in the living room for a moment before calling Zhang Jishu, requesting assistance in investigating the demolition activities in Jiangbei district, as well as looking into the background of Qixing Real Estate. He had a lingering suspicion that Qixing Real Estate was connected to the Qixing Gang. Chapter 39. Su Meining agrees. In the Xiaoqiu District, Seoul District Prosecutor's office, Li Chenghuan entered the office building with Zhang Jishu. exchanging customary bows and greetings with colleagues encountered along the way before waiting for the elevator alongside some co-workers heading upstairs. It was then that they fortuitously encountered Su Minying, clad in a black suit and white shirt. With black trousers and 6-centimeter black heels, she appeared both stunning and capable. Their eyes met, and Li Qinghuan gazed at her with deep affection, his expression sincere. Su Minying, feeling bashful and surrounded by others, could not maintain eye contact for long, casting him a playful glare as if to say he should refrain from staring at her in such a manner, lest she become embarrassed. Ding! Just then the elevator arrived, and the crowd surged in. Su Minying needed to go upstairs as well, quickly squeezing into the elevator. However, with so many people, she was soon pushed into a corner, just as she began to feel anxious. A large hand grasped her wrist, gently pulling her into the embrace of its owner. Looking up, she found it was indeed Li Qinghuan. He, with his tall stature, firmly occupied the corner of the elevator, providing Su Minying with just enough space to stand, yet this meant she could only face him, finding it difficult to turn away. The confined elevator space, combined with their close proximity, rendered the atmosphere somewhat intimate. Li Qinghuan leaned down slightly, his deep resonant voice breaking the silence. Minying, have you thought about agreeing to be my girlfriend? At his words, Su Minying's cheeks flushed crimson. Earlier that morning, she had contemplated avoiding Li Qinghuan, thinking it best to delay her response, yet fate had conspired against her, leading to this unexpected encounter so early in the day, disrupting her plans. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her face burning more than ever. Struggling to suppress her embarrassment, she lifted her gaze, intending to suggest she could respond later that evening, but before the words could escape her lips, Li Qinghuan kissed her. Su Minying's mind went blank. She had never anticipated that Li Qinghuan would dare to kiss her in such a public setting. It was her first kiss. Their lips met briefly, and due to their positioning in the corner, they were shielded from the gaze of others, so no one noticed the kiss. Nonetheless, the impact on Su Minying was profound. Had Li Qinghuan not caught her waist, she might have crumpled to the ground. Promise me, will you? Li Qinghuan pressed. If not, I might kiss you again. Su Minying, overwhelmed with shyness, wished for a crevice to hide in. She feared that if she hesitated any longer, Li Qinghuan would indeed kiss her again. She hurriedly nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. I agree. Success. Li Qinghuan let out a subtle sigh of relief. He did not wish to relinquish such a treasure as Su Minying, who could provide him with substantial support. If he aspired to ascend in the prosecutor's office, having a powerful ally was essential. A prosecutor general for a father-in-law was worth the price of his charm. Li Qinghuan, satisfied, gently said, Minying, I will wait for you at the entrance of the prosecutor's office at noon. Shall we have lunch together? A single word from Mingyang sent a shiver down her spine. Li Sunghuan had infused her with an abundance of romantic emotional value. For the first time, she discovered that love could evoke such feelings. Blushing, she nodded in agreement. Just then, with a chime, the elevator arrived at the floor where Su Mingyang's department was located. I've arrived. She hurriedly stepped out of the elevator, anxious about being seen, as that would be too embarrassing and could lead to social death. See you at noon. Li Sunghuan mouthed to her, forming a heart shape with his thumb and index finger. Unable to contain her excitement, Su Mingyang covered her face and fled, fearing that her cheeks were as red as a monkey's bottom. What a naive little girl, Li Sunghuan chuckled softly. The elevator continued its ascent, reaching the floor of the criminal division. As Li Sunghuan stepped out, he was unexpectedly greeted by the figure of a prosecutor approaching him. Good morning, Prosecutor Li. The other person initiated the conversation. It was Prosecutor Park, whom he recognized as Park Taeyong, an elder from Criminal Division 3, who seemed to harbor resentment for having lost his position as chief to Li Sunghuan. Observing Li Sunghuan's obliviousness, Park Taeyong's smile gradually turned mocking. Prosecutor Li, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on becoming chief prosecutor. Today, I would like to find a place to offer my congratulations in person and discuss some past matters regarding you. If you have the time. Upon hearing this, Li Sunghuan furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Even a fool could tell that Park Taeyong was looking to stir up trouble. However, Park Taeyong insisted on being enigmatic. I will be waiting for you at the number 1 booth of the XX Tavern in Itaewon tonight. Let's not miss this opportunity. With that, he turned and left, leaving Li Sunghuan with a slightly grim expression. Chapter 40, The First Confrontation with Chen Daojun. The scoundrel wants to mess with me? Back in his office, Li Sunghuan carefully pondered Park Taeyong's words. Was he hinting that he had obtained some leverage against him? Or had his undercover identity been exposed? The implications of that statement were profound, compelling Li Sunghuan to remain vigilant. Simultaneously, he felt anger simmering within him. He had not provoked anyone in the prosecutor's office. Yet someone was brazenly trying to use his past against him. Did they truly believe he was easy to bully? He resolved to attend the dinner that night but knew he needed to prepare. Perhaps by bringing a recording device. One thing he was certain of was that Park Tae-yeon likely didn't possess much evidence. Otherwise, he would have already reported it to their superiors. Ultimately, Park Tae-yeon's actions affected Lee Sung-won's mood. After idling away the morning in the office, he promptly left at closing time and waited outside the prosecutor's office. To his surprise, he spotted two figures conversing, one of whom was Soo Min-young. While the other was a handsome young man. As he approached, their dialogue became clear. Min-young, it's been a while, how have you been? I've been well, thank you, but please address me by my full name. Soo Min-young's response was curt. She knew she had been upset with Chen Dao-jun for repeatedly standing her up during their university days, but she had her reasons, hoping for his understanding. Mr. Chen Dao-jun, it's been long enough, there's no need for you to apologize now. As for your reasons back then, they are irrelevant to me. Do you have something else to discuss? If not, please leave. I have plans to dine with someone. I said with a colleague. How about I treat you both to dinner as a small gesture of apology? Also, I have something I would like to ask of you. I'm sorry, but my dinner plans are not open for your inclusion. What did Min-young mean by that? Could it be? Chen Dao-jun looked astonished. Struggling to believe what he was hearing, just then, Lee Sung-won's voice resonated. Excuse me, Mr. Chen Dao-jun, but the person Min-young is having lunch with today is me. Upon hearing his voice, Chen Dao-jun finally noticed Lee Sung-won's tall figure standing behind Soo Min-young. His handsome face serious and demeanor commanding. More importantly, he was holding Soo Min-young's hand right in front of him. This scene made Chen Dao-jun's expression shift to one of discomfort. He never expected that Soo Min-young was in a relationship. In that instant, it felt as though he had lost something of great importance, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Meanwhile, Soo Min-young's face flushed slightly as she shyly exchanged glances with Lee Sung-won. Tacitly acknowledging their relationship, witnessing this, Chen Dao-jun felt a pang of anguish. It often takes loss for one to realize what they truly value. Previously, it had always been Soo Min-young pursuing him, while he had kept her at arm's length. In his mind, toppling the Shenyang group and rescuing his parents was paramount, and Soo Min-young had merely been a fleeting whim. He couldn't deny that he had felt a spark of attraction for her. But their connection had only ever been ambiguous, a thread he had severed himself, yet that did not mean he was willing to relinquish Soo Min-young to another. Over the years, as his overseas investments flourished, his assets swelled to several $1 billion, and his mindset gradually shifted, fully embracing the identity of a chaebol heir. As the protagonist, the youngest son of a chaebol family, he too was a reborn individual. However, unlike Lee Sung-won, he was a false reincarnator, and his story was absurd. In his previous life, he had been Yoon Hyun-woo, the secretary of the third-generation chairman of the Shenyang Group, Chun Sung-jun, hailing from a humble background and obediently serving him like a dog. At that time, the Shenyang Group had already fallen into financial crisis, and as the chairman, Chun Sung-jun sought out the first-generation chairman, Chen Yan-cheol, his grandfather, for 100 billion won in secret funds left behind. However, those funds were held in a foreign bank. To fulfill Chun Sung-jun's task, Yoon Hyun-woo volunteered to travel overseas to retrieve the funds, only to be murdered and fall off a cliff just as he succeeded. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn as Chen Dao-jun, the youngest son of Chen Yan-cheol, the former chairman of the Shenyang Group. Over the years, he had navigated through the identity of Chen Dao-jun, transitioning from being cautious and timid to leveraging the advantages of a reborn individual to invest heavily in overseas stocks, ultimately establishing a miraculous investment company that was thriving. Chen Dao-jun flashed what he presumed to be a charming smile. Min-young, aren't you going to introduce me to this gentleman by your side? Before Soo Min-young could respond, Lee Sung-won extended his hand. Hello, I am Lee Sung-won, Chief Prosecutor of the Criminal Division 3 in Seoul. Chen Dao-jun raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that Lee Sung-won held the position of chief prosecutor. However, as the scion of South Korea's largest chaebol family, he had long since elevated his standards. A mere chief prosecutor was inconsequential to him. After all, his uncle Choi Chang-dae had once been a municipal secretary, yet with a word from Chen Dao-jun, he became the mayor, although he had leveraged his grandfather Chen Yan-cheol's influence. He truly looked down upon prosecutors below the rank of deputy chief. A flicker of disdain crossed Chen Dao-jun's eyes, but his face remained impassive. After they shook hands, he seemingly nonchalantly remarked, Prosecutor Lee, you are quite accomplished at a young age. You might well become a minister before turning 40. Min-young has good taste, it's just a shame I failed to appreciate her back then. Repeatedly standing her up. Now that I see she has found someone she likes, I can only offer my silent blessings. Since it's been a while, allow me to treat you both to dinner? Listening to Chen Daojun's condescending tone, Su Minyoung's face paled slightly. She hadn't anticipated him to bring up their past during school. Since she had agreed to be Lee Sungwon's girlfriend, she naturally cared about his feelings. Now, with Chen Daojun resurrecting old grievances, she felt a pang of guilt, believing she had let Lee Sungwon down. Simultaneously, her remaining goodwill towards Chen Daojun vanished, turning into loathing. Meanwhile, Lee Sungwon inwardly scoffed. This brat was trying to play games with him. "What's wrong? Now that your girlfriend has left, do you regret it?" He feigned regret, saying, "I heard that Mr. Chen was busy with entrepreneurship back then, boasting about buying the Shenyang Group to make the former chairman Chen Yangqiul rue his decisions. Yet now, you seem to be filial and dutiful. You've also become engaged to the heiress of Seoul's largest private newspaper group, Hyunsung Daily. I hear you not only rejected her but also broke her heart. It's only natural that you wouldn't end up with Minyoung, as she mentioned to me that she never dated anyone. She thought that concern from friends was an expression of affection. When in reality, you two never even held hands, just friends. In fact, I am especially grateful to Mr. Chen. Thank you for leaving such a wonderful Minyoung for me. I should be the one treating you to dinner." With that, Lee Sungwon leaned in and planted a kiss on Su Minyoung's lips right in front of Chen Daojun. That kiss turned Chen Daojun's complexion a shade of green. The sarcasm in Lee Sungwon's earlier remarks nearly broke him. He forced a smile and said, "Well then, I won't intrude on your date any longer, perhaps another time." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, his back reflecting a hint of disarray. Chapter 41. The advantage is clearly mine. I'm sorry, Appa, I didn't expect Chen Daojun to come looking for me today. I truly have no contact with him anymore. Please forgive me. In the restaurant, Su Minyoung wore a face of guilt and remorse. She felt it was necessary to explain to Lee Sungwon, hoping to avoid hurting his feelings, and she admonished herself to maintain a distance from any man henceforth, having promised to be Chunghwan Appa's girlfriend. She should not entertain even the slightest entanglement with others. Minyoung, I have never harbored any resentment towards you. I believe in your character and, more importantly, in myself, even if he is the third generation of a chaebol. He shall not snatch you away from me." Lee Chunghwan grasped Su Minyoung's delicate and fair hand, his eyes filled with her image, feeling the trust and fervent affection emanating from her boyfriend. Su Minyoung was deeply moved. She was inherently a woman who found satisfaction in the simplest gestures. A mere hint of reciprocation from him could elicit a double return of affection, suppressing her bashfulness. She moved closer to Lee Chunghwan and boldly kissed his lips. They had barely finished half of their meal, the remainder tainted by each other's saliva. By the time they exited the restaurant, Su Minyoung felt dizzy, her cheeks flushed, akin to someone intoxicated, her eyes completely filled with the figure of Lee Chunghwan. It was only upon their return to the prosecutor's office that she barely regained her composure. Her face still crimson as she made a hasty retreat, Lee Chunghwan smiled faintly as he watched her enchanting silhouette vanish. With Su Minyoung as his girlfriend, he had taken another step toward solidifying his position within the prosecutor's circle. Yet, upon returning to the office, he recalled Park Tae-yong's subtly threatening words, casting a shadow over his expression. After enduring a long day, Lee Chunghwan informed Su Minyoung that he had matters to attend to that evening and could not join her for dinner. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, she expressed her understanding. Subsequently, Lee Chunghwan hurried with Jong Jiksu to a high-end tavern near Itaewon, following the box information provided by Park Tae-yong, arriving at the door of the private room. Upon knocking, he was met with the sight of Park Tae-yong clad in a white shirt and tie, a long low table before him laden with an array of dishes. He gestured for Lee Chunghwan to enter. Without any intention of rising, this was considered exceedingly rude in South Korean social etiquette. Lee Chunghwan maintained a calm demeanor as he removed his shoes and stepped inside, sitting cross-legged opposite Park Tae-yong. As the door to the room closed, the outside noise faded, enveloping them in silence. Park Tae-yong casually picked at the side dishes while sipping his drink, raising his glass to signal Lee Chunghwan to lift the small cup of soju that had already been poured for him, and remarked with a smile, "Chunghwan, congratulations on your promotion to chief, although, as your senior, I was initially quite vexed as to why it was you and not me who received the promotion. I ought to graciously extend my congratulations, shouldn't I?" The tone of Park Tae-yong was evidently insincere. Even a fool could discern that despite his words of generosity, he was harboring grievances. Lee Chunghwan's expression remained impassive, his demeanor notably icy. "Park Tae-yong, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I have no time to play riddles with you." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of mockery and disdain flashed in Park Tae-yong's eyes. He was clearly cornered yet still pretended otherwise. He pointed to the glass in front of Lee Chunghwan. "Drink this first, and then I shall reveal the reason, a fool." To his surprise, Lee Chunghwan cursed under his breath. rose abruptly, and made his way toward the exit, showing no inclination to indulge him. "You dare ignore me," Park Tae-yong exclaimed, and in a fit of rage, he smashed the glass he held onto the ground, producing a dull thud as it impacted the floor. He pointed at Lee Chung-hwan's retreating figure, threateningly declaring, "Lee Chung-hwan, you have been given an opportunity that you are squandering. If you dare step out of this door, I will deliver all your dark secrets to the minister tonight, ensuring you are dismissed by tomorrow, losing your identity as a prosecutor. Do you believe that?" Upon realizing Park Tae-yong had dropped the facade, Lee Chung-hwan turned to face him, his expression unperturbed. "Oh, so you have been secretly investigating me all this while? Is it because I was promoted to chief prosecutor that you feel unjustly treated, prompting you to seek revenge? Indeed, these South Korean bastards are truly petty." With the truth laid bare, Park Tae-yong no longer feigned innocence. He unveiled his grievances, glaring at Lee Chung-hwan with a fiery gaze. "What right does the minister have to grant you the position of chief? I have been a prosecutor for 10 years. I have toiled from a remote prosecutor's office in Daegu, enduring countless hardships to transfer to Seoul. After all these years of diligent service, why am I not the chief? What qualifications do you, Lee Chung-hwan, possess to compare with me? I refuse to accept this. Therefore, I had my investigator scrutinize your life history, and I finally unearthed your dark secrets. Haha, you truly know how to conceal your past. If it were not for my investigator's cleverness, I would never have suspected that you were once a member of the notorious Tiger Gang, one of Seoul's largest criminal organizations. If I recall correctly, the late chairman of the Jinmen Group, Sher Dong-chu, who recently made headlines, was the leader of the Tiger Gang back in the day, right? I have reason to believe that your ascent to becoming a prosecutor was facilitated by Sher Dong-chu. I found evidence that Sher Dong-chu has repeatedly evaded investigations, and I suspect you are intertwined in this. Furthermore, with Sher Dong-chu's recent untimely demise, one must wonder if you had a hand in it, perhaps silencing him due to his knowledge of your myriad secrets." As Park Tae-yong coldly mocked and exposed Lee Chung-hwan, his eyes bore into him, searching for any hint of panic. However, Lee Chung-hwan remained unflinching. He calmly regarded Park Tae-yong, inquiring, "Are you finished?" Park Tae-yong's expression darkened. "What, you do not deny it? Or are you merely pretending to be composed here? Let me tell you, Lee Chung-hwan, I possess ample evidence demonstrating your unsavory connections with a criminal organization, implicating you in bribery and collusion. If I submit this evidence, do you think you can escape unscathed?" Lee Chung-hwan continued to maintain his stoic demeanor. "So, after all this time, you are merely attempting to coerce me into relinquishing my position as chief prosecutor or to submit to you?" Park Tae-yong, to his surprise, nodded, declaring with satisfaction, "You are quite astute. If you wish to retain your position as prosecutor, then tomorrow morning, submit a request to the minister, stating that you feel unqualified and voluntarily yield the chief prosecutor role to me. Moreover, from this moment on, you shall owe me your loyalty, and I may consider sparing you for now." Listening to Park Tae-yong's unabashed threats, Lee Chung-hwan's expression finally shifted. It was not out of fear or trepidation, but rather a cold indifference. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and advanced toward Park Tae-yong, who was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing that Lee Chung-hwan had come to his senses, prompting a triumphant smile. "You are wise. Now kneel before me and show me your sincerity." Before he could finish, Park Tae-yong received a resounding slap across the face. Slap. The force was tremendous, nearly causing Park Tae-yong to stumble, loosening several of his teeth. He clutched his face in disbelief, staring at the furious Lee Chung-hwan. "You dare hit me? Do you believe that I..." Slap. Before he could finish his threat, another slap followed. Lee Chung-hwan unleashed a flurry of strikes, treating Park Tae-yong like a mere child, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Park Tae-yong, taken aback by the onslaught, attempted to retaliate but was met with a swift kick to the abdomen that sent him, along with the table, toppling over, leaving him in a disheveled heap of food scraps and spilled soup. "You madman, Lee Chung-hwan," Park Tae-yong wailed from the ground, unable to comprehend the brutality of Lee Chung-hwan's assault. Did he not fear that his dark secrets would be laid bare? Unfazed, after delivering the blows, Lee Chung-hwan merely adjusted his tie, standing above Park Tae-yong with an imposing presence, his polished shoes resting upon Park Tae-yong's face. "You want to report me? Go ahead. I would rather relinquish my position as a prosecutor than let you live." As he spoke, his voice was laced with murderous intent, his gaze cold and ruthless, viewing Park Tae-yong as nothing more than a dog. Park Tae-yong was struck dumb with fear. He had no doubt that this madman would act on his threats. Had he lost his mind? How could he dare to challenge him when he held the upper hand? Chapter 42, The Hidden Card and the Backup Plan. "Lee, why did Park Tae-yong seek you out?" Jung Jiksu, upon witnessing Lee Chung-hwan exiting the room shortly after entering, peered through the crack of the door and noticed the disarray within. Did you have a conflict? Li Qinghuan, fastening a button on his suit jacket as he walked out, casually replied, "That old fool sought to threaten me with some dirt he had, and I taught him a lesson." Seeing Li Qinghuan dismiss the incident so nonchalantly, Zhang Jixu's expression darkened. Park Taeyong was, after all, a prosecutor. You assaulted him, and he would surely report you to the minister tomorrow, leading to your punishment. If I do not strike him, he will report me to the minister anyway, thus he had to take that beating, Li Qinghuan stated with utmost seriousness. Zhang Jixu was taken aback. Could you share what evidence he claims to have against you? I fear that if you are affected by this, Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively. He claims to have investigated my ties with Shi Dongqiu and alleges that I engaged in bribery. Let him report it. I trust the minister will handle it fairly. I, Li Qinghuan, have conducted myself with integrity. I have faced numerous storms and have nothing to feel guilty about, Zhang Jixu thought to himself. Do not feign innocence. I am uncertain of the nature of your relationship with Shi Dongqiu, but you have indeed been corrupt. Thankfully, he understood that Li Qinghuan was meticulous and never acted without confidence. Given that he dared to refuse Park Taeyong, he must possess substantial leverage. All that this practical officer is capable of is refraining from asking what should not be inquired about. On his journey home, Li Qinghuan gazed out at the rapidly receding buildings, a slight anxiety gnawing at his heart. The provocation from Park Taeyong had left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Was this man's behavior a product of his own thoughts? Or was he being manipulated by others? Very few were privy to the secrets of his past involvement with the Tiger faction. How had he unearthed such information? Moreover, how had he discovered the financial dealings between himself and Shi Dongqiu? Particularly troubling was Park Taeyong's insinuation that Shi Dongqiu might be silenced due to his knowledge of too many secrets, which ignited a genuine desire for vengeance within Li Qinghuan, regardless of whether he was merely speculating or possessed some truth. Such matters could not be allowed to spread, necessitating that he prepare for all eventualities. He turned to Zhang Jishu, who was driving ahead, and spoke. Zhang Jishu replied, "Yes, prosecutor Li." Qinghuan continued, "Bring Jin Zhonan back. His vacation should be at an end. Additionally, have him contact a few old hands from Yanbian to accompany him back to South Korea. Tell him not to worry about expenses. He must seek out individuals of exceptional skill and capability." Zhang Jishu nodded. Understood. I will inform Jin Zhonan as soon as I return. This was one of the trump cards Li Qinghuan had prepared, which he would not deploy lightly unless absolutely necessary. Next came the more overt strategies. Hence, he instructed Zhang Jishu to take him to the residence of Choi Byung-song. As a ministerial-level prosecutor, Choi Byung-song resided in a luxurious villa complex in the Seocho district, where the majority of residences were standalone villas. A modern vehicle was parked outside villa number 12. Upon alighting, Li Qinghuan stood at the entrance and rang the doorbell. A servant soon appeared to open the door. "Prosecutor Li, Mr. Choi is waiting for you in the study." "Thank you." Li Qinghuan asked Zhang Jishu to wait outside and followed the servant into the villa. On the way, he had already informed Choi Byung-song that he had uncovered a portion of evidence regarding Chairman Wu's illicit loans from Future Group while investigating the remnants of Shi Dongqiu's estate, and that he wished to report this in person. Choi Byung-song was overjoyed and had invited him directly to his home. Following the servant through the living room, Li Qinghuan arrived at Choi Byung-song's study, where he found the minister clad in pajamas. "Minister," Li Qinghuan slightly bowed, never forgetting his manners. "Qinghuan, it's after hours. There's no need for such formality. Come, have a seat," Choi Byung-song said with a warm smile, patting a chair beside him to encourage Li Qinghuan to sit. Li Qinghuan refrained from taking a seat. To sit down casually as if in one's own home, when invited by a superior, would demonstrate a lack of decorum. That he produced a thin document that had been meticulously prepared and presented it with both hands, embodying the demeanor of someone diligently serving their superior. "Minister, I have not failed in my duty. I successfully retrieved evidence of Chairman Wu's illegal loans from Shi Dongqiu's residence. Please review it." Choi Byung-song was even more eager than Li Qinghuan regarding this matter. Upon hearing that a portion of the evidence had been obtained, he eagerly tore open the folder to examine the contents. His face periodically revealed expressions of surprise, astonishment, apprehension, and even regret, for this document contained merely 1/10 of the ledger originally handed to Li Qinghuan by Moon Ilsoke. Li Qinghuan was not foolish enough to present the complete ledger to Choi Byung-song. The fraction he provided primarily detailed Future Group's tax evasion, illegal stock manipulation, and fraudulent financial reporting, matters that indeed involved criminal activity. However, it entirely omitted the specific details surrounding the substantial illicit loans orchestrated by Chairman Wu. It merely noted that Chairman Woo Hyun-soo had exerted pressure on and bribed the president of the third largest bank in South Korea, Shinhan Bank, through Congressman Jang Byung-woo to secure their illegal loans. As for the final disposition of the funds and the exact operational procedures, those details were conspicuously absent. After reviewing the document, Choi Byung-seong furrowed his brow. "Ching-won, why is there no follow-up? Did you not say that the ledger was in Sher Dong-chu's possession? While these materials may cause some trouble for Woo Hyun-soo, they alone cannot secure a conviction." Li Ching-hwan wore an expression of regret. "I apologize, Minister. It is not that I did not wish to obtain the ledger, but rather that the other party reacted far too swiftly. As soon as I shifted my investigative focus to Sher Dong-chu, he met with an untimely demise in a car accident. I suspect that his death is closely tied to Chairman Woo and Congressman Jang, who might have aimed to silence him. Furthermore, during our investigation, we discovered that Sher Dong-chu's home had previously been targeted by thieves, leading me to suspect that the ledger may have been stolen. Additionally, my subordinates have recently faced reprisals." Is that so? Indeed, just moments ago, Lee Ching-hwan recounted the threats made by Park Tae-yong, embellishing his narrative. Choi Byung-seong's brow knitted in concern that he had not anticipated that the young man would hold a grudge against Lee Ching-hwan for being appointed chief prosecutor, thus launching an attack against him. The audacity to threaten Lee Ching-hwan with disgrace and the loss of his prosecutor's identity was infuriating. That fool, does he not realize that you are under my protection? How dare he speak such nonsense? Given his character and disposition, it is indeed wise that I did not promote him. Park Tae-yong must have been incited by certain individuals, deliberately attempting to undermine Lee Chung-won's standing as a prosecutor to indirectly obstruct my investigation into the illegal loan case. Minister, I implore you to see the truth." Lee Chung-won's words plunged Choi Byung-seong into contemplation. In light of the recent series of events, he had ample reason to believe that Congressman Jang and Chairman Woo Hyun-soo had become aware of their investigation and had issued a warning. Choi Byung-seong's expression wavered between uncertainty and determination. Standing at the precipice, so close to obtaining incriminating evidence against both men, could he truly abandon his pursuit? He felt a pang of dissatisfaction that he was aligned with Congressman Kim and had previously offended Congressman Jang's faction in his quest for favor. If Congressman Jang were to ascend to the presidency, his own career would be jeopardized. For the sake of his future, he was unwilling to relinquish his efforts so easily. Lee Ching-hwan, recognizing Choi Byung-seong's conflicted emotions, sought to instill some confidence in him. "Minister, I must also mention that the thief is unlikely to be associated with Chairman Woo, otherwise, they would have confronted me directly. I suspect they believe the ledger is in my possession. Hence their targeting of me in an attempt to coerce me into surrendering it." Upon hearing this, Choi Byung-seong resolved to take decisive action. "Ching-hwan, pursue your investigation boldly. I will deal with that treacherous scoundrel Park Tae-yong. As long as you can retrieve the ledger, I assure you that no one shall lay a finger on you." Lee Ching-hwan bowed slightly. "Thank you for your trust, Minister. I will not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 43, Titles in the Workplace. After leaving Choi Byung-seong's residence, Lee Ching-hwan instructed Jung Ji-shu to take him home. Along the way, he ordered Jung Ji-shu to immediately take 2 investigators to investigate Park Tae-yong. This treacherous Park Tae-yong had covertly investigated him and attempted to ruin him. He would certainly seek retribution. This grievance would not be easily swallowed. His subordinate understood Jung Ji-shu's expression was grave. He recognized that their fates were intertwined. Should the prosecutor fall, so too would he face reckoning. Li Ching-hwan patted his shoulder with gratitude. "Ji-shu, you've worked hard in trusting you with so many tasks while also relying on you as my driver. Aside from my family, you are the only one I can truly trust." Jang Ji-shu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "This is no hardship. Rather, my circumstances are unfortunate. Had I only passed the prosecutor's exam." The following morning, Park Tae-yong, whose face resembled that of a swollen pig, donned a mask and approached Choi Byung-seong carrying a stack of documents, all while enduring the peculiar gazes of his colleagues. Choi Byung-seong regarded the red and swollen visage of Park Tae-yong with confusion. "Tae-yong, what has happened to you?" "Teacher, I wish to report Lee Ching-won." Upon entering, Park Tae-yong lamented loudly, his voice rife with anger and grievance, even resorting to calling him teacher to foster a sense of camaraderie. This was because Choi Byung-seong had once been a professor at Seoul Law School, having taught Park Tae-yong's class, which he took great pride in, often boasting within the prosecutor's office of being Choi Byung-seong's student. Were it not for Lee Chung-won's sudden emergence, leveraging the investigation into Congressman Jang and Chairman Woo Hyun-soo's illicit loans as a bargaining chip, Choi Byung-seong would have had no choice but to promote him. In truth, the position of chief prosecutor rightfully belonged to Park Tae-yong. Choi Byung-seong raised a hand to quiet him. "Do not rush. Speak slowly. Park Taeyong immediately began to recount his woes. Teacher, you must stand up for me. Since the day I entered the Criminal Division 3, I have diligently served for years, striving for justice on behalf of the citizens. Contributing to the department, surely, I deserve recognition for my hard work. Yet that Li Qinghuan, who has only been in Criminal Division 3 for 2.5 years, why does he merit the promotion to Chief Prosecutor? And as if that were not enough, he is arrogant and domineering. Just yesterday, I invited him to meet and congratulate him, only for him to slap me without regard for reason or decorum. Look at my face, covered in his marks. Teacher, I wish to report that scoundrel Li Qinghuan for assaulting a colleague, abusing his power, and disrupting the harmony among prosecutors. Furthermore, I wish to report that he has ties to organized crime and has previously accepted bribes. With that, Park Taeyong handed Choi Byung-seong the documents he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Choi Byung-seong mused that Li Qinghuan's earlier predictions had indeed proven accurate. Park Taeyong truly intended to undermine him. Armed with the preemptive warning from Li Qinghuan, Choi Byung-seong was not inclined to take Park Taeyong's claims at face value. He accepted the documents, setting them aside, and regarded the aggrieved Park Taeyong with a measured tone. Taeyong, is it possible that there has been some misunderstanding between the two of you? I am aware that your discontent stems from Qinghuan's promotion to chief, and that you harbor some grievances against me. However, this does not serve as a justification for you to undermine the camaraderie among your fellow prosecutors. Regardless of the circumstances, Qinghuan remains your superior. I have heard that last night. Not only did you confront him defiantly, but you also slandered him by alleging that he is allied with the underworld and accepted bribes from gangsters. Furthermore, you audaciously demanded that he kneel before you in submission, pledging to serve you henceforth. When he refused, you were the first to resort to violence, compelling him to defend himself against your humiliating actions. To be frank, your behavior was indeed excessive, and his response was entirely justifiable. As a prosecutor, how could you engage in such outrageous and unscrupulous conduct? What can I possibly say to you? Park Taeyong was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Wait, he was the one who struck me first. How did it become the other way around? This is slander. Teacher, I did not. Enough. Taeyong, your emotional state at work has been troubling. Jealousy and hatred have clouded your judgment, and you must take a moment to reflect on your actions and regain your composure. If Qinghuan had not proactively approached me to clarify this matter, I would have remained oblivious. You ought to be grateful to him for preventing me from being overly harsh with you. He even stated that you are a senior colleague who momentarily lost his temper and that he can understand, choosing to let bygones be bygones regarding last night's incident. Look at him. That is what one calls having a broader perspective. Taeyong, you must seriously contemplate your own conduct. Choi Byung-seong's words left Park Taeyong's eyes wide in disbelief, his face alternating between crimson and pale, nearly causing him to spit blood. That wretched Li Qinghuan, after striking me, now turns the tables. What a scoundrel! What infuriated him most was that the minister also sided with Qinghuan. How infuriating! Teacher, I am your student. How can you so blatantly favor that scoundrel? I am the one who has been most loyal to you. Park Taeyong clung to Choi Byung-seong's legs, lamenting, whatever he can do for you, I, as your student, can do better. Teacher, please grant me this opportunity. I swear that the dirt I have uncovered regarding Li Qinghuan is all true. He is indeed entangled with the underworld and has suppressed multiple criminal cases for that fellow Kim Mun-group's Sherdong. He is highly suspicious. Park Taeyong continued to drone on, resembling a disgruntled spouse, causing Choi Byung-seong considerable distress. He felt helpless. If this individual were not his student, he would have expelled him long ago. However, loyalty alone does not suffice in matters of such gravity. Investigating members of Congress and chaebol is far beyond Park Taeyong's capabilities. Li Qinghuan, being youthful and ambitious, possesses the audacity to uncover certain truths. While this may not be enough to completely topple Counselor Zhang, it is sufficient to instill a sense of caution in him. He could not afford to create obstacles for Li Qinghuan at this juncture. Despite knowing that Li Qinghuan is indeed unscrupulous and likely harbors more evidence of Chairman Wu's transgressions, he refrained from exposing it merely to seek favors from him. Choi Byung-seong had no concerns regarding Li Qinghuan's potential betrayal. As the investigation deepened, that young man had already thoroughly offended Chairman Wu. Who else would dare to protect him? And Choi Byung-seong, having sacrificed merely the position of chief, had managed to secure evidence of Chairman Wu's crimes through a brash youth. There was a strong possibility that he could ultimately bring down both Chairman Wu and the counselor he supported. This investment was undoubtedly a win-win, therefore he absolutely could not allow anyone to disrupt matters at this critical time. Even if Li Qinghuan were indeed, as Park Taeyong claimed, deeply entangled with the underworld, aiding a gangster in evading justice and accepting bribes, it was all within the realm of his tolerance. Once Li Qinghuan lost his utility, he could easily dispose of him. At that point, he could simply fabricate charges to send him off to a rural area to guard a reservoir, vacating the chief position and attracting a new wave of naive youths to serve him. As Park Taeyong observed Choi Byung-seong's silence, seemingly resolute in his protection of Li Qinghuan, his fury intensified, prompting him to blurt out words without thinking. "Teacher, are you shielding that kid because he bribed you? How much did he give you? I can match it." Upon hearing this, Choi Byung-seong's expression darkened immediately. "You fool, Park Taeyong, have you lost your mind? How dare you utter such words? I, Choi Byung-seong, have lived my life with integrity, valuing money as mere refuse, and I would never accept a penny from anyone. I see that you have been blinded by hatred. Leave my presence before my anger escalates." Faced with Choi Byung-seong's wrath, Park Taeyong instantly regained his senses, his face paling considerably. How could he have spoken such nonsense just now? Regret flooded through him. "Teacher, silence, I have no student like you address me by my title while at work." "Yes, Minister, I apologize for my indiscretion. It was my foolishness. Please forgive my thoughtless words. I shall not repeat it. Get out." "Yes." Park Taeyong scrambled out of the office in a disheveled state. Watching him leave, Choi Byung-seong felt a mix of anger and disappointment. What a waste. Chapter 44. The brother has sustained serious injuries in the office of the Chief Prosecutor, Criminal Division 3. Chief Prosecutor Kim Gunam has already been notified. He has agreed to return to South Korea immediately and has identified 4 experienced professionals from Yanbian. They are skilled assassins, reasonably priced, and have a stellar reputation in the industry. Zhang Jiksu pushed open the office door, closing it behind him, and reported to Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan set down his pen, looking up with a smile. "Excellent. Once their plane lands, arrange accommodations for them and instruct them to await my orders." "Understood." Zhang Jiksu nodded, then hesitated before speaking. "Chief Prosecutor, I heard that Park Taeyong entered the minister's office. Is he reporting you? Should we?" Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively, chuckling scornfully. "No need to worry, let him do as he pleases. The minister will not heed his words and may even scold him." Zhang Jiksu was puzzled. However, he soon learned from those around him that Park Taeyong had fled the minister's office looking disheveled, with others faintly hearing the minister berate him as a waste. Zhang Jiksu felt relieved, yet he still could not fathom how their prosecutor managed to persuade the minister to take his side. Remembering Li Qinghuan's instructions, he began investigating Park Taeyong, seeking to uncover his weaknesses and blemishes. 2.5 days passed swiftly. During these days, Li Qinghuan and Seo Minyoung's relationship progressed rapidly, as one was a love-struck individual while the other was a seasoned flirt. Li Qinghuan had previously dated nearly 100 women, if not more, and was well acquainted with various female personalities. With Seo Minyoung, a well-bred girl, one could not discuss money or material possessions. Doing so would not only fail to impress her but also provoke her disdain, deeming one as vulgar and lacking depth. Instead, one should engage her in discussions about literature, music ideals, and the future. Li Qinghuan adeptly catered to her preferences, spending time to personally procure a signed record from the band Seo Taijin and his children for her, and promising to ensure that the band would once again grace the stage. The tactics used by Chen Daojun were equally applicable to Li Qinghuan. Seo Minyoung was indeed moved. She spontaneously wrapped her arms around Li Qinghuan's neck and kissed him. Li Qinghuan accepted her affection graciously and promised that they would take a vacation together soon. Upon hearing this, Seo Minyoung looked up at him with surprise. "Really, Appa? Of course, even if work keeps us busy, we must carve out time for dates like any couple." Yes, Appa, you are so wonderful. It is I who should thank Minyoung. Being your boyfriend is my honor. Appa, after a while, shall we go meet my father? What is wrong, Appa? Are you unwilling? No, I meant to say, isn't that a bit too fast, mainly. I fear that your father might not like me. How could that be? He is very easygoing. Not if my father dislikes you, I will just elope with you. Cough, cough. I think we should deliberate on this matter. By the way, what is your father's position? The chief prosecutor of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Appa, didn't he? I only heard he is a high-ranking prosecutor but did not realize he is the chief prosecutor of our Seoul District. What is wrong? Are you feeling pressured? Appa, very much so. But for Minyoung, I would scale Halasan or descend into the Yellow Sea. I will not give up. Appa, you are so wonderful. The two indulged in affectionate banter at the Riverside Park until it was nearly time to return to work. Just then Li Qinghuan's phone rang. He picked it up to see that it was his sister-in-law, Han Yuhi, calling. Pressing the answer button, he heard her voice, urgent and tearful. "What?" Qinghuan, sobbing. Your brother has sustained serious injuries." The doctor says the situation is grave, you must come see him. Li Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, "Sister-in-law, do not panic, take your time. Where are you? I will come right away, Han Yui. I am outside the operating room on the 9th floor of Yiasin Hospital. Your brother is undergoing emergency treatment." Li Qinghuan spoke in a deep voice. "Alright, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, Su Meining, who had overheard the conversation between Li Qinghuan and Han Yoshi, couldn't help but display a worried expression on her delicate face. She grasped Li Qinghuan's hand and asked, "Is your brother injured, Papa? I heard from your sister-in-law that the injuries are quite serious. Should I accompany you?" Li Qinghuan gently squeezed her fragile hand, reassuring her with a steady tone. "It's fine, I will take care of it. Meining, you should return to work. I will head to the hospital to check on my brother's condition." Su Meining offered a comforting embrace, saying, "Papa, you go. I believe your brother will be alright. Alright, I'm leaving now. Be careful on the way." Li Qinghuan and Su Meining parted ways, hurrying towards the hospital. Ishan Hospital, located in Seoul, is renowned as one of South Korea's premier comprehensive medical facilities, celebrated for its advanced medical technology and equipment. Upon reaching the surgical department on the 9th floor, Li Qinghuan spotted his sister-in-law, Han Yoshi, sitting anxiously outside the operating room. Her delicate hands were intertwined, and she frequently glanced toward the door, her originally enchanting face now pale, clad in her CAF manager's uniform, which could not conceal her curvaceous figure, and wearing 6-centimeter high heels. She appeared heartbroken and sorrowful, evoking sympathy. When she caught sight of Li Qinghuan, it was as if she had found her anchor. She quickly stood and rushed to him, gripping his arm with tear-filled eyes, saying, "Qinghuan, your brother is in critical condition." Hearing this, Li Qinghuan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and asked solemnly, "Sister-in-law, what exactly happened? How did my brother get so seriously injured? Wasn't he busy representing those villagers in court? It's precisely because he was helping them that he got hurt." Han Yoshi sobbed, recounting the series of events. It turned out that Li Changxian had been gathering evidence while negotiating with Qixing Real Estate regarding the demolition. He collected the villagers' opinions and approached the opposing party, informing them that while they could proceed with the demolition, they must offer the villagers fair compensation and cover the medical expenses of those injured previously. Otherwise, he would sue Qixing Real Estate, accusing them of being involved in organized crime and violent acts. Unexpectedly, the opposing party dismissed Li Changxian's words, brazenly declaring that they were unafraid of any lawsuits. After facing repeated setbacks, Li Changxian felt increasingly frustrated. He had previously reported the matter to the police, seeking justice for the villagers, but to his dismay, the police sided with Qixing Real Estate, forcibly evicting the villagers. They accused the villagers of being greedy and ungrateful, claiming they were attempting to extort the developers. The situation persisted, and Li Changxian not only failed to secure justice for the villagers but also became a target of ridicule. Gradually, the villagers lost faith in him, and some even criticized his aggressive approach, which only worsened Qixing Real Estate's already poor attitude and significantly reduced their compensation offers. Even his senior colleagues at the law firm subtly advised him to abandon the case, warning him of the deep waters he was wading into. Stubborn and idealistic, Li Changxian refused to give up. He pretended to agree to a settlement while secretly investigating Qixing Real Estate for illegal activities. Through relentless efforts, he uncovered incriminating evidence against them, revealing their connections to organized crime, local politicians, and corrupt law enforcement. He informed Han Yoshi that he had handed this evidence to a prosecutor named Park, planning to expose the criminal group in court the following day. However, that night, he was ambushed by a group of mysterious individuals, who abducted him and brutally assaulted him in a remote area. By the time he was discovered, he was barely clinging to life. Upon receiving news from the hospital, Han Yoshi rushed over, only able to catch a final glimpse of the bloodied and battered Li Changxian. Now, he lay in the emergency room, fighting for his life. Han Yoshi was on the verge of collapse. After hearing her account, Li Chenghuan's expression darkened. His brother had clearly let slip critical information, alerting those involved and leading to the retaliation against Li Changxian. The informant was likely the prosecutor named Park. Sister-in-law, did my brother mention the full name of that prosecutor? Park? He seems to be called Park Taeyang. Yes, your brother mentioned that he is also a prosecutor in your criminal division. Han Yoshi replied. Upon hearing the name, Li Qinghuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It was the last name he wanted to hear. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Park Taeyang must have connections to Qixing Real Estate. Or perhaps he had investigated Li Chenghuan's connections and discovered that Li Changxian was his brother. He had deceived Li Changxian, obtained the evidence from him, and then betrayed him, leading to the retaliation. This conclusion was disturbingly close to the truth. Li Qinghuan was left speechless, feeling that his brother had been incredibly foolish. Despite knowing that his younger brother was also a prosecutor, he chose to give the evidence to someone else rather than confide in him. Even at this critical juncture, he hesitated to burden his brother, clinging to pride while facing dire consequences. Now justice had not been served, and a life was on the brink of extinguishment. To be honest, Li Qinghuan harbored no affection for this brother of his. Learning of his severe injuries stirred no emotions within him. However, he couldn't help but consider what would happen to Han Yoshi if his brother were to die. Thus, he suppressed his thoughts and comforted Han Yoshi, staying by her side as they awaited news outside the emergency room. Hours passed, and finally, with a click, the emergency room door opened. The lead surgeon emerged. Removing his mask as he addressed them, "Are you family of Li Chengxian?" "Yes, I am his wife." "How is my husband?" Han Yoshi hurriedly asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The doctor sighed. "I'm sorry. We did everything we could. Your husband was brought in too late. He was barely alive upon arrival. His internal organs are severely damaged, and he is suffering from a massive brain hemorrhage despite 3 hours of intensive resuscitation. Even with adrenaline administered, we could not save him. He is still clinging to life, but he is in a critical state. You may go in to say your goodbyes." Upon hearing this, Han Yoshi fainted on the spot. If not for Li Chenghuan's quick reflexes to catch her, she would have fallen to the ground. "Sister-in-law, please don't be too heartbroken. We need to be strong. Let's go see my brother one last time," he said, his expression grim. Regardless of their complicated relationship, Li Chengxian was the only family this body had, and the thought of him being killed infuriated Li Qinghuan. He supported the now limp Han Yoshi into the emergency room, where they found Li Chengxian motionless on the hospital bed, connected to various tubes, the heart monitor's line approaching flatness, barely breathing. Due to the adrenaline injection, he experienced a brief moment of clarity upon seeing Li Qinghuan and Han Yoshi enter. He struggled to raise his hand, fighting to utter his final words. "Brother, what do you want to say?" "I'm listening." Li Qinghuan leaned closer, straining to hear. "Take care of your sister-in-law. I'm sorry to her. Be careful of Qixing and Park Taeyang. I failed. Help me." As the heart monitor flatlined, Li Chengxian's life slipped away. "No. Chengxian, don't die," Han Yoshi cried, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Just days ago, her husband had vowed to spend time with the family after the trial, but now they were separated by death. Watching him pass away before her eyes, all her past grievances and frustrations faded away in that moment. Li Qinghuan, observing Han Yoshi's tear-streaked face, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He stepped to the window and called Zhang Jishu, inquiring about the investigation into Park Taeyang's activities. "Damn that scoundrel Park Taeyang, I will make him pay," he muttered through clenched teeth. Originally considering him a mere clown, he now realized how cunning he truly was. Having prepared 2 plans, one to report himself and the other to betray Li Chengxian, clearly anyone who could become a prosecutor was not to be underestimated. He had underestimated his opponent. This incident served as a wake-up call. He could never afford to underestimate anyone again. Once an enemy was created, he must eradicate them completely. In his heart, Li Qinghuan had already sentenced Park Taeyang to death, although killing a prosecutor would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. At that moment, Zhang Jishu answered the call. "Hello, Li Jian, I am about to report to you. You tasked me with investigating whether Park Taeyang has any allegations of corruption or misconduct, and I am pleased to inform you that we have indeed uncovered something." "Oh, do elaborate." "Yes, according to our investigation, we discovered that Park Taeyang had previously handled several cases of violent murder, with the prime suspect being Park Young-jun, an executive director at 7 Stars Real Estate. He was involved in the kidnapping of a female university student and a young girl, subjecting them to illegal detention and torment, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of one of the victims. The families of the victims had reported the incidents to the authorities, subsequently accusing Park Young-jun of his heinous acts in court, yet they ultimately lost their case due to insufficient evidence. The primary contributor to this outcome was none other than Park Taeyang, who, as the prosecutor at the time, managed to persuade the victims' families to sign a letter of understanding, thereby dropping charges against Park Young-jun. As a result, Park Young-jun was merely fined a substantial sum and escaped unscathed, absolving himself of all wrongdoing. Upon hearing Zhang Jishu's report, Li Qinghuan frowned deeply. This case is a classic example of the powerful colluding against the common people. A situation all too familiar in South Korea. It is evident that Park Taeyang exploited his authority to threaten and intimidate the families of the victims, who, as mere civilians, viewed the prosecutor with the utmost fear. yielding to even the slightest intimidation, who would dare to pursue their case further. For ordinary individuals, safeguarding their rights is an arduous task. They lack not only the time but also the financial means and access to competent legal representation. Even when they manage to secure a lawyer, they risk that attorney being bribed. How can they contend with the elite? Moreover, most compliant citizens lack the courage to confront the powerful, being vulnerable in countless ways, which allows the elite to bully them with impunity. However, Li Qinghuan is not among those who are oppressed. Excellent Jishu, the intelligence you provided is timely. Park Tae-young is finished this time. After ending the call, Li Qinghuan's eyes glinted with a cold resolve, his mind whirled as he connected the dots of recent events. Firstly, Park Tae-young shares a close relationship with Park Young-jun of 7 Stars Real Estate, a company responsible for demolition projects in the Gangbuk district. Park Tae-young likely knows about the conflicts involving Lee Chang-sien and 7 Stars Real Estate, suggesting that he colluded with Park Young-jun to eliminate Lee Chang-sien. This is merely the surface. There exists a critical hidden factor. 7 Stars Real Estate is a subsidiary, with the parent company being 7 Stars Group, which is, in reality, a criminal enterprise disguised as a legitimate corporation. The current president of 7 Stars Group is Park Eun-ki, the successor to the ousted former president in Shangju. The true master of 7 Stars Group is Lee Gang-hee, a strategist for the Insiders Alliance, one of Seoul's largest criminal organizations, and the editor-in-chief of the national daily. Everything is connected. Lee Gang-hee suspects that the secret ledger is in Lee Chung-won's possession. Regarding the audacious young prosecutor who dares to investigate the Insiders Alliance, he has resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate him, killing his brother, Lee Chang-sien, and having Park Tae-young investigate and report on Lee Cheng-hwan is merely the first step. Chapter 46, The Cunning Lee Gang-hee. Everything is interconnected. Indeed, Lee Gang-hee is the most cunning and sly old fox within the Insiders Alliance. When he finally makes his move, he has already managed to eliminate Lee Cheng-hwan's brother and nearly jeopardized his prosecutorial position. Had it not been for Zhang Jishu's investigation into the connection between Park Tae-young and Park Young-jun of 7 Stars Real Estate, he might not have been able to piece it all together. This old fox in the original narrative adeptly manipulated both male protagonists with a mere pen, controlling the direction of public opinion with a simple article. Additionally, beyond his literary prowess, he wields significant power. Who would have thought that a prominent media figure, as the editor-in-chief of a newspaper, could also be the leader of a large criminal organization? Excellent, this makes things all the more intriguing, does it not? When the opponent is too weak, it loses its appeal. Now that you, Lee Gang-hee, have made your move, it is my turn. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lee Cheng-won's eyes as he formulated a preliminary counterattack plan. He first accompanied Han Yoshi to handle the procedures for the transfer of his brother Lee Chang-sien's remains, temporarily placing the body in a nearby large funeral home while waiting for the cremation date. During this time, Lee Cheng-hwan also notified the forensic department of the local police precinct, requesting an autopsy for Lee Chang-sien to ascertain any evidence of criminal activity, such as fingerprints or hair from the suspect. While the chances were slim, the necessary protocols must be followed. Most importantly, he needed to personally take on the case before Park Tae-young could intervene. He feared that the latter would act first. Should the case fall into Park Tae-young's hands, it was certain that he would exploit his authority to suppress the case, opting for a cold treatment. Prosecutors have the discretion to decide whether to pursue charges. As long as he refrains from prosecuting, Lee Cheng-hwan would be powerless to act. After a long and exhausting night, Lee Cheng-hwan returned home with the wearied and tear-stained Han Yoshi. The once charming and gracious sister-in-law now resembled a shell of her former self, her eyes devoid of focus as she sat on the sofa in a stupor. Lee Cheng-hwan refrained from offering her too much comfort. Recognizing that she must find her own way through this, he reached out to Zhang Jishu once more, assigning several important tasks to him. The next day, in a secluded bar in the Gangbuk district, a weary man with deep-set eyes and a scruffy beard languidly reclined on a sofa, smoking while watching television. Strikingly, one of his hands appeared disjointed. Upon closer inspection, it was a prosthetic limb, as his left hand had been severed at the wrist. Occasionally, a waiter clad in a tailored vest would push through the door, allowing the cacophony from the bar to spill into the room. The man remained expressionless, seemingly devoid of hope or interest in anything. At that moment, a man wearing a baseball cap and clad in a leather jacket and jeans entered the lounge, standing directly before the despondent figure, and spoke. "Are you in Shangzhou?" Upon hearing his name, and Shangzhou turned his gaze towards the newcomer. The man in the baseball cap possessed an unremarkable appearance, and Shangzhou had no recollection of him. He was not an acquaintance. Shangzhou merely glanced at him without uttering a word. Returning his attention to the television, the man in the baseball cap was undeterred by this silence. Instead, he smirked and continued, "My master has said that if you seek vengeance and wish to make a comeback, you should come with me. If you are content to languish here like a defeated dog wasting your life in this rundown bar, then feel free to continue rotting away. After all, you are merely a pitiful clown, used by others and then cast aside." This proclamation struck a nerve in Shangzhou, igniting his suppressed resentment and humiliation. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he sprang from the sofa. Seizing the man in the baseball cap by the throat with his intact right hand, forcefully pinning him against the wall, "Who are you calling a clown?" He spat furiously rather than exhibiting fear. The man in the baseball cap looked at him with mockery, disdainfully remarking, "My master was right. He said that if I insulted you as a mindless fool, a pawn for others, you would surely react. And indeed you have." He added, "My master also said that if you were still a man, wishing to exact revenge and discover who betrayed you, then you should come with me." After hearing these words, and Shangzhou fell silent, his grip on the man's neck loosened involuntarily. At that moment, he rifled through his memories, unable to pinpoint who this man's master might be, yet there was no doubt that he felt compelled by the offer. And Shangzhou, once the president of the Seven Stars gang, had been a prominent figure, a loyal subordinate wielding considerable influence. He had enjoyed a life of grandeur, even if it was as a mere courier for celebrity favors. However, overnight, he lost his left hand, his wealth, his status, and everything. Initially confined to a mental institution, he endured relentless torment and medication aimed at driving him to madness, had he not cleverly pretended to take his medication, discreetly spitting it out once the nurses left. He would have succumbed long ago. He had written countless letters to his boss Li Ganghe, pleading for clemency, hoping that his years of diligent service might persuade Li to speak favorably of him to President Wu, thus granting him a reprieve. This ultimately led to his release. Subsequently, he was cast aside like a frail, sickly stray dog, relegated to this impoverished corner, reduced to managing a dilapidated bar. The immense psychological and identity disparity tormented him day and night, depriving him of sleep and plaguing him with nightmares. And now, he relied on alcohol and cigarettes to numb his pain. He yearned for revenge, for a chance to rise again. Without much deliberation, and Shangzhou made his decision, "I will go with you." He cared little about the identity of the man's master. He only recognized that this might be his sole opportunity for redemption. "Excellent, my master predicted you would agree, and indeed it is so," the man in the baseball cap replied with a slight smile before turning to exit. And Shangzhou quickly followed suit. The two men departed through the back door of the bar, winding through narrow alleys until they reached a brand new black sedan parked at the end of the street. The car's windows were tinted, obscuring the interior from view. At that moment, the man in the baseball cap opened the back door and addressed Shangzhou, "Get in, my master is waiting for you inside." And Shangzhou, after a moment of hesitation, stepped into the vehicle. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him, and he finally came face to face with the figure referred to by the man in the baseball cap as the adult. "You are Li Qinghuan, chief prosecutor of the 3rd Criminal Division of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office." Li Qinghuan extended his hand, paused briefly, and continued, "And also the mastermind responsible for your loss of this left hand." Upon hearing these words, Shangzhou was momentarily taken aback. His lips twitched, and the veins at his temples throbbed. He gritted his teeth, filled with an overwhelming desire to land a punch on Li Qinghuan's face and scream at him, "You are the one who has caused me this much suffering. How dare you claim you want to help me seek revenge?" Li Qinghuan seemed to sense his thoughts and let out a derisive laugh. "Don't look at me like that. If it weren't for your own foolishness and presumption, you wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Have you never considered who betrayed you, who ambushed you, and who informed Chairman Wu about your intention to use that ledger to threaten him? Don't tell me you've never doubted him." Chapter 47, The Initial Confrontation with Li Jiangxi. As Li Qinghuan's words hung in the air and Shangzhou fell into silence, he lowered his head, recalling the events of that day. He had proudly informed his boss, Li Jiangxi, that he had discovered a crucial treasure that could help him dominate Chairman Wu, establishing himself as the undeniable leader of the Insider Alliance. At that time, Li Jiangxi had smiled without revealing any signs of abnormality, merely cautioning him not to act on his own in the future. Not long after, Shangzhou had been ambushed. When he awoke again, it was to the horrific sight of his wrist being severed by Chairman Wu's secretary, followed by a brutal beating, culminating in his confinement to a psychiatric hospital. To be honest, he had indeed suspected Li Jiangxi at one point. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, for he was the most loyal dog under Li Jiangxi's command. For years, he had diligently served him, not knowing how many rivals and enemies he had helped Li Jiangxi eliminate. It could be said that he followed Li Jianxi's orders without question, otherwise he would not have taken it upon himself to seize the ledger to grant his boss greater influence within the Insider Alliance. Intending to use it to manipulate Chairman Wu. He would have gladly given his heart to his brother, Li Jianxi. Why would he betray himself? It made no sense, seeing in Shangzhou still lost in his delusions. Li Chenghuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. You think your loyalty would prevent Li Jianxi from betraying you? Surely there must be some underlying circumstances, right? And Shangzhou was taken aback, looking up at Li Chenghuan. His mouth opening slightly, which was tantamount to an admission. Li Chenghuan continued to mock him. It's only natural for you to think this way. After all, which master would casually abandon their dog, unless, of course, that dog becomes disobedient and starts to act on its own, contemplating how to leverage the partner's weaknesses against the master. But this dog fails to understand that it is merely a dog, with no right to make decisions for its master. A dog remains a dog. It cannot fathom how crucial this partner is to its master. Once this partner is lost, the master's power, status, and identity will plummet, rendering them unable to reintegrate into high society. The absurdity lies in the fact that this dog will never realize it has been sold out by its master, even as it is torn to shreds by the other vicious dogs its master has raised. Still clinging to the master's goodness, these scathing remarks pierced in Shangzhou's heart, leaving him pale and anguished, transitioning from a state of extreme rage to despair, ultimately resulting in a heart as cold as ash. Li Chenghuan had unveiled the naked truth to him, delivering a soul-crushing blow that shattered all his spirit and resolve. In his current state of disarray, he bore no difference from a defeated dog. Awakening from the false hope that his master might one day remember his loyalty, only to realize that he had long been discarded like a stray dog left to perish in the wilderness by his master. The truth was unbearably harsh, yet Li Chenghuan continued with one final blow. In fact, it's quite simple to verify whether my words hold any truth. All you need to do is call Li Jianxi and ask him if he sold you out. And Shangzhou, initially stunned, soon felt a surge of resolve. He picked up his phone and dialed Li Jianxi's number. Beep. The call connected swiftly, and Li Jianxi's calm and steady voice resonated on the other end. Shangzhou, didn't I tell you not to contact me unless necessary? What's this? Have you started disobeying me? After a moment of silence, and Shangzhou slowly inquired, Boss, after I mentioned I could use that ledger to control Chairman Wu, did you decide to abandon me? Upon hearing in Shangzhou's question, Li Jianxi fell silent for a few seconds before responding in a cold, unfeeling tone. Sometimes, being overly loyal is not a good thing. Since you've come to this realization, you should just stay quietly in the countryside. If it weren't for the years of relative loyalty you've shown me, that day, the severing of your hand would have been the least of your worries. Despite having anticipated this answer, and Shangzhou still found it difficult to accept Li Chenghuan had been entirely correct, it was astonishingly accurate. He now understood how foolish he had been after feeling utterly dejected. A blaze of fury ignited within him, almost capable of scorching the heavens in his wrath. Revenge. He yearned for vengeance. After experiencing the ultimate betrayal of his unwavering loyalty, he felt an equally intense hatred. At that moment, he loathed Li Jianxi to the core. No one wished to eliminate this old man more than he did. Clenching his teeth, he uttered his final words into the phone. Thank you for giving me this last lesson. To repay your kindness, I shall return the suffering I endured to you tenfold. Upon hearing his abandoned dog threaten revenge over the phone, Li Jianxi found it utterly amusing. Ha, Shangzhou, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you taken too many pills in the psychiatric hospital and lost your mind? I've given you a chance to live. Why don't you cherish it? Don't let me be utterly disappointed in you. A dog that has lost its utility only faces death or abandonment. If you persist in your delusions, then let me see how my once loyal dog, who wagged its tail at my feet, attempts to take revenge on its former master all alone. Li Jianxi's merciless taunts cut through, and Shangzhou, reddening his eyes and tightening his fists, the humiliation drove him nearly to madness, filling him with self-loathing for not recognizing Li Jianxi's true nature sooner. Just as he was about to hang up and refuse to listen any longer, Li Chenghuan took the phone from his hand and calmly addressed the other party. He may be weak, but with my involvement, that may no longer be the case. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxi's surprised voice came through the line. Who are you? Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, Criminal Division 3, Li Chenghuan. I see why. And Shangzhou has suddenly woken up. It seems someone is guiding him. Prosecutor Li, you have quite the ability. Compared to Chief Editor Li's cunning, consider this a debt for my brother's death. From now on, I will gradually dismantle everything you hold dear. Understand? Ha, I look forward to it. Young man, get lost, old dog. Li Chenghuan spat, hanging up the phone. He turned to the visibly frustrated and enraged in Shangzhou and spoke calmly. Now that you know the truth, I have one question for you. Do you want to kill Li Jiangxi? Yes. Good. I need your assistance. How can I help? First, help me obtain a damning piece of evidence against Park Youngjun. I have grand plans. Park Youngjun, the son of the current leader of the Seven Stars gang, Park Young-ki, that scoundrel. Understood. Leave it to me. Chapter 48. The prince of the Seven Stars gang, Park Youngjun, and Shangzhou informed Li Qinghwan that Park Young-ki had once been his confidant and was also the vice president of the Seven Stars gang, whom he had personally promoted. Little did he know that he was secretly aligned with Li Jiangxi. Truly, a biting dog does not bark. An Shangzhou was well aware of Park Young-ki's ruthless nature and cunning schemes, often assigning him various tasks. Who would have thought that this bastard would rise against him? He had also encountered Park Youngjun, the son of Park Young-ki. That kid was involved in all sorts of vices, having committed numerous crimes, and the number of young women he had harmed was beyond counting. An Shangzhou, not being a virtuous person himself, had turned a blind eye to such matters, but now, having decided to abandon the shadows and embrace the light, he was determined to make a stand. How far does Prosecutor Li wish to go with Park Youngjun? He must die, but before that, we need to gather evidence of his crimes. Understood. An Shangzhou nodded. Lost in thought. He recalled some past memories of Park Youngjun. Not only indulged in every vice imaginable but also took pleasure in photographing the girls he had tormented, storing the images on his phone, occasionally pulling them out for his own twisted enjoyment. At a past company gathering, he had even shown in Shangzhou one such photo with the content utterly unspeakable and depraved. Thus, by merely obtaining his mobile phone, one could acquire a plethora of evidence pertaining to his numerous unlawful activities. Upon hearing in Shangzhou's words, Li Qinghwan's face broke into a slight smile. This was indeed the reason for his visit to Shangzhou. With the assistance of this former leader of the Qixing gang, dismantling the gang from within and eliminating Park Young-ki and his son, Park Youngjun, would prove far simpler than taking matters into his own hands. Excellent. As long as you can procure evidence of Park Youngjun's criminal activities, I can assure you that no one shall be able to harm you, not even Li Jiangxi. Li Qinghwan made his promise. Unwavering in his conviction, due to the urgency of time and his deep-seated hatred for Li Jiangxi, and Shangzhou swiftly set his plans into motion, retrieving his phone to summon the few loyal subordinates who remained. After all, despite being undermined by Li Jiangxi, he still possessed several devoted followers. Through the discreet communication of his confidants, he quickly pinpointed Park Youngjun's current whereabouts, which was within a large entertainment venue in Seoul, an establishment owned by the Qixing gang. Once he confirmed Park Youngjun's location, and Shangzhou made a call to his former lover, Li Ai. She had once been a hostess, and Shangzhou had intervened on her behalf multiple times, providing her with considerable financial support. Consequently, she harbored feelings for him. Although aware that a future together was impossible, upon learning of Shangzhou's current plight, she resolved to assist him once more, risking herself for his sake. Before long, clad in a revealing sleeveless mini-dress and exuding an alluring charm, Li Ai, under the orchestration of Shangzhou's subordinate, entered the private room where Park Youngjun was located, accompanied by a group of other hostesses. As the son of the current president of the Qixing group, Park Young-ki, Park Youngjun fancied himself the crown prince of the organization, indulging day and night with a retinue of sycophants and companions in bars and nightclubs, living a life of excess. Each time he demanded the gang's managers to bring him a fresh assortment of beautiful women, even preying upon some of the minor celebrities signed by the entertainment division of the company, inside the private room. The atmosphere was exceedingly boisterous. Park Youngjun, slightly overweight and with a greasy visage, donned an ill-fitting suit. He had one arm draped around the most attractive woman present, Li Ai, while the other embraced another provocatively dressed woman, allowing them to feed him fruits and snacks. Beside him were several other young men of similar standing, sons of minor conglomerates, descendants of other Qixing gang elders, and Park Youngjun's loyal subordinates. They spoke loudly, extolling Park Youngjun's virtues, with one exclaiming, "Youngjun, I heard you had your way with a renowned actress last night. How was it? Share your experience with us. Is it true?" "Youngjun, I heard the actress initially refused. How did you manage to subdue her?" "With Youngjun's status as the prince of the Qixing group, even the underworld thugs in Seoul must pay him respect. That actress dared to resist. A mere tremor from Youngjun, and she would surrender." "Youngjun, I heard from my father that your Qixing real estate is currently undertaking land acquisition in the Gangbuk district due to new municipal plans. Might I invest alongside you for a share of the profits? Count me in as well." "Youngjun, let's earn some pocket money together." As the flattery from his companions enveloped him, Park Youngjun felt a surge of elation. Laughing heartily, "Though Qixing real estate is under my name, I hardly concern myself with it. It has always been my father's trusted aides handling the operations. Since you are all my brothers, I shall accommodate your wishes. If you wish to invest, each of you can contribute 2 billion won, and upon completion of our project, your investments will surely double. Upon hearing Park Young-jun's willingness to include them, his companions intensified their praise. Yet, one young man from a wealthy family hesitated. I have heard that the Gangbuk demolition project is facing fierce opposition from local residents, and a lawyer claims to possess evidence of Qixing Real Estate's criminal activities. Intending to file charges against ITIS everything alright, Young-jun. To this, Park Young-jun merely scoffed. That foolish lawyer, rest assured, he is met with an untimely demise. Without that meddler, those commoners will no longer dare to oppose Qixing Real Estate. These ordinary citizens are akin to livestock. We need not concern ourselves with their opinions. As long as we eliminate their leader, they will soon quiet down. Park Young-jun's tone was laced with arrogance. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power and connections wielded by the influential figure behind his father. They were the architects of the nation's vital decisions, perched atop the social hierarchy. His father had betrayed the former leader in Shangzhou, and in doing so, had become a loyal servant to that powerful figure, completely seizing control of the Qixing Group. As long as he did not offend the true elite, Park Young-jun believed he could thrive in South Korea without fear. The death of a mere lawyer was inconsequential. Come, brothers, let us drink and revel. With a hearty laugh, Park Young-jun inhaled deeply, losing himself in the moment as he groped the woman in his arms. The scene quickly devolved into an indecent display of debauchery. Unbeknownst to them, among this gathering, there was one woman still fully aware, who, after the revelers succumbed to intoxication, discreetly retrieved a phone identical to the one in Park Young-jun's possession from her bag. Swiftly swapping it before making her exit from the private room, when the phone reappeared, it had fallen into the hands of Li Chenghwan, and in Shangzhou. Li Chenghwan personally opened the photo album on Park Young-jun's phone, revealing an array of unspeakable images, each one worthy of censorship, bloodshed, violence, cruelty, depravity, a total erosion of humanity. Among them were many photographs of Park Young-jun alongside the victimized girls, each image capturing his maniacal glee. Damn, even as a villain, I find these images abhorrent. Li Chenghwan frowned, glancing through the collection before passing it to Zhang Zhishu. Make copies of these immediately, compile them into a dossier, and ensure that the faces of the victims are obscured. This will serve as Park Young-jun's death knell. And Shangzhou, you have done well this time. And Shangzhou waved his hand nonchalantly. I am merely seeking vengeance against Li Jiangxi and Park Youngki. I will not spare those who have betrayed me. Li Chenghwan nodded in agreement. Excellent, it is now my turn to take center stage. With that, Li Chenghwan instructed Zhang Zhishu to notify the district police chief, Captain Chao Dajuan, to lead a team and conduct a surprise raid to apprehend Park Young-jun. Chapter 49. Will you confess? In the Gangnam district, Itaewon, within the opulent private room of the Qixing nightclub, the arrogant and oily Park Young-jun and his entourage of sycophants continued to indulge in the company of women. Suddenly, the door to the room was violently kicked open. Startled, Park Young-jun shivered. Who dares to cause trouble in my domain? As his senses began to clear, he furiously raged at the intruding group. Yet, in a swift moment, a glass bottle shattered against his head with a resounding crack. The shards flew, and Park Young-jun let out a piercing scream, blood streaming through his fingers, staining his entire face. My head, hearing Park Young-jun's anguished cries, his companions jolted awake, while the accompanying hostesses turned pale, huddling in a corner in fear. All eyes were drawn to the man in a suit who had struck Park Young-jun. The suited man approached Park Young-jun steadily, flanked by a squad of fully armed officers. No matter how arrogant Park Young-jun had been, he finally understood the identity of these unwelcome guests. You are Park Young-jun. Li Chenghwan's expression remained impassive, his tone cold as he regarded the bloodied figure before him. In response, Park Young-jun spat vehemently. You worthless cop. Do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? I will kill you. Having just taken drugs, his mental state was already unstable, and now, with his head split open, the pain and blood drove him into a frenzy, his temper flaring as he hurled threats at the officers, dismissing them entirely. This audacity stemmed from the confidence instilled by his father in that powerful figure. These are merely cops, they cannot touch me, the prince of the Qixing group. But before he could finish his sentence, a heavy kick landed squarely in his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Park Young-jun was sent flying, crashing into a table and chairs before he finally slammed against the wall, nearly knocked unconscious by the blow. Coughing, he spat blood, collapsing to the ground like a defeated dog, stripped of his former bravado. This spectacle left his companions trembling in fear, realizing the stranger in the suit was no ordinary police officer. His brutality was terrifying. Seeing Park Young-jun and his companions subdued, Lee Ching-hwan waved his hand casually. Take them all to the prosecutor's office. I will personally interrogate them. Yes, sir. Chow Da-jun gazed at the domineering prosecutor with a face full of reverence. Hastily summoning several officers to swarm forward and handcuff his companions, including Park Young-jun, dragging them out of the private room like lifeless dogs. Simultaneously, the head of the Jiangbei District Demolition Project from Qixing Real Estate, along with senior executives of the company, were apprehended by another police squad led by Zhang Jishu. The operation was swift and decisive, from the formulation of the task to the successful arrests. No more than half an hour elapsed. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, within the interrogation room of the Seoul District Prosecutor's office, the blinding lights bore down on Park Young-jun. Nearly rendering his eyes unopenable, squinting, he beheld the entrance of Lee Sung-won and Zhang Jishu, his eyes aflame with rage and murderous intent. What the hell? Who are you? Why have you brought me here? I advise you to release me immediately, or you will surely regret it. Park Young-jun remained oblivious to the reasons behind his arrest. All he knew was his fury, a desire for vengeance boiling within him. After all, just a short while ago, he had boasted to his friends about his invincibility in South Korea, and now, nearly half a day later, he found himself brutally slapped in the face, beaten up, and confined in an interrogation room. Are you out of your minds, you worthless police? Let me go. My father is Park Young-gi of Qixing Group. I demand to see my lawyer. I will report your violent enforcement of the law. Park Young-jun struggled and howled, spewing a torrent of foul language. Lee Sung-won, his expression cold, rolled up his sleeves and appeared before him. With a sharp slap, he struck Park Young-jun across the face. Will you confess? Park Young-jun's face swelled from the blow, yet he remained defiant, seething. You're messing with me. Witnessing his obstinacy, Lee Sung-won spared no further niceties, unleashing a flurry of slaps that left Park Young-jun's visage resembling that of a swollen pig's head. Will you confess? The assault continued, with Lee Sung-won employing both hands and feet, leaving Park Young-jun bloodied and battered, his cries echoing in the room, his form nearly unrecognizable. Will you confess? Will you confess? Confess. The beating persisted for a full half hour, beads of sweat forming on Lee Sung-won's forehead. In stark contrast, Park Young-jun was barely distinguishable as a human, his eyes swollen shut, several teeth missing, and one hand grotesquely deformed from fractures. I shall ask you one final time, will you confess or not? Lee Sung-won demanded, gripping Park Young-jun's mangled face with an air of menace. Whoa, I confess, I'll confess to anything. But what the hell do you want me to admit to? Just ask me. Ask me, Park Young-jun wailed in despair, a mix of anguish and indignation. Lee Sung-won paused, glancing at his assistant as Zhang Jishu appeared awkward, sheepishly responding, it seems we haven't explicitly asked Park Young-jun to confess to any crimes. Very well, Lee Sung-won coughed lightly, resuming his icy interrogation. In that case, tell me how many innocent young women you have harmed over the years, and enumerate the heinous acts you have committed, lay them all bare. Or do not expect to leave this interrogation room unscathed. Park Young-jun, having endured Lee Sung-won's brutal beating, was now engulfed by a profound terror, fearing that this man might truly kill him. He hastily divulged numerous criminal activities, though cleverly evading any mention of the abuse of women, instead confessing to drug use, solicitation, organized violence, assault, gambling, and participation in gang brawls. Seeing that he still resisted full disclosure, Lee Sung-won threw photographs of the victims he had obtained from Park Young-jun's phone directly at him. If you continue to sidestep the truth, no one will save you. At the moment Park Young-jun laid eyes on those photographs, a chill gripped his heart, an overwhelming fear enveloping his very soul. And he finally comprehended Lee Sung-won's intentions. You want me dead, correct, but unfortunately for you, there is no reward for guessing correctly. If you cooperate, perhaps you may live. However, should you attempt any tricks, you will meet your end swiftly. Now tell me about the prosecutor Park Tae-yeon who helped you cover up those cases of abuse leading to the deaths of young girls. What leverage do you have over him? Just as Park Young-jun was about to confess, a phone call interrupted Lee Sung-won's inquiry. Upon glancing at the unfamiliar number, he frowned, initially intending to ignore it and hang up. However, the phone rang again almost immediately. Reluctantly, he answered, and a somber voice belonging to a middle-aged man emanated from the other end. Is this Prosecutor Lee? I am Park Young-gi, the father of Park Young-jun from Qixing Group. Before Lee Sung-won could respond, Park Young-jun erupted with excitement upon recognizing his father's voice. Father, he began, eager to communicate with Park Young-gi. A swift slap silenced him as Lee Sung-won shot him a lethal glare. The recollection of the terror he felt under Lee Sung-won's dominance quelled Park Young-jun's words, leaving him to gaze imploringly at the prosecutor. Park Young-gi seemed to have heard his son's voice as well, feeling a sense of relief that he was still alive. Prosecutor Lee, is my son with you? I assure you, Young-jun has always been a well-behaved child. Never involved in any criminal activities. He may indulge in a bit of mischief, but surely there must be some misunderstanding. If necessary, I would be willing to meet with you personally to discuss this matter face to face. What a charming and honest boy! The audacity of Park Young-gi to utter such blatant falsehoods was astonishing. Lee Sung-won had no desire to engage in idle chatter with such a charlatan. He replied bluntly, Chairman Park, your son is indeed in my custody. Whether he has committed any crimes is something he knows all too well, and so do you as his father. We are all intelligent individuals here. You understand why I have apprehended him. A simple phone call and a few words will not suffice to secure his release. My brother was killed at the hands of Chishing Real Estate, which is under Park Young-jun's purview. I suspect he incited his thugs to murder my brother, and I have gathered substantial evidence of Park Young-jun's criminal activities. Once the interrogation concludes, I will promptly petition the Seoul court for immediate proceedings. Given his crimes, he faces potential life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Now that I have spoken, do you have anything further to add? Upon hearing Lee Sung-won's words, Park Young-gi fell into a brief silence. He had indeed hoped to play the emotional card, to delay matters by negotiating a private meeting, willing to spare no expense, including offering bribes, just to secure his son's freedom. He could easily provide exorbitant bail, even summon top-tier South Korean celebrities to entertain the prosecutor. After all, the Chishing Group had significant sway over MS Entertainment, one of South Korea's major entertainment companies, with all its contracted artists readily available to please the wealthy elite. They dared not resist, nor could they oppose. However, Lee Sung-won's words had effectively thwarted all of Park Young-gi's plans. He had not anticipated that this young prosecutor would be so resolute, clearly intent on bringing down Park Young-jun. A wave of regret washed over him as he realized that he should have left room for maneuverability when he had received instructions from Lee Jiangxi to carry out this task. At the very least, he should have ensured that prosecutor Lee Chang-hyun was left with a semblance of life, rendering him a cripple rather than finding himself in this deadlock. Yet, Park Young-jun was genuinely innocent. At least regarding the murder of Lee Chang-hyun, Park Young-jun had little understanding of the intricacies involved. He was but a hedonist, preoccupied with pleasure, neglecting the affairs of the company. The true mastermind behind Chishing Real Estate had always been a trusted subordinate of Park Young-gi. Now, hearing that this subordinate had also been apprehended, Park Young-gi felt uncertain whether this man would betray him. Though he had his own contingency plans, they were bound to attract unwanted attention, especially when dealing with a prosecutor like Lee Sung-won, who showed no mercy and was unwavering in his pursuit of justice. Even a mob boss like Park Young-gi felt a twinge of fear. Prosecutor Lee, I believe there is still room for negotiation. What exactly do you want? Park Young-gi attempted to plead. Lee Sung-won scoffed, his voice icy as he responded, I want Lee Jiangxi dead. Does Chairman Park have the audacity to carry out such an act? As these words left his lips, Park Young-gi nearly fumbled his phone. Gripped by terror, the prosecutor astonishingly knows that his superior is Lee Jiangxi. It turns out he is fully aware of everything. Even someone as ruthless and cunning as Park Young-gi cannot help but feel a shiver of fear. He is acutely aware of the terrifying grip that Lee Jiangxi possesses, the immense power he wields. Being reduced to a mere dog for Lee Jiangxi is a distinction he has attained only after betraying On Sang-kyu with all his might. How dare Lee Chang-won, this despicable prosecutor, expect him to betray his own master? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? In the choice between his son and his master, he knows precisely where his loyalties lie. A son can be born anew, but if his master discards him, he is as good as dead. First and foremost, On Sang-kyu would never let him off the hook. Park Young-gi took a deep breath, his previously sycophantic tone vanishing, replaced by a chilling coldness as he spoke. Since Prosecutor Lee has said this, does that mean there is no room for negotiation? Lee Chang-won sneered mockingly. Chairman Park, what a loyal dog you are, so devoted to your master. It's commendable. I recall On Sang-kyu was once as loyal as you. Yet Lee Jiangxi discarded him without a second thought. I hope, Chairman Park, that you do not meet the same fate. Enough of this nonsense. I still need to continue the interrogation of Park Young-jun. Chairman Park, prepare to collect the remains of your son. As the two conversed, Lee Chang-won struck Park Young-jun several times, eliciting agonized cries from him. Hearing his son's anguished screams over the phone and enduring such humiliation from Lee Chang-won, Park Young-gi's fury reached a boiling point, and he hung up with a resounding clap. He feared that if he continued listening, he might succumb to the urge to commit murder. Meanwhile, Park Young-jun listened in terror. Fully aware that his father had failed to negotiate and that his demise was imminent, no, he did not wish to die. Park Young-jun's face, swollen like a pig's, streamed with tears and snot as he wailed. Pleading with Lee Chong-won, prosecutor Lee, Lord Lee Dadley, I beg you, don't kill me, I don't want to die, whatever you wish to know, I will confess everything, I will say it all, just spare my life. In a desperate bid to survive, Park Young-jun was utterly abject. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he ingratiatingly offered, Prosecutor Lee, if you spare my life, I can report my father. I am privy to many of his illegal activities and secrets. I can expose him to the prosecution. Lee Chong-won could not help but laugh at this. What a grand act of filial piety. Truly, he is Park Young-gi's son, the master of betrayal, forcing back his amusement. He replied with an icy demeanor, if you truly wish to live, then promptly divulge everything you know without reservation. And now continue. Does that brat Park Tae-young have any incriminating evidence against you? Have there been any financial transactions between you? At this moment, Park Young-jun dared not conceal anything and hastily responded, yes, I once bribed Park Tae-young with 5 billion won and gifted his relatives over 1 billion won. I've even taken him to meet female celebrities. I still have photos of the three of us on my phone. That actress later committed suicide due to the humiliation. Moreover, I know he likes to hide cash and luxury watches at home. So I gifted him many luxury watches from various countries. I even bought him a house abroad, and he keeps 2 or 3 mistresses, one of whom he has been illegally imprisoning in his basement. I have visited her, she was once his classmate. Chapter 51, Your wife's tea brewing skills are impressive in Seoul, outside a villa in Sungpa district. Ding dong. Lee Chong-won stood outside Park Tae-young's villa. Pressing the doorbell, please hold on a moment. A gentle voice resonated from within, and the door opened to reveal a young woman of approximately 1.68 meters tall, with exquisite, well-defined features and an air of mature charm. Dressed casually in a red spaghetti strap nightgown, her glossy black hair casually tied back, she revealed a hint of her delicate shoulders. Lee Chong-won was taken aback by the striking beauty of Park Tae-young's wife. It was indeed a pity. It is well known that the Han River is plagued by an excess of Viagra components, and South Korean men have been labeled with a C-grade title. They hardly deserve such beautiful women. As for him, Lee Chong-won, he is determined to uphold justice in South Korea. Hello, are you? Seeing Lee Chong-won's piercing gaze fixed upon her, Jung Hana's cheeks flushed slightly, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she asked, what brings you here? Lee Chong-won chuckled softly and slightly bowed. Hello, Mrs. Jiang. I am Lee Chong-won, the chief prosecutor of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, and a colleague of your husband, Prosecutor Park Tae-young. I apologize for this unexpected visit. Upon hearing Lee Chong-won's introduction, Jung Hana also bowed in return. Chief Lee, hello, Tae-young is at home. Please come in. And with that, she stepped aside to invite Lee Chong-won inside, leading him to the living room, where she then brought out a kettle to brew tea. The elegance with which she poured the tea suggested she had some training in the art of tea making. Chief Lee, please enjoy your tea. Thank you. Lee Chong-won took the steaming teacup from Jung Hana's slender hand, painted with cherry red nail polish, and took a delicate sip, a look of appreciation gracing his face. Mrs. Jung, the tea you brewed is exquisite. Jung Hana smiled gracefully. Chief Lee, Tae-young worked late into the night last night and is still catching up on sleep. If you would kindly wait a moment, I will go wake him. Lee Chong-won waved his hand dismissively. No need to rush. I came to speak with Tae-young regarding a private matter. Let him sleep a while longer. After a moment's hesitation, Jung Hana nodded slightly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I appreciate your understanding. As the guest remained, she felt it inappropriate to go upstairs, so she sat with Lee Chong-won in the living room. Engaging in conversation. As they exchanged words, Lee Chong-won garnered a preliminary understanding of Jung Hana. It turned out she was once an actress, having debuted at 18 as a contracted artist with MS Entertainment, a subsidiary of the Seven Stars Group, attempting acting, singing, and dancing. Though she never quite caught fire, eventually she seized a hard-earned opportunity to star in a bold historical drama titled Pure Innocence, where she delivered numerous memorable performances, catapulting her to fame as the nation's goddess of historical dramas. No wonder Lee Chong-won felt a flicker of recognition upon seeing her. She had indeed starred in that drama. Jung Hana continued her narrative, explaining that after her rise to fame, a flood of film offers, scripts, variety show invitations, and advertising endorsements followed. However, with fame came controversy. The very nature of the provocative drama led to significant backlash. Although most of the nude scenes were performed by a body double, she still faced public scrutiny. The most disheartening aspect was being pressured by the company's higher-ups to entertain influential figures, a situation she had long heard about but never expected to face herself. When it finally happened, she found it unbearable and refused the company's arrangements. Consequently, the company blacklisted her, severing all ties overnight and leaving her drowning in debt. Desperate, Jung Hana contemplated suicide, fortunately during a chance encounter. Park Tae-young, who had witnessed her downfall and was working part-time at a convenience store, was captivated by her beauty and immediately pursued her. After being initially rejected, he used his authority to uncover her situation, offering to help her terminate her contract with the company, though this help came with the condition that she must be with Park Tae-young. With no alternatives left, Jung Hana reluctantly agreed, but she was shrewd enough to insist that Park Tae-young accompany her in person to terminate the contract with MS Entertainment and that he marry her. At that time, Park Tae-young was still married, having already invested considerable effort in Jung Hana. He was loath to let her go and promptly divorced his wife to marry Jung Hana. It has been less than 6 months since their marriage. Why did Jung Hana divulge so much to Lee Chong-won? Naturally, it was because of his handsome appearance, affable demeanor, and adeptness at communicating with women. He knew precisely how to touch upon their pain points. With a gentle nudge, he drew forth Jung Hana's grievances. Jung Hana held no affection for Park Tae-young. While he had helped her extricate herself from the company, she always suspected ulterior motives, having once seen him laughing with high-ranking officials from MS Entertainment as they exited a nightclub. Submitting to him was merely a last resort. Moreover, she was aware that Park Tae-young maintained several mistresses outside their relationship, often flaunting his affairs before her without a shred of shame. Over time, Jung Hana developed nothing but aversion and resistance towards Park Tae-young, and they had long since begun sleeping in separate rooms. Perhaps they were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice someone descending the stairs. Just awakened, Park Tae-young heard his wife conversing with another person, a man's voice. His expression darkened as he hurried downstairs upon spotting Lee Chong-won seated next to his wife with no apparent boundaries. He felt a surge of rage flooding through him. "You bastard, Lee Chong-won, who allowed you to come to my home?" He stormed into the living room, loudly confronting Lee Chong-won and then turning to his wife. He reprimanded, "Jung Hana, do you have no shame? Why are you chatting with this scoundrel? Why didn't you wake me up? What on earth are you trying to do?" Having been unjustly scolded by her husband, Jung Hana could only feel a deep sense of grievance. She explained, "Tae-young, you misunderstand. Prosecutor Lee said he was your colleague and came to see you regarding personal matters. I intended to call you, but he suggested you sleep a little longer, so I..." To her dismay, Park Tae-young disregarded her explanation entirely, glaring at her with ferocity. "Go upstairs." Hearing this, Jung Hana's lips quivered, her beautiful eyes instantly reddening, tears shimmering in her gaze. Wordlessly, she stood up and silently ascended the stairs, returning to her room to close the door and bury her face in her bed, quietly sobbing. Meanwhile, Park Tae-young fixed his gaze menacingly on Lee Sung-won, his countenance dark and his tone unyielding as he threatened, "Stay away from my wife, understand? And what exactly do you want by coming to my home? Don't think that having the minister's protection makes you invincible." Recently, Park Tae-young seemed to have secured some formidable backing. Speaking with newfound confidence, Lee Sung-won, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. "Park Tae-young, how rude of you to speak to your superior in such a manner. Let us put this aside for now. If you bow your head in apology, I might overlook your disrespect." At this declaration, Park Tae-young erupted with fury. "What nonsense are you spouting, you bastard?" he exclaimed, lunging forward to seize Lee Sung-won by the collar, his voice seething with rage. To his astonishment, Lee Sung-won remained unfazed, tossing a stack of freshly printed photographs into his face. "You had better examine these photos thoroughly before deciding how to address me." Park Tae-young sneered, "Who are you trying to intimidate? Stop with your theatrics." However, as he glanced at the scattered photos on the floor, his expression changed drastically upon recognizing their contents. He stood frozen, struck by disbelief, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue. "Where did you get these photos? How could you possibly have them?" His words stumbled as he trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, fear gripping his heart. The images depicted him and Park Young-joon in compromising situations with a certain female celebrity. How could Lee Sung-won have obtained such incriminating evidence? The only possibility was that Park Young-joon, that wretched bastard, had betrayed him. After all the assistance he had provided, realization dawned upon Park Tae-young, a tempest of shock and fury coursing through him, yet he quickly forced himself to regain composure. He recognized that panicking served no purpose. Since Lee Sung-won had personally come to confront him, he must have ulterior motives. At the very least, he deduced that until their negotiations were concluded, Lee would not disseminate the photographs. There was still room for maneuvering. Upon further contemplation, he pondered the meaning behind Lee's visit. If he has obtained such damaging information from Park Young-joon, it implies he has captured Young-joon. and since Young Jun is the son of Park Eun-ki, the current chairman of the Seven Stars Group, and Lee Song-won's brother Lee Song-hyun met his demise at the hands of Park Eun-ki's trusted aide, this suggests he has traced the evidence back to me. Knowing I once betrayed Lee Song-hyun by alerting Park Eun-ki's confidant about his investigations, ultimately leading to Lee Song-hyun's downfall, with this realization, cold sweat trickled down Park Taeyong's brow. What to do now? What should I do? He stifled his dread, loosening his grip on Lee Song-won's collar, adopting a tone of submission. What is it that you want from me? Upon hearing this, Lee Song-won relaxed his tie. Adopting a mocking tone, Park Taeyong, you're quite the strategist, aren't you? While pretending to report me to the minister, you secretly conspired against my brother. How cunning. Frankly, my brother was indeed foolish, even without this incident. He would have faced treachery due to his nature. I am not surprised, however, he remains my brother. You indirectly caused his demise and now oppose me at every turn. How should I repay you for this? Park Taeyong trembled, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Lee prosecutor, I was wronged. I should not have envied you or thought you usurped the chief prosecutor position, nor should I have betrayed your brother. I have come to deeply realize my errors. I am willing to make amends, to coexist peacefully, and to apologize. Just spare me, and I promise to remain loyal to you, never harboring any ulterior motives again, understanding that a wise man does not court disaster. Park Taeyong bowed deeply, displaying utmost humility, yet Lee Song-won regarded him with an impassive expression, stating calmly, let us skip the platitudes, they sound too insincere. I require concrete actions from you, understood? What do you desire? Please, command me. Park Taeyong lowered his head further. A true man can bend and endure. A moment of capitulation meant little. He had resolved that if he could weather this storm, he would exact double the revenge later. Having already orchestrated his brother's downfall, he had no qualms about eliminating Lee Song-won as well. His recent powerful ally had emboldened him. However, Lee Song-won's next words nearly provoked an explosive reaction from him. I cannot simply let go of my brother's vendetta. After all, he is my blood. Moreover, Park Taeyong, do you know how furious I have been due to the investigation surrounding you? Here's the deal. I hear Mrs. Jiang has excellent tea brewing skills. I've always appreciated tea, and since this is our first meeting, I'd rather not be too forward. Since you are her husband, perhaps you could assist in having Mrs. Jiang impart some of her tea expertise to me. Upon hearing this, Park Taeyong furrowed his brow. This bastard had the audacity to claim he enjoyed tea brewed by his wife. What an odd preference. Yet, as a man with a strong sense of pride, he did not wish for his wife to be paraded before another man. After all, Lee Jiang-hana was someone he had invested considerably to marry. For her to serve Lee Song-won as a mere maid, how could he possibly save face? If he acquiesced to this demand, what dignity would remain? No, this was absolutely unacceptable. Lee Song-won, do not push your luck. Park Taeyong retorted coldly, then it seems there is nothing left to discuss. Lee Song-won replied, spreading his hands. He then bent down to gather the scattered photographs, brushing off the dust nonchalantly, stating, upon my return, I will report you, Park Taeyong, to the minister and the Seoul District Prosecutor's office for allegedly humiliating and driving a female artist to suicide. Furthermore, you are suspected of embezzlement, having illegally accepted billions from Park Tae-jun, and have been complicit in several cases of severe abuse against young girls. You also used your authority to intimidate the families of innocent victims, coercing them into dropping criminal charges against Park Tae-jun. Additionally, I have heard you have been. Each horrifying allegation that escaped from Lee Song-won's lips painted a picture of crimes that could imprison Park Taeyong for life, tarnishing his reputation and leading to his expulsion from the prosecutor's office. Park Taeyong stood there, dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Lee Song-won possessed such extensive knowledge of his sordid past. Park Tae-jun had sold him out completely. Every detail had been uncovered. In that moment, his bravado and arrogance evaporated. With a pale face, Park Taeyong clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Lee Song-won, and after a prolonged silence, he finally forced out a humiliating response. Fine, I agree, though he was acutely aware that even if he acquiesced to Lee Song-won's bizarre request, it did not guarantee that Lee would relent. However, as long as the evidence and scandals remained undisclosed, there was still a chance for redemption. Enmity toward Lee Song-won coursed through him like poison, and his desire for revenge intensified. If he could endure this trial, he would stop at nothing to destroy Lee Song-won, even if it meant becoming a servant or a pawn to his powerful ally. Lee Song-won, hearing this, patted Park Taeyong's cheek with a triumphant smile. Ah, Taeyong, you are quite clever. There is an old saying that those who recognize the situation are true heroes, and you certainly are. Therefore, I have decided to temporarily withhold these photographs and your little scandals. Thank you, Chief Prosecutor Lee, for your mercy. Park Tae-young managed to force a smile that was more akin to a grimace, watching as Lee Song-hwan ascended the stairs, his expression darkened, murderous intent boiling within him. Finally, gritting his teeth, he approached his wife Jung Hana's room and knocked on the door. After a moment, Jung Hana opened the door, her eyes red and puffy as she regarded Park Tae-young with an impassive expression. What do you want? She asked. Park Tae-young nodded. Let me come in to speak. After a brief hesitation, Jung Hana bit her lip and ultimately stepped aside, allowing Park Tae-young to enter. However, once the door was closed, he suddenly knelt before her. Hana, you must save me. What are you doing? Jung Hana exclaimed, utterly bewildered, never having anticipated her husband would suddenly kneel before her. She sensed a plot brewing. Park Tae-young had never humbled himself before her, always treating her as his possession, maintaining an air of superiority. To be truthful, a part of Jung Hana had always feared him. Let us talk after you stand up, she urged, attempting to help him rise. Who could have imagined that Park Tae-young would clutch her hand tightly, pleading, Hana, promise me you will help me with this favor. I have made a grave mistake and found myself in an insurmountable predicament. If you do not assist me, my life will be utterly ruined. Not only will I face imprisonment, but I will also be subjected to public disgrace, losing my identity as a prosecutor forever. Reflect on this. Have I not treated you decently over the past year? If it were not for my intervention in your contract, you would still be ensnared in debt, for your sake. I even divorced my ex-wife, allowing you to live a life of luxury. I acknowledge my flaws and my lack of fidelity, yet I have invested significant effort into our relationship. Surely there exists some semblance of affection between us? Therefore, I implore you, you must help me this time. Jung Hana, upon hearing Park Tae-young's emotional appeal, remained utterly perplexed, unsure of what he truly needed from her. Admittedly, as Park Tae-young had stated, he did possess numerous shortcomings. But in terms of material support for Jung Hana, he was beyond reproach. He had facilitated her release from her contract, thereby liberating her from substantial debt, provided her with a grand villa, and ensured she received a generous allowance each month, far exceeding her earnings as an artist. Over time, their interactions had fostered a bond, albeit one lacking in deep affection. However, the calamity that had driven Park Tae-young to kneel and plead was far too daunting for a mere woman like her to resolve. The only asset she possessed was her relatively attractive physique. After a moment's hesitation, Jung Hana acquiesced. I promise, as long as I can be of assistance, I will help her. Upon hearing her words, Park Tae-young erupted in joy, exclaiming, wonderful, thank you, Hana. I knew you wouldn't abandon me so callously. Yet, almost instantly, the light in his eyes dimmed, and trembling, he confessed to Jung Hana, Hana, Chief Lee came to see me earlier. He informed me that he has uncovered evidence of my embezzlement, bribery, abuse of power, collusion with business interests, and the unlawful use of violence, among other criminal activities. The evidence is irrefutable. If he wishes, I can be arrested and interrogated at any moment, ultimately leading to my dismissal from the prosecution office and subsequent trial. They might even seek a public trial, and I would not only be disgraced but also condemned to imprisonment for life. Thus, Hana, you are my only hope for salvation. Please help me persuade Chief Lee. Could you not do that for me? Jung Hana's eyes widened in disbelief. You have committed so many crimes. What can I possibly do to assist you? Chief Lee would never heed the words of a mere woman. She was acutely aware that Park Tae-young was no paragon of virtue, nor was he a commendable prosecutor. How could a good prosecutor maintain numerous mistresses and frequently stash cash in his home? Yet she could scarcely fathom the depths of Park Tae-young's true nature: embezzlement, bribery, abuse of power, collusion with business interests, and the unlawful use of violence. Each of these charges likely masked a multitude of heinous deeds. Was such a scoundrel truly worth her efforts to save? Moreover, she did not believe she possessed the influence to persuade Chief Lee to abandon his pursuit of Park Tae-young. She was merely a fated starlet, not the daughter of nobility. Park Tae-young, discerning the despair and helplessness in Jung Hana's eyes, seized the moment, declaring, Hana, there is a way. Truly, there is a way. You are my sole hope. Did you not engage in pleasant conversation with him earlier? He mentioned enjoying the tea you brewed. If you impart your tea brewing skills to him and satisfy him, I will grant you any request you desire. He is swayed by gentleness rather than force. If you simply express a hint of earnestness, he may relent. Upon hearing Park Tae-young's words, Jung Hana felt a flicker of doubt. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple, Park Tae-young affirmed earnestly. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved, very well, I will assist you this once. If he truly agrees to let you go, we shall consider ourselves even from this day forth. Upon realizing that Jung Hana had genuinely consented to aid him, Park Tae-young was overwhelmed with elation, as though he had grasped a lifeline, revitalized and bursting with excitement. "This is splendid, Hannah, thank you. Even if you wish to divorce me, I will acquiesce." Without hesitation, Park Tae-young agreed to Jung Hannah's stipulation. To him, she was merely a reminder of his shameful past, and her presence only served to evoke memories he wished to forget. As long as he could preserve his position as a prosecutor, he could have any woman he desired. Unlike him, Jung Hannah's eyes momentarily filled with questions at Park Tae-young's swift agreement to divorce. Does he truly feel no attachment? Or does he harbor no feelings for me at all? A peculiar anger welled within her, and her resistance to brewing tea for Lee Sung-won diminished significantly. If Park Tae-young cared so little for her, why should she concern herself? Thus, she shot Park Tae-young a cold glance, inquiring, "When does he wish to partake in tea?" After reaching an agreement with Park Tae-young, Jung Hannah descended the stairs first. Discovering Lee Sung-won still seated in the living room, she approached him, bowing slightly, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Chief Prosecutor Lee, I have heard you enjoy the tea I brew." Lee Sung-won, exuding refinement and grace, nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I have no other hobbies but to relish tea. The tea you brewed earlier was exquisite, with an enchanting aroma that lingers, and I thoroughly enjoyed it." Jung Hannah, her cheeks flushing, responded, "You flatter me. The art of tea brewing was passed down to me by my grandfather, who studied the craft in Hwasia and later brought it to South Korea. I learned a few basics from him, so if you wish, I could teach you some techniques and secrets." Upon hearing this, Lee Sung-won's eyes sparkled with interest. "Really? That would be splendid. I would love to learn about the art of tea from you." "If I may." Blushing further, Jung Hannah replied, "Of course, as long as Tae-young does not mind." With an air of confidence, Lee Sung-won reassured her, "Do not worry, Mrs. Jung. I am certain Prosecutor Park will support this, as we are the best of colleagues." Thus, with Park Tae-young's tacit approval, Lee Sung-won accompanied Jung Hannah to his dedicated tea room, where she demonstrated her tea brewing skills. It was evident that she was indeed the inheritor of the Hwasia tea tradition, as her technique was remarkably proficient, having honed her craft during her time at home. Who would have thought that during their conversation Jung Hannah would propose that Lee Sung-won release Park Tae-young? She even offered to gift him her cherished tea literature and mentioned that Park Tae-young could provide a donation of $200,000 worth of local specialties. Upon hearing this, Lee Sung-won's expression shifted to one of indignation. "Mrs. Jang, how can you do this? You would resort to using money and material goods to corrupt a righteous prosecutor for the sake of a criminal." Lee have always upheld my integrity, and I detest any form of unclean dealings. How could I betray my conscience and the sacred purpose that led me to become a prosecutor, tarnishing my beliefs? You are asking me to err." Witnessing Lee Sung-won's wrathful demeanor, Jung Hannah, blushing profusely, curled her body, lowered her head, and wept. Her voice choked with apologies. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse in her eyes. Lee Sung-won was the epitome of a just and kind prosecutor, and she was acutely aware that her actions were an affront to someone of such noble character. She felt deeply ashamed. Yet Park Tae-young awaited her good news. She had to persuade Lee Sung-won. Resolving to take this desperate course of action, she decided to finalize her divorce with Park Tae-young immediately, seeking to regain her freedom and alleviate her conscience. As she could not fathom how to face Lee Sung-won thereafter, "Chief Prosecutor Lee, I have something to discuss with Tae-young. Please take a moment to rest," Jung Hannah said apologetically, bowing slightly. Lee Sung-won waved his hand, expressing a sense of resignation. "Very well, fortunately, my convictions are strong enough to resist temptation." Mrs. Jung, you are acting on someone else's behalf, and this is not your true intention. Please sit, the tea is cooled. I shall speak with Park Tae-young." Upon hearing Lee Sung-won's assurance that he would not blame her, Jung Hannah felt a surge of emotion. Nearly moved to tears, she covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazed at Lee Sung-won. "Chief Prosecutor Lee, thank you." Lee Sung-won paused before responding. "To be honest, Mrs. Jung, you need not go to such lengths to defend him. Based on the evidence I have gathered thus far, Park Tae-young is a thoroughly wicked, morally bankrupt, and utterly depraved criminal. If I were to release him, how could I justify it to the innocent victims? Hannah, you underestimate the depths of Park Tae-young's depravity. He is a demon. Allowing him to remain among us in the ranks of justice is a desecration of the judicial integrity of the Republic of Korea. I simply cannot let him go." Upon hearing Lee Sung-won's words, Jung Hannah was suddenly overtaken by anxiety, her beautiful eyes brimming with a plea. "Prosecutor Lee, I am aware of Park Tae-young's malevolence, but I have promised him. If I go back on my word now, I fear he." Lee Sung-won, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. "Mrs. Jang, you need not fear him. I possess irrefutable evidence. All his crimes are crystal clear. To let him go now would weigh heavily on my conscience. you are unaware that he colluded with high-ranking officials of MS Company to humiliate a young star to the point of suicide. And he assisted the heir of Chishin Group, Park Jun, in covering up the deaths of innocent girls he exploited. He also illegally imprisoned and enslaved a female classmate. Such a heinous individual, are you certain you wish to aid him? At these words, Jang Hana's face turned pale with fright. She could scarcely fathom that Park Taeyong could be such a person. Had he been feigning all along in her presence, she found herself wavering, questioning if helping him evade justice would make her an accomplice. Ultimately, Jang Hana steeled herself. She could not become an accessory to his malice. She would stand beside Li Qinghuan on the side of justice. Prosecutor Li, please apprehend him. Chapter 55. What does it mean to satisfy me? In the adjacent room, Park Taeyong had been waiting on the verge of slumber. At that moment, with a click, he finally heard the sound of the door opening, instantly jolting him awake. He hurriedly stood and peered outside, and indeed saw the well-fed and refreshed Li Qinghuan entering. Observing Li Qinghuan's radiant demeanor, Park Taeyong felt his heart bleed with anguish and humiliation. Unable to contain his voice as he growled, "Are you satisfied now?" Li Qinghuan frowned and shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting, Park Taeyong? What do you mean by satisfied? It is you who should be satisfied. To think you are not only despicable and shameless but also a scoundrel, a coward. In a bid to escape legal repercussions, you sought to bribe my wife with sexual favors. Had I not maintained my principles, you might have succeeded, Park Taeyong, huh? You beast, taking advantage and then playing the victim. Damn it!" Park Taeyong glared at Li Qinghuan's contemptible face, trembling with rage. His heart turned to ice. Li Qinghuan, however, reprimanded him with righteous indignation. "Do you dare glare at me? Go fetch me a cup of tea." Park Taeyong was momentarily taken aback, then his anger surged. "Damn it, Li Qinghuan, do not take me for a fool. Hana has served you, and now you expect me to serve you as well?" Li Qinghuan's gaze turned icy. Park Taeyong's expression froze, and he could only begrudgingly stoop to prepare a cup of tea for Li Qinghuan. His movements were clumsy, causing the scalding water to burn his own hand, nearly making him leap up in expletives. Yet fearing Li Qinghuan's scorn for being incompetent, he gritted his teeth against the pain, presenting the tea on Li Qinghuan's desk with a smile that was more painful than tears. "Prosecutor Li, please enjoy your tea." In that moment, he felt akin to the cup on the table, utterly tragic. "Damn it, just wait. Once I get through this ordeal, Park Taeyong, shall rise again. At that time, the humiliation you, Li Qinghuan, have inflicted upon me will be repaid tenfold." Li Qinghuan took the teacup, took a casual sip, and his expression shifted. He then hurled the cup, scalding tea included, at Park Taeyong. Instantly, the boiling liquid splashed onto Park Taeyong, who leapt up with a horrific scream. He cried out in agony, hopping around and patting his clothes as the hot water seeped into his skin, turning his chest a fiery red, soon to blister. Amidst his cries, he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, Li Qinghuan, are you mad? Why would you scald me with tea?" Li Qinghuan coldly snorted. "You dare serve me such scalding tea? Are you trying to kill me? I see you feign respect, yet harbor resentment in your heart, wishing to murder me, Park Taeyong." Li Qinghuan continued to admonish him. "I once thought you possessed a modicum of conscience, but now it seems you are beyond redemption. Very well, if that is the case, I must disregard Hana's feelings and bring you to justice." Park Taeyong's countenance changed instantly. "Wait, we had an agreement." "No, you cannot do this." Li Qinghuan took out his phone and pressed a button. Outside, the long-waiting officer Zhang Jishu, 2 investigators, and a squad of police officers heard the phone ring and swiftly charged into the villa. At that moment, Park Taeyong finally comprehended everything. Li Qinghuan had never intended to spare him. That beast, Hana, had served him for nothing. "I will kill you." Park Taeyong, in a fit of despair, surged forward towards Li Qinghuan, thinking that if it was to be this way, then neither of them would survive. However, he soon found himself receiving a swift kick to the abdomen. Bang! With a cry, Park Taeyong was sent tumbling, the table flipping over, the teapot spilling, and scalding water cascading onto him, with the worst of it landing in his lap. Park Taeyong emitted a more harrowing wail, clutching his groin, rolling on the ground in agony, his cries unending. He was truly desperate now. "Damn it, Li Qinghuan, why must you drive me to the brink of death? Your brother was not killed by me. I hold no great enmity against you. I even offered my wife to you for your pleasure. Why must you treat me this way? Are we not part of the same collective? Shouldn't prosecutors stand united? We are of the same kind. I beg you, spare me, let me go, and I shall heed your every command. I can betray Park Jun. I can help you dismantle the Chishin gang. I can ensure the demise of Park Ji. It was he who caused your brother's death. By the way, my wife, Hana, do you not fancy her? I will give her to you. You may do as you please." I also possess plenty of dirt on Choi Bingxian. He is not clean, he is corrupt and embezzles. Let me go, and I shall hand over every penny I have accumulated over the years. I will be your dog, I will assist you in becoming the Minister of Justice in the future. How does that sound? Damn it, just tell me what I must do for you to spare me. As Park Tae-yong raged, he knelt pitifully begging for mercy from Lee Ching-hwan. He was genuinely terrified. He did not wish to face imprisonment, to be dismissed, nor to suffer a tarnished reputation. He had come from humble beginnings, and he had exhausted all his efforts and luck to become a prosecutor. He had only just begun to enjoy a life of privilege for less than a decade. He did not want to see it all slip away. He was still young. At that moment, Zhang Jishu, accompanied by investigators and police officers, broke through the door, filling the downstairs living room with a throng of people. Li Chimwan's eyes flickered, and he delivered a kick, sending the kneeling Park Tae-yong sprawling on the ground, declaring with righteous fervor, "You think I am of the same ilk as you, Park Tae-yong? I, Lee Ching-hwan, am devoted to my country and its people. Acting with integrity, my life is dedicated to upholding justice, maintaining judicial fairness, and combating all illegal activities. What money and women mean nothing to me, all of it is as worthless as dirt. You, a disgrace among prosecutors, dare to tempt me with wealth, beauty, and power. You are delusional. Do you think I am that kind of person?" Hearing Lee Ching-hwan chastising Park Tae-yong from upstairs, Zhang Jishu rushed up with the investigators and police officers, all of them bowing in unison to Lee Ching-hwan. "Prosecutor Lee, you arrived just in time." Cuff Park Tae-yong. "Jishu, take the suspect back to the prosecutor's office. The investigators will search Park Tae-yong's home and gather evidence of his illegal activities and corruption." Lee Ching-hwan commanded. "Yes," they replied in unison, then dispersed to carry out their tasks. Watching as his hands were cuffed, Park Tae-yong's eyes bulged with rage, his gaze fixed on Lee Ching-hwan, filled with hatred and murderous intent. "Damn it, Lee Ching-hwan, you beast, do not revel in your triumph. The people behind me will never let you off the hook. You are treacherous, you will meet a bad end. I will be waiting for you in prison." Lee Ching-hwan's expression turned icy upon hearing this. Zhang Jishu intervened and delivered 2 swift slaps to Park Tae-yong. "Damn it, you wretched criminal, how dare you insult Prosecutor Lee? Do you seek death?" Park Tae-yong's tirade was abruptly silenced, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, leaving him to whimper. Lee Ching-hwan gestured. "Take him away." "Yes." What followed was the cleanup operation. Lee Ching-hwan directed the investigators in a thorough search of Park Tae-yong's residence. With Jiang Hana's assistance as an informant, they swiftly uncovered the vast sums of money Park Tae-yong had embezzled, amounting to over $10 million. Also retrieved were numerous pieces of evidence of his criminal activities, including a stack of photographs. In any case, Park Tae-yong would undoubtedly face an ironclad case. Chapter 56, Minister, I bring you a local specialty. Park Tae-yong was handcuffed and escorted back to the Seoul District Prosecutor's office. This sensational scene left his fellow prosecutors in the office astounded. What on earth? How could Prosecutor Park be arrested? What has transpired? Did Prosecutor Park break the law? It ought not to be so. As prosecutors, how could we possibly violate the law? Look, the individual responsible for escorting Prosecutor Park is none other than Jong Jik-soo. Who is Jong Jik-soo? I see, he is the practical officer under Chief Prosecutor Lee Sung-hwan of the Criminal Division 3. What? Lee's practical officer has apprehended Prosecutor Park Tae-yong, who is also part of Criminal Division 3. This must surely be under the directive of Chief Prosecutor Lee. Have they had a falling out internally? Or has Park Tae-yong offended this newly promoted Chief Prosecutor? It is unclear, but according to rumors, the position of Chief Prosecutor was originally meant for Park Tae-young. No wonder, Prosecutor Park must be feeling quite aggrieved, thus covertly plotting against Chief Prosecutor Lee and incurring his wrath, leading to an irreparable rift between them. TSK, it seems a spectacle is in store. Prosecutors within the same department harming one another. Such an event has been rare at the Seoul District Prosecutor's office for quite some time. I wonder how Minister Choi Byung-sung of Criminal Division 3 will react upon learning this. It must be quite the sight. This is quite amusing. Criminal Division 3 is one of the most lucrative departments in the entire prosecutor's office. With one prosecutor being taken down, perhaps there will be opportunities for others in different departments to fill the vacancy. Indeed, that is a valid point. In the office of the Criminal Division 3. Minister Choi Byung-sung slammed his hand on the table, sternly rebuking Lee Sung-hwan, who stood before him with his head bowed. This is outrageous. No matter how you slice it, Park Tae-yong is a member of our Criminal Division 3. Under my command, how dare you, Lee Sung-hwan, proceed with an arrest without so much as a heads up to me? Your minister, do you not regard me at all? Choi Byung-sung was genuinely infuriated. Lee Sung-won's unilateral actions had severely undermined his authority. He was the last to know that a colleague had been apprehended. What exactly is your intention, Lee Sung-won? Just because you have recently ascended to chief prosecutor, you believe you can disregard your minister? Yet Lee Sung-won had anticipated this reaction, thus, he remained unperturbed, standing tall with a righteous demeanor, and spoke with a tone of indignation. Minister, have you ever experienced the loss of a mother? Choi Byung-sung? My mother passed away long ago, isn't that a given, yet, why does it feel as though this little brat is cursing at me? Lee Sung-won forced a few tears from the corners of his eyes. Lamenting, Minister, my elder brother has died, my own flesh and blood. Choi Byung-sung's expression twitched slightly. Of course, my mother is my own mother too. Minister, do you not know, Park Tae-young is one of the chief culprits responsible for my brother's death. He colluded with the 7 Stars Real Estate to steal and destroy the evidence my brother painstakingly gathered regarding their illegal activities. Furthermore, he secretly warned 7 Stars Real Estate, leading to my brother being beaten to death by the gangsters they had nurtured. Tell me, should I not arrest him? He is the last of my family, and he caused my brother's demise. Do I not owe it to him to seek vengeance? Park Tae-young must be brought to justice. Anyone who obstructs my quest for retribution shall face my wrath. Lee Sung-won's heartfelt, impassioned words struck Choi Byung-sung, who began to grasp the situation. His expression darkened slightly. So this is the case. According to your account, Park Tae-young is indeed guilty. However, Sung-won, you must refrain from acting so impulsively in the future. I understand that your only relative has passed away, and you are filled with anger and rage. But you must also consider the implications. The entire prosecutor's office is watching and laughing at the disarray within our criminal division. Several ministers have even teased me about our division's notorious lack of unity and penchant for internal strife. While I, as the minister, am completely unaware, where am I to save face? Lee Sung-won bowed deeply, a look of regret upon his face. I apologize, Minister, I acted too hastily and failed to consider the repercussions. Thus implicating you, however, he swiftly shifted his tone, his demeanor growing icy and resolute. You do not understand. My brother was exceptionally kind. He fought valiantly for the rights of villagers who were rendered homeless by the illegal demolitions perpetrated by 7 Stars Real Estate. Standing alone against the forces of evil and unscrupulous prosecutors like Park Tae-young, yet they conspired to take his life. Is this not bullying the innocent? Should the innocent be victimized? Should the innocent perish? What wrong did my brother commit? He was so young, filled with lofty aspirations, seeking to represent the impoverished and uphold justice, to seek retribution for all those in South Korea who have been treated unfairly. He fell while steadfastly defending righteousness against malevolence. He did not even have the chance to leave a legacy in this world. He is dead. As his younger brother, I am filled with shame and rage. I must carry forth his legacy, bringing to justice Park Tae-young and the societal scourge that is 7 Stars Real Estate, these vile, despicable creatures. For this, I am willing to stake my career as a prosecutor. Lee Sung-won's heartfelt and fervent declaration left Choi Byung-sung momentarily speechless. He scrutinized the young man before him, catching a glimpse of his own youthful spirit reflected in him, in his own youth. He too had been filled with such fervor and ambition, confident in his ability to eradicate all evil, only to be met with the harsh realities of life. Choi Byung-sung understood that there are individuals and circumstances where, even if one is aware of their criminality, their heinous actions, one remains powerless to effect change, for they belong to the privileged elite. They embody the law. They are the law itself. Choi Byung-sung maintained a composed demeanor. That Park Tae-young dares to collude with gangsters and cause the death of an upright and virtuous lawyer has severely transgressed the code of conduct and ethical boundaries for prosecutors. Even as a member of Criminal Division 3, I shall not tolerate him. Moreover, what of that fellow Park Young-joon? Is he not the mastermind behind your brother's demise? Lee Sung-won shook his head, correcting him. No. He is the perpetrator behind several cases involving the torment and death of young girls. Additionally, he is implicated in numerous other illegal activities such as kidnapping, assault, extrajudicial punishment, organizing gang fights, drug use, and running illegal gambling dens, and so on. Moreover, he has successfully evaded all charges for these crimes, aided by none other than Park Tae-young, who was complicit in many of these acts and accepted substantial bribes. They are two peas in a pod. Utterly lawless. Upon hearing Lee Sung-won's revelations regarding Park Young-joon and Park Tae-young's crimes, Choi Byung-sung's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing with invectives against Park Tae-young. This damned little brat. How dare he engage in such debauchery behind my back? It is fortunate I did not promote him to chief prosecutor. Otherwise, if this affair were to come to light, I, as the minister, would find it difficult to absolve myself, likely earning the label of being incapable of discerning character and failing to oversee my subordinates." At that moment, Lee Sung-won stepped forward, lowering his voice to Choi Byung-song. "By the way, Minister, I nearly forgot to mention, while searching Park Tae-young's residence, we uncovered not only a plethora of evidence regarding his illegal activities but also a cache of local specialties valued at several $1 million. How can a mere grassroots prosecutor, earning just a few billion Korean won annually, amass such wealth? It is utterly depraved and shameless. I took the liberty of packaging most of the local specialties and the evidence of Park Tae-young's crimes and placed them in the trunk of your official vehicle. Perhaps you could spare some time this evening to thoroughly critique and condemn the actions of that scoundrel Park Tae-young." Chapter 57. Why do you not believe me? Upon hearing Lee Sung-won's words, Choi Byung-song was momentarily taken aback, then a knowing smile crept onto his lips as he patted Lee Sung-won's shoulder with satisfaction. "Sung-won, I knew appointing you as chief prosecutor was the right decision. You possess not only a fierce sense of justice but also a meticulous mind, understanding the nuances of advance and retreat, truly a promising talent. Excellent, I shall take the time to study this matter." He then waved his hand dismissively. "You handle this as you see fit. Both the disgrace of prosecutor Park Tae-young and the societal cancer that is Park Young-jun must face severe punishment." Lee Sung-won nodded solemnly, his expression serious. "Yes, Minister, I shall take my leave to attend to my duties very well." As he exited the office, Lee Sung-won's lips twitched slightly. After performing for so long in the office, it would have been far more beneficial to have those several $1 million. The sold coot Choi Byung-song seems dubious as well, but isn't this the reality? Is there any official who is not greedy? If Choi Byung-song were not corrupt, where would he have acquired that lavish villa worth tens of millions? Greed is a good thing. It reveals one's vulnerabilities. Without Choi Byung-song's tacit approval, it would be quite challenging to pursue Park Tae-young. As every prosecutor, regardless of their stature or influence, carries some blemish, who can claim to be free of corruption, who has not misused their authority for personal or familial gain, if one were to be investigated for any wrongdoing. How could prosecutors unite as one in the future? How else can everyone make money? Matters that are detrimental to unity should certainly be minimized. Lee Sung-won was on the verge of breaking the rules. But Choi Byung-song, considering the circumstances behind his actions and the fact that he gifted him some inexpensive local specialties, chose not to hold it against him. Moreover, he even personally called the minister of the inspection department. Briefly discussing the case of Park Tae-young, the inspection department, as the internal affairs arm of the prosecutors, routinely supervises the prosecutors, making it a department that is often resented by them, yet, it is simultaneously the department that instills the greatest fear among prosecutors. Should any prosecutor be caught by these inspectors engaging in corrupt practices, with irrefutable evidence, the consequences would be dire. At best, they face suspension and investigation. At worst, they could be dismissed from their position and face imprisonment. Of course, over the years, many prosecutors at the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office have been subjected to investigations by the inspection department, but few have been dismissed. Park Tae-young is the first individual in the past 2 years to be directly singled out for strict investigation by the minister himself. One can only blame his unfortunate fate for provoking someone he could not afford to offend. After receiving instructions from Choi Byung-song, the inspection department promptly announced that they had dispatched an inspector to the interrogation room to handle the case transfer with prosecutor Lee Sung-won and would quickly disclose the investigation results regarding Park Tae-young. At this moment, in the interrogation room, Park Tae-young was still loudly proclaiming his innocence, shouting, "Let me go. I want to see the minister. I have important matters to report to him. Damn it, you bunch of bastards. I am a prosecutor. There is an old saying in South Korea, punishment does not extend to the gentry. How can you treat me this way? I am innocent. I have been wronged. I am entitled to internal immunity. Release me at once. Damn it, if you push me too far, I will expose you all. I know many of your dark secrets, especially that scoundrel Lee Sung-won. I am aware of many of his unsavory deeds." "Is anyone there?" Park Tae-young, shackled and seated in the interrogation chair, felt utterly miserable and, more importantly, humiliated. It was infuriating. This chair, once reserved for criminals, now bore his weight. The reversal of status made him acutely aware of the humiliation he faced. He could envision his disgraceful appearance becoming a source of ridicule among his colleagues at the prosecutor's office. His dignity, his honor, everything he held dear had been shattered. "Ah, Lee Sung-won, I will surely kill you." Park Tae-young screamed in a frenzy, cursing vehemently. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and in walked Lee Sung-won alongside a refined man sporting golden-rimmed glasses and slicked-back hair. "Who was it you just said you wanted to kill?" "Prosecutor Park." The cultured man adjusted his glasses, his gaze piercing as he spoke slowly. Upon seeing this man, Park Tae-young instantly closed his mouth, the earlier madness vanishing, replaced by a sycophantic grin. "No, I wasn't planning to kill anyone. You must have misunderstood, Inspector Kim." After speaking, Park Tae-young felt his hands and feet turn icy, his heart racing, tremors coursed through him. How could it be him? Park Tae-young was on the brink of losing control. The gentleman before him was Kim Jun-hyun, an inspector from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Inspection Department. This man was infamous for his ruthless demeanor. No prosecutor that fell into his hands could emerge unscathed from the interrogation room. Prosecutors targeted by him invariably faced dismissal from their ranks. Those fortunate enough might suffer public disgrace but retain their savings to retire comfortably or perhaps work as legal consultants for small firms. The unfortunate ones faced imprisonment or even death by suicide or accident. An adage among prosecutors states, "Criminals fear prosecutors, but prosecutors fear inspectors." Kim Jun-hyun was precisely the kind of inspector that instilled dread in the hearts of prosecutors. And he was among the most capable within the inspection department. Given the small size of the department, comprising only 5 inspectors, 1 deputy minister, and 1 minister, Kim Jun-hyun stood out as the most skilled among them. His exceptional abilities also meant that the highest number of prosecutors had fallen victim to his scrutiny. Park Tae-young was desperate. At this point, he felt utterly devoid of any last shred of hope. If Choi Byung-sung had not contacted the inspection department, how could they have sent Kim Jun-hyun? It was clear they intended to bring about his downfall. Park Tae-young felt himself spiraling into despair. His eyes reddened, his body trembled, and overwhelmed by hopelessness, he began to lose his sanity. "Teacher, how could you have such a heart? I am your student. No, I do not want to be dismissed, I am innocent." He frantically pointed at Lee Sung-won and shouted, "Inspector Kim, I want to report him." "Lee Sung-won, he is guilty too. He is despicable and hypocritical. His so-called righteous facade is merely a disguise. He threatened and intimidated me at my home. And he even toyed with my wife. He has ties with the leader of a criminal gang. He is also guilty of corruption and bribery. You cannot just investigate me, you must investigate him too." Hearing Park Tae-young's hysterical outburst, Kim Jun-hyun frowned and stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap across Park's face. Slap. Park Tae-young's face, already swollen, bore the marks of the blow, blood vessels breaking beneath the surface. He was momentarily stunned. Clutching his face in disbelief as he looked at Kim Jun-hyun, unable to comprehend why he had been struck down. "I spoke the truth. Why does no one believe me?" Meanwhile, Kim Jun-hyun coldly chastised him. "Park Tae-young, at this point, you still fail to recognize your own mistakes and dare to spout nonsense, recklessly implicating others. Everyone knows what kind of person Prosecutor Lee is. Your actions led to the death of his brother. And you show no remorse, yet you foolishly seek to drag him down with you. It seems you are beyond redemption." Chapter 58. The pigs and dogs do not care for the truth in the end. Park Tae-young was far too naive. He had forgotten that he was now a prisoner, with undeniable evidence of his crimes against him. As a prosecutor, he had colluded with gangsters and caused the death of a colleague's family member. Engaging in actions devoid of moral integrity that undermined their unity, who would dare to defend him? There must be limits to collusion between officials and business, between officials and criminals, with Park Tae-young setting a poor example. Damaging the unity among prosecutors, not even Lee Sung-won, let alone Kim Jun-hyun, would stoop to defend such a person. Furthermore, Lee Sung-won, a newcomer, had effortlessly outmaneuvered the seasoned prosecutor Park Tae-young, showcasing his capability and cunning. He was undoubtedly a ruthless character. Rumor had it that in the adjoining interrogation room, the heir of the Seven Stars gang, Park Young-jun, along with several senior executives from Seven Stars Realty, had been so tortured that they were barely recognizable. Kim Jun-hyun suspected that there might be some truth in Park Tae-young's words, but being a wise man himself, he would not dismantle the foundation for Lee Sung-won's promising future. The inspection department was not a mindless entity that indiscriminately attacked. Those who were subject to investigation were invariably individuals who had lost in internal conflicts and were marked for retribution by their rivals or superiors. Or they were unfortunate souls like Park Tae-young, who had provoked someone formidable, ultimately crushed by the evidence Lee Sung-won presented. Kim Jun-hyun had reviewed the evidence against Park Tae-young, and there was no room for doubt, he had committed serious crimes. Thus, without hesitation, he rebuked Park Tae-young. "You, a disgrace among prosecutors, must be expelled from the ranks. You have one last opportunity to speak. Will you continue to implicate others, or will you confess and accept your punishment?" Seeing that Kim Junhyun was unmoved and showed no interest in the stains on Lee Sung-won's reputation, Park Tae-young felt a chill settle in his heart. It was over, he had utterly lost hope. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes as he finally grasped the harshness of reality. He had been abandoned by his peers, no one would stand up for him anymore, not even the powerful figure he had recently latched onto. He was finished. Park Tae-young's heart turned to ash. When he was brought back to the prosecutor's office by Lee Sung-won, he had still harbored some hope, naively believing that his mentor would not abandon him, that he would choose to keep family scandals private and minimize the situation. Little did he know it would end like this. With a bitter smile, he gritted his teeth, uttering, "I confess." Meanwhile, in the editorial office of the National Daily, Lee Gang-hee listened intently to his subordinate's report, his expression devoid of emotion as he responded, "Understood." After hanging up the phone, he forcefully smashed his device onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. "Damn it! You, Lee Sung-won, have gone too far." Lee Gang-hee no longer concealed his wrath, his deep growl echoing through the office. He never expected that this young man would prove to be such a formidable adversary. Ever since the failed attempt to seize the account book from On Sang-kyu, thwarted by unforeseen complications, Lee Gang-hee had taken notice of Lee Sung-won. He had suspected several times that the account book was in Lee Sung-won's possession. Yet he lacked concrete evidence. Moreover, if Lee Sung-won truly held that account book, why did he not choose to expose it? Wouldn't that naturally lead to an investigation into Chairman Wu and Counselor Jang? Even if he could not bring them down, it would certainly elevate his status as a prosecutor, garnering attention from the public and media, transforming him into a celebrated figure unafraid of power. Yet Lee Sung-won appeared to take no action, seemingly oblivious to the existence of the secret account book. Moreover, the chief of the finance department of the Future Group, Wen Rixi, has also vanished without a trace. He tasked his subordinates with searching for Wen Rixi for nearly half a month, yet they returned with no news whatsoever. Lee Jiangxi could only gamble, believing that the likelihood of the account book being in Lee Chung-won's possession was less than 30%. He wagered that the other party, a young prosecutor, lacked the cunning to resist the allure of fame. Killing Lee Chang-xian was merely a test for Lee Jiangxi. He was eager to see whether Lee Cheng-hwan could restrain himself from wielding the account book. That ultimate weapon. After all, his own brother had perished. Most individuals would struggle to endure such a loss, driven mad by the desire for vengeance against their family. Lee Jiangxi was convinced that Lee Cheng-hwan had certainly uncovered the connection between himself and Chairman Wu, as well as Congressman Zhang. He would likely deduce that the Seven Stars gang was his dark hand, and infer that Lee Chengxian's death was linked to him, should Lee Cheng-hwan choose to retaliate. It was highly probable that he would leverage the account book to threaten Chairman Wu and Congressman Zhang, compelling them to betray Lee Jiangxi. Yet Lee Cheng-hwan, lacking any sense of honor, captured Park Young-jun first, subjecting him to severe torture to extract a wealth of incriminating evidence. This also exposed the sordid details of his association with Park Tae-yong, allowing Lee Cheng-hwan to successfully seize leverage over Park Tae-yong, casting him into the abyss without a chance for resistance. In a mere 2 days, Lee Cheng-hwan exacted revenge for Lee Chengxian's death and simultaneously eliminated Park Tae-yong, who had consistently opposed him and served as Lee Jiangxi's pawn within the Criminal Division 3. The big shot that Park Tae-yong alluded to was none other than Lee Jiangxi himself. He had initially thought that by latching onto such a powerful figure, he would have nothing to fear and could navigate the prosecutor's office with ease. Little did he know Lee Cheng-hwan acted with astonishing swiftness. He didn't even have time to react before he fell. By the time Lee Jiangxi learned of it, it was already too late. Their initial confrontation could barely be deemed a stalemate. Lee Cheng-hwan lost his brother, while Lee Jiangxi suffered the loss of 2 loyal subordinates. If one were to assess the situation strictly, one might argue that Lee Jiangxi came out slightly ahead. Considering Lee Cheng-hwan lost his only family member, he had also inferred that Lee Cheng-hwan likely did not possess the account book, as he had refrained from producing it even after his brother's demise. If Lee Cheng-hwan were truly so calculating as to suppress his familial grief and maintain a tight grip on the account book, treating it as a devastating weapon, then Lee Jiangxi would undoubtedly regard him with the utmost seriousness, recognizing him as a genuine adversary. However, given the current circumstances, such a possibility seemed exceedingly slim. Yet, Lee Jiangxi remained dissatisfied. After years of navigating the upper echelons of South Korean society, this was the first time he had sustained such a significant loss, accompanied by an unsettling premonition that Lee Cheng-hwan was undoubtedly holding back some hidden trump card. For instance, what about Park Young-jun? Did he divulge any information about others? As the son of Park Young-gi, Lee Jiangxi's most trusted subordinate, he was privy to many illegal activities conducted by his father. If he chose to act out of righteousness, Park Young-gi might also find himself in dire straits. Frowning, Li Jiangxi slowly settled at his desk, pen poised between his fingers, pondering for a moment. Soon enough, the shrewd strategist within him devised a plan that if you do not wish to seek fame, then I shall assist you. A prosecutor who outwardly espouses justice yet is riddled with flaws, surely the public would be keen to learn more. After all, that rabble does not care about the truth, they thrive on sensationalism. As Li Jiangxi muttered to himself, he picked up the pen and began drafting an article on the blank sheet before him. He intended to compose a scathing critique of Li Chenghuan. The article's title read, Violent Interrogation and Coercive Measures. Some self-proclaimed just prosecutors cannot ignore human rights for the sake of efficiency. Chapter 59, Those indignant citizens are truly detestable. On Li Chenghuan's side, having dealt with Park Taeyong, he felt a sense of relief. These past few days had seen him on high alert, fearful that any unforeseen circumstances might derail his meticulously crafted plans. He had even anticipated that Li Jiangxi might take some action in response, prompting him to prepare several countermeasures and retaliatory strategies. To his surprise, everything remained eerily quiet. It seemed as though Li Jiangxi was oblivious to the situation. However, Li Chenghuan did not harbor illusions that the old fox would simply stand by and watch as he eliminated his trusted confidant, Park Young-gi's only son, along with his newly acquired subordinate, Park Taeyong, the prosecutor. He was undoubtedly scheming a grand counterattack. Nevertheless, Li Chenghuan was not overly concerned about this old coot. Well versed in the narrative, he knew that this cunning fox had only 3 tricks up his sleeve. The first was the 7 Stars gang at his disposal, ready to act on his commands and eliminate his enemies physically. The second was the pen in his hand, utilizing his position as the editor-in-chief of a newspaper to wield the power of public opinion as a weapon, his most formidable tactic. The third was the backing of Chairman Wu and Congressman Zhang. Even if the first 2 strategies failed, he could leverage the influence and connections of these powerful figures to achieve his goals. As it stood, Li Jiangxi had already employed his first tactic, yielding minimal results and inflicting collateral damage upon himself. The second tactic was likely to be deployed next. Li Chenghuan remained vigilant yet continued to manage the aftermath of Park Taeyong and Park Young-jun's demise. First, he dealt with the gang members who had participated in the assault that led to Li Chengxian's death. He beat them half to death before incarcerating them, ensuring they would languish in prison for their crimes. As for Park Young-jun and Park Taeyong, the primary culprits behind a multitude of heinous crimes, their offenses were unforgivable. Li Chenghuan personally drafted the indictment materials to be submitted to the court. With plans to prosecute both individuals imminently, he recommended a life sentence with no possibility of parole. It must be said that the daily work of prosecutors in South Korea is exceedingly mundane. Most prosecutors spend their days handling trivial cases, as major cases do not arise every day. Furthermore, the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office is overseen by 3 deputy chief prosecutors, each managing several small departments. The Criminal Division 3, where Li Chenghuan worked, is the largest in terms of personnel within the entire Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, yet, even so, when the backlog of cases is distributed, each prosecutor still bears a significant workload. Sitting in his office, Li Chenghuan dedicated an entire half-day to completing the indictment materials. Finally, he stretched languidly in his office chair, fatigue evident on his face. Damn, I never expected that even after becoming a prosecutor, I would still be a corporate slave. No, we're even more exhausted than corporate slaves. We hardly have any vacation time, he exclaimed. How absurd is it that as a high-ranking prosecutor, I have to work this much every day? Is this reasonable? Li Chenghuan complained. Determined to escape this corporate servitude, he resolved to eliminate his superior, believing that the ministerial position ought to be his. As the end of the workday approached, just as Li Chenghuan prepared to rise and head downstairs, he unexpectedly received a call from Choi Byung-seong. Chenghuan, meet me at the entrance after work. Get in my car. I'll take you to a nice place tonight. Surprised by the invitation, Li Chenghuan awaited the end of the workday. Without time to change clothes, he dashed to the entrance of the prosecutor's office. There, he spotted a brand new luxury Hyundai sedan parked outside, a vehicle well known among his colleagues as belonging to Chief Prosecutor Choi Byung-seong. Amidst the envious gazes of his co-workers, Li Chenghuan opened the rear door and climbed inside, immediately noticing that Choi Byung-seong was already seated in the vehicle. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Minister, Li Chenghuan said, slightly bowing in greeting. Chenghuan, it's after hours. There is no need to be so formal, just call me Hyung. Choi Byung-seong replied with a warm smile, patting Li Chenghuan's thigh in a friendly manner. It seemed that the gift of local specialties worth 5 million had made Choi Byung-seong realize Li Chenghuan's potential, significantly enhancing their camaraderie. Li Chenghuan, grinning, responded, Minister, calling you Hyung feels a bit distant. You're only a few years older than me. I think I shall call you Byungseong Hyung or Choi Hyung. Choi Byungseong's expression shifted, his lips twitching slightly as he thought, did you just take liberties? I'm over 20 years older than you. With a daughter in her 20s, and you want me to call you Hyung? Clearly, you intend to take advantage. He hesitated but ultimately refrained from rejecting the offer, particularly since Lee Ching-hwan had just gifted him valuable specialties. Earlier that afternoon, he had critically examined the items, finding them of excellent quality and feel. In a buoyant mood, he decided to formally incorporate Lee Ching-hwan into his circle, intending to broaden his horizons. This would not only deepen the trust of his subordinates in him as a minister but also allow him to better manage them. In short, he was preparing to transform Lee Ching-hwan into one of his own. Without dwelling on Lee Ching-hwan's presumptions, Choi Byung-seong cleared his throat and spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ching-hwan, you know that from the outside, we prosecutors seem to enjoy a life of prestige. But the pressure and challenges we face daily are only known to us. It's truly exhausting. Throughout the year, there are hardly any days we can relax. Moreover, every action we take reflects the face and dignity of our nation's judicial authority. Which means we cannot indulge in leisure like ordinary people. We live under immense pressure. Even something as simple as going out for a meal or having a drink comes with the fear of being reported by the public for our conduct. We prosecutors bear far too much for this country. Listening to Choi Byung-seong's words, Lee Ching-hwan inwardly thought, you shameless old man, is that really what you call dining and drinking? However, ordinary individuals cannot casually acquire several $1 million worth of local specialties. Yet, with Choi Bing-cheng making such a statement, Lee Ching-hwan naturally felt compelled to echo it, responding with palpable indignation. Indeed, there are wrongdoers among the populace. Those troublesome citizens are truly detestable. They indulge in daily revelry and engage in ludicrous escapades at entertainment venues. Yet they expect us prosecutors to embody saintliness. This is clearly unjust. It is necessary for us to occasionally unwind. Personally, I believe that we prosecutors should not elevate ourselves above the common folk, detached from the world, but rather lower our guard and integrate with the populace, leading by example and empathizing with their struggles. For instance, we should engage in conversations with the women frequenting these entertainment establishments to understand the difficulties they face in their daily lives. Whether they have been wronged, and if they require assistance, it is our duty as officials to ensure they receive our support and warmth regularly. Upon hearing Lee Ching-hwan's fervent declaration, Choi Bing-cheng thought to himself, this fellow truly is a genius. It is a travesty for him to be merely a prosecutor. His level of shamelessness rivals that of those politicians. Had he possessed this slickness in his youth, he might have already ascended to the position of chief prosecutor by now. Choi Bing-cheng chuckled and remarked, Ching-hwan, you are absolutely right. We prosecutors also deserve to relax our minds and bodies from time to time. Therefore, the place I am taking you to this evening is precisely such a venue for our relaxation. Upon hearing this, Lee Ching-hwan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had vaguely surmised that Choi Bing-cheng intended to introduce him to a grand spectacle. And indeed, that was the case. A place exclusively for prosecutors to unwind. This piqued his anticipation. As the two conversed, their modern vehicle, adorned with the prosecutor's office insignia, cruised effortlessly through the bustling streets, enjoying the privilege of an unobstructed journey even during peak hours. Should an oblivious private vehicle obstruct their path, traffic officers would promptly arrive to reprimand the offending drivers, urging them to vacate the area. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at an underground parking garage of a grand building near Itaewon. This underground facility was not open to the public. Only vehicles bearing the prosecutor's office license plates were permitted entry. We've arrived. Let us disembark, Choi Bing-cheng said, stepping out with familiarity and leading Lee Ching-hwan to a discreet elevator, from which he produced a specially designed card. Noticing Lee Ching-hwan's curious gaze, Choi Bing-cheng waved the card and explained with a smile, this elevator requires a special club card. Without it, even if one forcibly enters the garage, access to the elevator is denied. The stringent security measures of this mysterious entertainment venue only heightened Lee Ching-hwan's curiosity. After swiping the card, they entered the elevator, which was astonishingly constructed of transparent glass. Inside, Lee Ching-hwan discovered that the elevator only had one destination, the top floor. Ding! As the elevator began its gentle ascent, the exterior suddenly illuminated, and to Lee Ching-hwan's astonishment, he beheld the entirety of the Gangnam district. The dazzlingly vibrant streets shrank beneath them as they ascended, eventually making it seem as though the entire district lay beneath their feet. At that moment, another ding resonated, and the elevator door slowly opened. A wave of sound surged from behind them. Turning to look, Lee Ching-hwan felt as though he had stumbled into a new world. Before him sprawled an expansive entertainment venue, lavishly decorated, exuding opulence, filled with youthful Elegantly attired female staff members adorned in revealing uniforms. They were predominantly quite young, tall, with slender waists and long legs, some holding trays of drinks while others cozied up to well-dressed men, and still others accompanying esteemed guests for drinks. As Li Qinghuan and Cui Bingcheng entered, the stunning receptionists stationed along the corridor promptly bowed in unison, their dulcet voices welcoming, "Welcome, esteemed guests, thank you for your efforts, please step inside," it must be said. These receptionists were exceptionally attractive, each one could easily pass for a minor celebrity in public. Li Qinghuan casually glanced around, noting that many of them were not inferior to Cui Yenshu and Lin Zhenna. Only slightly less impressive than the renowned Han Yoshigat, he even recognized a few as members of a newly debuted girl group from a South Korean entertainment company that had recently gained popularity. Of course, the original talent was scarce, as most had undergone cosmetic enhancements and, with their makeup, appeared quite stunning. Goodness, just how influential could the owner of this club be to have members of a recently skyrocketed girl group serving as receptionists? Upon entering the club, Cui Bingcheng seemed transformed, effortlessly approaching a voluptuous member of the girl group, embracing her waist, and planting a kiss on her cheek, cheerfully exclaiming, "Shanmei, it's been several days since we've met. You seem even more beautiful." The woman named Shanmei responded with a playful giggle, lightly swatting Cui Bingcheng's hand. "Oh, you still haven't changed, Appa." Their playful banter suggested a flirtatious rapport, noticing that Li Qinghuan appeared somewhat reserved. Cui Bingcheng flashed him a knowing smile and beckoned, "Ha, Qinghuan, it's your first visit, don't be shy, you may choose any woman here to accompany you for the evening, and you may indulge in any activity you desire. There is no need for restraint, here you can unleash your youthful vigor. Ha, every time I visit this club, I feel rejuvenated." Li Qinghuan, upon hearing this, maintained his composure and asked, "Brother Bingcheng, is it truly acceptable to choose freely?" Cui Bingcheng nodded with a grin. "Of course, Qinghuan, simply walk up to whichever one you fancy and take her hand." Li Qinghuan nodded and scanned the array of women, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. "Brother Bingcheng, may I request a different selection?" Cui Bingcheng remarked. "You truly are discerning, aren't you?" The overlooked members of the girl group exchanged glances, slightly miffed, believing that this young prosecutor was being rather pretentious. As they considered themselves quite attractive, they felt a tinge of irritation, though they dared not express it, fully aware that every esteemed guest here was beyond their reach. A mere word from such individuals could jeopardize their standing in the South Korean entertainment industry. Even the most celebrated female stars, adored by countless fans, could be summoned here at a moment's notice to serve drinks at the behest of the powerful. The influence of this club's owner was unfathomable. Thus, when faced with Li Qinghuan's request for a different selection, Cui Bingcheng summoned a mature and glamorous woman who appeared to be in charge, exchanged a few words with her, and she unexpectedly cast a glance at Li Qinghuan. Raising her beautifully arched eyebrows with a smile before sashaying off to make arrangements, after giving his instructions, Cui Bingcheng patted Li Qinghuan on the shoulder, teasingly saying, "Qinghuan, Namju mentioned that you are the first esteemed guest to request a different selection upon entering the club. She agreed and will arrange a new batch of attendants for you. This time, you mustn't be picky, or they might think you're here to cause trouble." Li Qinghuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, bowed slightly. "I apologize for causing you inconvenience." Cui Bingcheng feigned displeasure. "We needn't exchange such polite words. In any case, tonight, you should enjoy yourself at the club. It's perfectly acceptable to be a bit indulgent. Moreover, you might meet colleagues from other prosecutors' offices and make a few friends. It's always beneficial. Just remember, the members of this club are all on our side, so you can speak freely, but be cautious not to say anything that could disrupt our unity. Understood?" Li Qinghuan nodded earnestly. "I understand." "Ha ha, splendid, I shall take my leave to enjoy myself. Call me when you're ready to leave," Cui Bingcheng said, patting Li Qinghuan's shoulder as he took his leave with the girl group member named Shanmei. Li Qinghuan inclined his head slightly as he watched them depart, then began to explore the club. He discovered that this venue was vast, seemingly transforming an entire floor into a playground, boasting not only bars and dance halls but also casinos, cinemas, swimming pools, massage rooms, and luxurious suites, and more. The establishment spanned 3 interconnected levels, accessible via stairs, offering an abundance of entertainment options. As Li Qinghuan wandered, he noticed that many of the patrons were prosecutors, some even colleagues from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Along with elite members from other departments, and a few affluent scions and lower-ranking politicians and city officials, whenever he recognized someone familiar, he would approach warmly to greet them, as building connections was paramount in the realm of politics. At that moment, the striking woman from earlier suddenly appeared before Li Qinghuan. Chapter 61. "Are you Li Jiun? You are Prosecutor Li. I am. Previously, you mentioned your discontent with a few of the waitstaff." So I have replaced them with a new selection. Would you like to take a look? Certainly. Li Qinghuan followed the stunning woman into a small room where he was greeted by 4 fresh faces. All quite attractive. As he scrutinized the young women before him, he couldn't help but marvel at how the elite of South Korea truly know how to indulge, while Li Qinghuan assessed them. The girls were also sizing him up upon realizing that this prosecutor was exceptionally handsome. Their initial apprehension and fear of the unknown diminished considerably. Some even found themselves secretly delighted and hopeful, wishing that this prosecutor might take an interest in them. After all, since the moment they stepped into this club, they were acutely aware of their fates. It would be far more enjoyable to seek the company of a man they found appealing. At least Li Qinghuan's good looks did not inspire any aversion. In fact, given their status, marrying a prosecutor was a mere fantasy, something they would scarcely dare to dream about. After glancing at the 4 girls, Li Qinghuan casually pointed to a shy girl who had been standing at the edge, her head bowed and eyes fixed on her feet. I would like her, he said to the alluring woman. Upon hearing Li Qinghuan's choice, disappointment and regret were palpable on the faces of the other girls. Realizing they had not been selected, yet they dared not voice any complaints. Instead, they bowed slightly to Li Qinghuan and the beautiful woman before gracefully exiting the room. At this moment, Jean Nanju, who stood beside Li Qinghuan, noticed the shy girl standing alone, looking bewildered and unclear as to why Li Qinghuan had chosen her. She waved to her and said, "Jian, congratulations. Prosecutor Li is a rising star in the Seoul District Prosecutor's office. With a bright future ahead, being noticed by him is your good fortune. Be sure to take excellent care of Prosecutor Li tonight and ensure his satisfaction. Do not forget your purpose for coming to the club. Only when the esteemed guests are pleased can your dreams and aspirations be realized. Do you understand?" The girl Jian instinctively nodded, then bit her lower lip, summoning the courage to approach Li Qinghuan. She was not very tall, around 162 centimeters, with bright, large eyes, a small face akin to a delicate palm, and skin as fair and smooth as snow, exhibiting an almost flawless natural beauty, devoid of any signs of cosmetic alteration. "Annyeonghaseyo, I am Jian. I look forward to your kind guidance." Jian's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly bowed deeply to Li Qinghuan. She was clad in a white dress, the hem just above her knees, revealing a glimpse of her slender, fair thighs, complemented by black shoes and white lace ankle socks, resembling a fallen princess, pure and endearing. "Hello to you as well," Li Qinghuan replied with a slight smile, finding her resemblance to a popular South Korean star from his past life intriguing. If she were indeed the same person, it would be quite amusing. Jean Nanju, noticing Li Qinghuan's apparent satisfaction with the girl, added with a smile, "Prosecutor Li, I hope you have a delightful evening at our club." Li Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much for your arrangements, Miss Nanju. I am quite pleased." Jean Nanju bowed slightly and sashayed away. Once she departed, the room fell into a hush, with no familiar faces around. Jian felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, her body trembling slightly. She felt shy about making eye contact with Li Qinghuan. Lowering her head like an ostrich, exuding an adorable charm, she possessed a sweet youthful visage, long eyelashes framing her innocent eyes, which held a mixture of anxiety and determination. She understood the purpose of her presence. How intriguing! Li Qinghuan could discern her nervousness and fear. He casually settled onto the sofa, smiling as he initiated conversation. "Do not be anxious, this is my first time here as well, let us sit and talk." Hearing Li Qinghuan's approachable words, Jian finally lifted her gaze, astonished to see that this young handsome prosecutor was also visiting the club for the first time. With this breakthrough, her tension eased considerably, and she immediately moved closer. Taking a seat beside him, Li Qinghuan took the opportunity to inquire, "Jian, would you share with me why you have come to this club? You are aware of what this place is, correct?" Jian nodded slightly, hesitating before speaking in a tone tinged with sorrow. "My parents, having been misled by relatives, guaranteed a contract and thus accrued significant debt. To escape their financial troubles, they went to work, leaving me to care for my grandmother and younger brother. My grandmother is aged and unable to earn much money. I want to support my family, but with my education and qualifications, finding suitable employment is a challenge. I also aspire to be a singer and wish to participate in various singing competitions, all of which require funds. I am in dire need of money, so despite knowing that this place serves as entertainment for prominent figures, I cannot refuse." Sister Nanju informed us that satisfying esteemed guests could yield substantial service fees, enough to improve my family's situation and help me realize my dreams. Therefore, I hope you will not look down upon me. Can you? Jian spoke candidly, revealing her family situation entirely to Li Qinghuan. She was a girl filled with dreams, kindness, and resilience. However, there was one detail Jian omitted. She felt that this young handsome prosecutor must be a good person, different from other men, which is why she felt compelled to share her background. Throughout her journey to the club, she had noticed numerous men casting greedy, unabashedly possessive glances at her and the other girls, yet Prosecutor Li's gaze was clear, his demeanor refined, and his handsome features, coupled with his composed presence, instilled a sense of security in Jian. Before entering the club, she had mentally prepared herself. If not for her desperate circumstances, she would not have set aside all dignity to enter this place. After all, she was a girl of humble origins, without power, influence, or a wealthy background, and no one knew the hardships she had endured over the years. To alleviate her family's burden, she had tirelessly sought ways to earn money, working 2 or 3 jobs daily while nurturing her dream of becoming a singer. However, the financial demands were overwhelming, and even with her relentless efforts, she could not accumulate enough funds. Thus, she needed to earn a substantial amount quickly. Discovering the club's existence was entirely serendipitous, and they had approached her, seemingly well aware of her situation. They not only understood her family's circumstances but also recognized her urgent need for money, providing her with a business card that instructed her to call if she ever wished to change her fate. This was how Jian found herself here. Upon hearing Jian's story, Li Qinghuan could see the girl's appearance gradually merging with the image of the top South Korean pop singer he remembered, ultimately becoming one. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke, "Your name is Li Jiun." Chapter 62. Dancing is wonderful. One must learn to dance. How did you know? This time, it was Jian who was astonished. She had not expected the prosecutor to accurately deduce her surname. Just a guess, Li Qinghuan replied with a smile, his gaze turning appreciative as he continued, "You were a responsible girl and quite industrious. You simply lack a bit of luck. Now, it seems your luck has arrived." He certainly could not tell her that he had learned about her future as a top South Korean star in another world. After all, who could foresee that this girl, impoverished and burdened with debt, striving to support her family and chase her dream of becoming a singer, had faced failure in over 20 auditions, only to be publicly ridiculed, would one day rise to become a renowned figure earning billions of Korean won annually? And upon realizing that Li Qinghuan did not regard her with disdain or contempt after learning her background, but instead offered encouragement, Jian felt warmth in her heart. "Thank you for your kind words." Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said it was nothing. Now it occurred to him that he had stumbled upon a great opportunity by meeting Jian while she was still struggling. This feeling was quite peculiar. Could he be the one to change her fate and propel her to stardom? Just as he was about to say more, a commotion erupted outside the room. "Hey, everyone, come out quickly, Minister Han has arrived." "Really? How fortunate. That's wonderful." Hearing the commotion, Li Qinghuan immediately stood up, intending to see what was happening outside, as it seemed a significant figure had graced the club with their presence. Jian, noticing Li Qinghuan stepping out, hurriedly followed, her slender legs carrying her swiftly alongside him. Tonight, she belonged solely to Li Qinghuan, and she was determined to please him, although she lacked experience in this regard. She would strive to overcome the challenges and earn a favorable impression from him. Moreover, this was not only her first visit to the club but also her last. Sister Nanju had told her that even just accompanying an esteemed guest once could yield as much as 50 million Korean won in compensation. If the guest was particularly satisfied and chose to give her a tip, earning over 100 million in a single night would not be unusual. This also elucidates why the club is frequented by numerous second and third-tier stars and girl groups. In South Korea, aside from those top-tier celebrities and actors, other artists do not earn much. Even some popular boy and girl groups find their monthly wages, after numerous deductions, falling short of what many corporate white-collar workers earn. Over time, this leads some stars and entertainers to descend into depravity, opting to join clubs, while others, like Li Jiun, find themselves with no other options. This is indeed a staggering sum of 50 million won. Sufficient for her to improve her family's living conditions and ensure that her grandmother and younger brother are well provided for. She might even save enough to participate in a singing competition. As Li Jiun followed Li Sunghuan outside the club, she witnessed a throng of people converging from various directions. Some were impeccably dressed, while others appeared disheveled, and some seemed to have just emerged from a tender embrace, evident by the lipstick stains on their faces. Yet, without exception, they all craned their necks, forming a circle, their gazes fixed towards the entrance of the club. Amidst the throng, a man dressed in a tailored suit, exuding an air of handsome elegance and a subtle regal demeanor, emerged before the crowd. This man, upon his entrance, radiated the essence of a born leader, his mere presence commanding attention as the crowd gravitated towards him with fervent enthusiasm, even to the point of obsequiousness. "Minister Han, it's been a while, we haven't seen you at our club for ages. What brings you here today, Minister Han? I heard you've recently dealt with a competitor. The position of Prosecutor General should be within your grasp now, right? I have long heard of your esteemed name, and it is truly an honor to finally meet you in person. Allow me to toast to you. I've heard that Minister Han was the top scorer in the judicial examination of his cohort, acing the interview as well. At under 25, he has already risen to the position of Chief Prosecutor. Minister Han's integrity and fearlessness in confronting authority are commendable. He has undoubtedly brought numerous corrupt officials and powerful chaebol to justice, serving as a paragon for all young prosecutors. Indeed, even the citizens of South Korea proclaim that as long as Minister Han is present, the corrupt officials dare not act with arrogance. Whenever he handles a case, no one dares to voice dissent. Minister Han, do you remember me? I had the privilege of dining with you 2.5 years ago. I have encountered some difficulties lately and would appreciate your guidance. Furthermore, knowing your fondness for tea, I have brought you some exquisite tea bricks imported from Huasha. When might you have the time to inspect their quality? Surrounding Minister Han were individuals vying for his attention, some flattering, others extolling his virtues, some seeking favors, and others simply eager to become familiar. Among the crowd, Lee Sung-won even spotted Choi Byung-son. This old fellow shamelessly approached Minister Han, sharing a drink and exchanging pleasantries. Although both held the title of minister, it was evident that Choi Byung-son, the minister of the criminal division, displayed a certain subservience in the presence of Minister Han, whose influence and power were remarkably formidable. Following this, the group of esteemed prosecutors and dignitaries, akin to stars orbiting a moon, ushered Minister Han to the most prominent sofa in the club's ballroom. A seat evidently reserved for him. Lee Sung-won, standing at the back of the crowd, caught a glimpse of Minister Han's visage, his expression subtly shifting as he recognized his identity. It was he, the antagonist from the prosecutor-themed film titled The Monarch. The minister of the strategic division of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office, a figure whose power was terrifyingly vast, a prosecutor so formidable that even the heads of local prosecutors' offices were beneath his notice. Han Xiangji. Renowned for his integrity and fearlessness in the face of authority, he was a veteran star prosecutor. In recent years, as he aged, he had not appeared in the news as frequently, but those familiar with him understood that this was due to his burgeoning influence. No longer needing to be in the limelight, he had amassed a cadre of loyal subordinates, allowing him to operate behind the scenes, orchestrating strategies while his pawns engaged in the fray, within the prosecutor's system. Han Xiangji was undoubtedly a leading figure of his generation, a dominant force that countless young and ambitious prosecutors aspired to serve. One could say he had followed the archetype of a protagonist, experiencing an unparalleled rise to power. The only reason he had not yet become Prosecutor General was his age. Otherwise, with his prestige and capabilities, he would have already attained that coveted position. If he were to endure another decade or so, he would undoubtedly ascend to the role that countless prosecutors dreamed of, the Prosecutor General. In stark contrast to Lee Sung-won, Han Xiangji at this moment epitomized the protagonist. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-won's gaze wandered, recalling that in The Monarch, the male lead Park Tae-soo first encountered Han Xiangji at a club. When he refused to associate with a wealthy heir who had sullied a female student, he incurred Han Xiangji's wrath, receiving a harsh reprimand that thoroughly awakened him. In a bid to gain Han Xiangji's respect, Park Tae-soo publicly shared a drink with the wealthy heir, mending their rift, which indeed captured Han Xiangji's attention. Consequently, Park Tae-soo integrated into Han Xiangji's circle, eventually becoming one of his most trusted confidants, enjoying a period of great success and rising to become one of the elite within the prosecutor community. However, due to his lingering conscience, compounded by the burdens of unreliable allies and family, he ultimately fell out with Han Xiangji, becoming his adversary. Through a series of machinations and unexpected reversals, justice ultimately triumphed over evil, leading to Han Xiangji's downfall. This narrative, in Lee Sung-won's view, was indeed captivating, particularly the authentic portrayal of Han Xiangji as the antagonist, laden with poignant and realistic aphorisms that offered profound insights. After searching for Park Tae-soo, Lee Sung-won concluded he had arrived too early. The young man was likely still occupied with the judicial examination. Shifting his thoughts, he raised a glass and approached Han Xiangji, bowing slightly as he spoke. "Minister Han, I am Lee Sung-won from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. I have long admired your remarkable achievements, and it is truly an honor to finally meet you in person. I would like to propose a toast in your honor. In the realm of politics, bowing, currying favor, aligning oneself with powerful figures, and even kneeling are commonplace. Those with ambition often resort to any means to ascend the ranks." Presently, Han Xiangji was undoubtedly a formidable ally. Indeed, one might argue that Lee Sung-won as future father-in-law In terms of influence, would not surpass Han Xiangji by much, yet reality is not akin to a novel. Lee Sung-won was merely a junior chief prosecutor, and even Minister Choi Byung-sung had to show deference to Han Xiangji. What standing did he have? Han Xiangji regarded Lee Sung-won with indifference, offering only a slight nod in acknowledgement of the young prosecutor as toast. He took a sip of his drink and turned away. Dismissing him, Lee Sung-won felt no offense. This was entirely expected, as many sought Han Xiangji's favor. Countless prosecutors yearned for the opportunity to serve him and found none. To capture his attention, one needed to achieve notable accomplishments first. Lee Sung-won did not deny his own desire to ingratiate himself with Han Xiangji, for the latter wielded access to an extensive archive of records containing compromising information on numerous influential figures and celebrities in South Korea. With such a repository, Han Xiangji could even sway the outcome of presidential elections. This explained his overwhelming power, as he could afford to disregard even the prosecutor general. Many prosecutors general harbored their own scandals, all meticulously documented in the Strategic Division's archives, and should such information surface, it would spell disaster for them. After toasting Han Xiangji, Lee Sung-won suddenly had a thought and decided to leave. However, as he turned, he felt a gentle tug on his arm. Lee Ji-eun's small hand grasped him. She gazed at him with pleading eyes. "Aren't you planning to have me accompany you tonight?" Taken aback, Lee Sung-won replied with an apologetic expression. "I have a few matters to attend to. I understand you are in dire need of money. Provide me with a card number, and I will ensure a sum is transferred to you." However, before he could finish, he noticed Lee Ji-eun had started to weep, her countenance reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom. Through her sobs, she implored, "Appa, please don't go. I promise I will be very obedient. I have talents. I can perform for you. Please grant me this opportunity, I beg you." Seeing her in such a pitiable state, Lee Sung-won felt his resolve softened. He inquired, "What can you do?" Lee Ji-eun eagerly replied, "I can sing, dance, and act. I've even self-taught English and Hwasha language, and I can help you with massages." At her words, Lee Sung-won's eyes brightened slightly. "Dancing sounds great. Dancing must be learned." Chapter 63. The first meeting between sister-in-law and Lee Ji-eun. It must be said that a girl who can dance is indeed a significant advantage. A girl who can dance, sing, possesses a powerful voice, and is well-versed in various languages is even more appealing. Ultimately, Lee Sung-won could not bear to see Lee Ji-eun isolated and vulnerable in the club. Appearing so helpless and pitiful, he decided to take her home with him. However, it was only in the morning that he remembered there was another person in the house, in the early hours. In the living room, he cleared his throat. "Sister-in-law, I apologize. This is my new girlfriend, Lee Ji-eun. I forgot to inform you before bringing her home, and I truly regret it." Li Chenghwan embraced the neatly dressed, yet slightly flushed Lee Ji-eun, who had changed into a different outfit. With a hint of embarrassment, she turned to her sister-in-law, Han Yoshi, who was gazing at them in astonishment, and offered her apologies. Li Ji-eun, displaying remarkable politeness, slightly bowed as she addressed Han Yoshi, "Sister-in-law, hello, I am Lee, the girlfriend of Appa. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope to learn from you." Upon first encountering Han Yoshi, Lee Ji-eun had mistakenly thought she was Appa's legitimate wife, nearly wishing to disappear into the ground, fearing the wrath of the true wife upon discovering her position as the unacknowledged mistress. To her relief, Appa had referred to Han Yoshi as his sister-in-law, the wife of his elder brother. However, a lingering curiosity stirred within her as to why her sister-in-law resided in Appa's home. What had become of her husband? Meanwhile, upon seeing the innocent and charming young woman before her, Han Yoshi felt a twinge of discomfort. She had not anticipated that her younger brother-in-law would already have a girlfriend. Should she perhaps consider moving out? After all, she was a widow mourning her deceased husband, and remaining in the house could lead to unfavorable gossip, not to mention it might also trouble his girlfriend. These thoughts crossed her mind. A shadow of melancholy and sorrow crossed Han Yoshi's face, tinged with self-reproach. Fortunately, with guests present, she swiftly composed herself, beaming at Lee Ji-eun with a warm smile, and graciously said, "Hello Ji-eun, welcome to our home. I presume you two have just woken up and have yet to eat? Allow me to prepare breakfast for you." With that, she stood to head into the kitchen. However, Lee Ching-hwan waved his hand to stop her, saying, "There's no need, sister-in-law. I still need to escort Ji-eun back home. We can easily grab some breakfast on the way. You've been busy with matters concerning Appa. You should take some time to rest." Li Ching-hwan spoke the truth. In recent days, Han Yoshi had been preoccupied with the affairs following her husband Li Chengxian's death. Aside from occasionally assisting her, Li Ching-hwan had been primarily occupied with dealing with Park Taeyong and his associates. After not seeing her for a few days, he noticed that Han Yoshi appeared considerably worn. Reminiscent of Choi Yan-soo during her trying times, currently, the ashes of his elder brother had been prepared, and since Lee Chang-hsian had only Lee Ching-hwan as a close relative alongside his wife Han Yoshi, they had decided against holding a funeral. They had discussed that in a few days, they would formally lay Lee Chang-hsian to rest. After leaving the house with Lee Jian, his confidant, Zheng Jishu, was already waiting outside. Having parked the car early at the entrance, once Lee Ching-hwan and Lee Jian were inside, Zheng Jishu glanced at the rearview mirror and astutely inquired, "Where to first, Inspector Lee? Let's take Jian back home." "She lives in Jiangbei District, XXXX," Lee Ching-hwan replied, smiling at Lee Jian, who was nestled beside him, holding onto his arm and appearing remarkably obedient and understanding. "Understood," Zheng Jishu responded, starting the engine. During the journey, Lee Ching-hwan did not shy away from Zheng Jishu, informing Lee Jian that she should refrain from visiting the club in the future, assuring her that he would bear her family's burdens in addition to the 50 million won from the club. Lee Ching-hwan promised her an extra 300 million won, encouraging her to rent a better apartment in the Gangnam district for herself, her grandmother, and her younger brother. Gangnam not only housed numerous entertainment companies and boasted convenient transportation but also offered greater opportunities where a discerning company might recognize her talents and brilliance. In truth, Lee Ching-hwan intended to wait until he had secured the Jinmen Group before having Ding Cheng or Lee Zicheng establish an independent entertainment subsidiary within the group, specifically to sign his cherished confidants. After all, he believed that his women should not be toiling for the profits of other entertainment companies. Lee Ching-hwan was all too aware of the unscrupulous nature of South Korean entertainment firms. Upon realizing how generous Lee Ching-hwan was being toward her, Lee Jian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. She felt an immense gratitude toward this man, for he had provided her with an unparalleled sense of warmth and security, especially since he also offered to help resolve her parents' debts incurred from fraudulent guarantee contracts. Lee Jian was rendered speechless with excitement, although she had been exhausted from singing and dancing the previous night. Every effort felt worthwhile. She had encountered her savior. Consequently, she made a silent vow to strive diligently to realize her dream of becoming a renowned singer, yearning to proclaim the name of the person she was most grateful for during her concert. After dropping Lee Jian off at her home, Lee Ching-hwan returned to the prosecutor's office. However, he soon noticed that many of his colleagues were regarding him with peculiar expressions. Some were astonished, others perplexed, some displeased, and a few even appeared to relish his predicament. A slight unease settled in Lee Ching-hwan's heart, accompanied by a foreboding sense of trouble. Had someone conspired against him? Indeed, shortly after he returned to his office, Zheng Jishu, who had been out gathering information, rushed in with an anxious expression, his tone heavy with concern. "Inspector Lee, we have a situation." "Calm down, take your time," Lee Ching-hwan instructed, though he had anticipated such news. Maintaining an air of composure, he did not betray a hint of panic. Zheng Jishu took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves before continuing with a serious demeanor. "Inspector Lee, this morning, the editor-in-chief of the Seoul official media, the motherland daily Lee Gangshi, published a commentary article targeting our Criminal Division 3 prosecutors. The article insinuated that you had subjected Park Tae-yong and Park Young-jun to violent interrogations, coercing them into confessing, while also accusing you of abusing your power for personal motives, employing cruel and unscrupulous methods, and insinuating that you too were not without blemish, unworthy of your position, and should face suspension for review. Currently, this article has sparked widespread public interest and uproar in South Korea, with the public sentiment turning unfavorably against you. If we do not swiftly clarify and address this matter, we may face a significant crisis, and the higher-ups in the prosecutor's office might indeed consider suspending you for reflection. After hearing Zhang Jishu's words, Lee Ching-hwan opened his computer and conducted a search. He soon found the article penned by Lee Gangshi, each word sharp and incisive. It was no surprise that a seasoned editor-in-chief was adept at wielding the pen. Lee Ching-hwan had initially believed that Lee Gangshi would retreat following their previous confrontation, but it seemed he had merely been biding his time for a grand revelation. "Very well, let us respond directly." Lee Ching-hwan rose resolutely and instructed Zheng Jishu, "Zheng, please inform all the reporters from Seoul's newspapers that I will hold a press conference to clarify the matter concerning Lee Gangshi's article and the recent online discourse. I must first speak with the minister." Zheng Jishu immediately bowed, replying, "Understood." Chapter 64, Lee Gangshi. "I must ask, violent interrogation, coercive tactics, some self-proclaimed just prosecutors cannot disregard human rights in the name of efficiency. Author, Lee Gangshi. Prosecutors, as the embodiment of justice in the Republic of Korea, exist to uphold the law and oversee its fair execution on behalf of the people. In my view, a competent prosecutor should strictly adhere to the Constitution and laws of the Republic of Korea, diligently fulfilling their duties without succumbing to personal bias or corruption. Yet, in recent years, there have been numerous instances of prosecutors acting with impunity, betraying the ethical standards of their profession, engaging in corrupt practices, and colluding with both business and criminal entities. Particularly within the prosecutor community, certain rogue elements exploit their authority to suppress dissenting voices, employing unscrupulous means to extract confessions from the innocent, based on information received from reliable sources. There is a particularly notorious young prosecutor within the Criminal Division 3 of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Following a minor disagreement with colleagues, he sought an excuse to carry out arrests, framing and entrapping them, even dragging a fellow prosecutor into the interrogation room and subjecting him to brutal treatment, ultimately coercing a confession from him. Furthermore, this prosecutor arrested the son of a prominent corporate chairman without any justification, accusing him of charges such as public disturbance, sexual assault, driving an innocent girl to her death, illegal detention, and organized crime. He even denied the innocent young man the opportunity to contact a lawyer for assistance. According to sources who risked their safety to disclose information, this prosecutor himself is not without fault. Rumors suggest he has ties to organized crime and has previously received funding from certain criminal factions, which explains his motive for arresting the corporate chairman's son, as the criminal elements behind him were also eyeing a lucrative real estate development project held by the chairman. In light of this, I must inquire, why can some prosecutors act with such reckless abandon? Why can they operate independently, unmonitored, and without accountability? Are prosecutors truly untouchable in South Korea? I sincerely urge the higher-ups in the prosecutor's office to take this matter seriously and conduct a thorough investigation into the integrity of the prosecutorial corps, expelling those who tarnish its reputation. Although Lee Gangshi's article did not explicitly name the prosecutor from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, it was clear enough to pinpoint Criminal Division 3, making it easy for anyone to deduce the identity of Inspector Lee Ching-hwan. Consequently, information about Lee Ching-hwan swiftly circulated, with countless netizens eagerly sharing their opinions. Oh my, who would have thought that those lofty prosecutors could engage in such nefarious deeds behind the scenes? Wow, this is riveting. I always thought prosecutors were righteous and selfless, but it turns out they could seek revenge and maliciously undermine their rivals, framing and coercing confessions. How despicable. This prosecutor named Lee Ching-hwan must have some issues. I suggest the higher-ups in the prosecutor's office conduct a thorough investigation. Indeed, my uncle's eldest son's wife's male confidant is an insider at the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. According to him, Lee Sung-hwan unscrupulously usurped the chief position that rightfully belonged to Prosecutor Park Tae-yong, a senior in the department. Out of indignation, Prosecutor Park privately expressed his grievances, which Lee Sung-hwan overheard, leading him to harbor resentment and seek revenge. Such a petty individual, who bears grudges over trifles, ought to be purged from the ranks of prosecutors. My goodness, is it truly the case that such a despicable character can serve as a prosecutor? I reckon I could do just as well. TSK, everyone should exercise caution and refrain from hasty remarks. Otherwise, Chief Lee could easily uncover your address and come after you. I strongly urge the leadership of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office to dismiss this prosecutor named Lee Sung-hwan and conduct a thorough investigation into whether he has engaged in illegal activities or abused his power for personal gain. Support. Allowing such a prosecutor to wield power is nothing short of a calamity for us ordinary citizens. Goodness gracious, individuals like him are truly scum. Many uninformed netizens, stirred by apparent agents of Lee Kang-hee inciting chaos and fan the flames, have begun to denounce and berate Lee Sung-hwan. The public opinion has overwhelmingly turned against him, with the internet flooded with detrimental information about Lee Sung-hwan. I must say, Lee Kang-hee's manipulation of public sentiment is exceptionally adept. This is his forte. The press has always been a battleground for public opinion, and the pen in his hand serves as his sword. Within his domain, no adversary stands a chance. It is through this tactic that he has ascended from a mere small-time editor to his current position. Even the members of the internal alliance, such as Councilman Zhang, must politely solicit his assistance when campaigning and aiming to undermine opponents' reputations, crafting scathing articles targeting local representatives that yield remarkable results. Lee Kang-hee is akin to a diluted version of Han Xiangji. Although he does not possess the extensive and lethal intel on his enemies that Han Xiangji does, he can effortlessly mislead the ignorant and foolish masses with a few seemingly plausible hints and incisive writing. These ignorant individuals do not concern themselves with the truth. They passively absorb whatever narrative others wish to present to them. With just a slight push, they become the most useful pawns in the hands of schemers. Launching indiscriminate attacks on pre-designated targets. It is evident that Lee Kang-hee has succeeded. The process has been smooth and effortless. Tsk, that rascal must be in a state of utter disarray by now. Lee Kang-hee, seated in his office, gazed out at the brilliant sunshine, his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-won, having just finished dealing with Choi Byung-song and assured him that the matter would be handled properly, stepped out of the minister's office. Zhang Jishu, who had been waiting outside, promptly followed in his footsteps and slightly bowed, saying, "Chief Lee, the press conference venue is prepared, and most media reporters from Seoul have been invited. We are merely awaiting your arrival." Lee Sung-won adjusted his tie and replied while walking, "Are the evidence files regarding Park Tae-yong and his accomplices ready?" Zhang Jishu responded, "Yes, they are prepared and on your desk in the office." Lee Sung-won nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent, Jishu. There is one final task for you. Prepare those old men from Yanbian. There is a mission tonight." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Jishu's eyes, and he felt a stirring in his heart. Understood. After delegating his arrangements, Lee Sung-won arrived at the large conference room designated for press conferences at the Seoul District Prosecutor's office. As he pushed the door open, a multitude of eyes immediately fixed upon him. In the next moment, the room erupted with the sound of countless camera flashes and shutter clicks, as media photographers captured him from every angle. The reporters, who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, raised their hands, eager to pose their questions. However, Lee Sung-won strode directly to the podium, surveying the crowd with an impassive expression, gesturing for silence. "I understand that many of you are anxious to ask questions. But please hold your horses. I have a case briefing to present, and I ask that you listen attentively before we proceed." Chapter 65, reporter from the Hyeonchang Daily Moo Hyunmin, with just 2 sentences. Lee Sung-won silenced all the media personnel present, forcing those who had intended to ask questions to sit back down. Noticing their compliance, he cleared his throat, opened a thick file folder, and placed it on the podium. He raised detailed case reports and photographs, indicating to the audience, "Today, I stand before you not merely to clarify the slanderous accusations hurled by a certain unscrupulous media outlet against the integrity of our prosecutors in the Criminal Division 3 of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, but to report on 2 significant cases. The primary offenders in these cases are none other than a former prosecutor of ours, Park Tae-yong." You may be wondering what exactly this former colleague and senior of mine has done to warrant his imprisonment. The answer is simple: he colluded with organized crime. He suppressed multiple cases involving the notorious Seven Stars Gang's heir, Park Young-joon, who was implicated in the heinous acts of kidnapping and abusing young girls, driving them to suicide, while intimidating the victims' families into silence. This is merely one of his many transgressions. Furthermore, he is also suspected of embezzlement and bribery, with millions of dollars in illicit gains and precious jewels discovered in his residence. He even conspired with Park Young-joon to humiliate a female artist, leading her to take her own life out of despair. This individual possesses a profoundly twisted psyche. Not only did he maintain numerous extramarital affairs, but he also unlawfully imprisoned a woman, his former girlfriend from university, who chose to end their relationship upon discovering his infidelity. Out of spite, Park Tae-yong orchestrated her abduction 3 years ago, confining her in his basement and subjecting her to grievous abuse. When we rescued her, the poor woman had already suffered severe psychological trauma. Lee Sung-won paused, allowing the stunned reporters below to process the absurdity of these revelations. He then signaled to Zhang Jishu, who was assisting him, to project Park Tae-yong's interrogation records and evidence photographs onto the screen behind him. The journalists gazed at the unredacted images, where Park Tae-yong was unmistakably visible, both in instances of him and Park Young-joon bullying the female artist, as well as the substantial loot seized from his residence, and the unfortunate woman he had confined in his basement. After viewing the evidence, the reporters were left speechless. Truly, Park Tae-yong deserved his fate. Before they could recover from their shock, Lee Sung-won dropped another bombshell. The evidence of criminal wrongdoing presented above represents merely a fraction of the vile acts committed by that scoundrel Park Tae-yong. Many may not realize that he and Park Young-joon have long been in cahoots, conspiring together for quite some time. I would have remained oblivious to his actions had it not been for the fact that he allied with Park Young-joon, leading to the death of my elder brother, my own flesh and blood. He was my only family in this world. My brother was a lawyer, upright and kind-hearted, who dedicated his life to championing the rights of ordinary citizens. assisting countless individuals in need without seeking any reward, even personally funding those unable to afford legal representation. Not long ago, my brother received a plea for help concerning a real estate company with ties to organized crime that was forcibly demolishing homes in a village in the Gangbuk district, leaving the villagers injured and homeless. My brother immediately chose to stand up for them, only to face repeated obstacles, with local officials turning a blind eye and even the police refusing to intervene. He was left to fend for himself. After tireless efforts, he finally unearthed incriminating evidence against the Seven Stars real estate company and approached prosecutor Park Tae-yong to seek assistance in prosecuting that criminal syndicate. To his dismay, Park Tae-yong betrayed my brother, resulting in his being targeted by the gang, which ultimately led to his brutal death. In my quest for vengeance, I obtained evidence of Park Young-jun's criminal activities and, through urgent interrogation, discovered that the person who had sold him out was none other than the prosecutor he had trusted, our very own malignancy within the prosecutor's office. Park Tae-yong, and Park Young-jun, his accomplice, is no saint either. Over the years, he has committed numerous crimes, including but not limited to gambling, drug trafficking, and violence against women, as well as unlawful confinement and organized violent crime. Currently, these two irredeemable criminals and their accomplices have been incarcerated, and I will personally initiate prosecution against them. I advocate for the harshest sentence, death. I possess all the relevant evidence and testimonies, and any interested reporters may consult my staff after the press conference concludes. This concludes the content of today's press conference. At this moment, I have finished speaking. Does anyone have any questions? As Lee Cheng-won's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the media representatives present. It seemed they were still reeling from the shocking revelations regarding the cases he had just reported. If the allegations made by this young prosecutor are indeed true, they are utterly appalling and chilling. The prosecutor named Park Tae-yong, alongside the heir of the Chishin gang, is nothing short of a beast. It turns out they have committed numerous heinous acts, even leading to the death of prosecutor Lee's beloved elder brother, his only family. No wonder he is filled with such rage, no wonder he has been accused of violent interrogation. If we were to put ourselves in his shoes, would any of you journalists remain calm if your own kin were betrayed and murdered, with the perpetrator being a colleague? Surely one would feel a murderous intent. After a brief silence, a hand finally rose from the crowd. Prosecutor Lee, I have a question for you. Upon hearing this, Lee Cheng-won turned to face the journalist. Upon recognizing her beauty, he was slightly taken aback. She was dressed in an elegant cream-colored Chanel ensemble, her tall figure accentuated by a slender waist and long legs. Her chestnut red hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, framing a face that exuded the mature charm of a sophisticated woman. With light makeup enhancing her fair complexion, she radiated an air of exquisite nobility. As he noticed the press badge she wore emblazoned with the name of the Xianqing Daily, and recognizing her somewhat familiar visage, Lee Cheng-won realized her identity. She was Mo Xianmin, the sister-in-law of the protagonist Chen Daojun from the young heir of the Chables. What was she doing here? Lee Cheng-won, momentarily stunned, maintained a calm facade and said, "Hello, reporter Mo from Xianqing Daily, please feel free to ask your question." Unbeknownst to Mo Xianmin, Lee Cheng-won was fully aware of her identity and even of her future trajectory. Recently, she had suffered a significant blow after being rejected by Chen Daojun for a marriage proposal, leading her to question her own worth and appearance. However, Mo Xianmin was a proud woman and would never wallow in self-pity like a clown begging for a change of heart. Instead, she chose to gracefully move on from that unhappy memory. Seeking a period of self-reflection, with her father nearing retirement, Mo Xianmin intended to take over the family media conglomerate, yet, her father insisted she first gain some grassroots experience, as she had been living abroad and was unfamiliar with the company's operations. Thus, she began her journey as a junior reporter at the Xianqing Daily, unexpectedly facing Lee Cheng-won, a prosecutor embroiled in a media storm. On her very first assignment, after organizing her thoughts, she boldly posed her question, chiefly. According to editor-in-chief Lee Gangshi of the Guogwa Daily, you also have ties to the underworld. Can I assume that the origins of these two cases stem from a conflict of interests between two gang factions? With you and Park Tae-yong acting as their respective agents, compelled to eliminate one another, Mo Xianmin's inquiry was not only audacious but also remarkably incisive, keenly identifying the sole aspect of Lee Cheng-won's character that lacks self-validation, his alleged ties to the underworld. She eagerly anticipated his response to this tricky question. However, Lee Cheng-won merely cast a cool glance in her direction and calmly replied, "This rumor is entirely fabricated, a complete absurdity. There is a saying in the judicial realm, whoever questions must provide evidence." Borrowing a phrase from that editor Lee, I must ask, in this day and age, can slanderers really accuse someone of being involved with organized crime without presenting any proof? May I also concoct a tale that editor Lee was born incapable of procreation, and that all his children are someone else's? I have answered reporter Mo's question. Next please. Chapter 66. Shocked, chiefly berates editor Lee as a dog. Mo Xianmin felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as Li Qinghuan swiftly countered her points. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to identify any flaws in his reasoning, especially since Li Gangxi had indeed provided no evidence. Everything was mere speculation. Such was the nature of print media these days, rife with rumors and conjecture, where even if they err, they escape accountability by simply publishing the views of their contributors without representing the newspaper's own stance, whether the portrayal is positive or negative. It is all the same to them. If they do misstep, they can just lay low for a while until public attention wanes. Mo Xianmin, feeling dejected, took her seat. Soon after, another journalist stood up. This time it was a male reporter, fortuitously from the Guogua Daily, who introduced himself. Prosecutor Lee, I am Chao Wenhian from Guogua Daily. He continued, you have outright denied any affiliation with the underworld and claimed that editor Li Gangxi's article is entirely fabricated, even launching a personal attack on him. Am I to understand that you harbor animosity towards editor Li? Upon hearing this, Li Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. Reporter Chao, are you not stating the obvious? I believe anyone targeted by malicious rumors would be understandably incensed. Furthermore, you seem to have it backwards. It is editor Li who bears animosity, not I. Many may not grasp why a certain editor would write a piece to discredit and defame me, or to tarnish the reputation of prosecutors at the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Is it possible that my actions have encroached upon his interests, causing him to suffer significant losses, hence his furious retaliation? In this case, who truly stands as the biggest loser, and who has suffered the most harm? Many may remain oblivious, however. There is a saying in Huaxia, throwing a brick into a yard full of dogs, the one that barks the loudest is often the one that gets hit. Similarly, Park Taeyong and Park King-jun, these two despicable scoundrels, have committed such unforgivable crimes. I assure you, my interrogation of them was entirely justified and lawful. Before our office could even hold a briefing on the case, it was prematurely leaked by unscrupulous individuals who sought to distort and fabricate the truth, attempting to apply societal pressure on me to ensnare me in a trap of self-incrimination. Their motives are indeed sinister. I shall refrain from speculating further. Let everyone draw their own conclusions. I have answered your inquiry. Next. Li Qinghuan's remarks were exceptionally astute, though he refrained from explicitly naming Li Gangxi. His implication was clear. The editor was desperate and attempting to muddy the waters, aiming to entrap the upright prosecutor in a maelstrom of public opinion. Li Qinghuan's reference to the dog law was particularly effective, casting a pallor over Chao Wenhian's face as the prosecutor insulted the journalist's idol editor Li in such a manner. Yet, he found no grounds for rebuttal and could only sit down with a darkened countenance. Meanwhile, other reporters present, having grasped the meaning behind the dog law, could not suppress their laughter. One among them even burst into a fit of giggles. The laughter came from none other than Mo Xianmin, whose sense of humor, coupled with Li Qinghuan's vivid metaphor, perfectly encapsulated the reasoning behind Li Gangxi's actions. Eliciting her amusement, realizing she had drawn the attention of her peers, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Oh dear! Why is no one else laughing? How mortifying! Clearing her throat, she inquired, are there any other reporters with questions? Li Qinghuan cleared his throat lightly, scanning the room, observing that the reporters from both Guogua Daily and Xianqing Daily had not managed to gain any advantage from him. The others wisely refrained from delving further into the topic at hand. Soon, another journalist from a smaller publication raised their hand to ask, chiefly, will you be suing editor Li of Guogua Daily for defamation? Li Qinghuan nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Not only that, but he must also publicly issue an apology and seek my forgiveness. Otherwise, I and all my colleagues at the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office will not let this matter rest. His slander tarnishes not only my reputation but that of the entire prosecutorial community. This was indeed a serious matter, reflecting the intensity of his indignation. Once this news broke, the public would likely perceive his resolute stance as a sign of integrity, leading them to believe that this prosecutor might indeed be the target of unfounded media maligning. Thus, in the face of such public sentiment, it became crucial to maintain a firm posture, demonstrating a commitment to defending one's rights. Of course, this approach was only advisable for someone like Li Qinghuan, who was well prepared and had a solid foundation. As he expressed his outrage and determination to protect his rights, the journalists present felt a palpable tension. This was a prosecutor, after all, and angering the most powerful collective in South Korea could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, they had not forgotten the purpose of their presence. Subsequently, several journalists rose to pose their inquiries. Chief Lee, one began, earlier you mentioned that you intend to prosecute the criminals Park Tae-yong and Park Young-jun and recommend the death penalty. Do you not believe this punishment to be somewhat excessive? As far as I am aware, South Korea has not executed anyone in quite some time. Chief Lee Sung-hwan nodded solemnly, acknowledging the question. That is an astute inquiry, although South Korea has not abolished the death penalty. We have indeed been influenced by Western ideals, which have led to a deliberate reduction or even cancellation of death sentences. However, I personally find this implicit regulation to be profoundly unjust to all victims and their families. Throughout my tenure as a prosecutor, I have handled numerous criminal cases and perused countless files, and I have observed a marked increase in the incidence of criminal offenses in recent years. Many perpetrators of murder and cover-up crimes, upon arrest, remain unrepentant and utterly remorseless. They are aware that even if convicted, they will likely receive life imprisonment, and many are sentenced to a mere decade or so. Some privileged individuals, scions of wealthy families, resort to bribing judges, lawyers, prison guards, and prosecutors to secure reduced sentences, ultimately enabling these offenders to evade punishment and continue their lives unencumbered. The death penalty is the sole act of respect owed to the victims. Therefore, I shall resolutely defend the authority to impose capital punishment and will not allow any scoundrel who has harmed the people of South Korea to roam free in this world. This was my brother's greatest wish in life. I will uphold his legacy, remain true to my original intentions, and strive tirelessly to serve the populace, safeguarding their judicial rights and ensuring that no evildoer escapes justice. Chief Lee Sung-hwan's bold declaration garnered astonished and admiring glances from the journalists present. This man truly dares to speak his mind. It is well known that South Korea has effectively abolished the death penalty in recent years. Even those heinous demons who have brutally murdered numerous innocent young women have merely received life sentences, provoking fierce public outrage. Yet, not a single member of the judicial community has stepped forward to oppose this trend. The higher-ups have collectively fallen silent. Lee Sung-hwan, however, had the audacity to advocate for the reinstatement of the death penalty, making him a target for criticism. He successfully cultivated an image of righteousness, integrity, and a willingness to challenge the status quo. Embodying a spirit that harbors no tolerance for injustice and is resolutely committed to the people. Moreover, he seeks to honor his elder brother's wishes. These two brothers are indeed exemplary individuals dedicated to their country and its citizens. The respect in the eyes of the journalists towards Lee Sung-hwan deepened. After this, the reporters refrained from raising any further somber topics. One hand was raised, and a voice inquired, "Chief Lee, I have heard that at the tender age of 28, you have already ascended to the position of chief prosecutor, a remarkable achievement even within the entire prosecutorial community. It stands to reason that you would have already attracted the attention of wealthy heiresses and scions for marriage. Yet I have also heard that you remain single. Could you share your reasons for not marrying?" Upon hearing this, Lee Sung-hwan appeared somewhat embarrassed. That is a personal matter, and I have no comment. Another journalist pressed on, "So, Chief Lee, do you currently have a girlfriend?" This query came from the inquisitive Moo Hyunmin, who gazed directly at Lee Sung-hwan with eyes that radiated challenge, mockery, curiosity, and a hint of unacknowledged anticipation. Surprised that the future sister-in-law of the prominent Chaeyoung group would pose such a question, Lee Sung-hwan contemplated for a moment and decided to tease her. "Not at the moment, but if you, Reporter Moo, would be willing to join me for a date after this interview, who knows, I may soon find myself in a relationship." This remark sent the room into uproarious laughter, with many male journalists exchanging knowing glances and playful chuckles. Moo Hyunmin's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her ears, her beautiful eyes widening in shock at Lee Sung-hwan's unexpected response. "What on earth is he saying? Is he confessing to me? Should I accept his invitation? After all, he is rather handsome, responsible, and possesses a strong sense of justice." "Oh dear, Moo Hyunmin, what are you thinking? How can you have a crush on him? Men are not to be trusted." A flurry of conflicting thoughts raced through Moo Hyunmin's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned, as if petrified. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-hwan had merely intended to jest with her and had no genuine intentions of pursuing a date. Especially with Soo Min-young present, should she discover that he was juggling two relationships, his future as a prosecutor would be jeopardized. At the very least, he ought to keep such matters discreet for the time being. After responding to Moo Hyunmin's question, Lee Sung-hwan closed the case file and declared the press conference at an end. Observing this, the journalists swiftly gathered their recording devices and notebooks, vacating the conference room. They acted with remarkable speed, and before returning to their respective news outlets, fresh articles based on the interview were already being prepared. Shocking. Prosecutor Lee Sung-won of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office declares that the article by the National Daily is entirely fabricated and defamatory, even going so far as to insult the writer, Lee Gang-hee, as a dog. Explosive. Prosecutor Lee Sung-won openly ridicules the editor of the National Daily, Lee Gang-hee, calling him a dog struck by a stone, prompting profound contemplation regarding the underlying reasons. Incendiary. Uncovering the feud between the rising star prosecutor Lee Sung-won and the veteran newspaper editor Lee Gang-hee, revealing the origins of their conflict. Humiliated. Editor Lee Gang-hee of the National Daily is accused by prosecutor Lee Sung-won of fabricating stories, distorting facts, and spreading falsehoods, with promises of serious repercussions and demands for a public apology. Do not miss out. The untold stories between prosecutors and newspaper editors, fearless in the face of power. Prosecutor Lee Sung-won of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office boldly asserts that abolishing the death penalty is profoundly unjust, vowing to bring all criminals to justice. A life for a life. A series of eye-catching news headlines instantaneously flooded news websites and newspaper stands, captivating the public. Countless citizens either purchased newspapers or accessed online news channels to read the journalists' reports on Lee Sung-won. Upon seeing the evidence and photographs presented regarding the crimes of Park Tae-yong and Park Young-jun, many expressed feelings of betrayal. Goodness, so this is the truth of the matter. Prosecutor Lee is interrogating such scum? How despicable. I too was deceived. The unscrupulous editor of that media outlet claimed that Prosecutor Lee was engaging in violent interrogations, alleging that he resorted to unscrupulous methods to solve cases, when in fact he was conducting lawful and compliant interrogations. Indeed, this Park Tae-yong, a prosecutor, actually backstabbed an honest and kind-hearted lawyer and colluded with gangsters to have him killed. Regardless of any violent interrogations, does he not deserve to face justice? Exactly. I read in the newspaper that this honest and kind lawyer was also Prosecutor Lee's elder brother. His brother was murdered. How could he not be enraged? This is utterly outrageous, especially Park Young-jun, who has committed so many illegal acts yet remains unpunished. What are the police doing? A bunch of useless individuals. It is said that Park Tae-yong abused his power and used his position as a prosecutor to suppress evidence of his crimes and the reports from the victims' families, even threatening and intimidating them to refrain from reporting to the police or seeking legal counsel. Indeed, I am one of the unfortunate family members of a girl who was driven to her death by Park Young-jun. Initially, we intended to report to the police, seek legal assistance, and even appeal to the prosecutor for help. But we were met with Park Tae-yong, that beast. He coerced us with threats, compelling us to remain silent, otherwise, we would incur the wrath of the ruthless henchmen of the Seven Stars Gang. We are merely ordinary people with families to protect, and ultimately had no choice but to accept the settlement proposed by Park Tae-yong. However, we have always harbored resentment and dreamed of avenging our loved ones, so we never imagined this day would come. Thank you, Prosecutor Lee. Goodness, what a den of thieves. Why does this scum still have media outlets writing articles to whitewash them? What is Lee Gang-hee's true motive? Prosecutor Lee said that only a dog struck by a stone would bark. And Lee Gang-hee must be feeling guilty because he is connected to Park Tae-yong and Park Young-jun. So that is the case. Lee Gang-hee is truly despicable. Rumor has it that although he appears to be a prominent editor at a newspaper, he has deep connections with the Seven Stars Gang, the largest criminal organization in Seoul, and the heir of this gang is none other than Park Young-jun. Now everything makes sense. The public began to murmur amongst themselves. The prevailing sentiment shifted dramatically from one that was unfavorable to Lee Sung-won to a collective denunciation of Park Tae-yong and Park Young-jun, along with skepticism directed at Lee Gang-hee. The populace is such, they trust only what they see, and whoever appears more righteous is deemed correct. From Lee Gang-hee's article to Prosecutor Lee Sung-won's case report, and the testimonies of families affected by Park Young-jun's actions, along with a plethora of corroborative evidence, it became evident to any discerning eye who truly represents justice. Furthermore, citizens who had previously been misled by Lee Gang-hee's article, having spoken ill of Lee Sung-won, now felt a profound sense of shame. They rushed to the comments section of Lee Gang-hee's article to express their outrage. Goodness, you despicable Lee Gang-hee, how dare you fabricate lies to mislead us? You deserve to be condemned. Is there no one left at the National Daily? As a semi-official media outlet, it is utterly outrageous that such a morally questionable individual has been appointed as the editor-in-chief. He must undoubtedly have ties to the likes of Park Young-jun and those vile creatures. He should promptly resign and issue an apology, otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. Such a hypocritical character. I was deceived by you before. Where is your conscience? Indeed, apologize to Prosecutor Lee, even a principled and kind-hearted prosecutor like Chief Lee, who stands unafraid against tyranny, has been slandered. He has lost his only family member, his beloved elder brother, tragically harmed by Park Hyung-joon and Park Tae-young, and you, Lee Kang-hee, dare to whitewash such scum. What are your true intentions? Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Attempting to manipulate public opinion will eventually lead to being engulfed and countered by that very same opinion. This time, Lee Kang-hee has received a harsh lesson from Lee Sung-won. Not only is he being mercilessly criticized by the public, but he is also facing boycotts. For instance, those who regularly purchase the National Daily feel deceived and exploited, demanding refunds and the dismissal of Lee Kang-hee. The situation has escalated dramatically. Upon learning of these developments, Lee Kang-hee was nearly driven to fury. He erupted in rage within the confines of his office. Damn it, these wretched swine, how dare they insult and mock me? Truly a bunch of insufferable fools. These imbeciles have shifted their stance based on a few words from that scoundrel Lee Sung-won. Showing no semblance of independent thought, Lee Kang-hee slammed his palm heavily on the desk, emitting a roar of rage. Once the fire of his fury had subsided somewhat, he regained his composure, glaring darkly at the computer screen, which displayed Lee Sung-won's interview with the media. Watching that loathsome scoundrel articulate his thoughts to the reporters, dripping with sarcasm, even likening him to a dog struck down, filled Lee Kang-hee with a seething hatred. After years of navigating the media landscape and wielding influence over public discourse, this was the first time he had been so humiliated. Nearly breaking down, fortunately, his cunning nature allowed him to swiftly recalibrate his mindset following the initial outrage. He would not let this matter rest easily. The pressing question now was how to counter the offensive and challenges posed by that scoundrel Lee Sung-won. After some contemplation, Lee Kang-hee resolved to pen an article of clarification, swiftly severing any ties between himself and Park Tae-young. Thus, the National Daily published a new article. Lee Kang-hee publicly asserted that everything was a misunderstanding. He claimed that the sources for his previous article were provided by a certain malevolent individual, whose words were delivered with such fervor and tears that Lee Kang-hee, being kind-hearted, had merely sought to assist. Little did he know he had been so ruthlessly exploited. It was only later that he realized the despicable depths to which Park Tae-young and Park Hyung-joon had sunk, leaving him filled with remorse. He was willing to apologize for this. However, he reiterated that his original intention in publishing that article was noble, aimed at serving the role of media oversight, especially given that there indeed existed parasitic elements within the prosecutor's office, such as Park Tae-young, who was merely occupying space without merit and engaged in criminal activities. Of this, in fact, underscored the presence of vermin within the prosecutor's ranks. As for the other rumors regarding Lee Kang-hee himself, alleging connections to organized crime or being a beneficiary of vested interests, all of these are baseless fabrications. To address this, he has engaged a specialized attorney to gather evidence against those malicious individuals who have sought to slander and defame him. In this clarifying article, Lee Kang-hee absolved himself of all responsibility, casting the blame entirely upon a non-existent scapegoat. One must commend his adeptness at wielding the pen for a living. Although this clarifying announcement may not fully satisfy the masses, it has at least silenced a significant portion of the public, allowing Lee Kang-hee to successfully restore some semblance of his image and momentum. However, he had no intention of apologizing to Lee Sung-won. As if the act of defaming a prosecutor had never occurred, he simply claimed to have been exploited, positioning himself as a victim. At the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, Lee Sung-won, seated in his office, came across Lee Kang-hee's clarifying article and couldn't suppress a scoff. I knew this old dog would deflect blame and feign innocence, but I had no intention of engaging in a war of words with you. Enjoy the surprise I have in store for you tonight. To be honest, I am rather looking forward to it. Chapter 68. Pick up your hands, I command you to pick up your hands. The night was deep. At the entrance of a luxurious villa in Gangnam, Lee Kang-hee descended from a brand-new, high-end black sedan, gesturing for the driver to leave before wearily returning home with a click. The front door swung open. Welcome back. A beautiful, mature-looking housekeeper who had been waiting at home immediately approached him respectfully, assisting in removing his coat, and then crouched down to help Lee Kang-hee change into slippers. Lee Kang-hee, maintaining a calm demeanor, allowed the young housekeeper to attend to him. Lacking a wife or children, his household consisted solely of this housekeeper, who in the beginning was not a housekeeper at all but a popular actress he had once taken a fancy to. Enchanted by her beauty, Lee Kang-hee had forcefully coerced her out of the entertainment industry to serve him. The sudden disappearance of this actress from the South Korean entertainment scene had sparked considerable discussion. No one would have imagined that she would become someone's private maid, reduced to a life of servitude. This former star had lost all her dignity, she was powerless to resist, nor did she dare to oppose him. Instead, she could only dutifully serve Lee Kang-hee while enduring the torment of this editor-in-chief, who appeared refined and amiable in public but was, in private, a demonic figure who unleashed his fury upon her with unrestrained violence and torment. Thankfully, she had endured long enough. As long as she could survive tonight, with her head bowed, she served Lee Kang-hee with utmost respect, concealing her intense hatred for him deep within her heart, unbeknownst to Lee Kang-hee. This woman, whom he regarded as a mere servant, harbored such animosity toward her master. After a day filled with frustration at the office and the peculiar gazes of his subordinates, he found himself unable to unleash his fury. Forced to pretend as if he were oblivious to their scrutiny, consumed with indignation, he had no outlet for his rage. Noticing that the young housekeeper, who was changing his shoes on the floor, was dressed in a strikingly colorful dress and wore a bright smile, seemingly in a good mood, he glared at her with a vicious and cold expression, kicking her to the ground without a shred of mercy. "How dare you not greet your master upon his late return? Are you seeking death? Also, have you prepared the hot water for the bathtub and dinner? Without my permission, you dare to wear such vibrant colors? Are you trying to entice other men while I'm away? How audacious! I keep you in my home to serve me, not to play the lady of the house, you wretched creature." Lee Kang-hee unleashed his pent-up rage upon the young housekeeper, beating her mercilessly until she bore the marks of his wrath. Typically, the young housekeeper would have immediately knelt in supplication, begging for his forgiveness with utmost humility. However, today, this housekeeper seemed impervious to his cruelty. In the face of his torment, she regarded him with an eerily calm and unsettling gaze. Allowing him to strike and berate her in silence, this unusual reaction stirred a sense of foreboding within Lee Kang-hee, yet he could not pinpoint the source of this unsettling feeling, causing him to lose interest in further assaulting the young housekeeper. Leaving her cowering in the corner of the living room like a forsaken stray cat, "This day is surely cursed, everyone seems to conspire against me," Lee Kang-hee returned to his study in an extremely foul mood. Sitting at his writing desk, where he often composed his articles, he felt slightly more at ease. After some contemplation, he picked up the telephone from his desk and dialed a number. Beep. After a brief pause, the call was answered. "Boss, this is Park Eun-ki. Why are you calling me personally at this hour?" The voice on the other end belonged to the newly appointed leader of the 7-Star Gang, Park Eun-ki. He had been awaiting Lee Kang-hee's call, anxious due to his son's recent arrest. However, regarding matters orchestrated by Lee Kang-hee, he dared not proactively inquire about what to do, nor could he presume to offer suggestions. The last person who had attempted to instruct Lee Kang-hee had met an unfortunate fate, becoming utterly useless. He had also witnessed Lee Sung-won's press conference regarding the case involving Park Tae-young and his son. Particularly the incriminating evidence that Lee Sung-won had presented, which had left him feeling utterly despondent. He understood that his son was doomed, yet he could not accept it. After all, this was his only son. If his son perished, what meaning would there be in his leadership of the 7-Star Gang? His lineage would end with him. Park Eun-ki had contemplated sending his underlings to abduct that scoundrel Lee Sung-won, placing a knife to his throat to force him to suppress the case against Park Young-jun, ideally securing his son's release. However, he knew that if he dared to act on such a plan, the demise of the 7-Star Gang would be imminent. As the boss, Lee Kang-hee would be the first to ensure his downfall, yet he felt utterly powerless. All of this was driven by Lee Kang-hee's machinations, including the elimination of the foolish and naive lawyer Lee Chang-hyun, which had also been orchestrated under Lee Kang-hee's directive. He had no choice but to follow orders. Little did he know, Lee Sung-won's retaliation had come swiftly and decisively, swiftly acquiring solid evidence of Park Young-jun's criminal activities, leading to his imprisonment at the Seoul District Prosecutor's office for interrogation. Park Eun-ki, having some connections, had managed to learn that his son was being brutally beaten in the interrogation room. Reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, the violent interrogation tactics employed by that scoundrel Lee Sung-won were undoubtedly true, yet, as a father, he found himself utterly helpless. He had repeatedly requested his lawyer to apply for visitation rights with his son, only to be met with refusal. That damned prosecutor, in his arrogance, declared that the prisoner was still under interrogation and could not be exposed to the outside world, lest he be coerced into a sudden retraction of his testimony. Finally, after a long wait for the announcement from Lee Sung-won's side that the case was concluded, the lawyer sent by Park Eun-ki encountered a dazed Park Young-jun, who was covered in scars and devoid of any spirit. Resembling a mere shell of a person upon the lawyer's arrival, Park Young-joon exhibited no reaction. In fact, when informed that the lawyer intended to sue Lee Sung-won for coercive interrogation, he reacted vehemently, imploring the lawyer not to utter such nonsense. He had not been beaten, all his injuries were self-inflicted. He insisted that he had already confessed and was willing to accept punishment, urging his father not to hire a lawyer to appeal on his behalf. The lawyer conveyed this news back to Park Eun-ki, who was instantly driven to fury. "Damn it, this bastard is spouting nonsense. What the hell has that scoundrel Lee Sung-won done? How dare that heartless prosecutor act so ruthlessly?" Clearly Park Young-joon has been ruined, perhaps turned into a fool by Lee Sung-won's henchmen. It's utterly corrupt. Is this what a prosecutor is? He is even more despicable than our gang. Meanwhile, Lee Jang-hui remained oblivious to Park Eun-ki's growing frustration for his son. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. "You must be aware of today's events. That wretched prosecutor has captured your son, employing brutal interrogation methods, clearly intent on opposing me. When have we ever endured such humiliation? Gather a few loyal enforcers from within the gang, and have them abduct Lee Sung-won's sister-in-law to negotiate terms, compelling him to refrain from his aggressive tactics. Additionally, find an outsider in the underworld to issue a bounty of 10 billion Korean won for Lee Sung-won's life. Even if we cannot kill him, if we can sever a finger or an arm, we will pay for it. Remember, execute this cleanly, ensuring no connection is traceable back to our Seven Stars gang." Ultimately, Lee Jang-hui could not swallow his indignation. Unable to humble himself and seek assistance from other powerful allies, he chose to resort to underworld methods. If the problem could not be resolved, then the one who caused the issues must be dealt with. Hearing Lee Jang-hui's words, Park Eun-ki became exhilarated, eagerly agreeing. This plan aligned perfectly with his intentions. After all, the Seven Stars gang specialized in such dirty work. His previous hesitance to act against Lee Sung-won stemmed from not having received the leader's approval. But now that the leader had also turned against Lee Sung-won, he felt no fear. A mere prosecutor could be eliminated without a second thought. His leader was backed by chaebols and members of parliament. So there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, if Lee Sung-won were to die at the hands of an assassin, what concern was it of the Seven Stars gang? After concluding the call with Park Eun-ki, Lee Jang-hui let out a long breath, his thoughts finally clear. Just as he felt satisfied with his arrangements, preparing to address any potential unforeseen circumstances, such as a desperate retaliation from Lee Sung-won. A sudden applause echoed through the silent study. "Well done, Editor Lee. Your ruthlessness and scheming truly open one's eyes." "Who is it?" Lee Jang-hui was startled by the unexpected voice, and as he turned, a glinting blade was pressed against his throat. "Wait, hold on, let's talk this through." Feeling the icy sharpness against his throat, cold sweat broke out on Lee Jang-hui's brow as realization dawned upon him. Someone intended to kill him. He didn't know who had sent the assassin, but he understood the necessity of remaining calm. He could not resign himself to fate. He had to seek any possible chance of survival. Having come this far, his mental fortitude was significantly stronger than the average person. After taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down and tentatively proposed, "I don't care who sent you to kill me, but it must be for money, no matter how much they promised you. I can offer you double, no triple. Name your price. I have millions in savings that I can give you. Just let me go, and I assure you that I will not pursue this matter further." Tonight, we can pretend as if nothing ever occurred. Not only was Lee Jang-hui eloquent in writing, but he was also a masterful speaker. He believed that no one would turn down money, as these assassins were surely motivated by it. As long as the price was right, everything could be negotiated. However, the assassin's voice dripped with disdain and mockery as he replied, "Fool, killing you means your money becomes mine too. Furthermore, you have offended someone you should never have crossed. Even if you offered 10 times the amount, today you will die here." Upon hearing this, Lee Jang-hui's heart plummeted, and his face turned ashen. "Was it that scoundrel Lee Sung-won who sent you, that wretch?" Before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips. He stared in horror at his right hand, which had been severed by the assassin's blade, revealing a gory cross-section and exposed white bone. Blood gushed forth from the wound. My hand! Lee Jang-hui clutched his severed wrist, nearly fainting from the pain. As he writhed on the ground, the assassin's cold, merciless voice rang out once more, "Pick up your hand. I command you to pick up your hand." Chapter 69. "So what if I play with you? If you are unconvinced, come and challenge me. I said pick up your hand." The assassin's tone was filled with brutality and icy intent. Lee Jang-hui dared not disobey the command. Gritting his teeth, he disregarded the pain and crawled awkwardly to retrieve his severed hand. The tendons of the hand bled profusely, and blood continued to pour from his wrist. This gruesome scene was enough to terrify an ordinary person. Even though Li Jianghui had weathered many storms, ruthless in having dealt death to numerous adversaries, he trembled with fear at this moment. After all, he had been accustomed to a life of comfort. At his core, he was merely a scholar unaccustomed to violence, regardless of his power in the outside world or the number of subordinates in his gang. He was no more formidable than a chicken in the presence of a true killer. The world is profoundly unfair. The poor and the rich exist as beings of two different dimensions, high above the masses, yet, the only equitable aspect bestowed by the Creator is that everyone is granted a life, and every individual is inherently fragile. No matter how powerful or wealthy one may be. When faced with an ordinary person driven to desperation, all are equal in the face of death. For the first time, Li Jianghui experienced the depth of his own fragility. He understood that he was teetering on the brink of death. He did not want to die, thus he decisively knelt, bloodied and in disarray, trembling like a dog before the assassin. Struggling to suppress his inner terror, he maintained his composure, adopting a tone of ingratiation while forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "What must I do to ensure you do not kill me? Whatever conditions you have, I will comply. I do not care who sent you, but you must recognize my status, even if you do not know. It matters not. I possess considerable wealth and connections. I know many chaebals and dignitaries. If you spare me, I can assist you in many ways. Violence is the work of a brute, even if you kill me. All you would gain is a corpse and some money. However, if you keep me alive, the benefits you stand to gain are immeasurable. Moreover, should I die, my allies will certainly not let this go. You have no idea how powerful they are in this country. No one can escape the wrath of chaebals and dignitaries. I urge you to reconsider." Li Jianghui, gritting his teeth, uttered these pleading words. After all, age had taken its toll, his wrists severed, losing too much blood. His face was now ghostly pale. Despite the intense pain, he had not fainted and was still able to plead for mercy, a testament to his remarkable willpower. Yet, upon hearing his words, the masked assassin merely sneered. "Li Jianghui, you cunning old fox, your eloquence is impressive. If I were an ordinary person, perhaps I might have been swayed by your words. Unfortunately, you have no idea what mistakes you have made or whom you have offended. Have you considered why I would sever your hand, Li Jianghui?" He was utterly baffled. The masked assassin provided the answer, mocking him. "You rely on that hand for your livelihood. Without this hand to write, you are like a tiger without claws, destined to languish." Then, his voice took on a strange tone. "Once someone lost a hand because of you. Thus, this is your just retribution." At this point, Li Jianghui's mind had become somewhat muddled. Lacking his usual composure and cunning, he only heard the assassin say he intended to render him incapable of earning a living, and a chill swept through his heart. Indeed, how could he write without his right hand? As for the latter part of the statement, he paid it no mind. Over the years, he had caused many enemies to lose limbs. Countless had lost their lives. He cared little for the fates of those he considered beneath him. His only concern was for his own life. Suppressing his fear and agony, he lowered his head heavily to the ground. "Friend, killing me would be a poor investment. There is a saying that to truly torment someone, it is better to let them live than to end their life. Is that not true? Now that my writing hand is severed, I can no longer write articles or serve as the editor of a newspaper. Haven't you already achieved your goal? Spare my life, and I shall retire from writing. I could also have someone write an apology letter for me, published in the newspaper, to express my regrets to Prosecutor Li, beseeching his understanding. Furthermore, I am willing to apologize to all those I have offended over the years, to acknowledge my wrongs and offer reparations." Li Jianghui is quite cunning. Even at this juncture, he cannot help but test the waters. Although he is already 100% certain that the assassin was sent by that scoundrel Li Qinghuan, he dares not speak it aloud, fearing that uttering it would seal his fate. The assassin, however, is utterly indifferent to his thoughts and menacingly presses the blade against his throat, stating, "I am a virtuous and upright individual, one who harbors a profound hatred for the wicked. I cannot abide the despicable and shameless elites who prey upon the common folk. I have heard that two vile creatures, one named Park Taeyong and the other Park Youngjun, have committed numerous heinous acts. How can such individuals be permitted to continue living?" Upon hearing this, Li Jianghui immediately comprehends the implication. He desires the demise of both men. According to current South Korean criminal law, if judicial procedures were followed, Park Taeyong and Park Youngjun could potentially be sentenced to life imprisonment. With a competent lawyer, they might even face a sentence of less than 10 years. The death penalty is absolutely out of the question, for there is no evidence proving they personally committed murder, yet, many have indeed perished due to their indirect actions. The assassin makes it abundantly clear that he wishes for their deaths. There are but two methods to achieve this: either compel them to take their own lives out of guilt or incite prisoners within the jail to act, regardless of the method. It is not something an ordinary individual could accomplish. However, Li Jiangxi is precisely the one capable of executing this task. To preserve his own life, he nods without hesitation and replies, "I understand. These two scoundrels certainly deserve to die. Please grant me a little time, and I assure you, within a week, no, within 3 days, they will have taken their own lives out of guilt." The assassin, upon hearing this, shakes his head and slowly extends 2 fingers. "I will give you only 2 days. If they are not dead by then, you shall perish." Li Jiangxi dares not haggle. He quickly responds, "2 days it is. As long as you do not kill me, I will comply with anything." Witnessing his obedience, the assassin remains cold and indifferent, reiterating, "I am a virtuous and upright individual, one who judges the guilty. If you wish for me to spare you, you must first confess the sins you have committed over the years and reveal the wicked deeds you have undertaken, so I may ascertain whether there is any hope for you." Upon hearing this, Li Jiangxi's expression shifts dramatically. To articulate the crimes he has committed over the years, he cannot even keep track, yet, with the glinting blade at his throat, he dares not defy him. Thus, he begins to recollect the various misdeeds he has committed over the years, recounting those with relatively lighter implications. This includes, but is not limited to, leveraging media outlets to publish articles that attack his rivals, collaborating with powerful allies to exploit actresses, enslaving them, and employing his gangsters to deal with those who oppose his alliances. Each revelation is more shocking than the last. He does not hesitate to betray his allies, divulging the names of Councilman Zhang and Chairman Wu, along with other members of his coalition. After disclosing all this, Li Jiangxi feigns innocence, shamelessly defending himself. "Most of these actions were requested by my allies, and I was not the one to execute them. I was merely an accomplice. I do not deserve death." Observing his brazen and unrepentant demeanor, the assassin is tempted to strike him down. However, recalling the orders from his superior, he takes a deep breath and slowly withdraws the knife from Li Jiangxi's neck. He then gestures toward a camera that has been recording the entire exchange. "Editor Li, your posture of kneeling and pleading for mercy while confessing your sins was quite commendable. The entire conversation has been captured on film, which I shall take back for my employer to appreciate. Who knows, he might even reward me handsomely." At this revelation, Li Jiangxi finally notices the small camera in the corner, aimed directly at him, and is instantly engulfed by despair. He has been deceived. The assassin never intended to kill him. Rather, he sought to coerce him into betraying his allies and confessing his wrongdoings. "You are playing me," he cannot help but roar, his tone brimming with fury. The assassin merely chuckles. "And what of it? Are you not satisfied? Then stand up and face me." Li Jiangxi, he feels utterly humiliated but dares not confront the man any further. This is not the base of the Seven Stars gang but his own home. Had his gangsters been present, this insufferable wretch would not dare to act so brazenly. The assassin, noticing Li Jiangxi's cowardice, mocks him disdainfully. "The reason I am sparing your life is to teach you a lesson. Next time, I may not be so lenient. Do not forget your promises, otherwise, if they do not die, you shall." Given the circumstances, Li Jiangxi can only nod begrudgingly. "I understand it very well. You are wise to comply." The assassin nods in satisfaction, then addresses the empty air around him. "Brothers, we are leaving." As his words conclude, 4 men, dressed plainly, with unremarkable appearances yet ferocious and ruthless gazes, emerge from the previously empty corners of the study. They wield sharp knives, casting a cold glance at Li Jiangxi as they swiftly retrieve the camera and exit the room in an orderly fashion. Li Jiangxi is once again drenched in cold sweat. How could there have been others in the room? With a resounding click, the door closes behind them. After watching the assassin swagger away, Li Jiangxi finally exhales a sigh of relief. With no one else present, his expression darkens, morphing into one of profound humiliation and rage. Those wretches. He dares not speak of revenge, fearing the presence of recording devices in the room, yet the fury and murderous intent within him have reached their zenith. However, more pressing is the need to get to the hospital. "If I delay any longer, I may lose my life." "Zhang Zhuxi, get in here. Quickly call for an ambulance." He bellows toward the door, hoping to summon the housekeeper. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no response comes. "Damn it, that wretched woman dares to betray me too." Li Jiangxi erupts in a furious roar, stumbling into the living room, searching every nook and cranny, only to find no trace of her. His heart sinks further. The vile creature has fled. "Damn it all, I will kill you all." Li Jiangxi howls at the heavens, yet he is compelled to clumsily dial the emergency number with his trembling left hand. Collapsing to the ground, his face pales, blood loss rendering him weak as he feels his life slipping away. Chapter 70. The invitation from Mu Hyunmin. As we rewind to the evening hours in the Seoul District Prosecutor's office, Criminal Division 3, Chief Prosecutor's Office. Alright, I understand. Proceed according to the plan. Li Qinghuan instructs in Shangzhou on the other end of the line before hanging up. He had promised to surprise Li Jiangxi. Of course, this was not mere idle talk. After years of navigating the underbelly of Southeast Asia, he had learned a crucial lesson. When negotiations falter at the table, it is best to flip the table. Li Jiangxi is a man not only cunning and deceitful but also ruthless and vindictive. Li Qinghuan does not believe that he would swallow his pride in the face of such provocation from someone like him. A figure relying on a member of the National Assembly and a chaebol chairman would not bow to a mere prosecutor like Li Qinghuan. While the surface appears calm, Li Jiangxi is likely concocting some retaliatory scheme. Whether it be kidnapping his loved ones or perhaps resorting to desperate measures such as hiring assassins, anything is possible. Li Qinghuan has preemptively countered his anticipated moves. You wish to harm me, I will be the one to eliminate you first. The Yanbian F4 and in Shangzhou are his parting gift to Li Jiangxi, particularly in Shangzhou. Having served as Li Jiangxi's right-hand man for many years, no one knows better than him just how merciless this former boss can be. He has long awaited this opportunity, yearning to reclaim what was rightfully his. After receiving Li Qinghuan's approval, he took charge of the operation, as he was once Li Jiangxi's confidant, well acquainted with his residence and its layout. Allowing him to infiltrate with ease. Li Qinghuan simply needs to await his good news, for it is likely that no one harbors more resentment toward Li Jiangxi than in Shangzhou. He must avenge the enmity of his severed arm. As the end of the workday approaches, Li Qinghuan casually tidies his desk and rises to leave the office. Zheng Jishu, who has been waiting outside, promptly steps forward and slightly bows. Prosecutor Li. Shall we head home or meet with Prosecutor Su? Li Qinghuan waves his hand dismissively. Min Young is currently on a business trip investigating another financial crime case. Let us return home directly. Understood. Zheng Jishu nods. Quickly jogging toward the parking lot to retrieve the car. Li Qinghuan leisurely exits the prosecutor's office just as the sun begins to set. A warm, golden ray of sunlight illuminates his tall and upright figure. His profile, partially shrouded in sunlight, exudes an air of mystery, as though he straddles the line between light and shadow. Unbeknownst to him, this scene has also captured the attention of another individual. Li Qinghuan. A sultry, mature voice calls out from a distance. Li Qinghuan turns at the sound, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Leaning against a red sports car is a woman dressed in a chic blazer paired with black trousers and high heels. Her hair elegantly styled, she exudes an aura of competence and poise, yet with an undeniable allure, and greets Li Qinghuan with a radiant smile and a waved. It is none other than the elder sister-in-law of Chen Daojun. The protagonist known as the little son of a chaebol, who had just crossed paths with him that very morning. She is none other than Mu Xianmin, the daughter of the largest private newspaper group in Seoul. Hyanxiang Media. How did Miss Mu end up here? Li Songhuan inquired, approaching her with a hint of curiosity. However, Mu Xianmin merely gestured toward the passenger seat and replied casually, Did you not say this morning, Li Songhuan, that you would go on a date with me after work? I am here to pick you up. Li Songhuan was taken aback. That was merely a jest. How could you take it seriously? He mused. Moreover, you Mu Xianmin are known for your aloofness and cunning. After your failed union with Chen Daojun, you swiftly married his elder brother, Chen Xingjuan. What could possibly prompt you to seek him out now? An instinctive sense of conspiracy flickered in his mind. Noticing Li Songhuan's silence, Mu Xianmin raised an elegantly arched brow, adopting a challenging and skeptical demeanor. Li Songhuan, you are not frightened, are you? What, are you concerned that I might consume you? Not at all, I merely fear you may not finish your meal, Li Songhuan replied, his mind racing with a torrent of inappropriate thoughts, though he maintained a facade of righteousness. I apologize, Miss Mu, this morning's remarks were in jest. In truth, I already have a girlfriend, and she is, but Mu Xianmin paid no heed to his explanation. Instead, she took her place in the driver's seat and pointed to the adjacent passenger seat. If you are a man, get in the car. With her words echoing in his ears, Li Songhuan, in an effort to affirm his masculinity, reluctantly took the passenger seat. Just then, Zhang Jixu arrived in his car and was taken aback to see his prosecutor getting into the vehicle of the reporter from Hyanxiang Daily with whom he had crossed paths earlier. Prosecutor Li, Zhang Jixu, I have some matters to discuss with Miss Mu. You may head back, Li Songhuan instructed him. Alright, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call, Zhang Jixu replied, exhibiting his perceptiveness as he swiftly drove away. Now, only Li Songhuan and Mu Xianmin remained in the car. Buckle up, I am about to step on the gas, Mu Xianmin warned him. As Li Songhuan fastened his seatbelt, the high-performance sports car erupted with a thunderous roar. launching from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye, stirring a gale as they sped away from the prosecutor's office into the bustling streets. Mu Xianmin drove recklessly, weaving through traffic with exhilarating speed. Li Song-Wan's heart raced as he observed the stark contrast of her focused demeanor. He never anticipated that this woman harbored such a wild spirit, especially during the peak of rush hour. Alas, had he known, he would have declined the ride. Fortunately, after a whirlwind of high-speed driving lasting several minutes, Mu Xianmin finally slowed down, not out of a desire to cease her reckless driving, but because they had arrived at their destination. The sports car came to a gradual halt in front of a renowned Western restaurant in Gangnam District. We have arrived. I hope I did not frighten you too much, Prosecutor Li. If I did, I sincerely apologize, Mu Xianmin said with a playful smile, seemingly mocking his pale, somewhat flustered countenance as he clung tightly to the overhead grip during their wild ride. Li Song-Wan shot her a glare. You mad woman, I still have much life to live. If I, the prosecutor, were to perish in a high-speed car crash tonight, I would surely become the laughingstock of the nation. He refrained from voicing one more thought: if this woman failed to provide a reasonable explanation, he would ensure her demise. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Xianmin erupted into laughter at his words, her charming giggles filling the air. She seemed surprised that the otherwise assertive Li Song-Wan, who had commanded attention earlier that day, would exhibit such a timid side. Alright, my apologies, Li Song-Wan. She do not be upset. To express my contrition, I shall treat you to Western cuisine. Let us go. She winked at him, showcasing a playful side that starkly contrasted with her usual icy demeanor. Li Song-Wan, not one to hold a grudge over such a trivial incident, merely nodded. Since we are here, let us dine before we part ways. Together, they entered the upscale restaurant, which, due to its membership-only policy, was typically not open to the general public, with meals starting at several million Korean won. Mu Xianmin had reserved a semi-private booth in advance. Soon, a waitress led them to their seats, and Mu Xianmin adeptly picked up the menu, ordering 2 steaks and some desserts. Before inquiring what Li Song-Wan wished to eat, he waved his hand dismissively. Miss Mu, you may order as you see fit. I am agreeable to anything. Nodding, she turned to the waitress and said, that will be all for now. Very well, please wait a moment, the waitress replied with a slight bow before departing. As the restaurant's temperature was rather warm, Li Song-Wan removed his jacket, leaving him in only a white shirt and tie, subtly revealing his well-toned physique. He possessed the kind of body that appeared lean when clothed yet muscular when undressed, coupled with his handsome visage and an air of both sharpness and subtle authority. Mu Xianmin couldn't help but steal an additional glance at him. Noticing Li Song-Wan's gaze meeting hers, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly turned her head away, resembling a child caught stealing cookies. Adding an endearing quality to her demeanor. Ahem, Miss Mu, might you explain the reason for summoning me? Li Song-Wan initiated, breaking the awkward silence between them. At his words, Mu Xianmin's blush faded somewhat. She regarded him with a peculiar look, her lips parting slightly. Following the press conference this morning, I utilized my family's information channels to investigate your past, Prosecutor Lee. To my surprise, the findings were quite intriguing. It appears that editor Lee of the National Daily has genuinely uncovered something, specifically your ties to the underworld. Your and your brother Li Songhyun's tuition was funded by a charitable account that seems to have connections with the Jinmen Group. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed Li Song-Wan's eyes. He had never expected Mu Xianmin to conduct a covert investigation into his background, and indeed she had stumbled upon some truths. She had even traced the account through which Stone Dongchu had transferred money to the original children. It was a testament to her status as the daughter of South Korea's largest media conglomerate. When it came to information channels, media institutions reigned supreme. However, this minor threat bore little consequence for him. Being associated with the underworld was merely a passing concern. It did not serve as proof of wrongdoing. After all, he had eliminated Stone Dongchu, thus erasing his sole vulnerability, regardless of any connections he may have had. Even if he were of underworld origins, as long as he passed the bar exam, all would be forgiven. After all, there had been presidents in South Korea who had previously served time. Moreover, Li Song-Wan's background was relatively clean. His decision to eliminate Stone Dongchu and his secretary stemmed from their knowledge of too many secrets. Having coerced the original owner into covering up numerous illegal activities, failure to do so could lead to potential exposure. Thus, in response to Mu Xianmin's revelation of his clandestine past, Li Song-Wan remained unfazed, his expression unchanging as he calmly inquired, Miss Mu, did you bring me here merely to convey this information? Chapter 71, Are you teaching me how to act? Upon hearing this, a cunning glint appeared in Mu Xianmin's beautiful eyes. Of course not. Yet before she could finish her sentence, a third voice unexpectedly interrupted them. Miss Mu, startled, both turned to see Chen Daojun and a middle-aged man standing at the entrance of the booth. Chen Daojun looked astonished as he observed Mu Xianmin and Li Songhwan sharing laughter over their meal. Initially, he had no intention of interfering, but witnessing Li Songhwan dining with Mu Xianmin sparked memories of Xiao Minyoung. Wasn't Li Songhwan supposed to be with Minyoung? How did he come to know Mu Xianmin? What was their relationship? Could it be that this scoundrel was juggling two women? Chen Daojun felt it imperative to warn Li Songhwan. This wretched fellow was being duplicitous, betraying Minyoung by dining with another woman. Such behavior was utterly despicable. Thus, he exchanged a few words with his partner, Wu Si-hyun, instructing him to enter the booth ahead. Before striding directly toward Li Songhwan and Mu Xianmin, Prosecutor Li, it is quite the coincidence to see you again. He cast a glance at Li Songhwan, offering a faint smile laced with subtle implications. Prosecutor Li, you are not on a date with Minyoung today. Li Songhwan instantly grasped the underlying intent of this remark. This fellow was meddling in matters that did not concern him, trying to deliver a veiled warning. However, it was consistent with Chen Daojun's character, a bleeding heart, overly compassionate, with a hint of responsibility, yet not excessive, and most importantly, he still bore the essence of a former Chaebol Group's secretary, a person of humble origins. Even now, possessing the status of a third-generation Chaebol, he could not escape certain unbecoming behaviors. Thus, in response to Chen Daojun's somewhat accusatory words, Li Songhwan did not rise to his feet but merely cast him a languid glance. His demeanor calm as he replied, "When did you take up the profession of a private investigator, young Master Chen? Has Minyoung sent you to spy on me? She is my girlfriend now. Do you still hold a torch for her?" At this, Chen Daojun's face flushed crimson with indignation. Do not speak nonsense. Since Minyoung has chosen you, why would I entangle myself with her again? Rather, it is you, Prosecutor Li, dining with Miss Mu Xianmin. Does Minyoung know of this? Is this how you justify your actions? She is a good girl, and I simply do not wish for her to be deceived by others. If Prosecutor Li is merely a despicable opportunist seeking to exploit Minyoung's prestigious family background, I strongly advise you to distance yourself from her as soon as possible, for I shall not permit such an occurrence. Chen Daojun spoke with righteous indignation. He was unaware of Su Minyoung's emotional circumstances in his previous life. But from what he gathered, she appeared to have been perpetually solitary, her demeanor frigid and somewhat unapproachable. He suspected that in her youth, she had encountered a scoundrel, having suffered emotional harm at the hands of such a rogue. She had remained single ever since. Presently, it seemed that this rogue could only be Li Qinghuan. After their initial meeting, he had even dispatched someone to investigate Li Qinghuan's family background, an orphan raised solely by an elder brother. Having relied on the benevolence of others to complete his university education, eventually passing the judicial examination with distinction to become a prosecutor among ordinary individuals, Li Qinghuan's life story could be deemed a miraculous transformation. A quintessential example of a pauper rising to prominence. However, Chen Daojun believed that such a person, having endured considerable hardships from a young age, would possess a far deeper cunning than the average individual. Undoubtedly seizing every opportunity to ascend, and Su Minyoung was merely his pawn. Now, he was also attempting to ensnare Mu Xianmin, clearly aiming to live off the advantages provided by two extraordinary women in order to secure political resources, utterly shameless. Thus Chen Daojun turned his attention to Mu Xianmin and remarked, "Miss Mu Xianmin, I apologize for the previous incident, but I hope you can remain composed and not recklessly plunge into a relationship with a man of uncertain background. I have witnessed far too many individuals seeking to benefit from women. Take, for instance, his uncle Cui Chindi, who, by relying on his aunt Chen Huarong, transformed from a mere teacher into the son-in-law of Shenyang Group, ultimately being elected mayor with her support and Chen Daojun's assistance. In Chen Daojun's view, while a man may benefit from a woman's family connections, he ought to refrain from straddling two boats. Who could know that upon seeing Chen Daojun's arrival, Mu Xianmin's initial good mood dissipated, her expression hardened, her tone as frigid as ice. "Mr. Chen Daojun, your penchant for meddling remains unchanged. The matter between Li Qinghuan and myself is not yours to interfere with. Intruding upon someone's date is exceedingly rude. Please leave at once." Mu Xianmin was a woman who loved fiercely and hated passionately, albeit with a mild inclination towards romanticism. However, after experiencing hurt, she would swiftly regain her clarity. Unwilling to forgive a man without limits. In the original narrative, Chen Daojun, having flirted with Su Minyoung, next attempted to charm Mu Xianmin, ultimately disappointing both women. Su Minyoung, far too naive, chose to forgive in the end. Mu Xianmin, however, was different. To retaliate against Chen Daojun's humiliation, she resolutely married his uncle's son, Chen Xingjuan, the eldest grandson of Shenyang Group, becoming his nominal sister-in-law. Subsequently, she cleverly orchestrated several obstacles for Chen Daojun, complicating his plans for bankruptcy. Not only was Mu Xianmin stunningly beautiful, but she also embodied the qualities of an exceptional supportive partner. Had Chen Daojun chosen to ally with her from the outset, there would have been no room for others. The vast Shenyang group would undoubtedly have belonged to the two of them, yet he spurned the opportunity presented by this capable partner and even humiliated Mu Xianmin. How could this not kindle her resentment? Observing that his well-meaning intentions were dismissed by Mu Xianmin as mere meddling, Chen Daojun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Miss Mu Xianmin, he attempted to clarify but was interrupted by the rising Li Qinghuan. Mr. Chen, you are not welcome here. Furthermore, Miss Mu Xianmin and I are discussing work-related matters. It is improper to unfoundedly accuse us of any relationship. Moreover, Mr. Chen, you have already harmed Min Young and Miss Mu Xianmin. Yet now you present yourself with an attitude of concern for their well-being. I find it difficult to comprehend your reasoning. Li Qinghuan, tall and imposing in his suit and tie, emanated an aura of authority that placed Chen Daojun. Dressed casually and appearing somewhat juvenile, under significant pressure, Chen Daojun felt the mocking glint in Li Qinghuan's eyes, an unsettling sensation that left him displeased. With a huff, he turned to leave. Fine, if Mu Xianmin willingly allows herself to be deceived by this ambitious man. What more can I say? Truly, good intentions can lead to disastrous outcomes. I hope she does not come to regret this. Once Chen Daojun departed, Mu Xianmin and Li Qinghuan exchanged knowing glances, both breaking into smiles. Miss Mu Xianmin, you haven't yet explained why you shared those words with me, Li Qinghuan inquired, revisiting the unfinished conversation. In response, Mu Xianmin stated candidly, because I believe Prosecutor Li possesses great potential. You are a worthy investment. Li Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. In what regard? In every conceivable aspect, Mu Xianmin enthused without reservation. My judgment has always been astute. Chen Daojun was my initial choice, yet he callously rejected me, which was my first experience of being so belittled by a man. I shall return this humiliation to him in kind. Li Qinghuan understood that she referred to her recent efforts to win over Chen Daojun, aiming to assist him with the integration of new media businesses. Conditional upon a mutual alliance, however, Chen Daojun had outright rejected her, accusing her of unscrupulous intentions, inflicting considerable emotional distress upon Mu Xianmin. According to the expected narrative progression, Mu Xianmin should currently be engaging with Chen Xingjuan, soon agreeing to an alliance with the eldest grandson of Shenyang Group, yet she had instead sought him out. Gazing into Mu Xianmin's eyes, he slowly replied, I apologize, but I already have a girlfriend. To his surprise, Mu Xianmin responded with indifference, then break up with her and be with me. I like you. Li Qinghuan was taken aback. Is Miss Mu's affection rather too casual? With a smile, Mu Xianmin replied, after researching you, I discovered you are quite extraordinary. On the surface, you appear righteous and principled, yet beneath lies a ruthless cunning, meticulously calculating. You not only dealt decisively with Park Taeyong but also subjected Park Youngjun to harsh interrogation, avenging your brother while humiliating Li Jiangxi, leaving him utterly disgraced. You deftly extricated yourself from negative public opinion, not only avoiding disgrace but enhancing your reputation, a skill not everyone possesses. It is worth noting that Li Jiangxi's previous critiques were directed at a sitting member of parliament, leaving him in a dire predicament that culminated in a public apology. You inadvertently assisted us greatly, she continued. The most fortunate outcome of Li Jiangxi's misfortune is for our Xianqing Daily. Our newspaper is the largest private media outlet in Seoul and all of South Korea. While the Guogwa Daily is semi-official, the two have been fierce rivals for many years. Now that Li Jiangxi has fallen, an opportunity for dominance arises. Furthermore, she found Li Qinghuan's assertive and domineering nature quite appealing and was determined to provide him substantial support. Given that Xianqing Daily controlled numerous media outlets, poised to boost his profile, with their resources, she could ensure he became a star prosecutor, significantly enhancing his opportunities, while Su Minyoung's father, the chief prosecutor of the Seoul district, might be hesitant to accept a prosecutor of humble origins. Mu Xianmin was not the kind of woman who would allow her family to dictate her fate. Her father held her opinions in high regard. Even if she chose to marry a commoner, he would not object. Thus, I believe I am indeed the most suitable woman for you. As we are of the same ilk, you should part ways with Su Minyoung. I can be your supportive partner, utilizing my family's resources to help you become the youngest high-ranking prosecutor. Moreover, I surpass Su Minyoung in both beauty and figure. Do you not find that appealing? She smiled radiantly, exuding confidence. Her intuition told her that Li Qinghuan was her ideal soulmate, as they could complement each other. This conviction arose from her feminine instinct. Li Qinghuan had never anticipated such a response from Mu Xianmin. Were they truly similar? There were indeed parallels between them. Her family's Xianqing daily commanded nearly one-third of South Korea's media landscape, which would undoubtedly benefit him. Finally, she was indeed strikingly beautiful, with an elegant figure and long legs. Embodying the sophisticated allure of a refined woman, far more feminine than Su Min-young, however. Are you instructing me in my duties? Chapter 72. I desire both of them. Is there a way to achieve that? Of course not. I merely wish to demonstrate my value to you. Compared to Su Min-young, I can offer you far greater assistance, after all, even if you become the son-in-law of the chief prosecutor. Advancing in your career will still require you to earn your stripes. I am aware that you are an exemplary prosecutor, renowned for your integrity, resolute demeanor, and fearless stance against authority, yet, while you toil for the benefit of the nation, your efforts remain unrecognized. However, our esteemed Xianqing daily can bring these remarkable achievements to light, aiding Li Chenghuan in amplifying his renown and paving the way for his future political endeavors. It is worth noting that the currently sought-after candidate for the presidency, Councilman Zhang Biyu, was similarly elevated by our newspaper through comparable means. What Li Jianxi can accomplish, we at Xianqing daily can achieve as well. Mu Xianmin, with her eloquence and innate grace, possesses exceptional oratory skills. Just as she initially took the initiative to investigate Chen Daojun, she astutely deduced his true identity and the predicaments he faced. Even when Chen Daojun found himself at an impasse, she ingeniously proposed solutions. Yet, that fool Chen Daojun rejected such a golden opportunity, harboring resentment due to a past rebuke from Mu Xianmin when she was wed to Chen Xingjuan, the chairman. At that time, Chen Daojun was merely the head of the secretary's office, subservient and deferential to the chairman's wife, yet he inwardly felt a sense of humiliation. Thus, in his rebirth as Chen Daojun, he exhibited an inexplicable aversion to Mu Xianmin, despite her having never been in a romantic relationship. For those unfamiliar with the tale of the chaebol's youngest son, in this timeline, Chen Daojuan's previous incarnation was Yin Huanyo, the head of the secretary's office for Chen Xingjuan, the third-generation chairman of Shenyang Group. He was docile and uncomplaining, ultimately meeting a tragic end after uncovering evidence of Chen Xingjuan's tax evasion and embezzlement. After Yin Huanyo's demise, he was reborn as Chen Daojun, embarking on a series of vengeful acts against Shenyang Group, ultimately mistaking himself for the beloved grandson of the former chairman. The conclusion of this narrative reveals that Yin Huanyo did not perish. It was all a dream, a far-fetched allegory suggesting that the lower classes in South Korea can only dream of opposing the chaebols. In stark contrast to the foolish Chen Daojun, Li Chenghuan perceives Mu Xianmin as a natural partner, akin to acquiring a loyal ally who would never betray him, for she is a formidable woman. As long as one is stronger than her and can command her respect, betrayal is not an option. The dilemma arises, however: both Mu Xianmin and the Xianqing daily are coveted by Li Chenghuan. Yet he is reluctant to part ways with Su Miniying. Is there a solution? Gazing into Mu Xianmin's expectant eyes, filled with certainty, Li Chenghuan pondered for a moment before saying, "I apologize, Miss Mu Xianmin, but I cannot acquiesce to your advances." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in her beautiful eyes. She had been rejected once more. This rejection prompted her to question her own allure, even leading her to doubt her very existence. Why do the men she desires always turn her down? She merely seeks an exceptional partner. Is that truly an insurmountable challenge? Despite her keen intellect and shrewdness, she is still just a woman in her 20s. And it is already inherently difficult for a woman to pursue a man. For many women, this pursuit is a taboo, often viewed as lacking in decorum and imbued with a sense of shame. She bravely took the initiative twice, yet was denied each time. Did she truly appear so shameless? Suddenly a wave of disdain for these men washed over Mu Xianmin, hinting at her potential descent into darkness. However, Li Chenghuan's next words shifted her mood dramatically. He earnestly regarded Mu Xianmin and remarked, "I believe, Miss Mu Xianmin, that your thoughts are somewhat hasty. A relationship evolves from strangers to familiarity and ultimately to intimacy. I do not know you well, and you in turn, are not well acquainted with me. To rush into a relationship or even marriage under such circumstances is irresponsible. We are not engaged in a political or business alliance, but rather a normal romantic process built on mutual attraction and admiration, culminating in a commitment to love and cherish one another until old age. Currently, we lack all necessary preconditions. Moreover, I cannot abandon Miniying for you, as doing so would render me an irresponsible man. Have you not considered that if I were to forsake her, I might abandon you in the future as well?" Li Chenghuan admitted that Mu Xianmin's proposal stirred his interest. She is the most intelligent and beautiful woman he has encountered, and he could not deny his attraction to her. After all, I doubt any man could resist someone as unparalleled in emotional intelligence. intellect, and beauty as surely she would make an exemplary wife and partner. There is a saying in Huaxia, when choosing a wife, one should seek a virtuous woman. A good wife can bring prosperity for 3 generations. And with Xian in her name, who would not admire and cherish her? However, having grown up an orphan, reliant solely on his brother, abandonment and relinquishment are foreign concepts to him. Thus, he cannot forsake Mining or any individual he holds dear. Nor would he wish to begin a relationship only to abandon it for his own ambitions. Thus, the manipulation begins. Li Qinghuan commences the process of subtly influencing Mu Xianmin's perceptions while constructing his own image of a devoted man. Asserting that he would never engage in the reprehensible behavior of a scoundrel nor abandon his girlfriend due to another woman's words, even if that woman could provide him with considerable assistance. He aims to reveal his sincere side, for sincerity is always a powerful weapon. Indeed, upon witnessing Li Qinghuan's earnest gaze and hearing his heartfelt words, a glimmer of realization and understanding illuminated Mu Xianmin's eyes. So this is how it is. He does not dislike her. On the contrary, he harbors feelings for her, even labeling her as the most intelligent and beautiful woman he has encountered, suggesting that marrying her is a dream beyond the reach of 99 of men in South Korea. No woman can resist flattery, especially when it is genuine. This revelation indicated that her lack of charm was not the issue, rather, he is simply too responsible. He does not wish to bear the stigma of being a heartless man who abandons relationships at will. It is she who has posed him a conundrum. Li Qinghuan and Chen Daojun are fundamentally different. He is a good man who only knows how to care for his sister. Mu Xianmin's spirits inexplicably lifted. Pulled back from the brink of darkness by Li Qinghuan's words, she covered her mouth with a smile and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Well then, I apologize, Li Qinghuan. I may have been a bit too zealous and aggressive. You make a compelling argument. It was my error to pressure you into being a heartless man. If you could effortlessly abandon your first love to be with me, I might indeed harbor reservations. Perceiving you as a man willing to use any means necessary to ascend, however, it appears that is not the case. Yet, I find myself increasingly admiring and drawn to you. What should I do?" "Coincidentally, I too have developed feelings for you," Li Qinghuan stated with a serious expression. "Your affection for me is your prerogative, and it is also my honor. Although we cannot be together, I would like us to become good friends who can confide in one another. As you mentioned, we are kindred spirits. I concur with this sentiment, and I enjoy conversing with someone as intelligent as you." Mu Xianmin's eyes lit up at his words. She had always suspected that Li Qinghuan harbored genuine affection for her, and they truly seemed to resonate on a spiritual level. Unfortunately, she had arrived too late. A tinge of regret crossed her features, yet she remained undeterred, since Li Qinghuan expressed his unwillingness to abandon Su Mining or anyone he cares for. What if she could become someone he values? Would he then not forsake her? Mu Xianmin could not help but commend her own cleverness. Just then, the steak was served, allowing them to temporarily set aside this topic and engage in other discussions. As their conversation progressed, they discovered numerous common interests and shared viewpoints. The more they talked, the more Mu Xianmin felt that Li Qinghuan was her perfect match. She had not anticipated Li Qinghuan's exceptional insight and broad perspective, as well as his vast knowledge. He introduced her to concepts such as the Internet 3.0 era, the global information age, and the future of smartphones possessing the same intelligence as computers. He envisioned a time when traditional media would transition to new media, eliminating the need for newspapers or computer browsing. Instead, a single smartphone could access a news app, providing updates from around the world at any time. He even proposed the idea of an online marketplace where everyone could purchase goods from the comfort of their homes. For instance, the United States has already launched Amazon, an online bookstore. Why not create a platform where one can buy all manner of products, with just a few examples of modern conveniences from his previous life? Li Qinghuan captivated Mu Xianmin, transforming her initial admiration into awe. Throughout the conversation, Mu Xianmin contributed her own unique insights, showcasing her intelligence. She increasingly recognized Li Qinghuan's remarkable abilities, were he to venture into business. His achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of Chen Daojun, who was merely a speculator relying on stock investments. Mu Xianmin felt increasingly validated in her discerning judgment. The meal stretched on for a full 2.5 hours. As the two conversed with growing rapport from their initial face-to-face exchanges, Mu Xianmin eventually took the initiative to sit beside Li Qinghuan. In moments of excitement, she couldn't help but pat Li Qinghuan's thigh with her delicate hand. Their bodies leaned ever closer, and with a shared glance, their noses nearly touched. In that instant, both felt a stirring of souls reflected in each other's eyes. Then, Mu Xianmin, unable to restrain herself, leaned in and kissed him briefly. Just then, Qin Daojun, who was preparing to leave with his partner Wu Shisan, caught sight of them. Alas, Li Qinghuan, that scoundrel, was indeed a man who played both sides. I must inform Minyoung of the truth. Qin Daojun was unwilling to let Su Minyoung be deceived. He immediately took out his phone and called Su Minyoung, recounting the details of Qin Daojun's date with Mu Xianmin. However, Su Minyoung responded coldly, saying, "Qin Daojun, stop trying to sow discord between me and Appa Qinghuan. He is not that kind of person. Moreover, our matters are none of your concern. Please do not disturb me again. I fear Appa might misunderstand." With that, she ended the call. "Qin Daojun, why Su Minyoung, can't you believe me? What I said is true. Li Qinghuan is truly two-timing." Alas, Chapter 73, unlike me, I can only feel sorry for them. The dinner was exceedingly pleasant for Li Qinghuan and Mu Xianmin. However, Li Qinghuan was somewhat taken aback by her sudden advance. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Mu Xianmin blushing, feigning calm as she stood up and said, "Qinghuan, please don't misunderstand. I have studied abroad for quite some time. And in the West, it is customary for good friends to greet each other with kisses. It's merely a normal social gesture." Though she claimed so, he had never heard of friends greeting each other with such intimacy. Li Qinghuan secretly scoffed. "No good deed goes unpunished." He gazed at Mu Xianmin, his expression complex, hesitating to continue. "Miss Mu, I cannot." Before he could finish, Mu Xianmin's delicate hand covered his mouth with a radiant smile. She nonchalantly replied, "Rest assured, I will not hold you responsible. This was my decision. It was merely an act of appreciation between good friends, so do not take it to heart. Let me escort you home." Li Qinghuan chose not to argue further, nodding and saying, "All right." The two left the restaurant in perfect harmony. As they departed, they encountered Qin Daojun once more, seeing them emerge closely together, particularly the way Mu Xianmin looked at Li Qinghuan with almost starry eyes. Qin Daojun felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Why was Li Qinghuan, that scoundrel, stealing women who were connected to him? It was one thing for him to take Su Minyoung, now it was Mu Xianmin's turn. He felt a vague regret in his heart, as if he had lost something significant. What infuriated him further was that Li Qinghuan not only brazenly juggled two relationships but did so without fear of exposure. How could he be so audacious? He called Su Minyoung to inform her of the situation, but she dismissed him outright, scolding him and blocking his number. Alas, this is simply outrageous. Qin Daojun surmised that Li Qinghuan must be skilled in brainwashing. Having ensnared Su Minyoung and now attempting to do the same with Mu Xianmin, this scoundrel's behavior must be stopped. He absolutely could not allow Su Minyoung to fall into a pit of fire. Thus Qin Daojun stepped forward, blocking Li Qinghuan and Mu Xianmin's path. He sternly warned Li Qinghuan, "Li Qinghuan, you have gone too far. If Minyoung discovers your relationship with another woman, especially one of intimacy, she will undoubtedly be heartbroken. You are a cad. Why deceive her feelings? I cannot allow you to hurt her." Upon hearing these words, before Li Qinghuan could reply, Mu Xianmin interjected angrily, her face as frosty as ice, her gaze filled with disdain towards Qin Daojun. "Qin Daojun, do you have nothing better to do? Su Minyoung is Appa Qinghuan's girlfriend. What does that have to do with you? Why do you constantly speak on her behalf? I see it as nothing more than your desire for Appa Qinghuan's woman. So who is truly despicable and shameless?" Mu Xianmin's words struck Qin Daojun hard, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief as he stared at her. "Miss Mu, how can you slander me? I have no interest in Minyoung. I simply cannot abide Li Qinghuan's betrayal of her." Mu Xianmin coldly interrupted. "Betrayal? You think Appa is cheating with me, don't you? Your thoughts are truly sordid. Appa and I are good friends. We will be essential partners and allies in the future. We merely shared a meal and conversation, yet you maliciously tarnish our pure relationship. What are your intentions? Last time you humiliated me, leaving me with no dignity. Now you wish to repeat the offense. Do you think I, Mu Xianmin, am so easily bullied? Just because you are the son of Shenyang Group, does that mean everyone should fear you? Our Xianqing media is no soft target." Mu Xianmin's words rendered Qin Daojun crimson with embarrassment. Once they had been engaged, and she had openly expressed her feelings towards him, yet, due to his past experiences with her, he had responded with harsh words that wounded her deeply. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of guilt and his spirit was shaken. He found it difficult to counter her claims, even though he felt wronged. "I clearly saw you two kiss. Can that be called mere friendship? I apologize, I did go too far last time." Ultimately, Qin Daojun bowed his head in apology. Looking at Mu Xianmin with sincere regret, "Miss Mu, whatever compensation you seek, I shall do my utmost to make amends." Mu Xianmin crossed her arms, standing beside Li Qinghuan, responding with a sarcastic tone, "Who cares? Just keep your distance from us. We little people cannot afford to offend a son of a top conglomerate like you." Qin Daojun, how infuriating. Having been reborn for so long, this was the first time he felt so humiliated. No, it should be the second. He felt similarly when he learned Su Minyoung was with Lee Chunghwan. Minyoung had initially shown affection towards him, although he hadn't valued her feelings, nor given her a shred of positive reinforcement, often leaving her waiting while engrossed in his own affairs. Yet, aside from the facts, did Lee Chunghwan not share any blame? Now even Mu Xianmin was defending him. What kind of potion had this scoundrel given these two women to earn their fierce loyalty? Chen Daojun, observing Lee Chunghwan standing off to the side, seemingly enjoying the show with a smug demeanor, felt a surge of discontent that he truly wanted to rush over and punch him, to grab his tie and warn him not to get too cocky. However, upon assessing their height and muscle differences, he silently abandoned the thought. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daojun regained his composure. After all, he had lived 2 lives, and his psychological age combined was over 50 years. There was no need to stoop to the level of these children. Thus, he spoke gravely. Lee Chunghwan, as a prosecutor, you should understand that South Korea practices monogamy. Although Minyoung is not yet married, that does not excuse your betrayal. She is a good girl, and I hope you treat her well. Moreover, Miss Mu is also a fine person. If their fathers were to discover that you, a prosecutor, were toying with their daughter's feelings, do you think you could still maintain your position? Having said this, he turned to leave. Wait. Li Chunghwan's voice rang out behind him. Let me show you something. Chen Daojun assumed this fellow had finally come to his senses and intended to apologize. But as soon as he turned around, a slap met his face with a resounding crack smack. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Chen Daojun momentarily dazed. Clutching his face, he glared at Lee Chunghwan, shouting in disbelief. You dared to hit me? His eyes were wide with incredulity, clearly not expecting such an act. Why wouldn't I? Lee Chunghwan replied, expressionless as he withdrew his hand. Who are you to meddle in my personal affairs? You are the one who plays with feelings here. Have Minyoung and Miss Mu not been hurt by you, though you have never taken the initiative or laid a finger on them? You still provoke them. Unlike me, I can only feel sympathy for them. This slap was delivered on behalf of Miss Mu. If you have any objections, we can settle this like men. If you're too cowardly, then get lost. Don't think that just because you are the 3rd generation of a conglomerate, you can get away with anything. Even if your grandfather, the esteemed chairman of Shenyang Group, were here, I would show him no mercy. I refuse to believe that these wealthy scions have never erred. Lee Chunghwan's forceful and domineering words rendered Chen Daojun's expression grim. He held his face, feeling the heat radiating from his skin, his heart swelling with frustration and fury. How infuriating! This scoundrel had humiliated him in front of Mu Xianmin, stripping away half of his dignity as a man. He wanted to explode in anger. Yet he was not the type to act recklessly. Having lived 2 lives, he had always presented himself as a decent person. Restraint he must endure. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. This humiliation, I shall return to you in due time. Chen Daojun's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a cold glare directed at Lee Chunghwan, as he uttered a chilling remark. We shall see. Observing Chen Daojun's hasty retreat, Mu Xianmin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Thank you, Appa Chunghwan, for standing up for me. I have longed to slap him across the face. Mu Xianmin's gaze towards Lee Chunghwan was filled with admiration and emotion. How could she not be touched by this man who dared to confront a 3rd-generation chaebol on her behalf? She found herself increasingly fond of him. What was she to do? It was a mere trifle. Lee Chunghwan waved his hand dismissively with a light scoff. I have also harbored disdain for him for quite some time. What is so great about being a chaebol? How presumptuous! One might think that they control all of South Korea. After this brief interlude, the bond between Lee Chunghwan and Mu Xianmin deepened. As they walked towards the parking lot, Mu Xianmin naturally linked her arm with Lee Chunghwan's, who did not resist but instead wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Both were acutely aware of each other's sentiments but chose not to shatter the delicate nature of their relationship just yet. Time was needed to navigate the external factors at play, particularly concerning Su Minyoung. Upon parting ways with Mu Xianmin and returning home late at night, Lee Chunghwan reflected that had he not been insistent on going home, he would likely have stayed with her. Yet, the more she acted this way, the more he felt compelled to remain patient. There exists a romantic strategy known as extreme tugging, and Lee Chunghwan was well versed in this art at that moment. And Shangjiu called him shortly after his return, reporting the outcomes of the evening's endeavors. As per your instructions, Li Jiangxi has been incapacitated, and the footage has been recorded. Excellent. Chapter 74. What they have lost is merely life. While I have lost my right hand, the following day, at a Shan hospital in a luxury ward. Boss, how could you sustain such grave injuries? Who is the scoundrel that attacked you? Does he wish for death? Did the one who injured you show his face? Please tell us who he is. We shall avenge you immediately. Those who have offended our Qixing gang shall not expect to leave Seoul alive. Park Young-gi visited Li Jianxi with a group of underlings. Discovering that his hand had been severed, his nose was fitted with an oxygen tube, and he was hooked up to and for. They all wore expressions of shock and fury, vowing to avenge Li Jiang 11.at. That moment, Li Jianxi's face was pale, devoid of color, and he appeared utterly wretched, no longer exuding the calm composure he once had. Hearing the concerned words from Park Young-gi and the others, he hoarsely inquired, "Have you completed the 2 tasks I assigned to you last night?" Park Young-gi immediately bowed slightly, crouching by Li Jianxi's bedside, and respectfully reported, "Boss, everything has been arranged. They might already be lying in wait on the route that Li Chenghuan's sister-in-law takes to work. We shall soon receive good news. Additionally, we are preparing the bounty for Li Chenghuan's life. But your injuries, who are these culprits that dared to lay hands on you? They deserve the most severe of punishments. I will find these scoundrels and ensure they are dealt with." Li Jianxi abruptly interrupted. "Forget about the bounty, just hire a professional assassination organization. No matter the cost, I want him dead, and the sooner, the better." Last night, Li Jianxi experienced immense humiliation and shame. He believed that the 2 tasks he assigned to Park Young-gi were overheard by the assassin who severed his wrist. Li Jianxi suspected that this group of assassins was sent by Li Chenghuan. Though he did not understand why they spared his life, he was resolute in his quest for vengeance to erase the disgrace. Of course, it was also possible that he was mistaken. The mastermind might not be Li Chenghuan but rather another enemy, perhaps a rival of Congressman Zhang or a foe of Chairman Wu. In his view, he had merely been caught in the crossfire. Regardless, from his perspective, since he had orchestrated the demise of Li Chengxian, Li Chenghuan, as the younger brother, would not let this matter rest and would soon discover who was truly behind his brother's death. There was no way he would let Li Jianxi off the hook. They were now enemies. It was the perfect opportunity for his underlings to capture Han Yoshi to confirm his suspicions. If they could detain Han Yoshi and negotiate with Li Chenghuan, threatening him with the events of last night, then Li Jianxi could pinpoint Li Chenghuan as the mastermind. If Li Chenghuan did not use last night's incident as leverage, it would indicate that the assailants were not in league with him, allowing Li Jianxi to respond with greater composure. In any case, he was currently filled with rage and a burning desire to annihilate all who displeased him. After all, these ruffians had lost nothing but their lives, while he had lost his esteemed right hand, the very instrument through which he manipulated public opinion. Park Young-gi could not fathom the extent of the humiliation Li Jianxi endured last night. Nor could he imagine that this man, who towered over them and orchestrated their every move with unwavering calm, had been reduced to a pitiful wretch begging for mercy like a dog. He sensed the volatility of his boss's emotions today, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor, especially upon seeing that Li Jianxi's right hand, the very hand that fed him, had been severed. A troubling thought crept into Park Young-gi's mind. Without his hand, Li Jianxi would surely lose power within the alliance of insiders. After all, the influential figures valued his ability to shape public discourse. If he fell from grace, the Qixing gang would lose its greatest shield. Would those competitors, such as the Jin Men Group, which had recently plunged into chaos following the unexpected death of its former chairman, let them off the hook? The Jin Men Group was a leading organized crime syndicate in South Korea, far more adept in the realm of commercial enterprise than the Qixing gang, before Chairman Shi's demise. The Jin Men Group had been steadily encroaching upon the Qixing gang's operations, acting with great aggression. The Qixing gang had once possessed a few talented individuals, but Li Jianxi had eliminated them under various pretenses. This old fox had never trusted them, viewing them merely as expendable pawns to be used and discarded. Though Park Young-gi had risen to power through betrayal, he was acutely aware of his precarious position. Others could betray him just as easily as he had betrayed in Shangzhou. With the possibility of Li Jianxi losing power looming, he needed to formulate a plan for himself, lowering his head to conceal the unusual emotions in his eyes. Park Young-gi continued to feign unwavering loyalty, saying, "Boss, rest assured, I will assist you in resolving this matter and ensure everything is carried out effectively." Simultaneously, he tentatively broached the subject, "Boss, regarding my son Youngjun." At this moment, Li Jianxi was consumed by thoughts of vengeance, hardly caring for Park Youngjun's fate. In truth, he had never intended to save Park Youngjun. The fool was privy to many unsavory secrets within the Qixing gang and was utterly inept. Under the intense interrogation from that little brat Li Chenghuan, he would surely spill everything, potentially implicating his father, Park Young-gi. If Li Chenghuan followed the trail and captured Park Young-gi, it could ultimately lead back to him, presenting a significant problem. Thus, Li Jianxi had long since resolved to abandon Park Youngjun. However, he could not disclose this to Park Young-gi. Doing so would likely result in immediate betrayal or even a vendetta against him. Park Young-joon was Park Young-gi's only son, his Achilles heel that if Young-joon were to die, Park Young-gi would inevitably harbor ill will, possibly even betraying Lee Jiangxi to save himself. Therefore, Lee Jiangxi needed to keep Park Young-gi pacified, assuring him, "Do not worry, your son is safe. As long as you complete the first task I assigned to you, utilizing Lee Chung-won's weaknesses, he will surely relent. At that time, I will personally approach Congressman Zhang, requesting his assistance. Using his position as a member of the National Assembly, I will pressure the higher-ups in the prosecutor's office. Furthermore, before the trial, you must hire the finest lawyer to defend Young-joon and ensure that the families of the victims remain silent, whatever it takes. As for the judge, I will personally intervene to persuade him to issue a lenient sentence for Young-joon. At most, he will only serve 3 to 5 years before being released. Young-gi, you are my most trusted confidant, and how could I not assist you?" Lee Jiangxi's heartfelt words would have moved an ordinary subordinate. Witnessing their leader appealing to a powerful figure on behalf of a subordinate's son would surely evoke deep gratitude. Yet, Park Young-gi did not believe that Lee Jiangxi would genuinely follow through. Even if Lee Jiangxi held considerable influence, a congressman was indeed a significant figure at the apex of the nation. Would he really pressure the prosecutor's office for the sake of a gangster's son? Nonsense. Through Lee Jiangxi's words, Park Young-gi had essentially confirmed that he had abandoned Young-joon, and while his anger simmered, he felt justified in deciding to betray Lee Jiangxi. "Since you choose to act first, do not blame me for retaliating." Park Eun-ki possesses a rather profound disposition. On the surface, he bows deeply to Lee Jiangxi with tears glistening in his eyes, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Boss, thank you for your willingness to save Young-joon. It is an honor for a subordinate to have a leader like you. Rest assured, I will fulfill the tasks you have assigned beautifully." "Well, go ahead," Lee Jiangxi replied casually, waving his hand. Park Eun-ki bowed deeply once more. Before leaving the hospital, he left behind 4 or 5 loyal subordinates to ensure Lee Jiangxi's safety. However, after watching Park Eun-ki depart, the previously calm smile on Lee Jiangxi's face vanished, replaced by a sudden frown. He squinted in contemplation. As a cunning old fox, he had gleaned certain insights from the subtle changes in Park Eun-ki's expression. It seemed that Park Eun-ki had sensed something amiss and entertained thoughts that should not exist. After a moment's reflection, he dialed a number with his remaining left hand, and soon a sharply dressed man entered the hospital room. If Park Eun-ki were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as Choi Song-hoon, his right-hand man and the current vice president of the Seven Stars Gang. "Boss, you called for me." Choi Song-hoon, aware of Lee Jiangxi's ambush the previous night, entered the room and knelt before him in a remarkably humble posture, exuding loyalty like a devoted dog. Lee Jiangxi harbored deep suspicions towards his subordinates and never fully trusted any of them. Having treated On Sang-kyu in the same manner as he did Park Eun-ki now. Song-hoon, have you discovered where Park Tae-yong and Park Young-joon are being held? Lee Jiangxi asked, his eyes half closed, his voice tinged with fatigue. Resembling a sickly tiger, though he appeared weak, Choi Song-hoon dared not display any hint of negligence or disrespect. He respectfully nodded and reported, "I have found them. They are incarcerated in the largest prison in Seoul, the Westgate Prison. Many of the inmates there are notorious criminals, including key members from various gangs across Seoul. Currently, the leader of Westgate Prison is Han Jae-hoo, the second in command of the largest drug trafficking organization in South Korea, the Daehan Gang, wielding significant influence over the inmate population." Han Jae-hoo, I am familiar with him, Lee Jiangxi acknowledged with a slight nod, then continued, "Do we have any of our Seven Stars Gang members imprisoned in Westgate Prison?" "There are a few, but they hold no significant power within the prison," Choi Song-hoon replied promptly. Lee Jiangxi pondered for a moment before slowly stating, "First, establish contact with Han Jae-hoo and inform him that we intend to eliminate internal traitors. If he is willing to assist, I can offer him a personal favor to expedite his release from prison. If he declines, we shall bribe the guards, allowing our men to take direct action against Park Tae-yong and Park Young-joon, as well as those involved in the death of Lee Sung-kyun." Choi Song-hoon was momentarily taken aback by Lee Jiangxi's words, having initially assumed the boss intended to rescue Park Young-joon, only to discover that the plan was to eliminate them. However, he dared not question it and respectfully nodded in agreement. "I will take care of it immediately," Lee Jiangxi emphasized. "The action must be swift. I want to hear news of their suicide due to guilt by tomorrow morning." Choi Song-hoon straightened his expression and bowed once more. "Understood." After watching Choi Song-hoon leave, Lee Jiangxi felt a slight relaxation in his mood. The matters that needed addressing had been attended to, and now he awaited to see how Lee Chong-won, that little rascal, would react to his elder sister-in-law's arrest. Would he respond as Lee Jiangxi anticipated, or had he already learned of the situation? If the latter were true, it would mean his identity had been compromised, and Lee Jiangxi would not hesitate to exact revenge. the assassin he had arranged would help him take the life of that little rascal. Chapter 75, a few 100,000 won a month. What kind of life is that? In Seoul, in the Tonggak district, the second neighborhood of Shodang, Lee Chong-hwan and Han Yoo-hee chose this location for their elder brother Lee Sung-kyan's grave, situated less than a kilometer from the Songchongwon Cemetery. A national burial site in South Korea, this cemetery is the final resting place for many past presidents, dignitaries, and martyrs who have contributed to the nation, while the grave for Lee Sung-kyan's ashes may not hold such high prestige. It is nevertheless a high-end cemetery designed for many celebrities and aristocrats in South Korea, reserved for the affluent. Its proximity to the national cemetery also allows it to absorb some of the aura of national greats, making it a prime location akin to a garden of life flourishing in a prosperous area. The price for such burial plots is steep, with real estate prices soaring across Seoul, including cemetery plots. The sales representative assured Han Yoo-hee that there was definitely potential for appreciation. By purchasing here, they could also benefit from the company's newly launched services, where a team of funeral attendants would assist in carrying the floral wreaths. All dressed in somber black attire, exuding solemnity and grandeur, lacking experience, Han Yoo-hee was swayed by the sales representative's claims that the cemetery was adjacent to Songchongwon, where she could rest alongside South Korea's historical figures. After consulting with Lee Chong-won, she agreed to the purchase. Fortunately, upon visiting the site for inspection, she felt relieved, as it was indeed an auspicious location. Today, she donned a simple black dress, her dark hair elegantly styled, each strand perfectly pinned in place, with a small white flower adorning her chest. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she appeared somewhat haggard, even though she had accepted the reality of her husband's passing. The moment of arranging his funeral brought forth an overwhelming urge to weep. She fought back tears and glanced at Lee Chong-won, who was similarly clad in a black suit with a white handkerchief in his pocket, his pale lips parting slightly. Chong-won, let us begin. Lee Chong-won nodded slightly as he and Han Yoo-hee carefully placed Lee Sung-kyan's urn into the grave. As the younger brother, he personally pushed the heavy cover onto the grave, and the staff in black attire assisted in placing the intricately carved headstone. Thus, the funeral for Lee Sung-kyan concluded. Woo, Sung-kyan, Han Yoo-hee could no longer hold back, weeping profusely. From this day forth, she was truly a widow. Despite having previously lamented her husband's neglect and frequent indifference, she had never imagined that one day they would be separated by life and death, having been married for so long without a child. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and regret for failing to provide Lee Sung-kyan with an heir. As Han Yoo-hee cried uncontrollably, gasping for breath, her sorrow intensifying, Lee Chong-won hesitated for a moment before finally resting a hand on her shoulder, comforting her. Sister-in-law, do not grieve too deeply. I believe that if my brother were watching from above, he would not want to see you in such distress. I have avenged him, and I trust he will find peace in that knowledge. He also entrusted me to take good care of you, that if you become ill from your sorrow, he would surely blame me in a dream. So, everything is past from now on, whether you wish to remarry or pursue anything else. I will support you. As Han Yoo-hee sobbed against Lee Chong-won's shoulder, she choked out between tears, Chong-won, how could I ever betray your brother? I have decided to remain a widow for the rest of my life. I will never marry anyone else. Seeing the resolute expression on Han Yoo-hee's face, Lee Chong-won sighed. Indeed, that brother of his had chosen a remarkable woman. Not far from them, a man dressed in a suit, tie, and sunglasses kept glancing their way, clearly keeping watch over the surroundings. Just then, after receiving a phone call, his expression shifted slightly, and he hurried over to Lee Chong-won, whispering in his ear, Lee Jiam, the brothers from Yenbyen just called, saying they caught some suspicious individuals outside the CAF where Madam Han usually works. They've detained them and brought them to a secure location. Would you like to take a look? Upon hearing Kim Joo-nam's report, Lee Chong-won raised an eyebrow but showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this. He nodded slightly. Then let us check it out later. Afterward, he took Han Yoo-hee, who had calmed down, home, instructing her to rest well for the next few days and refrain from work until he could sort out the subsequent matters and help her find a new job. Han Yoo-hee was not the type of woman to lack intelligence. She understood that her husband Lee Sung-kyan's death must have involved some powerful enemies, and those who had harmed him might not spare her either. Recently, her younger brother-in-law had been busy seeking out the culprits responsible for Lee Sung-kyan's demise. However, she had heard that those wrongdoers were backed by individuals of even higher status, and she had been deeply concerned for Lee Chong-won's safety, fearing he might meet the same fate as her husband. If that were to happen, her conscience would never be at peace. With worry etched on her face, she looked at Lee Chong-won. Chong-won, you must be careful. Do not overestimate yourself. If we cannot deal with those wrongdoers, we should retreat. If necessary, let us leave this place. Leave Seoul. I refuse to believe they will still pursue us then. Hearing this, Lee Chung-won smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, sister-in-law. They are merely a few small-time thugs. They likely lurked around your workplace, intending to kidnap you to threaten me into compliance, compelling me to act against my principles. There is no need for concern. My men have already apprehended them. In summary, you should stay home for the next few days. I will assign a few people to keep watch near our home. The bad guys will not dare to come near. Upon witnessing the relaxed demeanor of Lee Sung-won, Han Yu-wi nodded, her worries dissipating instantly. She understood that Lee Sung-won was far more astute and resourceful than Song-hyun. After all, he was a prosecutor. After bidding farewell to Han Yu-wi, Lee Sung-won departed from her residence, allowing Kim Jun-nam to drive him to the secret base provided by the Yenbian F4, a derelict building overgrown with weeds on the outskirts of Seoul. As Lee Sung-won entered the dilapidated structure, he immediately encountered 3 gangsters securely bound. They were tied to concrete pillars, forced to kneel, their faces bruised and bloodied, clearly having endured a severe beating. The leader of Yenbian F4, Kim Jae-guk, stepped forward, bowing slightly to Lee Sung-won with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Lee, these 3 individuals have steadfastly refused to divulge who sent them. Despite our brothers taking turns to interrogate them, their resolve remains unbroken. We could only await your arrival. The 4 of them had captured 3 elite enforcers from the Seven Stars gang, emerging unscathed and without granting their captives a chance to call for help. They truly exemplified the prowess of the assassin world, offering exceptional value for their services. Lee Sung-won nodded in approval and patted Kim Jae-guk's shoulder. I will increase your compensation, 10 million Korean won. Each. Upon hearing this, Kim Jae-guk and his 3 companions beamed with delight, revealing their teeth in broad smiles. Capturing a few gangsters for a reward of 1 million won each was equivalent to 50,000 Chinese yuan. Indeed, there was fortune to be found in South Korea. Having a generous employer was far superior to the struggles faced back home. As Lee Sung-won moved past Kim Jae-guk, he approached the 3 Seven Stars gangsters. His expression impassive as he inquired, "Was it Park Eun-ki who sent you?" The trio remained resolutely silent, displaying commendable fortitude. Lee Sung-won, unfazed, smirked derisively. "A mere few 100,000 won a month, and you offer your lives to Park Eun-ki? I merely wanted you to meet someone." Chapter 76. How to bind this, I cannot. Initially, the 3 Seven Stars gangsters remained unperturbed. However, when On Sang-kyu entered the scene, their expression shifted dramatically. "On, Chairman, what are you doing here? Weren't you already?" They gazed at On Sang-kyu, their eyes filled with both reverence and fear. After all, he had been the chairman of the Seven Stars gang for over a decade, his authority well established. A stark contrast to the former vice-chairman, Park Eun-ki. However, due to Park Eun-ki's ruthless tactics and the backing of Lee Gang-hee, he had purged On Sang-kyu's loyalists, leaving those who remained to either perish or capitulate. It was under such circumstances that Park Eun-ki successfully seized control of the Seven Stars gang. Despite this, the residual influence of On Sang-kyu lingered. The gangsters before him had once served loyally under his leadership, and seeing their presumed deceased chairman standing before them filled them with a mix of exhilaration and shame. They could only lower their heads. On Sang-kyu first bowed slightly to Lee Sung-won, a gesture of respect and gratitude. Had it not been for Lee Sung-won's timely intervention, he would never have had the opportunity to exact revenge on Lee Gang-hee and reclaim a measure of his dignity. Now, with his vendetta fulfilled, he was utterly devoted to Lee Sung-won, resolved to follow this prosecutor. Not only had Lee Sung-won aided him in avenging his grievances, but he had also promised to help him reclaim the Seven Stars gang and restore all that he had lost. Now was the moment for him to assert himself. He approached the 3 Seven Stars gangsters, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized them. Then, pointing with his mangled prosthetic limb at one of the gangsters, he coldly declared, "I remember you, Jia Juanhao, captain of the External Operations and Kidnapping Unit of the Seven Stars gang. It was Park Eun-ki who instructed you to abduct Chief Prosecutor Lee's sister-in-law." Correct. Upon hearing On Sang-kyu recite his name and position within the gang with such clarity, Zhao Juanhao felt a wave of despair wash over him. He resigned himself to the truth, muttering, "Yes, Chairman On. Park instructed us to lie in wait outside the CAF for the woman named Han Yu-wi, to seize her when she arrived for work and then contact Prosecutor Lee, to threaten him." On Sang-kyu scoffed at this revelation. "It seems Park Eun-ki possesses some cunning. Within a mere month of my betrayal, he has fully seized control of the Seven Stars gang, and now he dares to send you fools to kidnap a relative of a prosecutor, threatening the very prosecutor of the Republic of Korea. What audacity! This ingrate, this traitor, will ultimately lead the Seven Stars gang to its demise." On Sang-kyu's voice brimmed with fury. causing Jia Juanhao and his companions to tremble in fear, their expressions filled with bitterness. Whether it was Chairman Park or Chairman An, both were figures they could not afford to cross. They could only obey orders, a tragic reality for those at the bottom of the gang hierarchy. Now captured, they resigned themselves to their fate. Jia Juanhao bowed his head in shame, saying, "I am sorry, Chairman, we were merely following orders. As you know, once we join a gang, there is no turning back, whatever the boss says goes. We need to make a living. We had no choice." An Sankyu interrupted him with a wave of his hand, recalling Lee Sungwon's instructions. He spoke firmly, "Park Un-ki must not have informed the brothers in the gang why I went missing. The reason is simple. I offended the true mastermind behind the Seven Stars gang, who found me intolerable and deemed me unworthy of his control. Hence, he had Park Un-ki betray me. Subsequently, he colluded with outsiders to sever my hand and committed me to a psychiatric facility. Intent on ending my life, had I not feigned madness and clung to survival, I would have perished long ago. Now, I have been reborn, supported by Chief Prosecutor Lee, who has vowed to help me reclaim everything I lost. I have resolved to begin my revenge against Park Un-ki. Will you three assist me?" Upon learning the reason for An Sankyu's disappearance, the gangsters were taken aback, filled with both shock and rage. They could hardly believe that the truth was such. The scoundrel Park Un-ki had betrayed the chairman. In this world where power and connections held sway, loyalty was paramount. Park Un-ki's ascent to power through the betrayal of his former leader would surely earn him the disdain of the gang members. To demonstrate his loyalty, Jia Juanhao quickly proposed, "Chairman, I am willing to atone for my sins. Indeed, it is as follows. Park Un-ki instructed us to inform him immediately upon capturing Han, this esteemed prosecutor's sister-in-law. He would personally contact Prosecutor Lee to negotiate. Although we are unaware of the negotiation's content, could we not turn the tables and lure Park Un-ki here, ambushing him to deliver him to you for judgment? What do you think?" After considering Jia Juanhao's proposal, An Sankyu could not help but regard him with newfound respect. His idea aligned perfectly with the task assigned to him by Chief Prosecutor Lee. He glanced up at Lee Sungwon, seeking his approval. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, he replied, "Very well, I accept your offer of atonement. If you can indeed lure Park Un-ki here, I will plead with Prosecutor Lee to spare your lives." Receiving An Sankyu's assurance, Jia Juanhao and his companions were elated. They had seemingly snatched back their lives. Consequently, An Sankyu personally untied the three gangsters and began devising a plan. The plan was not particularly complex, but it hinged critically on one person's cooperation. Han Yui. They needed to send a photo or video of her abduction to Park Un-ki to convince him, but actually binding Han Yui would be impossible. They now recognized the formidable nature of this Prosecutor Lee. Even the former chairman An showed him the utmost respect. The gangsters, who once considered themselves elite enforcers within the Seven Stars gang, found themselves utterly powerless against the veteran assassins from Yanbian, easily subdued as if they were children. The most pressing concern was that they anticipated their ambush on Han Yui with uncanny foresight. They could not help but wonder if they, including Park Un-ki, were merely insignificant ants in the eyes of Prosecutor Lee, easily crushed at his whim. The only true adversary worthy of challenging him would likely be the powerful figure capable of instigating Park Un-ki's betrayal of Chairman An. In the grand chess game of powerful figures, they were but pawns. Lee Sungwon, of course, welcomed this opportunity. In fact, he had been contemplating such a course of action. However, he was also considering deeper implications. For instance, Lee Gang. He could not possibly be unaware that the assailant who attacked him that fateful night was dispatched by Lee Sungwon. He simply lacked the evidence, since he suspected that Lee Sungwon was the mastermind behind the scenes. Why would he proceed with the original plan to have Park Un-ki abduct Han Yui? After much deliberation, only one conclusion could be drawn. He intended to abandon Park Un-ki just as he had cast aside An Sankyu. A useless pawn could be discarded. Ultimately, he could always install a new chairman. It was entirely possible that Lee Gang he intended to use Lee Sungwon to eliminate Park Un-ki, yet he was well aware that Park Un-ki would go to any lengths to rescue his son. After capturing Han Yui, he might resort to extreme measures, coercing Lee Sungwon to drop the charges against his son or to cooperate in securing a lenient sentence for Park Young-jun. In such a scenario, Park Un-ki would surely have irreparably offended Lee Sung-hwan. It is entirely plausible that Lee Cheng-hwan, along with his son Park Ing-jun, could be eliminated in a most logical manner. One must admit that Lee Jiangxi indeed harbors malicious intentions, employing ruthless tactics with a cunning mind, yet Lee Cheng-hwan also intends to turn the tables. Firstly, Park In-ji must be dealt with. This is beyond question, for both father and son are indirectly responsible for the demise of Lee Changxian. compounded by the myriad of crimes they have committed over the years. As a righteous prosecutor, how can he allow such criminals to roam free? Secondly, removing Park In-ji presents another advantage. It conveniently coincides with the turmoil within the Seven Stars gang. Allowing for the return of Shangzhou to power, he plans to rally the Yanbian F4 in Jinjiunan to accompany Shangzhou back to the Seven Stars gang with their assistance. Even with Li Jiangxi meddling through his puppet, it will be impossible for him to maintain control over the gang. At the very least, it will create a situation of equal footing. If only the Yanbian war god Mian Zhenghe were present, their chances would be even greater. Alas, that old rogue is far too greedy and difficult to manage. With Shangzhou's return to the Seven Stars gang, he will command the loyalty of the members. Leaving Li Jiangxi devoid of useful allies, akin to a toothless tiger, completely cornered. At that point, his only recourse will be to seek help from those within the organization. This is also the reason Li Qinghuan spares him. For his true adversary is not merely Li Jiangxi, the gatekeeper of the alliance, but the influential congressman, leading chaebols, and a host of genuine power brokers entrenched in the political and business spheres of South Korea. A single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. He must proceed with utmost caution, advancing step by step. Meanwhile, after the group has deliberated and refined their plan, Li Qinghuan personally returns home to apprise his sister-in-law of the situation. She is very cooperative but soon awkwardly admits, "Qinghuan, how do we bind them? I have no idea." Chapter 77. In the world of crime, one must inevitably pay the price. The plan unfolds with unexpected ease. Perhaps it is the desperation to save his son, or perhaps a belief in the loyalty of his subordinates. Regardless, upon receiving a video from Zhao Juanhao depicting Han Yoshi bound to a chair, her face a mask of terror and streaked with tears, Park In-ji, accompanied by several trusted underlings, hastily makes his way to the secret location provided by Zhao Juanhao. With a creak, the car halts before a dilapidated building. After disembarking, Park In-ji gazes at the ominously dark structure, a flicker of unease stirring within him. Though faint, he does not dwell on it. He trusts in the loyalty of his subordinates, and more importantly, he believes that the video and audio cannot be fabricated. After all, a living person, even if merely a woman, would never cooperate with such rogues in a manner that would deceive him, especially with no apparent benefit. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he retrieves a handgun from the trunk of the car, securing it at his waist before leading his men into the building. Soon, they encounter several familiar figures. Zhao Juanhao, bearing minor injuries, approaches respectfully and reports to Park In-ji, "President, we have successfully captured the woman. She is inside." As he speaks, he gestures towards a small room guarded by two of his companions. The door is ajar, and through the crack, one can faintly discern a woman in a dress, her hair disheveled and tied with ropes. Park In-ji's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, now feels a sense of relief. He pats Zhao Juanhao's arm appreciatively, exclaiming, "Juanhao, you have done splendidly. Upon our return, the organization will reward you 3 with a bonus, 10 million in total. What do you say? I, Park In-ji, have never shortchanged my brothers." "Thank you, President," Zhao Juanhao responds, feigning tears of gratitude for his benefactor. Yet, internally he scoffs, thinking, this meager sum is hardly sufficient. Prosecutor Li has offered his subordinates 10 million each, and here is Park In-ji, so miserly, no wonder he falls prey to deception. After completing his assigned task, Zhao Juanhao steps aside, instructing his 2 companions to position themselves near the door. As soon as the action commences, they will swiftly shut the door, trapping Park In-ji and his 4 or 5 subordinates. Meanwhile, Zhao Juanhao remains at Park In-ji's side, guiding him into the trap. At this moment, Park In-ji is in high spirits, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities around him. He strides forward, flinging open the small door, only to be met with the sight of Han Yoshi squirming in her seat. A black cloth bag is pulled over her head. Without hesitation, Park In-ji yanks it off, eager to see her face, only to uncover a man's visage instead. "Ah," he instinctively gasps, stepping back, recognizing the face. "In Shangzhou, how could it be you?" In an instant, Park In-ji realizes something is amiss and reaches for his waist, but before he can grasp his gun, a sharp pain strikes him from behind, sending him crashing forward. As he loses his balance and tumbles to the ground, he feels a heavy weight on his back, nearly knocking the breath from him, while his hands are swiftly bound behind him. At this moment, a hand retrieves the handgun from his waist. With a click, the bullet is chambered and pressed against his forehead. The owner of that hand is none other than Shangzhou, who has discarded his disguise as Han Yoshi. With a cold smile, he gazes at the pallid and terrified Park In-ji, taunting, well, if it isn't my once most trusted confidant, Park In-ji, how did you become so pathetic? The illustrious president of the Seven Stars Gang, reduced to a mere thug engaging in the abduction of women. Truly, the gang has fallen to new lows under your leadership. At the sight of Nshanjo, a chill courses through Park Enji's heart. It's over, everything is over, he has been duped. That accursed Zhaojuan how dared to betray him. His fury intensifies as he realizes that Nshanjo is still alive. Did Li Jiangxi not promise to confine him to a mental institution for life? He should have either died or been driven mad. Damn it, he has been deceived once more, that wretched old man. Li Jiangxi has released Nshanjo. Suddenly everything clicks. That old rascal never intended to assist him, having long since resolved to abandon him. He aims to let Nshanjo return to continue his work, filled with regret and murderous intent. Park Enji laments, had he known this would be the outcome, he should have eliminated Li Jiangxi during his visit, or else he would not have ended up in this predicament, as a former subordinate of Nshanjo. He is acutely aware of how Nshanjo deals with traitors and the fate that awaits those who betray him. He does not even utter a plea for mercy, merely locking his crazed and unwilling gaze onto Nshanjo. Stating each word with conviction, had I known, I would have acted decisively from the start, eliminating you, thus avoiding this fate. It is my inadequacy. You Nshanjo may kill or maim as you please. Upon hearing Park Enji's words, Nshanjo lets out a derisive laugh. You foolish Park Enji, facing death, you still retain your bravado. After all these years, when have I ever wronged you? Yet, you betray me at the behest of that old dog. Li Jiangxi, as he speaks, he seizes Park Enji's hair and delivers 2 slaps, harshly rebuking, you foolish pig. Now you comprehend the fate of being a dog. Do you? A dog is a dog, once it loses its value, it is discarded. I was once cast aside in the same way, and now you share the same fate. At this moment, Park Enji resembles a forsaken dog, his eyes filled with hatred and fury as he bitterly retorts. I merely had a stroke of bad luck. Why should you Nshanjo continue to tower over me after all these years? Are you truly more capable than I? You simply excel at being Li Jiangxi's dog. I have managed all the affairs of the gang. What have you Nshanjo accomplished, delivering women to that despicable lot of Li Jiangxi's? Their argument escalates, with each revealing the other's shortcomings. The subordinates outside stand frozen in fear, heads bowed, unwilling to speak. Notably, the trusted subordinates that Park Enji brought with him were subdued by the Yanbian F4 and Jin Jonan the moment he stepped through the door, now bound and kneeling outside. Inside the room, Nshanjo has unleashed his fury upon Park Enji, delivering a series of punches and kicks. As his anger begins to wane, he suddenly finds the whole affair rather tedious. Park Enji does make a valid point. He had been too loyal, too devoted to Li Jiangxi, forgetting his own identity, a mere dog attempting to dictate terms to its owner. It is no wonder he has become a discarded pawn. Fortunately, he has now awakened to this truth. This time, he will not allow himself to be anyone's dog again, except, of course, for Prosecutor Li. Noticing Nshanjo's silence, Park Enji grows emboldened, fully aware of his impending doom. He continues to provoke Nshanjo with his words. You Nshanjo are even more spineless. One word from Li Jiangxi has you scurrying back to serve him once more. You worthless wretch. Unexpectedly, Nshanjo regards him with a mocking expression. You imbecile. Even now you fail to grasp who has orchestrated your downfall. To enlighten you, it was not I nor Li Jiangxi, but Prosecutor Li who designed your capture. You are merely a pawn discarded by Li Jiangxi, to be eliminated by Prosecutor Li's hand. Do you understand? With these words, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. Park Yunki's face turned pale as a sheet, trembling all over. He finally comprehended everything. So it was like this. Despair enveloped him as he gazed at the dim ceiling, the thought of resistance extinguished. He realized that not only was his own death imminent, but his son's fate was also sealed. Ha 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 ha, is this the fate of those entangled in the underworld? When you mix with the wrong crowd, you inevitably must pay the price. Ha ha ha, just grant me a swift end. Park Yunki's laughter approached madness. With a resounding gunshot, silence instantly descended upon the room. Chapter 78. My name is Wen Dong'un. When Park Yunki was dealt with, Li Sunghuan had long returned to the prosecutor's office. However, when An Sankyu reported to him, he delivered some grave news. Li Kanghe had instructed Park Yunki to contact an assassin to eliminate Li Sunghuan. This contradicted the intelligence he had previously obtained. Fortunately, in his dying moments, Park Yunki either experienced a sudden moral awakening or sought vengeance against Li Kanghe, as he directly revealed to An Sankyu the name of the assassin organization he had contacted. Along with details about the assassin they would dispatch, Park Yunki had reached out to MK Company, the largest assassin organization in South Korea, and had spent over 100 billion Korean won to enlist one of their gold medal assassins. Boasting a success rate of 100. The organization promised that they would secure Lee Sung-won's life within a week at most. After hanging up the phone, Lee Sung-won furrowed his brow, pondering the assassin organization MK. If his suspicions were correct, it was also the name of an organization featured in a movie about assassins, with a remarkable leader named Chae Min-kyu, renowned for his exceptional skills. He was not only the top-ranked assassin in the industry but had also consolidated the assassin community in South Korea, categorizing them into different ranks and implementing corporate reforms. Aside from him, the only other gold medal assassin in MK Company was a woman named Gil Bok-sun. Lee Sung-won rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before his brow relaxed once more. He murmured to himself, if it's her, it shouldn't be much of a problem. That female assassin has a weakness: her confidence borders on arrogance. And to speak frankly, she underestimates her opponents. Moreover, the MK Company's leader has decreed that firearms are prohibited within the country. In terms of close-quarter combat, she is no match for him. This is not mere boasting. Since his arrival in this world, his physical prowess has far exceeded that of ordinary humans. His strength is formidable. He had previously engaged in fierce contests with the Yenbian F4, overpowering all four of them effortlessly. This implies that his physical abilities have reached the limits of humanity, a clear advantage of being a transmigrator. Without the use of firearms, he is virtually invincible. It is highly likely that the female assassin will not return. Therefore, while he would remain vigilant against her, he would not be excessively concerned, merely exercising a bit of caution during his commutes and at home. Moreover, Lee Sung-won was not the type to sit idly by. He had already tasked Jong Jik-soo with investigating whether there was a female owner named Gil Bok-sun in the affluent district of Seoul, providing information that she was a single mother with a school-going daughter. He believed results would soon follow. Madam, you surely wouldn't want your daughter to learn that you are a murderer, would you? After preparing for the impending challenges, Lee Sung-won began to review a series of recent strategies and arrangements. First, he stabilized Minister Choi Byung-seom with a fragmented ledger and successfully infiltrated his social circle through the gifting of local specialties, becoming acquainted with Han Chang-ji, the most influential figure among the younger generation of prosecutors, thus familiarizing himself with him. Then, through some subtle maneuvers, he pursued Seo Min-young, the daughter of the Seoul District Prosecutor General, which could potentially yield assistance from her father-in-law in the future, proving beneficial in critical moments. Additionally, he gained the favor of Moo Hyunmin, the heiress of the Hyeonching newspaper group, who approached him directly, granting him access to leverage the media channels under the group's purview, which would be invaluable at pivotal times. These three arrangements were internal. Externally, he acquired detailed information about the New World Plan through Chief Kong of the Gangbuk District Criminal Police, agreeing to intervene and assist him in executing this operation. However, Lee Sung-won had ulterior motives. His true goal was to fully seize control of the Jinmen Group, a plan that had yet to be set in motion. Moreover, through his confrontations with Lee Kang-hee, he not only weakened his forces but also won over on Sang-kyu, prompting his return to the Seven Stars Gang and instigating internal strife, allowing him to gradually undermine Lee Kang-hee, effectively severing one of his hands. Without the Seven Stars Gang, Lee Kang-hee would be rendered powerless, allowing Lee Sung-won to manipulate him at will. Additionally, there was another hidden strategy: by provoking the younger son of the Shenyang Group, Chen Daojun, and engaging with Moo Hyunmin, the future president's wife, he incited animosity from Chen Daojun. This would enable him to enter the sights of the current leader of Shenyang Group, the founder Chen Yangja. As one of South Korea's top chaebols, Chen Yangja's influence, connections, and methods rivaled those supporting Councilman Zhang. A single word from him could facilitate the candidacy of his son-in-law, Choi Chang-ti, for mayor. If he could establish a relationship with him, Lee Sung-won's future career would be significantly smoother, though the specifics of how to connect with him and earn his favor remained to be determined. After concluding his review, Lee Sung-won felt reasonably satisfied with his arrangements. Although not without flaws, the imperfections did not overshadow the merits. Most importantly, he had been in this world for less than a month. If he could endure another 2.5 years, the resources, influence, and networks he would command were beyond imagination. Lee Sung-won did not grow complacent. He understood that this was the realm of Korean dramas, where bizarre characters and events could emerge at any moment. And now even assassins were involved. He must exercise increased caution. His life was destined to tread on thin ice, uncertain if he could truly navigate to safety, especially considering how much the Koreans enjoyed infighting. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated at his office door. Lee Sung-won hastily placed the A4 sheets filled with his notes into the shredder and coolly said, "Come in." The door swung open. Initially, Lee Sung-won assumed it was his confidant Jong Jik-soo coming to report, only to find it was not. Entering was a girl clad in simple, thin clothing, her hair disheveled, her head bowed in a wretched manner. One could faintly discern her fair, smooth complexion, and her demeanor exuded a chilling elegance. Appearing to be no more than 20 years old, already a striking beauty, she possessed two contrasting auras, one embodying youthful charm, the other bearing the weight of hardship and suffering. As though her body narrated a myriad of stories, Lee Sung-won was taken aback by her identity. To his surprise, she approached his desk and half-knelt, pleading, "Prosecutor Lee, please help me. What are you doing?" Lee Sung-won quickly rose to steady her arm, but unexpectedly, the girl inhaled sharply and instinctively recoiled her slender, fragile arm. Lee Sung-won keenly noticed this and rolled up her sleeve, only to be met with a startling sight. Her arm was marred by large, ghastly yellow blisters. Surrounding the blisters were dark red and black scars, indicative of severe burns from some object. He immediately rolled up her other sleeve, and indeed, the same horrific scene awaited him. Both of her arms bore extensive burns. Her once fair skin was now a tapestry of scars and wounds. What a heartless act! Who could be so cruel as to inflict such pain upon a young girl? Lee Sung-won's expression instantly turned cold as he guided her to a nearby chair, inquiring with concern, "What is your name? How can I assist you? Do you know who I am?" The girl nodded slightly, though her entire body ached, causing her to tremble. She bit her lip to suppress her cries of anguish. Taking a deep breath, she slowly replied, "I saw on the news that you were a just prosecutor who sent the scoundrel who bullied girls to prison. You were righteous, even arresting your own colleagues for their crimes. Therefore, I believe you can certainly help me. My name is Won Dong-un." Chapter 79. This world should not be like this. "Are you Won Dong-un?" Lee Sung-won was taken aback upon hearing the name. The girl had kept her head bowed, appearing timid and self-effacing, her disheveled hair obscuring much of her face. Consequently, he had not clearly seen her features. Instinctively, he reached out to tuck back a few strands of her slightly dull yellow hair, revealing her entire face. Indeed, it was her. He never expected that the girl who had been bullied at age 19, who resolutely dropped out of school, worked tirelessly while self-studying to gain admission to university and obtain her teaching credentials, and had spent 18 years exacting revenge on those who tormented her, would now seek him out. Could it be that his arrival had altered the original storyline? Recognizing Won Dong-un's identity, Lee Sung-won understood her intentions with utmost clarity. He spoke to her in a calm tone. "Won Dong-un, you are still a student, aren't you? You sought my help because you were being bullied at school, correct?" Unbeknownst to her, the prosecutor standing before her was someone who had traversed her life path. Thus, upon hearing Lee Sung-won's words, she nodded vigorously, her small face streaked with tears and anguish. "There are some very wicked people at school who take pleasure in tormenting others, especially me. They frequently find various reasons and excuses to punish me. My arms, they were burned by them using a curling iron. I once tried to resist, but it only resulted in more unrestrained bullying and torment. I have sought assistance from both teachers and the police, yet each of them has evaded responsibility. The teacher claimed it was entirely my fault, questioning why they do not bully others and insist on targeting me. The police dismissed my concerns, engaging in amiable conversations with the parents of the bullies right before my eyes, even adopting a flattering demeanor. No one seems to care about my feelings, not even my own mother, who appears indifferent to my plight. Prosecutor Lee, what should I do?" The small face of Won Dong-un was etched with anguish and confusion. The suffering and torment she endured were far beyond what a girl of her age could bear. She should be blossoming like a flower, yet she found herself ensnared by a group of despicable individuals. She yearned to resist, but each attempt only plunged her deeper into despair. Countless times she contemplated ending her life. She desperately wished to escape that school, but even the teachers bullied and scolded her, belittling her in front of everyone, trampling upon the remnants of her dignity. Even her gambling mother, who was her only source of support, betrayed her for a paltry sum offered by the bully's parents. Resembling a demon who would sell out her own daughter, though she was bullied into dropping out, her departure was recorded as a voluntary withdrawal. This world is shrouded in darkness. The prosecutor she had seen on television before contemplating her demise was the only glimmer of hope she clung to. Even battered and bruised, she retained the last vestige of hope within her heart. Surely, there must be good people in this world, right? After listening to her tale, Lee Ching-hwan was profoundly shaken, far more than he had been by what he had seen on television. He could not fathom the years of suffering that Won Dong-un had endured. If he truly put himself in her shoes, her experiences were appalling. Had it not been for Lee Ching-hwan's intervention, her life trajectory would have surely led her to the banks of the Han River, intending to end it all. Yet, in that moment she stepped into the frigid waters. An awakening occurred, igniting a resolve for vengeance. But now she had sought his help. Naturally, Li Qinghuan would not remain indifferent. After a moment of contemplation, he half-squatted before Wen Dongyan, his towering figure still aligning with her fragile frame even in this position. Sunlight streamed through the office window, casting a glow upon his stern yet handsome visage, instilling a profound sense of safety and trust. "How would you like me to assist you?" he inquired. "I am a prosecutor handling criminal cases. Your ordeal should ideally be addressed by a prosecutor from the juvenile department. Moreover, in our South Korea, incidents of school bullying are all too common, and the inaction of schools and the police is a frequent occurrence. Yet I believe the world should not be this way. Who bullies must face the consequences of their actions." Upon hearing these words, a spark ignited in Wen Dongyan's once dull eyes, her tear-streaked face now radiating immense joy and hope. You truly wish to help me?" Li Qinghuan nodded with a smile. "Of course, but I cannot leverage my position as a prosecutor to assist you, as it falls outside my jurisdiction. I hope you can understand." However, when Dongyan excitedly waved her hand, "I am already immensely grateful that you are willing to help me. Before seeking you out, I had prepared myself for failure, as I thought I might not even gain entry to the prosecutor's office. But at the entrance, I encountered a man who claimed to be your assistant. After hearing my story, he personally guided me into the prosecutor's office and pointed me to your office." Realization dawned on Li Qinghuan. He wondered how a young girl could have found her way to him. It turned out that it was Zhang Jixu who had lent her a hand. Truly, he was an exemplary assistant. Just as upright and kind-hearted as Li Qinghuan himself. After organizing his thoughts, he conveyed to Wen Dongyan, "I will present you with two choices. The first option is that I can employ my personal connections to help you exact revenge on those who have tormented you, resorting to violence in return, which could result in them suffering even more than you have. The second option is that from this day forward, I will become your benefactor and creditor. I shall provide you with a substantial sum to enable you to return to school and heal your hands. You must dedicate yourself to your studies, aiming to achieve the highest grades and gain admission to Seoul University, specifically in the field of law. I will grant you 4 years, after which, you must pass the judicial examination and the interview, ultimately choosing to become either an intern prosecutor, a lawyer, or a judge. At that point, you will wield the knowledge you acquire as a weapon of law to exact your revenge. Which path will you choose?" Li Qinghuan's words plunged Wen Dongyan into deep contemplation. She had not anticipated that this prosecutor would offer her assistance in such a manner. The first path promised immediate retribution, and she firmly believed that a prosecutor's connections could accomplish that. After all, Park Hyun-jin, the despicable bully, despite her connections, merely knew a police chief. Lee Sarah's father was a priest, possessing significant social influence, yet he paled in comparison to the power of prosecutors. Kwon Jun, a rich second-generation heir, held the highest societal status among the bullies, yet he was the only one who had not directly inflicted harm upon Wen Dongyan. However, he was the root cause of it all, having provoked Park Hyun-jin's jealousy by remarking that Wen Dongyan's figure was superior to hers, sparking an endless cycle of torment. As for Choi Huiting and Sun Myung-woo, they were merely followers, playing the role of accomplices and were hardly worth concern. To be honest, Wen Dongyan was truly tempted to choose the first path. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely within her. The thought of making Park Hyun-jin and her cohorts experience the anguish she had endured sent waves of exhilaration through her. She constantly reminded herself to remain calm. The prosecutor certainly did not wish for her to choose the first path. He aimed to save her, thus, he presented her with the second option, to support her education and guide her towards a legal career, enabling her to become an individual of the same standing as Park Hyun-jin, allowing her to seek her revenge through her own strength. Tears of gratitude welled up within her. It was astonishing that there existed a genuine concern for her well-being from a stranger. For the first time, she felt the warmth of kindness. Struggling to contain her emotions, she lifted her head, her pale face, marked by suffering, now radiating determination. "Prosecutor, I choose the second path." Upon hearing her response, Li Qinghuan smiled. As expected, Wen Dongyan was indeed Wen Dongyan. She was remarkably intelligent, far exceeding the foolishness of Park Hyun-jin and her cohorts. Had she not encountered them, her original achievements would have likely been commendable. Instead, her life had been shattered by their actions, leading her to live solely for revenge in the first half of her life. Now, having met Li Qinghuan, her life trajectory was destined for change. Li Qinghuan intended to cultivate her into a human rights lawyer or prosecutor. With her capabilities, she would become an invaluable assistant after her studies. He was deliberately nurturing a trusted ally, gazing at Wen Dongyan. His eyes brimmed with approval as he nodded appreciatively. "Excellent, Dongyan. I am pleased that you can momentarily set aside the desire for revenge and choose the second path. This affirms that I did not misjudge you." Remember, do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. Instead, learn to harness the flames of hatred to forge yourself into a formidable force, strong enough to make your former adversaries tremble. There is an ancient Chinese saying, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, and you only need to wait 4 years. When Dong En nodded vigorously, yes, observing her determination, Li Qinghuan felt even more satisfied. He then stood up, clapping his hands with a smile. Come, let us visit your school. When Dong En looked puzzled, prosecutor, why are you going to my school? Li Qinghuan smirked. Of course, to collect a little interest first. When Dong En hesitated, but didn't you say that a gentleman's revenge is never too late? I have already decided. I will diligently study legal knowledge and become a prosecutor like you, so I can help other children who have suffered bullying. Li Qinghuan chuckled. A gentleman's revenge may be late, but I typically settle scores on the spot. Now let us go meet those individuals, especially the one named Park Hyun-jin. At this moment, she had yet to fully plunge into darkness. Accompanied by Li Sunghuan, she traversed the campus, crossed the playground, and ultimately arrived at a somewhat dilapidated sports field, the very locale where Park Hyun-jin and her gang of bullies operated. Rarely did anyone venture into this place, allowing them to torment their classmates without restraint. The working group of Chief Prosecutor Li consisted of Choi Kyu-suk, Zhang Yubang, and Sun Myung-woo before Wen Dong-un even stepped through the entrance. She was already met with the anguished cries and pleas of a girl. Her expression shifted, and she hastened inside, immediately recognizing a familiar scene. Park Hyun-jin and her friends were once again bullying another classmate. Kim Kyung-ran. Following Wen Dong-un's withdrawal from school, Park Hyun-jin and her cohorts had merely redirected their ire towards other girls in the class, with Kim Kyung-ran, who had once been Wen Dong-un's closest friend. Now in their sights, when confronted with Wen Dong-un's plea for help, she had hesitated and faltered, failing to come to her aid. She had naively believed that if Park Hyun-jin and her gang tormented Wen Dong-un, they would spare her. Little did she realize that weakness was an original sin. Without Wen Dong-un's protection, it was now her turn to suffer. At that moment, Kim Kyung-ran's hands were tightly gripped by Choi Hae-ting and Sun Myung-woo, one on each side, while Park Hyun-jin brandished a familiar curling iron, a deranged smile twisting her lips. Kyung-ran, why do you resist? She taunted. Wen Dong-un once sought to fight back just like you, and we burned her hands to a crisp. She was unwilling to accept her fate, even tried to report us to the police, and created a scene with the teachers, but what was the outcome? She could only slink away in disgrace. Yet my anger remains unquenched. How dare a lowly commoner defy me and cause me trouble? As her former best friend, seeing you reminds me of that infuriatingly stubborn face of Wen Dong-un. Thus, you should bear the responsibility for her, allowing me to vent my fury, don't you think? As Park Hyun-jin spoke, she brought the heated, glowing curling iron closer to Kim Kyung-ran's delicate face, a wave of scorching heat enveloping her. Terrified, Kim Kyung-ran began to sob uncontrollably, shaking her head in desperation. No, please, Hyun-jin, I beg you, don't burn me with that. I was wrong. I shouldn't have appeared before you. Spare me, and I promise to keep my distance from now on. So you won't see me again, please? Unbeknownst to her, her pleas only served to further provoke Park Hyun-jin. She erupted into maniacal laughter, mockingly tilting her head. Kyung-ran, spare me your delusions? You think I would let you off? If I do, who shall I unleash my wrath upon next? Who will be my next target? Isn't that right, Choi Hae-ting? As Park Hyun-jin's gaze shifted towards her, Choi Hae-ting, the accomplice, trembled in fear and quickly plastered on a sycophantic smile. Hyun-jin, you're absolutely right. This Kim Kyung-ran is just as detestable as Wen Dong-un. When Wen Dong-un was around, she always managed to escape punishment. This time, she must experience the same treatment as her friend. That is what true friends do. Choi Hae-ting was acutely aware that without Wen Dong-un and Kim Kyung-ran, she too would be a target of Park Hyun-jin's tyranny, hence she had long aligned herself with Park Hyun-jin, becoming her devoted follower, flattering her like a handmaiden. Not only that, but she also acted as Park Hyun-jin's informant, spying on classmates, and promptly reporting anyone who dared to speak ill of her. She believed in protecting herself at all costs. She needed to keep Kim Kyung-ran around. If Kim Kyung-ran withdrew from school as well, Park Hyun-jin would undoubtedly turn her anger towards her. As Kim Kyung-ran listened to the conversation between Park Hyun-jin and Choi Hae-ting, terror deepened across her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, her once pure and lovely visage now marred by streaks of sorrow. At that moment, her heart brimmed with regret. She had betrayed her closest friend, Dong-un, and in her moment of need, she had chosen not to help, and now, she was utterly alone, with no one to protect her. As Park Hyun-jin prepared to press the scorching curling iron against her delicate wrist, Kim Kyung-ran wept bitterly, torn by remorse, twisting her body in desperation, and cried out, Dong-un, I'm so sorry. Park Hyun-jin was startled by Kim Kyung-ran's sudden outburst, nearly burning herself in the process, hearing the detestable name. When Dong-un only intensified her fury, she raised her hand and slapped Kim Kyung-ran. "You wretched girl, why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me." She was undeniably beautiful, with exquisite features and a tall, slender figure. Her youthful and radiant face rivaling that of top celebrities, yet, it was her fierce, arrogant demeanor and malicious heart that inspired fear, especially when she smirked disdainfully. Her presence was particularly intimidating to the meek girls like Won Dong-un and Kim Kyung-ran. As Kim Kyung-ran felt the stinging slap from Park Hyun-jin, a vivid mark appeared on her delicate cheek. She sobbed softly, shrinking back in terror, gazing at Park Hyun-jin with pleading eyes. "No, please." However, Park Hyun-jin was devoid of any compassion. Decisively grasping the curling iron and aiming it straight for Kim Kyung-ran's wrist, just as the curling iron was about to sear her skin, a slender figure suddenly rushed in, snatching it from her grasp and forcefully throwing it to the ground, where it shattered upon impact. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Park Hyun-jin's surprise morphed into a sinister grin as she recognized the newcomer. "Won Dong-un, ah, so it's you, Won Dong-un. I thought you had dropped out. What brings you back? Oh, I see, your skin must be itching again, and you want me to give you another burn, right? Ha ha." Yet, when Dong-un stood before her, no longer the timid girl she once was, she met Park Hyun-jin's gaze with unwavering determination and courage, declaring, "Park Hyun-jin, I will no longer fear you." To which Park Hyun-jin responded with derisive laughter, "Ha, Dong-un, after just a few days, you've grown some backbone? You say you aren't afraid of me, have you gone mad from the burns I gave you?" Her mocking laughter resonated, joined by the jeering of her accomplices, Choi Hae-ting, Sun Myung-woo, and others among them. Choi Hae-ting was acutely aware that without Won Dong-un and Kim Kyung-ran, she too could easily become a target, hence she had ingratiated herself with Park Hyun-jin, acting as her sycophant. The atmosphere shifted as Won Dong-un's resolve solidified, bolstered by her newfound courage, while Park Hyun-jin's jealousy and animosity surged. The stakes were raised, and the confrontation escalated, with Won Dong-un standing tall, ready to reclaim her voice and her dignity. Park Hyun-jin let out a piercing scream. And at that moment, John Jae-jun, who had been watching from the side, could no longer remain passive. Park Hyun-jin was now his nominal girlfriend, and witnessing her being assaulted stirred an instinctive need to defend her. He stepped forward, his demeanor fierce, and shouted at Lee Sung-won, "You scoundrel, where do you come off?" demanding that I kneel and apologize to Hyun-jin. However, Lee Sung-won paid him no heed, turning his gaze instead to Choi Hae-ting and Sun Myung-woo, his expression devoid of emotion as he said, "You two better release this girl immediately, unless you wish to find yourselves behind bars. Do you not realize that intentionally inflicting harm on others is against the law?" As a prosecutor wielding authority, Lee Sung-won commanded an imposing presence. Under his admonition, Choi Hae-ting and Sun Myung-woo hastily released Kim Kyung-ran. Seeing her former good friend, Moon Dong-un, rush back to school to rescue her, Kim Kyung-ran was overwhelmed with emotion. She threw herself into Moon Dong-un's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Whoa, Dong-un, I'm so sorry. I truly regret it. I shouldn't have been so cowardly. I shouldn't have backed down, allowing you to be taken by Park Hyun-jin and her gang. I am filled with remorse and guilt. I had lost all hope, and yet here you are. Thank you for saving me." Whoa. Kim Kyung-ran believed that Moon Dong-un had specifically returned to rescue her, her heart swelling with gratitude. Meanwhile, Moon Dong-un felt somewhat awkward. She wanted to explain that it was actually the prosecutor who brought her back to school, claiming he was there to stand up for her. However, given the current circumstances, it was not the time for explanations. She silently held the nearly broken Kim Kyung-ran close, standing beside Lee Sung-won, vigilantly watching Park Hyun-jin and her group. At this moment, facing John Jae-jun and his loyal follower Sun Myung-woo, who approached with a menacing demeanor, Lee Sung-won remained remarkably composed. His gaze at John Jae-jun was tinged with mockery. "You, an illegitimate child of a family that does not regard you, can only spend your days mingling with these lowly delinquents. Is that your way of coping with being treated as a mere bystander, thus wallowing in self-degradation? Frankly, you are nothing but a waste." John Jae-jun. Lee Sung-won's cutting words left John Jae-jun momentarily stunned, his face flushing crimson with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. As the saying goes, one should not strike the face. Lee Sung-won had openly exposed John Jae-jun's vulnerabilities in front of so many people. Did he not care about his pride? John Jae-jun's composure shattered, and he roared at Lee Sung-won, "You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think you're some top heir of a chaebol or the son of a congressman? No matter what, I am still of chaebol blood. You are merely a nameless pawn hired by that lowly girl Moon Dong-un to support her. How dare you humiliate me? You deserve death." Upon hearing this, Lee Sung-won chuckled and shrugged. "So you admit that you are a lowly child abandoned by your biological father, a mere pawn left to fend for yourself after being given a few coins?" This statement sends John Jae-jun into a furious rage. Unable to contain himself any longer, he swung his fist at Lee Sung-won, vowing to smash that bastard's face, yet he charged in only to be met with swifter punishment. A cry of agony escaped him as he was sent sprawling several meters away by a powerful kick from Lee Sung-won. Crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times, John Jae-jun screamed in pain, feeling as though several of his ribs had broken, on the verge of losing consciousness. You dare strike me? I will kill you. Sun Myung-woo, you fool, hurry, and help me, John Jae-jun gasped for breath on the ground, cursing Lee Sung-won while calling for his minion, Sun Myung-woo, to assist him. Sun Myung-woo glanced at Lee Sung-won, who wore a bemused smile. His expression shifting as he sensed the danger. His instincts warned him that this man was not to be trifled with. If he dared to act, he might meet the same fate as John Jae-jun. However, if he did nothing, he would face John Jae-jun's wrath afterward. Having followed John Jae-jun to bask in his glory and gain some financial advantage, he realized that without John Jae-jun, he would be of no consequence. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and decided to gamble on loyalty for the time being. Just as he prepared to charge forward, his vision blurred, and he was met with a swift kick to the head that knocked him out cold. Lying motionless on the ground, Lee Sung-won retracted his long leg, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his trousers as he surveyed the stunned expressions of Park Hyun-jin, Lee Sarah, and Choi Hae-ting. He nonchalantly inquired, "Who else? If any of you are dissatisfied with me, feel free to take a shot." Upon hearing this, Park Hyun-jin and the others were almost reduced to tears. This man was utterly ruthless. With a single kick, he had incapacitated John Jae-jun and knocked out Sun Myung-woo, and neither of the two large men could withstand a single blow from him. What kind of boxing expert did Moon Dong-un manage to find? Watching the three women, who were now silent and apprehensive, Moon Dong-un felt a sense of satisfaction. So, you also have moments of fear, Park Hyun-jin. At that moment, Park Hyun-jin was both astonished and furious, nearly losing her mind as she clutched her hair and screamed, "Who the hell are you? Why are you meddling in my affairs? What do you want?" Observing her frantic demeanor, Lee Sung-won furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to kick her. He pointed at Moon Dong-un and Kim Kyung-ran, his expression impassive, and said, "Apologize to them and make reparations, then, cover the medical expenses for Dong-un's injuries, and if you seek their forgiveness, this matter will be settled. Because of you, these two innocent girls have suffered immense psychological trauma, nearly plunging them into despair. You should feel ashamed." Upon hearing Lee Sung-won's demands, Park Hyun-jin reacted as though she had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. She laughed maniacally. "You think I would ever apologize to them? Is their suffering my fault? Is their existence in hell because of me? They have been living in hell since birth. These poor people are destined to serve us wealthy individuals, to be commanded and bullied. And I merely helped them adapt a little earlier. What is wrong with that? They should be thanking me. If it weren't for my bullying, would they have dared to resist? Would they have awakened?" Listening to Park Hyun-jin's cruel and starkly realistic words, Lee Sung-won couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for her shamelessness. Who can be as shameless as Yu Hyun-jin? On some level, he actually agreed with her statement. Reality is indeed cold and brutal. The impoverished are merely fodder, stepping stones for the wealthy and powerful, trampled into the dust. However, I, Lee Sung-won, am also a beneficiary, a member of the privileged class, and my status surpasses yours by several tiers. The right to explain lies with me." Thus, in a swift motion, he slapped Park Hyun-jin again, gripping her smooth chin and bringing his face close to hers, locking eyes with her as he coldly exposed her proud true identity. "So, after all this, what does it have to do with you? You believe you are one of the elite, the daughter of a chaebol. No, you are not. You hail from a single-parent family, appearing glamorous on the surface. But in reality, you are the daughter of a madam, your mother who peddles young girls to the wealthy for their amusement. Are you proud of being the daughter of a madam?" Chapter 82, I apologize. I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. You were spouting nonsense. My mother could never be that kind of person, Park Hyun-jin exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch as she desperately tried to mask her unease. Being the daughter of Hong Young-ae, even if she did not pay attention to her mother's business, she had inevitably absorbed some understanding of it. She knew that her mother co-owned a matchmaking agency that superficially sought suitable partners for the wealthy, while in reality, it served as a front for her mother's true profession as a madam, offering young girls for the wealthy to exploit. From a young age she had been indoctrinated by her opportunistic mother with twisted values and worldviews. Believing that money and status solved everything. In her and her mother's eyes, only the rich and powerful were human, while others were mere ants to be toyed with and abused. Lee Sung-won, however, unveiled the true nature of her and her mother's lives, exposing the elite status she took pride into the world, especially as he noticed the incredulous expressions on Choi Hae-ting. Sun Myung-woo and even Moon Dong-un and Kim Kyung-ran tinged with disdain. She nearly broke down. You filthy bastards, why are you looking at me like that? Are you mocking me? Even if the shrine run by my mother is meant to match wealthy men with young girls. What of it, you wretched creatures? You are not even worthy of being chosen. You are merely fit to serve as my outlets for frustration and targets for bullying. Park Hyun-jin was seething with impotent rage. Yet this time Moon Dong-un no longer trembled in fear before her. Instead, she wore a serene expression even regarding Hyun-jin with a peculiar gaze. It turned out that her true identity was not as noble as she had once imagined. She had a mother who engaged in the business of procuring, and she was not some privileged scion of high society, but rather her family's dealings were far from respectable. Once the illusion surrounding an individual is shattered, and the aura that enveloped them fades away, they can never return to their former state. Realizing that her facade of wealth had crumbled, Park Hyun-jin was on the verge of madness. The look she cast at Lee Sung-won was filled with terror and resentment. She could scarcely fathom how this man knew the intricacies of her family's background, how he possessed such knowledge, especially his disdainful and condescending gaze sent chills down her spine. Who on earth was he? At that moment Lee Sarah, who had remained silent, weakly informed Lee Sung-won, I know him. He is the chief prosecutor of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Just a few days ago, he announced the arrest of Park Young-jun, the heir of the Seven Stars Group, along with a colleague prosecutor, and publicly insulted the editor-in-chief of the nation's largest official media outlet, the National Daily, calling him a dog. It is said that he is a man who cannot tolerate any injustice, who believes in absolute righteousness and strikes hard against criminals. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt their scalps tingle. This man was a prosecutor. In the eyes of ordinary people, Park Hyun-jin and her companions seemed formidable and of high social standing. However, before those who truly held societal power, they were utterly insignificant. Choi Jun was a bastard child, Park Hyun-jin was the daughter of a procurer, and Lee Sarah's father was merely a priest. The combined backgrounds of the three were laughable. This was a prosecutor. Each of them held a position of immense social standing. If one were to rank various professions in South Korea from highest to lowest in terms of social status, they would find that presidents, cabinet members, party leaders, the attorney general, Supreme Court justices, and military generals occupy the highest tier, while members of parliament, judges, and prosecutors are in the second tier. Following them are lawyers, doctors, teachers, and priests, who make up the third tier. Park Hyun-jin and her group were in no way comparable. The only one who could engage in equal conversation with Lee Sung-won would be Choi Jun's legitimate father, likely a minor chaebol. Upon realizing Lee Sung-won's identity, Park Hyun-jin immediately wilted. Her previously domineering demeanor was only displayed before those of lesser status, faced with a powerful prosecutor capable of apprehending even the sons of gangsters, a colleague prosecutor, and daring to insult the editor of a state-affiliated newspaper. She had no temper left. It became clear to her why Lee Sung-won was aware of her and Choi Jun's true backgrounds. For a prosecutor to uncover such information was an effortless task. Goodness, where did that wretched Moon Dong-un find him? What would she do if he were to pursue her criminal liability? The more she pondered, the more her complexion soured, and she dared not act out any longer, offering Lee Sung-won an awkward smile. So, you are a prosecutor? I apologize for my earlier loud remarks. Park Hyun-jin was arrogant, but that did not mean she lacked intelligence. She understood the proper demeanor to adopt before individuals of different social standings. For instance, once she married Hyo Do-young, the director of the largest construction group in the area. She would present herself as a virtuous wife and mother in front of her husband and daughter, only before her friends, like Lee Sarah and Choi Wai-ting, who were privy to her secrets, would she reveal her true nature. Observing her sudden shift in demeanor, Lee Sung-won remained expressionless. Although this woman, along with Choi Jun and Lee Sarah, were all insignificant characters he could crush at will, his purpose today was merely to serve as a demonstration for Moon Dong-un, to show her that in the presence of true elite figures, someone like Park Hyun-jin was nothing more than a clown. She could never truly become a part of the upper echelon. The fate of her existence could be determined by a mere word from the powerful. The mere revelation of his identity as a prosecutor was sufficient to quell her arrogance. Clearly, Lee Sung-won's demonstration was a resounding success. Moon Dong-un began to transform, awakening from her despair, shedding the shadow that Park Hyun-jin cast over her, and emerging from the depths of hopelessness. The light was now within her grasp. She gazed at her benefactor with unwavering determination, vowing to strive diligently to change her fate through education, and to become a prosecutor like Lee Sung-won. One day, she too would compel Park Hyun-jin, this wretched woman, to bow her head in submission simply through her status as a prosecutor. The purpose of her visit to the school had been fulfilled. Lee Sung-won had no intention of lingering any longer. As his time was precious, and he had no desire to waste it on Park Yeon-jin and her ilk, he disregarded her attempts at flattery, exchanged a few words with Moon Dong-un, and turned to leave the gymnasium. Upon seeing Lee Sung-won finally depart, without any intention of pursuing criminal charges against her and her companions, Park Yeon-jin felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She was unharmed. Lee Sung-won had no plans to arrest her. How wonderful! This indicated that he too believed her actions did not warrant criminal liability and that he had no leverage over her. She resumed her haughty demeanor, lifting her chin arrogantly, looking down at Moon Dong-un and Kim Kyung-ran. Speaking in a tone that was downright infuriating, Moon Dong-un, consider yourselves fortunate this time for having a prosecutor backing you. Before I lose my temper again, you'd best skedaddle. It would be wise not to cross my path again. Or next time, your luck may not be so favorable. The skies had cleared, and Park Yeon-jin felt invincible. Little did she know, Moon Dong-un calmly regarded her, a hint of disdain in her voice as she replied. Yeon-jin, I shall remember your pitiful state today, and I see through your bluster. It turns out you are nothing but a superficial clown, merely posturing. The reason I returned to school was to inform you that Prosecutor Lee has agreed to sponsor my re-enrollment. I will strive to follow his example, diligently study, and gain admission to Seoul University's Law Department. 4 years from now, I will stand before you as a prosecutor, just like Prosecutor Lee. I hope by then you will still be as arrogant as you are now. However, when that time comes, I will personally arrest you for school bullying and intentional harm, allowing you to experience the despair of plunging into the abyss within a prison cell. We shall meet again in 4 years. With that, she took Kim Kyung-ran's hand and left the gymnasium without looking back. This time no one dared to impede their departure, as Choi Jun and Sun Myung-woo lay incapacitated on the ground. Lee Sarah, wary of Lee Sung-won's status, dared not take action. As for Choi Whiting, her mind was consumed with the image of Lee Sung-won, so imposing, disdainful, and forceful. She found herself infatuated with the handsome prosecutor. Fantasizing about marrying one herself, only Park Yeon-jin remained rooted in place, her face alternating between shades of red and blue, ultimately contorting in rage as she clutched her hair and screamed, her voice echoing throughout the gymnasium. Damn it, Moon Dong-un, you wretched creature. Chapter 83, The Imperial Noble School. The years in recent days, Lee Sung-won had arranged for Moon Dong-un to re-enroll in a school of this institution, located in Hwasong, Gyeonggi Province, was a prestigious academy reserved for the offspring of true aristocrats and wealthy families. Aptly named the Imperial International School, this school was actually an international elite institution funded by one of South Korea's top conglomerates, the Imperial Group, where students largely belonged to the upper echelons of society. Either as children of officials or the affluent, they stood in stark contrast to Park Yeon-jin and her group of delinquents. The only one among them with a sliver of a chance to enter this school was Choi Jun. But he was a disregarded illegitimate child, lacking even the qualifications to claim his heritage, never having genuinely stepped into the upper-class circle. To secure Moon Dong-un's admission, Lee Sung-won exerted a bit of effort. But this was a strategic investment, not to be weighed against costs. Moon Dong-un was capable of exacting vengeance against the wealthy as a former commoner, possessing intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Along with cunning and strategy, she merely lacked better opportunities for growth. 4 years from now, he was likely to gain a reliable ally. In order to ascend the political ladder, one must have trusted confidants. At the entrance of the Imperial International School, Lee Sung-won took the time to escort Moon Dong-un to her new school. Her hands had just undergone reparative surgery at the hospital, and he personally helped her lift a suitcase from the car. From this day forth, she would be a boarding student. Let us go, Lee Sung-won said, carrying her luggage with one hand, smiling as he addressed her. Thank you, Wappa. Moon Dong-un's eyes sparkled with gratitude. The days spent in Lee Sung-won's company had been the happiest of her life. She had experienced the warmth of care and protection for the first time. That he stood up for her, arranged for her medical treatment for her burned hands, and even found her an elite high school she had never dared to dream of attending, allowing her to start anew. General, the gratitude she owes to her Appa is something she can never repay in this lifetime. Thus she had long silently vowed in her heart that she would strive to learn diligently, exerting every ounce of effort to gain admission to the law department of Seoul University and become a prosecutor, working tirelessly to repay her Appa's contributions to her, as long as her Appa is willing. She would dedicate everything to him, even her very self. Upon this thought she discreetly stole a glance at her Appa's flawless handsome profile, her cheeks tinged with a gentle blush. After all, which young girl does not admire the hero who descends from the heavens to rescue her? Following Lee Sung-won, she entered the school. When Dong-un felt as if she had stepped into a grand garden, overwhelmed with curiosity and astonishment by everything before her. The school was indeed opulently constructed. The surrounding buildings, lush greenery, playgrounds, cafeterias, and gymnasiums were all splendidly equipped, exuding an air of grandeur and luxury, making her feel as though she had entered a wealthy estate. Along the way, she encountered numerous students clad in exquisite aristocratic uniforms, each adorned with delicate makeup and exuding an air of superiority, clearly hailing from distinguished backgrounds. In contrast, she felt like an ugly duckling, rather out of place. A wave of self-doubt washed over her. At that moment, Lee Sung-won's gentle voice echoed in her ears, assuring her not to envy them. While one may not choose their birth, one can determine their future. They too were not born as aristocrats. It was their forebears who changed their social standing through hard work. Essentially, there was no fundamental difference between them. Upon entering this school, there may indeed be class distinctions, but what she needed to do was to excel academically and surpass them. There was no need to worry about anything else. He would ensure that no one dared to bully her like Park Hyun-jin. Lee Sung-won's words always managed to calm Wen Dong-un swiftly. Her gaze regained its determination. Yes, she possessed nothing but an indomitable will. She need not concern herself with others. Focusing on her own endeavors was sufficient. However, just as she was about to reach the principal's office alongside Lee Sung-won, she unexpectedly overheard someone reprimanding another. I don't care how you managed to get into this prestigious school or how your family suddenly became wealthy. My family has never seen a moment of poverty since my grandfather. So what do you have to compare with me? What right do you have to compete for Jean Tan, a bougie? Dad, he is my fiancé, don't you know? Upon hearing the woman's excessively confident and haughty voice, Lee Sung-won halted in surprise. Instinctively glancing towards a nearby small garden, there stood two girls, distinctly different in style. One had blunt bangs and long chestnut hair, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance, her demeanor reminiscent of a proud princess, a typical wealthy young lady. The other, in a school uniform with a high ponytail, possessed a pure and beautiful visage, her smooth and fair skin giving off an innocent aura. Facing the wealthy young lady's reprimand, she could only lower her head, pursing her lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing as though she wished to cry but dared not. Upon recognizing the faces of these two girls, Lee Sung-won's brows raised slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards. South Korea was indeed too small, as he seemed to encounter acquaintances wherever he went. These two girls were none other than the leads from the drama The Heirs, Rachel Liu, the daughter of a wealthy family, and Cha Eun-sang, the daughter of a maid. This drama depicted the heirs of the affluent, but its main storyline revolved around the romance between Kim Tan, the illegitimate son of a conglomerate, and Cha Eun-sang, who belonged to the lowest social strata, lacking any inheritance rights. The other supporting characters were all genuine heirs of prestigious families. Even those with slightly lesser backgrounds were at least firstborn sons or grandsons, all with claims to inheritance. Kim Tan, as the second son of the old chairman of the Empire Group, led a life of affluence, yet the conglomerate's inheritance fell to his half-brother. Just then, Lee Sung-won and Wen Dong-un's arrival interrupted the quarrel between the two girls. Rachel coolly scrutinized Lee Sung-won and Wen Dong-un, her eyes assessing the man in an impeccably tailored suit, tall, handsome, and exuding a remarkable aura, hinting at his authoritative position. As for the girl beside him, Rachel dismissed her with a glance, recognizing her as another commoner. She could not fathom how these impoverished girls managed to enter such a prestigious institution, let alone attract the attention of exceptional men. Rachel felt exasperated. However, she was far superior to Park Hyun-jin. As long as one did not provoke her, she would never initiate bullying. Were it not for Cha Eun-sang, who disguised herself as a delicate flower and attempted to claim her fiancé, she would not have bothered with such women. With her arms crossed and an air of aloofness, she brushed past Lee Sung-won and Wen Dong-un, leaving behind an awkward Cha Eun-sang. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling embarrassed and somewhat awkward, hearing Rachel accuse her of vying for her fiancé made her feel unjustly wronged. Although she did have a slight fondness for Kim Tan, she swore that she genuinely did not know he was Rachel's fiancé. Moreover, it was clearly Kim Tan who pursued her first. She felt helpless. Despite having clearly rejected him, she felt no desire to linger any longer. With a slight nod to Lee Sung-won and Wen Dong-un, she quickly departed. Wen Dong-un expressed her curiosity, having overheard the girls' conversation and realizing they were competing for a man. Feeling her worldview somewhat shattered, what was it about that boy that made them willing to tear each other apart? Never mind, it had nothing to do with her. She considered herself the kind of girl who was pure-hearted, devoted to one man for life, like Sung-hwan Appa. The thought of her Appa, who worked tirelessly yet still took the time to personally escort her to school, filled her with deep emotion. She could only feel sympathy for him. Afterward, Lee Sung-won finally brought Won Dong-un to the principal's office. After some polite exchanges, he successfully facilitated her enrollment. He refrained from mentioning his generous sponsorship of several billion won or leveraging his future position as the son-in-law of a prominent prosecutor in Seoul to secure her admission. Ultimately, Won Dong-un was assigned to the same class as Lu Rachel and the others. After aiding Won Dong-un in settling into her dormitory, Lee Sung-won bid her farewell, departing under her reluctant gaze. Shortly after returning to the prosecutor's office, Lee Sung-won received a report from Chief Jeong of the Gangbuk District Police Station. The New World Plan was about to commence, thanks to all the brothers who have given tips and small gifts. If the public does not abandon me, I am willing to take you all as adoptive fathers. Adoptive fathers, please reward me generously. Chapter 84. You want me to betray my brothers, Incheon International Airport. After concluding his journey in Hwaxia, Ding Ching stepped off the plane, only to be met not by his good friend Li Zicheng but by a throng of police officers upon seeing Chief Jeong before him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a nonchalant demeanor as he mockingly addressed him. "Oh, isn't this Chief Jeong? Have terrorists and murderers invaded the airport, prompting you to bring so many subordinates for protection?" Jiang Jimin did not engage in banter with Ding Ching but instead spoke with grave seriousness. "Ding Ching, we have received reports that several senior executives of the Jinmen Group are suspected of numerous serious crimes. We would like to have a word with you." Hearing Jiang Jimin's words, Ding Ching immediately suppressed his playful demeanor, responding in a grave tone, "Where shall we talk? At the airport police office." "Fine." Ding Ching declined the request for his subordinates to accompany him. Following Jiang Jimin into the airport police office, once inside, Jiang Jimin casually tossed a thick stack of documents onto the table before Ding Ching, his expression laden with meaning as he said, "Ding Ching, your Jinmen Group truly has an abundance of talent. I initially thought that with Shi Dongchao's demise, your operations would become more restrained, but it seems you have only intensified your actions. As an executive director, shouldn't you rein in your subordinates a bit? We live in a society governed by law. Even your gang should display some decorum, right?" Ding Ching flipped through the documents, which clearly listed many senior executives' criminal records and accompanying evidence. The more he read, the more alarmed he became, not because his subordinates had committed heinous acts, but because their misdeeds had become widely known. Damn, these foolish pigs, they couldn't even manage their actions discreetly. Of course, most of those illegal activities were perpetrated by members of the Hu faction led by Li Zhongjiu, yet, regardless of the circumstances, they were still part of the Jinmen Group. What troubled Ding Ching even more was how the evidence of these gang members' crimes had been leaked. Undoubtedly, there was a mole within the Jinmen Group. Previously, Ding Ching had instructed his good friend Li Zicheng to purge dissenters under the pretense of searching for moles, eliminating many from the Hu faction. He never anticipated that a genuine mole would emerge this time. Furrowing his brow deeply, he turned to Jiang Jimin, acutely aware that the chief had summoned him alone to present the evidence of high-ranking members' criminal activities. This was not without purpose. It carried significant implications. What exactly did Chief Jiang intend to convey? Ding Ching closed the files, leaning back with a stoic expression, gazing at the cunning old fox before him. Jiang Jimin smiled at him and casually remarked, "Ding Ching, to be honest, you are the individual I hold in the highest regard within the Jinmen Group. Unlike those despicable ruffians, you are solely focused on commerce and profit. Engaging in international trade, the substantial tax contributions that the Jinmen Group makes to the country are largely due to your efforts, which is commendable. However, the other members of the Jinmen Group are rather restless. This group cannot seem to forget their former identities as thugs, continuing to engage in their old ways of rivalry, controlling entertainment venues, coercing women into illicit activities, and running gambling and usury operations. This group poses a significant headache for us in law enforcement. Our superiors are extremely concerned about this and have issued strict orders for us to dismantle these criminal organizations to prevent their expansion and the resulting harm to society." "Do you understand what I mean?" Ding Ching was not foolish. He certainly comprehended Jiang Jimin was both a threat and a warning. The police were poised to take action against the Jinmen Group. Previously, they had fixated on Shi Dongchu, but now that he was deceased, they aimed to sweep the Jinmen Group clean. A sense of crisis inevitably arose in Ding Ching's heart. Who could say whether this old fox, Jiang Jimin, possessed incriminating evidence against him, deliberately withholding it? He was confident that no one could find fault with him. After all, he had been working to cleanse his past transgressions over the years. nearly erasing the illegal activities he had once committed. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. Jiang Jimin's production of evidence against these individuals, without directly targeting the Jinmen group, made his intentions abundantly clear. He had grand ambitions. Sitting up straight, Ding Qing looked at Jiang Jimin earnestly and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Section Chief Jiang Jimin lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as the smoke enveloped him. After a moment, he slowly articulated, "We wish to assist you in completely taking control of the Jinmen group, transforming this semi-criminal enterprise into a legitimate one. And you, Ding Qing, must act decisively against the rotten apples within the group, reporting them to us for legal action. Of course, if you prefer to avoid turning against your brothers and wish to maintain your camaraderie, you may choose to have them optimized and allow them to graduate early. After all, in this line of work, how many truly manage to retire successfully? An unexpected accident, falling on the road, is quite common. Isn't it?" Jiang Jimin's words were exceedingly blunt, even a fool could grasp his meaning. "You want me to betray my brothers?" Ding Qing could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood up, glaring at Jiang Jimin. In this world, loyalty was paramount. Forcing Ding Qing to betray his brothers and purge the core members of the group would tarnish his reputation. Even with his long-standing rival, Li Zhongzhou, Ding Qing had never contemplated eliminating him. The prior elimination of those within the Hu faction was due to their overreach. Ultimately, Ding Qing believed that regardless of their internal strife, it was a matter for the Jinmen group to resolve themselves. Now that the police wished to intervene in their affairs, the situation was entirely different. Observing the furious Ding Qing, Jiang Jimin calmly extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and gestured dismissively, saying, "Ding Qing, do not be so agitated. I am merely looking out for your interests. The Jinmen group has committed numerous illegal acts over the years, and you are well aware of this. We in law enforcement cannot permit you to continue down this erroneous path. As the executive director of the group, you should set an example and steer it toward redemption. Our higher-ups regard you with great importance, believing that you can lead the Jinmen group onto the right track. My discussion with you indicates our stance, and you have seen our sincerity. Only through cooperation between the police and the public can we achieve mutual benefit. Take a moment to consider this. We will grant you a day to ponder." With that, Jiang Jimin stood and left the office. Ding Qing watched his departing figure, his expression fluctuating between anger and contemplation. The old fox's position today was particularly forceful. Though he claimed to allow a day for contemplation, it was, in effect, a final ultimatum. Where did he derive such confidence? Ding Qing sat in the police office, deep in thought for a long while. His subordinates, concerned by his prolonged absence, hurriedly pushed the door open. Upon finding Ding Qing unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Qing then rose and addressed his trusted confidant, "There's a mole among us. Contact the hackers from Huaxia and have them investigate the records of all the officers in the Jiangbei police station." He suspected that the mole was someone close to him. After all, the news of his return to South Korea had only been known to a select few, and to be questioned immediately upon landing could only mean betrayal from within. As his confidant prepared to make the call, Ding Qing added, "Moreover, please reach out to the leader of the Beidaimon faction in Huaxia and arrange for a few ruthless and capable individuals from Yanbian to come over." Chapter 85. Do you know how I have spent these past 15 years? Inside an upscale Western restaurant, the entire second floor was cleared, leaving only one table occupied. Li Zhongzhou, while slicing into a succulent black pepper steak with knife and fork, savored a sip of red wine, closing his eyes to fully appreciate the rich flavors dancing in his mouth. A hint of pleasure crossed his face. He was in high spirits today. During Ding Qing's business dealings in Huaxia, he had discreetly contacted a group of elder board members from the Jinmen group. Through a combination of coercion, persuasion, and threats of death, he had successfully secured their allegiance to his side, promising their support in the upcoming election for the new president. With these elders on his side, Li Zhongzhou now held more than 50 of the shares and voting rights in the Jinmen group, making his ascension to the presidency practically a certainty. What could Ding Qing possibly contest against him? The presidency of the Jinmen group was destined to belong to those within the Hu faction. This could also be viewed as a rightful inheritance of the former president Shi Dongchu's legacy. In a celebratory mood, he had reserved the restaurant for a gathering with his trusted subordinates, just as he swallowed his first bite of steak and had yet to take a second. The door to the restaurant burst open with a loud crash. A large contingent of police officers stormed in, surrounding Li Zhongzhou and his subordinates. At the forefront was Jiang Jimin, dressed in an old gray suit, his hair streaked with white. Seeing this relentless detective, who had been a thorn in his side, Li Zhongzhou's anger boiled over. He slammed his palm on the table, producing a thunderous sound. "You old fool. Jiang Jimin, do you think you can intimidate me by barging in here this early? He approached Jiang Jimin, looking down at him with an air of superiority, and warned, you had better provide concrete evidence of my alleged crimes, or this matter will not conclude easily. Having endured Jiang Jimin's relentless harassment, Li Zhongzhou's temper was on the verge of eruption. If it weren't for the imminent election, he would have dispatched his subordinates to eliminate this insufferable old man long ago. Yet, Jiang Jimin remained unfazed, producing a search warrant freshly obtained from the prosecutor's office. Li Zhongzhou, an internal informant from the Jinmen Group, has reported you for murder, violence, fraud, threats, bribery, organized crime, operating illegal entertainment venues, and usury. Now, please accompany us back to the police station. Upon hearing Jiang Jimin's words, Li Zhongzhou's expression soured visibly. What? An internal report? He realized that the only person within the Jinmen Group bold enough to make such a report was none other than Ding Qing. That damned individual had allied with the police against him. How treacherous! Li Zhongzhou regretted not having arranged for Ding Qing's demise earlier. However, it was not too late. He understood that with Jiang Jimin holding the search warrant, he had no choice but to accompany him to the police station. While they typically disregarded the police, ignoring a search or arrest warrant signed by the prosecutor's office or court was a grave matter. Thus, before being taken away, he coldly addressed Jiang Jimin, before I go with you, I need to instruct my subordinates on a few matters. Surely Section Chief Jiang can allow me this small favor. Jiang Jimin waved his hand dismissively. Of course, we in law enforcement are quite humane and would not deny criminals the chance to settle their affairs. Hearing the sarcasm in his words, a cold glint flashed in Li Zhongzhou's eyes. He turned to his subordinates by the window and quietly instructed them on a few matters. His subordinates, surprised by the murderous intent in their leader's gaze, nodded solemnly, indicating their commitment to fulfill his wishes. Li Zhongzhou then patted his subordinate on the shoulder and calmly returned to Jiang Jimin, extending his hands with a sinister smile. Section Chief Jiang, let's go. I will accompany you back to the police station for tea. Jiang Jimin said nothing, simply gesturing for the officers behind him to step forward and place handcuffs on Li Zhongzhou. They escorted him out of the restaurant and into a police car. Driving away, leaving behind a group of Li Zhongzhou's subordinates with darkened expressions, filled with murderous intent. Afterward, a subordinate assigned a task by Li Zhongzhou stepped forward, gazing at the crowd, and solemnly declared, Brothers, our elder brother has entrusted me with an important matter. So listen carefully. We must return immediately and summon all the elite members of the Tiger Gang. We are destined to accomplish something grand, in the suburbs, within the confines of an abandoned building. A murky water pool lay stagnant. Jiang Jimin sat there, fishing. After apprehending Li Zhongzhou and bringing him to the police station, Jiang Jimin chose not to interrogate him, for, as Li Zhongzhou had stated, capturing him yielded no substantial evidence to implicate him in the crimes committed. These gang leaders, masquerading as legitimate businessmen, were not easily ensnared. His request to detain Li Zhongzhou was merely a stalling tactic, a strategic maneuver intended to keep Li Zhongzhou in custody for 48 hours. Within that span, anything could transpire. At that moment, the dilapidated metal door was forcefully pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a suit stormed in. Li Zicheng. He approached Jiang Jimin, his expression brimming with fury. What on earth do you want, you bastard? Why should I betray Ding Cheng, and why do you insist I take the helm of the Jinmen Group? Are you out of your mind? I have made it clear that I wish to withdraw. You promised me that once your Dongchu was brought to justice, I could leave. Now that he is dead, are you still not satisfied? Do you wish for me to continue to serve you like a beast of burden? Living in constant fear and apprehension, you scoundrel, do all the police share your despicable and unscrupulous nature, Chief Jian? Li Zicheng, disregarding their respective statuses, unleashed a torrent of invective upon Jiang Jimin. This outburst ignited old Xing's fury. And he coldly scoffed, You wretched fool, Li Zicheng, have you been a thug for so long that you have forgotten your original identity? You are a police officer, and I am your superior, when I assign you a task. What right do you have to refuse, or have you already betrayed your beliefs, becoming one of those scoundrels? Faced with Jiang Jimin's moral high ground, Li Zicheng, in a fit of rage, kicked over a nearby water bucket. He tugged at his hair in frustration and swung his fists in the air, suppressing his wrath as he retorted, Do not impose the police's moral code upon me. I have only been a police officer for a year but have spent 15 years as a thug. 15 years, do you even comprehend what those 15 years entailed? The conversation between Jiang Jimin and Li Zicheng ended on a sour note, despite his deep-seated hatred for this morally bankrupt superior. Li Zicheng knew that Jiang Jimin held sensitive information regarding his undercover status and had shamelessly dispatched individuals to surveil his wife, even knowing the gender of her unborn child. Ultimately, Li Zicheng acquiesced. He agreed to provide some evidence of Ding Qing's illegal activities, unaware that Li Zhongzhou had already been captured. He believed that by handing over inconsequential evidence against his close friend Ding Qing, he could silence Jiang Jimin while sparing his brother from severe repercussions, perhaps just a suspended sentence, a few days in detention, and a fine, allowing him to lay low for a while, which was also a means of protecting him. He sensed something amiss. Betraying Ding Qing was out of the question. After years of fighting side by side, they viewed each other as brothers. Satisfied with Li Zicheng's response, Jiang Jimin returned to the police station. Having laid his trap, it was now time to reap what he had sown. However, upon entering his office, he found someone already waiting for him. Seeing Li Qinghuan seated at his desk, Jiang Jimin's expression shifted, and he approached, bowing respectfully. "Chiefly, what brings you here?" Li Qinghuan regarded him with a knowing smile. "Chief Jiang, you certainly possess remarkable cunning. After obtaining a search warrant from me, you swiftly apprehended Li Zhongzhou and cleverly set a trap for Ding Qing, aiming to eliminate both of them. Is your intention to eradicate these two entirely?" Jiang Jimin donned a sycophantic smile. "Chiefly, I have already reported this plan to you in advance, and you agreed to lend your support. Based on our extensive research and analysis, it has been unanimously concluded that eliminating Ding Qing and Li Zhongzhou while promoting Li Zicheng is the best course of action. Unfortunately, Li Zicheng is reluctant to betray Ding Qing and exhibits indecision, a considerable variable that could jeopardize our plans. The individual we truly wish to elevate to the presidency of the Jinmen Group is someone else. Who that is, I shall not disclose just yet, but I assure you, you will be quite surprised when the answer is revealed. Furthermore, the New World Plan is approaching its final stages, and we require your presence to oversee operations. Our police department's upper echelons are eager to meet with you to discuss matters. What do you say?" Old Fox Jiang Jimin's words were meticulously crafted to convey that the success of the New World Plan would undoubtedly benefit Li Qinghuan, while also appealing for the prosecutor's cooperation to align the police force. Yet Li Qinghuan merely replied coolly, "Chief Jiang, I have reviewed your New World Plan. While some aspects are commendable, it is riddled with flaws and poses significant risks. I am not one to engage in ventures without certainty. If you wish to leverage my influence to withstand the pressures and ire of the protective umbrellas behind the Jinmen Group, you must heed my counsel." Li Qinghuan's words caused Jiang Jimin's demeanor to shift slightly. He had not anticipated such straightforwardness from the prosecutor. The reason they sought to collaborate with Li Qinghuan was precisely as he had articulated: to utilize his influence. The Jinmen Group, as a vast criminal enterprise, could not exist without protection from above. Apart from Li Qinghuan, the most deeply embedded undercover agent, numerous other visible protectors and financiers were involved: prosecutors, legislators, high-ranking police officials, and scions of affluent families. These individuals, possessing multifaceted identities, would never permit their financial interests or stable sources of retirement income to be jeopardized by Jiang Jimin's obstinate and inflexible police force. They would go to great lengths to obstruct any initiatives and use their connections and power to exert pressure on the Jiangbei police. Just as they had spent years investigating Shi Dongqiu, accumulating substantial evidence that could have secured his arrest, they consistently faltered at critical junctures, leading to his release due to insufficient evidence. Had it not been for Shi Dongqiu's untimely death, they might still be locked in a battle of wits with the leader of the Jinmen Group. Jiang Jimin understood all too well the enormity of the Jinmen Group and the myriad interests intertwined within it. It was simply too grand to dismantle entirely. Their ultimate aim was never to obliterate the Jinmen Group but rather to oust the disobedient higher-ups and install a more docile, easily manipulated puppet in their stead, facilitating police control and guiding the Jinmen Group onto the right path. Thus Li Qinghuan was an indispensable ally. This young prosecutor had garnered a modest reputation in Seoul for his unwavering commitment to justice and his fearless stance against authority. His brother had even sacrificed his life to aid the common folk. Affirming his reliability, Jiang Jimin's search warrant had been requested through Li Qinghuan. Initially, he had assumed the prosecutor would fully endorse their plans, but to his dismay, Li Qinghuan presented divergent views, criticizing the numerous vulnerabilities and risks within their scheme while insisting that their actions must align with his directives. This left Jiang Jimin visibly perturbed. As the primary architect and participant of the New World Plan, he believed the plan was flawless, and even if it had minor flaws, they would not significantly impact the overarching objective. How could an outsider, especially one as inexperienced as Li Qinghuan, presume to criticize the brilliance of his design? He felt that this prosecutor was overreaching, seeking to seize credit for the success of a plan he had little understanding of. embodying the bureaucratic arrogance of outsiders attempting to command those with expertise. Should the operation succeed, the accolades would accrue to the leaders. If it faltered, the blame would fall squarely on the shoulders of those beneath them. These wretched fools, Jiang Jimin suddenly regretted involving a prosecutor as a safeguard for their plan. Li Qinghuan could discern from Jiang Jimin's shifting expressions what he was likely thinking. It was probable that he viewed him as inexperienced and naive due to his youth. Jiang Jimin, being the initiator and designer of such an ingenious New World plan, was brimming with confidence and pride, unwilling to entertain the opinions of outsiders. Li Qinghuan did not engage in further pleasantries. He directly inquired, "Chief Jiang, are the records pertaining to the undercover officers within the Jiangbei police station still stored in the police database?" Jiang Jimin's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that?" Li Qinghuan chuckled lightly, casually naming 3 individuals: Li Zicheng, Shiwu, and Go instructor Park Sinu. At this revelation, Jiang Jimin's countenance underwent a dramatic change. He abruptly rose, his gaze locked onto Li Qinghuan. How did you know?" Li Qinghuan smirked disdainfully. "Is this information particularly difficult to acquire? Does Chief Jiang believe that the Jiangbei police station operates as a national secret agency? It is merely a small local police station. Given the security level of your police database, any competent hacker could effortlessly breach it and extract the information within. You have foolishly taken it upon yourself to brandish the list of mid to high-ranking members of the Golden Gate Group, allegedly implicated in criminal activities, provided by Li Zicheng as a means to threaten Ding Qing. Consider for a moment, with your lackluster intellect, whether Ding Qing might suspect that there are undercover agents planted by the police in his midst. Might he not leverage his financial connections to reach out to elite hackers from neighboring Huaxia to infiltrate your police department's database? These hackers from Huaxia have been known to breach even the Pentagon's firewalls. Do you truly believe that your Jiangbei police department could withstand their prowess for even a fleeting second?" Observing Jiang Jimin's face drain of color, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, Li Qinghuan's lips curled into a smirk. "Were I in your position, I would immediately purge the undercover information regarding Li Zicheng and his associates from the database, before Ding Qing's hackers establish contact and this threat escalates. Otherwise, should Ding Qing discover their true identities, their fates will be sealed, along with yours, Chief Jiang, and all the senior officials involved in the New World Project." Chapter 87. How high is it? 3 or 4 stories. Perhaps, Jiang Jimin was indeed unsettled by Li Qinghuan's words. Had it not been for his timely warning, he would never have contemplated such a perilous oversight. It is indeed true, the police department's database security is hardly sufficient to fend off seasoned hackers. He had initially intended to manipulate Ding Qing, forcing him to choose between submitting to the police's demands or resisting them to the bitter end. If Ding Qing were to recognize the gravity of the situation and agree to assist the police in cleansing the Golden Gate Group of those on the list, then Chief Jiang and the police leadership might in turn support Ding Qing's ascension. Of course, such a hope is exceedingly faint. Though Ding Qing has successfully transitioned, he remains fundamentally loyal to his gang, resolutely refusing to betray his brothers or allow the police to meddle in their internal disputes. Historically, the police and the underworld have never coexisted peacefully. To compel him to align with the police would be tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, Jiang Jimin's true intention was to use Ding Qing to create chaos, subsequently deceiving Li Zhongji into believing he had been betrayed by Ding Qing, inciting conflict between the two, leading them into a deadly stalemate where both would be left in ruin, from which the police could emerge victorious. Placing a puppet president in control of the Golden Gate Group of this New World project indeed possesses remarkable intricacies, with each step intricately linked, far beyond the scope of mere words to elucidate. Jiang Jimin has invested considerable effort and energy into this endeavor, and he would not allow such a monumental oversight to jeopardize his imminent success. After Li Qinghuan's admonition, he promptly sought counsel from his superior, Director Gao. Presenting the associated risks, Director Gao was equally taken aback. After much deliberation, he resolved to heed Li Qinghuan's advice and immediately eliminate the undercover files, watching as the police identities of Li Zicheng and Sun Yu were expunged from the system. Both Jiang Jimin and Director Gao breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken by their earlier negligence of such a significant vulnerability. "Chiefly, I am immensely grateful for your reminder, otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble." Director Gao expressed with heartfelt gratitude, shaking Li Qinghuan's hand fervently. In terms of rank, he held a position superior to that of Li Qinghuan, the prosecutor, but due to the inherent hierarchy between their respective systems, And given that prosecutors generally oversee police operations, the police were compelled to cooperate unconditionally with the prosecutor's work, rendering the director akin to a subordinate. Thus, when addressing Li Qinghuan, he could not help but exhibit a hint of obsequiousness. Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively, responding, "I am also a participant in the New World Project, responsible for identifying gaps and shortcomings. You and Chief Jiang have performed admirably. However, attention to detail remains paramount. Particularly concerning those undercover agents, they have dedicated their youth to ensuring the stability of our nation, living in constant fear for their lives. As leaders, it is imperative to extend our concern and compassion towards them." Director Gao and Chief Jiang nodded in agreement. Li Qinghuan did not linger within the Jiangbei Police Department for long. After advising Jiang Jimin to delete the internal police database records concerning Li Zicheng and his associates, he requested a physical file of the undercover police records from their archive. With the police database compromised, the only evidence substantiating Li Zicheng's sinew and others as police officers lay within this original paper dossier. Initially, Director Gao and Chief Jiang were opposed to this notion, but Li Qinghuan's inquiry rendered them speechless. "How can you be certain that there are no undercover gang members within your police department?" They could not guarantee that. If the police could infiltrate the Golden Gate Group, would it not stand to reason that the gang could likewise place undercover agents within your ranks? Have they not seen infernal affairs? Director Gao and Chief Jiang were left without assurance regarding the absence of informants within their own department. Should these records fall into the hands of an undercover agent, it could lead to catastrophic consequences if passed on to Ding Qing or others. Thus, it became evident that entrusting Li Zicheng's police files to Li Qinghuan, the prosecutor, was the safest course of action. In this manner, Li Qinghuan nonchalantly acquired the files of Li Zicheng's sinew and several other undercover agents embedded in rival gangs. Departing from the Jiangbei Police Department, in a classical Go academy located in Songpa District, upon entering, Li Qinghuan was pleasantly surprised to find a considerable number of individuals engaged in the art of Go. Although Go is a game of Huaxia origin, these Koreans have immersed themselves deeply in its study, producing numerous world champions and top-tier masters over the years. Conversely, Huaxia, the birthplace of Go, has often found itself outmatched by Japan and Korea. Until a recent abstract genius in Go emerged and shattered this embarrassing trend, it must be acknowledged that during these years of rapid development, Huaxia has lost much in terms of quality education, cultural heritage, and traditional arts. They have cast aside their traditional industries, only to be embraced and exalted by the people of the West in Korea, who shamelessly claim these as their own cultural legacies and seek to have them recognized. It is indeed a lamentable situation. Lost in thought for a moment, Li Qinghuan was approached by a staff member who bowed respectfully and inquired, "Welcome to our Go Academy. May I ask if you are here to learn? Or do you have a specific instructor assigned to you?" Li Qinghuan smiled gently and asked, "Might there be an instructor named Sinew at your academy? I am hoping to find her." The female staff member appeared somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, we do have an instructor named Sinew, but she is a 6th Dan master level teacher, and her fees are quite high. If you wish to learn from her, you will need to make an appointment, as her schedule is typically quite full. No matter, I am here to discuss some matters with her. You may lead the way," Li Qinghuan replied, revealing his prosecutor's identification badge. The staff member immediately understood. She had intended to gasp in surprise but quickly covered her mouth, realizing that the impeccably dressed man before her was a prosecutor, someone she had never encountered before. She promptly bowed deeply to Li Qinghuan and guided him through the elegantly decorated Go rooms. Arriving at one marked by the characters for Sinew, she knocked on the door. "Instructor Sinew, a distinguished guest wishes to see you. Do you have a moment?" Shortly after the knocking, the door swung open, revealing a woman dressed in a traditional black embroidered short jacket and long skirt, her hair elegantly styled, with delicate makeup enhancing her fair and flawless complexion. Her reddish-brown hair was simply arranged, exuding an air of cool elegance and charm. Upon seeing Li Qinghuan, she realized he was a stranger, yet maintained her politeness with a slight nod. "Hello, are you one of my students who previously made an appointment for a Go lesson?" Li Qinghuan shook his head, then turned to the female staff member, smiling, "You may leave now, but remember, do not disclose my identity to anyone else. Understood?" "Yes, I understand," the staff member replied, trembling with apprehension. She would dare not defy such a request. After watching her depart, Li Qinghuan turned his attention to Park Sinew, the Go instructor who bore an uncanny resemblance to the South Korean star Song Ji-hyo from his past life. "Hello, Instructor Sinew. My surname is Lee. I have heard that your Go skills are exceptional, and I would like to learn from you. I am curious if you might be available. I am willing to pay double your usual fees, regardless of how high they may be. What do you think?" Li Qinghuan refrained from revealing his identity, instead using the pretext of learning Go to engage her in conversation. Xin Yu regarded this distinguished man with a hint of suspicion. His sudden approach surely had a deeper motive than merely seeking to learn Go. However, based on his attire, demeanor, and presence, he did not appear to be of ill intent, rather resembling an elite gentleman from the upper echelons of society. She relaxed her guard slightly, though as an undercover agent, the ability to read people and maintain vigilance was paramount. With her thoughts swirling, she adopted a composed smile. Mr. Li, are you serious? While Go may appear simple, it is a game that demands acute calculation, strategizing, and wisdom, making it a profoundly intricate art. Mastering it is no easy feat. Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I have always been diligent in my studies. Learning, as long as you are willing to teach. Instructor Xin Yu. Very well then, Mr. Li, please follow me, she replied, leading him into the Go room, where they sat across from one another at a beautifully crafted Go board. Black and white stones neatly arranged before them. Mr. Li, Go is an art that emphasizes strategy, layout, and mental calculation, profoundly testing one's overall perspective and intellect. On the board, the black and white pieces engage in a fierce battle for territory. Seeking to capture the opponent's stones, each player must meticulously plan the placement of their moves, considering the overarching situation of the game, such as strategizing during the initial layout phase, devising methods to encroach upon the opponent's pieces, and stifling their avenues for survival. The black dot in the center of the board is known as the Tianyuan point. One must first secure the corners, then the edges, and finally expand towards the center to ensure the stability of their territory. It is essential to calculate the chi of the stones, ensuring each piece has sufficient breathing space to avoid being surrounded by the opponent, as Xinu imparted fundamental knowledge of Go to Li Qinghuan. She gestured for him to place his pieces, and the two began their match. Initially, Xinu genuinely believed Li Qinghuan to be a complete novice, but after overcoming his initial awkwardness, he exhibited rapid improvement. He even demonstrated a capacity for analogical reasoning, engaging in a spirited contest with Xinu, occasionally gaining the upper hand. Although Xinu ultimately triumphed, her expression was one of astonishment. Is this truly your first time playing Go? Indeed, your talent for Go is remarkably high. Oh, how high? Is it as high as 3 or 4 stories? At this, Xinu couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as a hint of charming laughter graced her previously serious features. Mr. Li, you are quite humorous. Chapter 88. Li Zicheng, as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Park Xinu found this man before her to be intriguing and exceptionally gifted in Go. Far more so than Li Zicheng, who often sought her out to play while perpetually wearing a frown. It was well known that Li Zicheng typically approached her due to a task assigned by Section Chief Jiang, which undoubtedly left him feeling displeased and impatient. Teacher Xinu should smile more. Has anyone ever told you how lovely you look when you smile? Li Qinghuan remarked, admiring the radiant smile of Park Xinu. Noticing the intensity of his gaze upon her, Xinu felt her cheeks flush slightly, instinctively twirling a lock of hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes darting away as she replied, "You flatter me. I am merely an ordinary Go teacher." However, Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively. "I have encountered many Go teachers, but few possess your beauty and grace. I believe your talents are wasted in this role. Would you be interested in pursuing a different career, perhaps as my secretary?" Upon hearing this, Xinu was not surprised. She had already discerned that Li Qinghuan was a person of significance, clearly from the upper echelons of society, and his visit was not merely for the purpose of learning Go. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would propose she become his secretary. Was it merely an attraction to her appearance, or did he genuinely recognize her capabilities? Xinu was uncertain, but she knew she could not acquiesce, thus she shook her head slightly, offering Li Qinghuan an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, but I genuinely enjoy this profession and have no plans to change jobs at present." Nevertheless, Li Qinghuan maintained eye contact, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Teacher Xinu has indeed declined. Is it due to our lack of familiarity, or are you concerned about the potential exposure of your undercover identity, making it impossible for you to continue contact with Li Zicheng?" Upon hearing this, Xinu's expression shifted dramatically, though she quickly regained her composure. The noticeable change did not go unnoticed by Li Qinghuan. I don't understand what you're talking about, Mr. Li. I am simply a Go teacher, unaware of what it means to be an undercover officer. You must have mistaken me for someone else." She continued to protest. However, when she saw Li Qinghuan retrieve a half-length photograph of herself in police uniform from his briefcase, she was rendered utterly speechless. In that moment, she felt all her energy drain away. "What exactly is your identity? How do you have access to such confidential paper records?" the only reason she remained seated instead of fleeing was that she understood the sensitive nature of undercover police files stored within the precinct. They were not documents that ordinary individuals could access. This MR.Li must be someone of considerable stature. Li Qinghuan then smiled, revealing his prosecutor's badge for her to see, clarifying his identity. So you are a prosecutor. Xinu sighed with relief. She had initially feared he was a high-ranking police official or an elite anti-corruption officer sent to investigate whether she had betrayed the police or leaked some form of confidential information. How about it, Teacher Xinu? I truly value your abilities and have specifically requested your identity file from Section Chief Jiang, but if you are willing, you can resign from this precarious job that could expose your identity at any moment. Li Chenghuan was earnest in his approach, genuinely eager to recruit her. He was in the process of establishing his core team. Although when Dong'an was intelligent, she required time to mature. Waiting 4 years for her to return would render his plans obsolete. Park Xinu caught his eye. This woman was meticulous, calm in her dealings, and possessed a high level of professionalism. Although she had been captured during an ambush by F4 from Yanbian, she had managed to take down one of their members, making her the only character capable of countering the F4. In terms of her undercover work, she performed no worse than Li Zicheng. Moreover, given her gender, there were internal matters Li Chenghuan needed her assistance with. Thus, he personally sought her out, not merely because of her beauty or the aura of a secretary she exuded. In the original narrative, her circumstances had deteriorated due to Section Chief Zhang's foolish actions, leading to her undercover file falling into Ding Qing's hands. In a fit of rage, Ding Qing dispatched F4 to infiltrate her residence, capturing her at the cost of one of their own. She endured unspeakable torment before being sealed in a gasoline barrel and delivered to Li Zicheng, who was left in a state of despair. Ding Qing provided him with a police undercover file, the first page displaying Xinu's name and photo, leading him to believe that Ding Qing had discovered her identity as an undercover agent and that her demise was a warning. In reality, Ding Qing had not exposed him but had instead executed another undercover officer, Shi Wu, right in front of him, leaving Li Zicheng to witness the downfall of 2 undercover officers. It is easy to imagine the turmoil he felt internally. He was uncertain whether Ding Qing was aware of his status as an undercover agent or if he had simply chosen to remain silent out of loyalty. However, it was clear that Ding Qing was forcing him to make a choice. Ultimately, Li Zicheng, unwilling to see Xinu suffer, took her life, watching helplessly as their bodies were encased in cement and submerged in the sea. Thus Li Qinghuan could not bear the thought of such a talented and beautiful woman meeting a brutal end. Park Xinu, of course, was unaware of her grim future. Having been undercover for so many years, it had become second nature to her. Li Qinghuan's desire to recruit her implied a betrayal of Section Chief Jiang. Particularly at this critical juncture of the New World Plan, her sudden departure would inevitably leave her mentor short-handed, likely jeopardizing the plan's success. She could not be so selfish or oblivious to the bigger picture. Therefore, she bowed slightly, her expression filled with regret. I apologize, Prosecutor Li, but I cannot accept your offer. I have duties to fulfill, especially. Before she could finish, Li Qinghuan waved his hand, interrupting her. The New World Plan is nearing its conclusion. Xinu, your undercover mission is almost complete, and Section Chief Jiang will consent. Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment flickered in Xinu's beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated that Li Qinghuan was aware of the New World Plan. It seemed he was indeed a participant, perhaps even one of its architects. Just as she hesitated, the door to the chess room was pushed open. A dapper middle-aged man in a suit entered, inquiring as he walked to Xinu. You were looking for? His words faltered as he noticed the presence of another man in the room, whose silhouette seemed vaguely familiar upon seeing Li Zicheng's sudden appearance. Xinu was equally puzzled. She had not contacted him today. Could it be? As she suspected, Li Qinghuan turned to Li Zicheng, smiling as he said, Director Li, I summoned you to the chess hall in Xinu's name. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. At that moment, Li Zicheng recognized Li Qinghuan's identity, the prosecutor from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office's Criminal Division. He had encountered him previously at Chairman Shi Dongchul's memorial service. What could this prosecutor want with him? Did he intend to investigate the Jinmen Group? A sense of foreboding gripped Li Zicheng as he took a seat, his heart pounding. Little did he know, the next words from Li Qinghuan would leave him as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Chapter 89. Everyone around him is undercover. Li Zicheng, I intend to support you in becoming the new president of the Jinmen Group. Would you be interested? Upon hearing this, Li Zicheng's complexion shifted, his demeanor tense. He had not anticipated that Li Chenghuan would make such a proposition. He awkwardly responded, Prosecutor Li, please do not jest, the president of the Jinmen Group is elected by the elders of the group. I am merely a director. There are executive directors like Ding Qing, managing director Li Zhongjiu, and vice president Zhang Shiji who are the candidates for the new president. Li Chenghuan, however, dismissed his concerns with a wave of his hand. None of that matters. All you need to do is agree. Do you want to become the president of the Jinmen Group? Li Zicheng fell silent, then shook his head. He certainly did not desire such a position. He had long contemplated leaving. After years of living undercover, he was utterly exhausted, mentally drained, and constantly living in fear. Moreover, his wife is on the verge of giving birth, rendering him vulnerable. Once a man possesses a weakness, he becomes feeble and indecisive. Presently, he finds himself ensnared in indecision. On one side stands his steadfast comrade Ding Qing, with whom he has weathered countless storms over the years. On the other side lies the police identity he once cherished and vowed to uphold. Although he has long since lost his sense of belonging to it at this moment, he yearns for nothing more than to escape it all with his wife and their soon-to-arrive child. Li Chenghuan is acutely aware of Li Zicheng's current state of mind, yet, in order to secure this capable subordinate, he must rouse him from his complacency. Li Chenghuan's ultimate objective has always been to gain complete control over the Jinmen Group. With Li Zicheng serving as his representative, he is far more suited to the role of president than Ding Qing. The working group of prosecutor Li's practical officials, Shi Jiuxi, Lingjia Wuziwu. Thus, he produced the dossier regarding Li Zicheng's police identity and pushed it across the table. Take a look for yourself. Upon receiving the dossier, Li Zicheng was instantly drenched in cold sweat. It was indeed his police file. How had Li Chenghuan obtained it? Did he already know his true identity? In that moment, Li Zicheng was genuinely terrified. Had the other party not been a prosecutor, he would have fled the room. As he read, he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow and looked at Li Chenghuan. Do you know Section Chief Jiang? Or are you perhaps the mastermind behind that plan? Li Chenghuan spread his hands. Does it matter? Do you know why I brought out your undercover file? At this point, Li Chenghuan smiled with a hint of meaning. You may not realize? But Ding Qing has already sensed that there is a traitor within the Jinmen Group. He has sought out a top hacker from Huaxia, preparing to breach the information database of the Jiangbei police station to investigate the undercover assignments arranged by the police. Upon hearing this, Li Zicheng's expression changed dramatically. He had never considered such a possibility. If Li Chenghuan's words held any truth, could it be that Ding Qing had already discovered his identity as an undercover agent? In an instant, Li Zicheng's mind was in turmoil, and he felt a sense of impending doom. He finally comprehended that Li Chenghuan's approach to him, along with the proposition to become the president of the Jinmen Group, was far from arbitrary. Like Section Chief Jiang, he too desired to control the Jinmen Group. However, he truly did not wish to remain in the underworld any longer. He wanted to accumulate virtue for his wife and child. To avoid entangling them in the violent feuds of gang life, fearing for their safety. Prosecutor Li, I truly find myself powerless. Please seek someone more capable. I wish only to withdraw and spend time with my wife and soon-to-be-born child. My years as an undercover agent have been filled with dread, living in fear of exposure. I am utterly exhausted. Li Zicheng implored, bowing deeply, please spare me, along with Section Chief Jiang. Yet Li Chenghuan ruthlessly shattered his illusions. Li Zicheng, as the executioner responsible for purging traitors within the Jinmen Group, how can you entertain such naive and feeble thoughts? Once you join the underworld, you are bound to it for life. Do you think you can simply walk away? What do you plan to do after you exit? What can you accomplish outside the Jinmen Group? Continue being a police officer? How long have you been a cop? How long have you been in the underworld? How many people have you killed? How many dirty jobs have you been forced to undertake? Can you truly turn back? Do you think your former colleagues will welcome you back? You are no longer one of them. They will only look down on you, watch you with suspicion, and be on guard against you. Moreover, having served as a high-ranking member of the organization, accustomed to the trappings of power and surrounded by numerous subordinates, how will you handle the drastic drop in status upon returning to the police force? Even if you manage to rise through merit, you will ultimately remain a minor leader. Can you accept such a disparity in identity and status? Do not deceive yourself into thinking you can wash your hands of this life. You do not wish to be a police officer nor a gangster, and yet if you possess no identity, you will find only a dead end. Knowing so many secrets, the others within the Jinmen Group will not spare you, the higher-ups in the police will not trust you, and former rivals from the underworld will not let you go. Your wife and child will suffer because of you, even if you flee, even if you escape to foreign lands. Do you think that will help? You have only one path, and that is to plunge deeper into darkness. Li Chenghuan's probing words dissected Li Zicheng's inner turmoil and complexities with unparalleled clarity. Li Zicheng could only regard this inscrutable prosecutor with astonished eyes. This man was formidable, as he seemed to see through Li Zicheng's innermost thoughts. Unflinchingly exposing all his doubts and true feelings, delivering a harsh lesson. Li Zicheng for once found clarity, yet he finally understood how naive his previous thoughts had been. Indeed, once a member of the underworld, always a member of the underworld. This was his fate, inescapable. It was not that he lacked insight, rather, his wife and child had transformed him from a heartless executioner into a flesh and blood husband. A man, once he develops a weakness, becomes vulnerable. His wife and child had affected his readiness to draw the sword. Li Chenghuan decided to deliver the final blow, deliberately fabricating a lie. If I am not mistaken, Ding Qing is already aware that you are an undercover agent. How do you intend to face him? If your former good brother wishes to kill you, will you apologize and say, "I'm sorry, I am a police officer"? Or will you choose to stand with him and completely sever ties with your police identity? Li Zicheng was rendered speechless by Li Chenghuan's question. He realized that no matter how he chose, none of the outcomes aligned with what he desired. On one hand stood justice, on the other brotherhood. Whichever path he took would lead to regret. He tugged at his hair in despair, his face a mask of anguish and confusion. He did not know, nor dared to contemplate, his options. Meanwhile, Xinyu, listening to their exchange, fell into silence. Over the years, every time she had met with Li Zicheng to relay Section Chief Zhang's orders, she had gained some understanding of him, yet, she never imagined he would be in such torment and turmoil. No wonder his emotions had been so off-kilter recently. After their last meeting ended in discord, Li Zicheng had gone directly to confront Section Chief Zhang. However, if Xinyu were to choose, she would opt to return to justice and restore her identity as a police officer. Her sense of righteousness was strong, and she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself for it. This was precisely why Li Chenghuan sought to recruit her, as he had no concerns about her betrayal. The prerequisite was to ensure her unwavering loyalty. Li Chenghuan planned to reason with her later to win her over. At this moment, he needed to provide Li Zicheng with a nudge, urging him to make a resolute decision and fully embrace the darkness. This would ultimately benefit him in his quest to control the future president of the Jinmen Group. He said, "Do you know that your loyal subordinate, Shi Wu, is also an undercover police officer? Section Chief Jiang specifically tasked him with monitoring you." With these words, Li Zicheng's complexion shifted dramatically. He had once speculated that there might be more than one undercover agent within the Jinmen Group. But to discover that his most trusted subordinate, Shi Wu, was among them was a shocking revelation. Moreover, Section Chief Jiang had never disclosed this to him, and Shi Wu had never exhibited any signs of abnormality in his presence. This meant that all the dirty work Li Zicheng had done over the years had been witnessed by Shi Wu. If he truly returned to his police identity, would the higher-ups in the police really overlook his past? As if that were not enough, Li Chenghuan's next words delivered a crushing blow. In fact, your wife is also an undercover agent assigned by Section Chief Jiang. Her father was a gambler who accrued massive debts. Facing both the wrath of debt collectors from the underworld and imprisonment, Section Chief Jiang used this to coerce her into getting close to you, winning your affection, once she became your woman. She could help her father avoid incarceration. She succeeded, but she never disclosed any of this to you. The reason Section Chief Jiang knows the gender of your child and the impending due date is that your wife herself informed him. Upon hearing this, Li Zicheng trembled uncontrollably, a chill running down his spine. It was one thing to learn that Xinyu was an undercover agent, but now to find that Shi Wu was also one. And that his wife was too. Were there any normal people left in his life? He had diligently served, tirelessly aiding Jiang Jiming in numerous betrayals against the Jinmen Group and his brother Ding Qing. Yet, it seemed everyone had deceived him. He had been living under constant surveillance. Jiang Jiming had never truly trusted him. Damn it, that bastard. Li Zicheng clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 90. You wouldn't want your undercover identity to be revealed, would you? Why are you telling me this? Isn't Section Chief Jiang on your side? Initially, upon learning that everyone around him was an undercover agent, Li Zicheng was consumed with rage, realizing he had been nothing more than a pawn in Zhang's game all along. Manipulated without regard for his humanity, how could he continue to serve such a ruthless superior, one whose ambitions surpassed even those of the underworld? Li Zicheng had an epiphany. His heart wavered. At the very least, he had abandoned the laughable notion of returning to his police identity. However, a new question arose. Why was Li Chenghuan revealing all this to him? Logically, as a prosecutor, he should be allied with Section Chief Jiang. And successfully prosecuting a case as significant as the Jin Men Group would undoubtedly bring Li Qinghuan immense prestige. There was no reason for him to undermine his own standing. Could it be that the two were at odds? Li Qinghuan seemed to understand what was on his mind, and with a smile, he explained, "You are mistaken. I am fundamentally different from Section Chief Jiang. That he is solely intent on dismantling the Jin Men Group. Seeking to reshape it into a pristine enterprise, however, I have a different vision. I wish to preserve the entirety of the Jin Men Group, including its darker facets, and I require a capable agent to support me. As long as you agree to work for me, I will bolster the Jin Men Group, clearing all obstacles in its path, enabling it to rival top conglomerates like Future Group and Shenyang Group. Naturally, I will not hoard this glory for myself alone. You, Li Zicheng, will be my most valued confidant and ally." The audacity of Li Qinghuan's ambitions was astonishing, deeply moving Li Zicheng. After a moment of silence and internal struggle, he ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, I promise to serve Prosecutor Li and the Jin Men Group from now on. There will be no more police officer Li Zicheng," he declared solemnly. He had come to a realization. As Li Qinghuan had pointed out, his previous notions were utterly laughable and naive. Talk of leaving the underworld and stepping away from the police force was nothing but self-deception. Once one joins the underworld, one remains ensnared for life. The notion of washing one's hands clean and exiting is a farce. If such a day were ever to arrive, it would surely be his death knell. He had long since exhausted his options, particularly with Section Chief Jiang, whose actions had deeply wounded his heart. It was Jiang who acted unkindly first, so we should not blame him for being ungrateful. Seeing that he had swayed Li Zicheng, Li Qinghuan's face broke into an approving smile. "Excellent. I knew you were a person who understood the times. I forgot to mention that I have already sent someone to escort your wife to Huaxia, arranging for her to receive care at the finest maternal and child health hospital. You need not worry about Li Zhongjiu or Ding Qing using your wife and child as leverage against you. By the time this matter is resolved, your wife will likely have given birth, and you can reunite with your family." Upon hearing this, Li Zicheng felt a chill run through him. He had never anticipated that Li Qinghuan had such a contingency in place. What if he had refused? The consequences were too grim to contemplate. The seemingly mild-mannered prosecutor was, in reality, a tiger that had concealed its claws. Once he set his sights on a prey, there was no escape but to await death. Li Zicheng felt a surge of relief. He understood that Li Qinghuan's actions were genuinely for his benefit. His wife and child would indeed be in danger, but this was also a warning from Li Qinghuan. Should he disobey, the lives of his loved ones would be at stake. He did not confront Li Qinghuan. In comparison to Section Chief Jiang, Li Qinghuan's methods were considerably more lenient, unlike Jiang, who resorted to unscrupulous tactics. Thus, he slightly bowed his head in gratitude, saying, "With your protection, I need not worry about my wife's safety anymore. Please assign me my tasks." Li Zicheng quickly adapted to his new role. Li Qinghuan summoned him, and he knew there would be further tasks to undertake. Li Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction. "The true chairman of the Jin Men Group, as arranged by Section Chief Jiang, is Zhang Shiji. After you return, take care of him." Li Zicheng was taken aback. "What, him?" He had not expected that the puppet arranged by Section Chief Jiang would be the inconspicuous vice-chairman Zhang Shiji. If it were him, it would indeed be unsurprising. After all, Zhang Shiji was utterly ineffectual. Once the leader of one of the three major gangs, the Diri faction, he had been completely sidelined and dismantled by Shi Dongqiu and Ding Qing after the alliance with the Tiger faction. In the end, he was left with a nominal position as vice-chairman and discarded. For years Zhang Shiji had languished in obscurity within the group, akin to a ghost, never favored with any opportunities. His influence within the group was even less than that of Li Zicheng. Unexpectedly, this old fellow had managed to endure for so long, with everyone believing he posed no threat, that he was of little use, yet he was precisely the one with the opportunity to ascend as the new chairman. Had Li Qinghuan not intervened, he might have truly laughed. I understand. It is time for Zhang Shiji to retire. Li Zicheng nodded. After saying this, he prepared to rise and leave, but just as he was about to depart, he hesitated and turned back, saying, "Prosecutor Li, regarding my brother Ding Qing." Li Qinghuan waved his hand dismissively. "Leave Ding Qing to me." Li Zicheng, however, assumed that Li Qinghuan intended to kill him, and hurriedly pleaded, "Could you spare his life? After all, he is my dearest brother. He hasn't engaged in any dirty work or criminal activities for years. If you could grant him mercy, I will follow your orders without question." Seeing Li Zicheng's deep loyalty to Ding Qing, Li Qinghuan chuckled. "When did I say I would kill him?" Li Zicheng's expression brightened, but Li Qinghuan continued, "However, while the death penalty can be averted, he will still have to pay a price." Li Zicheng did not dare to inquire further about what that price might be. he was already grateful to have Ding Qing's life spared. As he watched Li Zicheng depart, Xin Yun, who had witnessed everything unfold, could no longer contain herself, her lovely face flushed with anger as she confronted Li Chenghuan. "Prosecutor Li, why are you leading Li Zicheng astray? Compelling him to abandon his beliefs and walk a dark path. This is betrayal of the nation and the higher-ups who nurtured him." Upon hearing this, Li Chenghuan could not help but scoff, looking at her as if she were a fool. "What nonsense are you spouting, Park Xin Yun? The state and your police leadership have not nurtured him at all." He joined the underworld right after graduating from the police academy. And over these years, he has learned the ways of the underworld, brotherhood and the ethics of the gang. But if you truly wish to proceed down this path, how is the future Jinmen group any different from the past? And you, inciting Li Zicheng to betray his identity as a police officer, shouldn't you, as a prosecutor, uphold justice? Tempting him into darkness is a grave error. Li Chenghuan sneered, "You are too naive. Do you think Section Chief Jiang is a good person? He monitors Li Zicheng, exploits him, treats him like a fool, and now he has let Ding Qing discover your undercover identities. That if I do not intervene, your lives as undercover officers will be in grave danger." Jiang Jimin has gone mad in his quest to eradicate the Jinmen group. This old fool will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. More ruthless than the gangsters themselves. Do you think what he is doing is just? Xin Yun was at a loss for words, stammering but still retorting, "The teacher simply made a mistake. He was only afraid of Li Zicheng's betrayal, which is why he acted out of necessity." Li Chenghuan countered, "Are you in cahoots with Jiang Jimin? Otherwise, why would you always defend him?" Xin Yun, infuriated, shot back, "What nonsense are you spouting? I am not. I am simply speaking from a standpoint of justice. You are also a judicial executor of this country, yet you violate principles, supporting gangsters to continue harming the populace and destabilizing society. Your actions are a violation of the law. I am sorry, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave," she declared, rising to depart. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Li Chenghuan struck her backside, coldly commanding, "Sit down." Xin Yun covered her behind, mortified and furious, her beautiful eyes filled with humiliation. "How can you do this?" Li Chenghuan merely laughed coldly. "Spare me the nonsense. You wouldn't want everyone to know about your identity as an undercover officer, would you?" Xin Yun stubbornly retorted. "You had the teacher delete it, didn't you?" Li Chenghuan scoffed. "Do you truly believe that deleting it from the hacker's records means it cannot be restored? I tell you, Ding Qing now has a 90% chance of knowing you are undercover. Once he realizes that his subordinates, his close friends, and even you, his go-teacher who frequently meets with Li Zicheng, are all spies, traitors monitoring him, who can quell Ding Qing's wrath, you, or your teacher? Section Chief Jiang, do you think I am joking? I will tell you plainly, once Ding Qing embarks on a revenge mission, your teacher, Shi Wu, you, and Director Gao will all be doomed, along with their families." Xin Yun froze. She was no fool, and she understood that Li Chenghuan's words were not mere threats. Why did the Jinmen group pose such a threat? Because they were truly ruthless killers. She could no longer afford to argue with Li Chenghuan and quickly lowered her stance, pleading, "I was wrong. Please save my teacher and Shi Wu." Hearing this, Li Chenghuan revealed a smile imbued with deeper meaning. "That will depend on your sincerity." Chapter 91. The elevator god of war did not enter the elevator, alas. I am a soft-hearted person, particularly vulnerable to women who plead for leniency, always committing the errors that men are prone to. The allure of beautiful women is indeed a double-edged sword. At Park Xin Yun's home, Li Chenghuan was already dressed and ready, gazing at Xin Yun, who had buried her head under the covers in embarrassment. With a lingering sense of satisfaction, he sighed. Then, amidst her indignant glare, he informed her that he would do his utmost to protect Section Chief Jiang and Director Gao, provided she agreed to resign and become his secretary. Xin Yun had intended to argue that he had not mentioned this condition before, but having already grasped the depths of Li Chenghuan's unscrupulousness, she chose to remain silent, tacitly accepting the terms. Satisfied, Li Chenghuan gently kissed her on the forehead and departed her home, stepping into the government vehicle that had been waiting below, preparing to return to the prosecutor's office. On the road, Zheng Jishu drove while reporting to him. "Li Jian, the matters you instructed have all been arranged, and Li Zicheng's wife has safely arrived in Huaxia. Everything is in order." "Excellent, Jishu. I have complete faith in your capabilities." Li Chenghuan nodded in approval. With the preliminary preparations completed, all that remained was for the grand performance to commence. He had invested considerable effort in scheming against the Jinmen group and absolutely could not allow anyone to sabotage his plans. Due to Chief Zhang's deliberate suppression of information, compounded by Li Zhongzhou's repeated warnings to his subordinates not to spread news of his arrest prior to being captured, Ding Qing remained unaware that Li Zhongzhou was currently detained in the Jiangbei police station. The following morning, Ding Qing received a notification from Vice President Zhang Shuji that the elders had gathered to discuss and elect a new president. Upon receiving the news, Ding Qing promptly headed to the headquarters of the Jinmen Group with a dozen trusted subordinates. As he sat in the car en route to the headquarters, his trusted lawyer handed him a file, looking grave as he said, "Boss, the hackers from Huaxia struck last night, easily breaching the firewall of the Jiangbei police station and accessing the police's internal data repository. After a thorough search, they unexpectedly discovered that there was no information on undercover agents within the police records." Ding Qing furrowed his brow in disbelief. "How could this be, if there are no undercover agents by my side? Then who has been leaking our movements? Moreover, without an insider, how could Zhang Jimin possess so much dirt on our group's mid to high-level personnel? There must be a mole." Ding Qing was utterly convinced of this. His trusted lawyer concurred. Indeed, the hacker meticulously searched for clues and found a deleted folder containing the identity information of the undercover police officers. After making urgent repairs, he has preliminarily retrieved the identity information of the first undercover officer. "But, you should see for yourself." The lawyer hesitated, handing the file to Ding Qing. Curiosity piqued, Ding Qing opened it and exclaimed, "What the hell? How is this possible?" He slammed the file onto the seat, seething with disbelief. The cover of the file bore a half-body photo of Li Zicheng in police uniform. This was something he could not accept. His close companion of 18 years, someone he would trust with his life, was actually an undercover officer. Damn it, he must have gotten up too early today. Ding Qing was reluctant and terrified to believe the authenticity of this information. Was that hacker reliable, not willing to give up? He fixed a stern gaze upon his lawyer. The lawyer responded with unwavering confidence. "This hacker once breached the Pentagon's firewall in just 2.5 minutes, brazenly stealing numerous secret documents from their database, inciting outrage from the United States, which subsequently issued a global manhunt and demanded Huaxia to surrender this genius hacker. I paid 200,000 Huaxia yuan to enlist his help, and he is absolutely trustworthy and worth every penny." He also mentioned that the remaining data on the undercover officers is under repair and will be sent over soon. These words extinguished the last flicker of hope in Ding Qing's heart. He desperately wished it were false, that the hacker had made a mistake that he could hardly bear to think, let alone admit, that his brother, whom he regarded as family, could be an undercover agent. Yet the cold reality loomed before him, forcing him to accept the truth. Ding Qing fell into a prolonged silence before finally speaking in a low voice. "Regarding Li Zicheng's identity information, you must keep it confidential. No one should be informed other than those in this vehicle." Though the lawyer did not understand why Ding Qing was unwilling to expose Li Zicheng as a traitor and mole, he dutifully nodded in agreement. Thus, Ding Qing drove on, his heart a tumultuous storm. Gripping Li Zicheng's identity documents tightly, lost in thought, after a long and arduous journey, they arrived at the base of the Jinmen Group building. As Ding Qing and his entourage prepared to ascend, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the parking garage. "Ding Qing has finally arrived, kill him!" The cries echoed ominously. "Don't let him escape, everyone in attack." The boss said that whoever kills Ding Qing today will be directly promoted to a council member. In an instant, a throng of gangsters clad in black, wielding knives and axes, surged forth from the shadows of the parking garage, fierce and unyielding, a lethal elite force of the Tiger faction. They charged at Ding Qing and his dozen or so subordinates. Swinging their weapons mercilessly, Ding Qing quickly realized he had been set up. The so-called board meeting was merely a trap. The elders had no intention of electing a new president. Zhang Shuji's phone call had been a ruse to lure him into this ambush. That old fox had evidently allied with Li Zhongjiu, conspiring against him. Now Ding Qing had fewer than 20 subordinates left, while the Tiger faction had deployed hundreds against him. Damn it, they truly wished for his demise. In that moment, Ding Qing shed his outer garment, wrapping it around his fists to prevent cuts from the blades. The next second, he and his men found themselves encircled by the Tiger faction's assailants. The clamor of battle erupted, screams of agony piercing the air, the horrifying sounds of cold steel carving through flesh relentless in their assault. All present were consumed by bloodlust. "Damn it, come here, do you really think Ding Qing is a coward?" Ding Qing, completely enraptured by rage, was drenched in sweat, his body smeared with blood, armed with a long knife he had seized from one of the attackers, its blade stained with blood and organs. He swung it wildly, forcing back the relentless assailants. He appeared a veritable specter of death, having crawled forth from a pile of corpses. This brutal clash lasted less than half an hour, and nearly all of Ding Qing's subordinates were slain. "Boss, hurry and escape. We'll hold them off. Damn it, who steps forward dies." A few loyal subordinates shielded him as they retreated toward the elevator, valiantly charging forward to obstruct the Tiger faction's advance. Ding Qing cornered and desperate, hastily pressed the elevator button intent on fleeing. With a chime, the elevator doors opened behind him, revealing four middle-aged men in outdated suits, exuding a rustic charm. Ding Ching turned, and his expression darkened instantly. What the hell, there are people in the elevator. Just as he believed he was destined for doom, these four unassuming men drew silenced pistols from their waists, clicked off the safeties, and chambered rounds as they bypassed Ding Ching. The sound of gunfire erupted, a rapid volley directed at the swarm of Tiger faction assailants outside. Quick, duck! The chilling cries of the wounded filled the air as those at the forefront of the attack fell, riddled with bullets. Only then did the remaining assailants realize the peril they faced and hurriedly sought cover, no longer daring to show their faces. Ding Ching finally comprehended that these gunmen had come to his rescue. Though he remained in the dark about who had orchestrated this assistance, his life was spared at last. As the adrenaline ebbed and the exhaustion from the battle set in, Ding Ching's body succumbed to fatigue. He collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by pain, unable even to lift his arms. His numerous wounds, particularly one perilously close to his heart, would have been fatal had the Yanbian 4 not arrived in time. Two of the Yanbian 4 supported him, dragging him into a running vehicle, while the others stood guard, aiming their weapons at the restless Tiger faction fighters, ultimately escorting Ding Ching away amidst their frustrated and unwilling gazes. After receiving urgent medical treatment in the hospital, Ding Ching was out of danger and gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a man in a sharp suit, strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of authority. "You reawake," he remarked coolly. Ding Ching struggled to rise from the bed but winced in pain, his body protesting. With several penetrating wounds across his torso, one alarmingly close to his heart, he realized that had it not been for the timely intervention of the Yanbian 4, he would have surely met his demise. As he considered the somewhat familiar stranger before him, Ding Ching finally recalled, "You are Prosecutor Li." Indeed, on that fateful day during the memorial ceremony held by Shi Dongchu, he had a fleeting encounter with Li Chenghuan, never anticipating that this prosecutor would ultimately come to his rescue. Yet, a multitude of doubts clouded his mind. How did this prosecutor know that he was to be ambushed? And what led him to strategically position those assassins in the elevator, successfully extricating him from danger? Most crucially, Ding Ching thought of his dear brother, Li Zicheng, having faced an attack himself. Could Li Zicheng be in peril as well? Moreover, if Li Zicheng were to receive news and come to see him, what demeanor should he adopt in their meeting? Ding Ching's mood darkened. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude to Li Chenghuan. "Thank you for saving my life." Li Chenghuan waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a matter of convenience. What do you plan to do next?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Ding Ching's eyes. He had initially believed that Li Zhongjiu was merely vying for the position of president, and that they would rely on their respective skills, as they were all part of the same organization, and not take it to the extremes of life and death. In hindsight, he realized how naive he had been. Li Zhongjiu genuinely sought to end his life, since he had so blatantly disregarded the principles of their gang. Ding Ching resolved not to hold back any longer. Having survived this encounter, it was now Li Zhongjiu's turn to perish. However, he refrained from vocalizing his inner thoughts, for he was seated before a prosecutor. To express a desire to kill or wage war against Li Zhongjiu would only serve to hand over incriminating evidence to this prosecutor. At that point, both he and Li Zhongjiu might find themselves incarcerated for violent crimes committed by an illegal organization. To his surprise, Li Chenghuan casually unveiled the greatest secret that lay within Ding Ching's mind. "You have already deduced that Li Zhongjiu sent people to ambush you and are planning to swiftly organize your brothers for a retaliatory strike to eliminate him. Am I correct?" Ding Ching opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He indeed held such thoughts, but he could not confess them. Li prosecutor, you jest. I am a law-abiding businessman. Let us dispense with the superficial pleasantries. Li Chenghuan interjected. "We both understand the true nature of the Jin Men group." Li Chenghuan then continued, "Do you know why I saved you?" Ding Ching shook his head, genuinely perplexed as to how this prosecutor had acquired such timely intelligence regarding his impending ambush. "It was Li Zicheng who implored me to spare your life." "What?" Ding Ching was stunned. To be candid, he had harbored suspicions about many individuals during this attack: Li Zhongjiu, Zheng Shuji, the elders of the group. He had even considered the possibility of Li Zicheng's betrayal, given that he was an undercover officer positioned beside him. Yet, in this critical moment, it turned out that Li Zicheng had interceded with the prosecutor to save him. The realization that Li Zicheng, whom he had suspected of being a police informant, had instead acted to protect him caused a subtle smile to grace Ding Ching's lips. Indeed, Li Zicheng remained his true brother. Yet, at that moment, Li Chenghuan remarked, "You must have already uncovered the truth about Li Zicheng being an undercover officer, correct?" Ding Qing stood frozen, his expression shifting as he bitterly inquired, "How do you know everything?" "It is quite simple. I instructed Jiang Jimin to erase the identity information of undercover officers from the Jiangbei police database. That fool attempted to leverage incriminating evidence against you from the upper echelons of the Jinmen group. Not realizing that you would become suspicious of those around you and resort to hacking to retrieve the undercover information, although I advised him to delete those files, even if they were erased. Top-tier hackers could still recover the data. It is no surprise that you came to learn of Li Zicheng's true identity. Furthermore, he has pledged his allegiance to me and will serve my interests from now on." Seeing that nothing escaped Li Chenghuan's notice, Ding Qing conceded, "I only learned of this news this morning." His emotions were a tangle of complexity. On one hand, there was the bond of brotherhood, and on the other, the reality of an undercover officer. He found himself at a loss as to how to confront Li Zicheng. According to gang rules, traitors face severe punishment. Worse still, an undercover officer, if discovered, would endure a fate worse than death. Yet Li Zicheng was different. He had risked his life for Ding Qing, standing by him through thick and thin, saving him countless times. How could he possibly bring himself to exact such harsh judgment? Li Chenghuan then pressed further, "What do you plan to do next?" Ding Qing responded, "That scoundrel Li Zhongjiu, who disregards the principles of the underworld and ruthlessly strikes against his own, I must retaliate." "Will the prosecutor prevent me?" Li Chenghuan chuckled. "Of course not. This is a matter for the Jinmen group, and I am merely an uninformed prosecutor." However, Ding Qing sensed that Li Chenghuan's intentions were not so simple. "You must have something of greater import to discuss with me. You are quite perceptive. My assistance comes with conditions. Please go ahead." "Indeed, my life is yours to command." It is straightforward. I intend to support Li Zicheng in ascending to the presidency of the Jinmen group. While you, as an executive director, must depart, I will provide you a new beginning in Huaxia where opportunities abound and wealth flourishes. You can obtain Huaxia citizenship and establish a commercial empire there. At that moment, Ding Cheng understood why Li Chenghuan had sought him out personally. It was clear that Li Zicheng was his chosen proxy. A sense of relief washed over him. "You would not kill me?" "Knowing that my standing within the group far exceeds Li Zicheng's, only by eliminating me could Li Zicheng secure his position. Whether to kill you is inconsequential. Your absence is what matters to me." Li Chenghuan replied, observing him with a calm demeanor. "I assure you, from this point forward, there shall be no more Ding Cheng within the Jinmen group." Without hesitation, Ding Cheng acquiesced. If this could pave the way for Li Zicheng to become the new president, it was the most favorable outcome. Truth be told, Li Zicheng's capabilities were no less than his own. He was shrewd and ruthless, always the first to charge into conflict during their days of battling smaller gangs together. While he may have lacked Ding Qing's business acumen in every other aspect, he was a fitting candidate for leadership. Had Li Zicheng not been content to play second fiddle, the position of executive director would have rightfully been his. After finalizing their agreement, Li Chenghuan took his leave. Alone in his hospital bed, Ding Qing remained silent for a long while before dialing a number. "Hello, this is Ding Qing. I'm still alive." Mobilize the brothers below to assist Li Lishur in swiftly eliminating Li Zhongjiu, his trusted confidants, and Vice President Zhang Shiji. Additionally, ensure Jiang Jimin and Director Gao of the Jiangbei Police Department are silenced for life. I want them incapable of uttering a word or penning a single character. Understood. After hanging up, Ding Qing gazed out the window, murmuring to himself, "Li Zhongjiu, I can only assist you up to this point." Chapter 93, No String Bungee Jumping with Li Zhongjiu at the Jiangbei police station. Jiang Jimin remained unaware of Ding Qing's survival. However, he had recently received a call from Zhang Shiji learning that Ding Qing had infiltrated the Jinmen group and had become embroiled in an ambush. A great weight lifted from his heart. As he had anticipated, Li Zhongjiu was indeed a fool who possessed courage but lacked cunning, easily falling for a few provocative words given Li Zhongjiu's arrogant disposition. Ding Qing was undoubtedly doomed, destined for severe injury or worse, thus posing no further threat to Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu's actions had incited widespread ire. As members of the Jinmen group, how could one resort to such treachery against an executive director? The fear of retaliation would loom over everyone. Furthermore, as Ding Qing's close ally, Li Zicheng would surely seek vengeance upon learning of Ding Qing's demise or severe injury. Li Zhongjiu's days were numbered. In this manner, Jiang Jimin effortlessly orchestrated the downfall of two of the Jinmen group's most formidable leaders, effectively dismantling the power of the Hu faction and the Beidamen faction, without Ding Qing or Li Zhongjiu. The Jinmen group would be left rudderless, and with control over Li Zicheng, he could compel him to support Zhang Shuji's ascent. The stage was set. Jiang Jimin felt buoyed by his success, the burdens he had borne for over a decade suddenly feeling lighter. His relentless scheming and willingness to go to any lengths to eradicate the Gene Men group stemmed not only from a deep-seated sense of justice and a desire to eliminate evil but also from personal tragedy. A loved one had perished at the hands of gang members. The individual responsible for his family member's death had ultimately risen to become the leader of the Hu faction, none other than Shi Dongchu. The president of the Gene Men group. Gangsters were a cancer, a blight on social stability, committing heinous acts without remorse. These wretched scoundrels deserved nothing less than total eradication. Thus, Jiang Jimin was unwavering in his determination to cleanse the Gene Men group of its criminal elements and leaders. Reflecting on the trials he had endured over the years in pursuit of vengeance, Jiang Jimin, alone and without family, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, releasing a series of smoke rings. After the cigarette had burned down halfway, he checked his watch and, with the cigarette still dangling from his lips, made his way to the detention room where Li Zhongjie was held, hearing Jiang Jimin's footsteps approach. Li Zhongjie, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the narrow bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the grizzled Jiang Jimin peering at him through the iron bars, he grimaced with a malicious grin. "Director Jiang, you are indeed punctual, having kept me in this dog cage for so long without any evidence of my wrongdoing. Are you planning to let me go in disgrace?" Jiang Jimin, cigarette in mouth, mockingly declared. "Shiba Li Zhongjie, you wretched pup ought to be confined within such a dog cage. If released, you would surely bite again. Consider yourself fortunate this time, should you fall into my grasp again. You shall not escape." With that, he produced a key and unlocked the prison door, his taunts unrelenting. "Make haste and leave. I do not wish to lay eyes on you again." Upon hearing such disdainful and derisive tones from Section Chief Jiang, Li Zhongjie's teeth ground together audibly, veins throbbing at his temples. Were this not a police precinct, he would have relished the opportunity to shatter Jiang Jimin's skull with a single punch. Of this insufferable old fool had gone too far. Fortunately, Li Zhongjie was not a complete fool. He forcibly suppressed his rage and followed Jiang Jimin to the holding room, reclaiming his previously confiscated clothes, shoes, and phone, donning an elegant suit in their stead. Ultimately, under Jiang Jimin's scrutinizing gaze, he strutted out of the police station with an air of confidence. "Welcome back, boss." As he stepped outside, a synchronized chorus of greetings erupted. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his loyal subordinates there to greet him. All clad in black suits and sunglasses, bowing in unison before rows of luxury cars. A satisfied smile crept across Li Zhongjie's face. Under the attentive care of a trusted henchman, he settled into the luxurious car that had long awaited his return. Notably, a dozen such extravagant vehicles lined the entrance of the Jiangbei police station, a testament to his formidable presence. Inside the car, as he fished out his phone from his pocket, he intended to turn it on, only to discover it had run out of battery. Thus, he turned to the unfamiliar subordinate seated in the passenger seat and inquired, "How did you fare with the tasks I assigned before my incarceration? Is that wretched Ding Qing dead yet?" The subordinate, turning slightly, bowed his head and replied, "Reporting to the boss, we succeeded this morning in luring Ding Qing to the underground garage of the Gene Men group. Employing over 100 of our men to surround and eliminate him, Ding Qing and his confidants were outnumbered and met their demise on the spot. Your greatest competitor has been eradicated, and the Gene Men group has entirely fallen under the control of our Hu Pai." At this revelation, a look of unrestrained elation spread across Li Zhongjie's face. "Haha, I knew that little brat was doomed. He probably never imagined I would act with such swiftness and decisiveness, already planning his demise while still incarcerated. With Ding Qing's death, I now hold the greatest influence within the Gene Men group, possessing the highest shares and voting power. Who dares to contest me now? Oh, and that brother of Ding Qing, Li Zicheng, must meet his end as well. Under the pretense of investigating undercover agents, he has eliminated many of our brothers in Hu Pai. He deserves to die. Perfectly fitting for him to accompany Ding Qing." A sinister satisfaction glinted in Li Zhongjie's eyes as he gazed out at the retreating scenery. Suddenly, a craving for a cigarette struck him. Yet the subordinate in the passenger seat failed to offer him one, leaving Li Zhongjie exasperated. "These wretched pups, none of my familiar henchmen came to greet me. Instead, they sent an unfamiliar face. Are they preparing a surprise for me at the headquarters?" He cursed under his breath and reclined against the plush seat, closing his eyes to rest. Having spent nearly 2 days in the detention center, he had not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. Such a place was unfit for any human being. After an indeterminate period, Li Zhongjie sensed the vehicle coming to a halt. He opened his eyes to find himself back at the Hu Pai headquarters. The car door was opened by a subordinate, and a line of loyal followers awaited him respectfully. With practiced ease, he stepped out, fastening the 2 buttons of his suit as he walked, escorted by his subordinates into the elevator that ascended to the top floor of their stronghold. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, revealing an expansive and luxurious hall that felt familiar: the plush leather sofas, the exquisite transparent long table adorned with an ashtray, and a massive wine cabinet filled with an array of wines and imported premium Cuban cigars adorned the walls. However, the anticipated welcoming feast prepared by the core members and trusted subordinates of Hu Pai was conspicuously absent, leaving the hall eerily silent. Only a solitary, coldly proud silhouette stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Li Zhongjiu sensed something was amiss. Abruptly surveying his surroundings, he realized that none of the familiar faces among the subordinates who had escorted him back were present. A cold sweat broke out across his back. He had been overly complacent. Perhaps Ding Qing's death had filled him with arrogance, dulling his basic instinct for vigilance. He had failed to notice anything unusual throughout the ordeal. It was only at this moment that he grasped the gravity of the situation. Unfortunately, it was far too late. The figure by the window turned to reveal his true identity. It was Li Zicheng. With an expressionless demeanor, he approached Li Zhongjiu, halting 2 meters away before casually stating, "You had someone kill my brother." Upon hearing Li Zicheng's words, the previously pale countenance of Li Zhongjiu twisted into a mask of fury. So what if I did? I never expected you, wretched pup, to be so swift. It seems that during my time in prison, you managed to take care of my subordinates. Li Zicheng, hands in his pockets, maintained his cold demeanor, gazing at Li Zhongjiu as one would regard a corpse. You and your Hu Pai are finished. Indeed, a crushing realization struck Li Zhongjiu, leaving him feeling icy and desolate. It was all gone. All his efforts, every loyal subordinate in Hu Pai, had been systematically eradicated by this executioner. Li Zicheng, he recognized that he had underestimated this individual all along. As the one responsible for dealing with traitors within the organization, he was, in fact, the most ruthless of them all. Li Zhongjiu foresaw his impending demise. Strangely, in the face of death, he felt an unexpected sense of calm. He walked directly to the wine cabinet, uncorked a bottle of 1982 Lafite, poured himself a glass, and sank into the luxurious leather sofa. Savoring the rich aroma of the wine as it blossomed on his palate, speaking to himself, he murmured, "Shiba, indeed, today is a splendid day to meet my end." Turning his gaze to Li Zicheng, he added, "Hey, is it too much to ask for a smoke before I die?" At this, Li Zicheng waved his hand out. A subordinate promptly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Li Zhongjiu. Even lighting it for him, taking a deep drag, the smoke filled his lungs before he exhaled the influx of nicotine, sending him into a euphoric state, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Come, let it be." He faced death with composure. Li Zicheng, expressionless, gestured with his hand. Several subordinates stepped forward, lifting Li Zhongjiu and carrying him toward the balcony. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed. Li Zhongjiu achieved the unrestrained bungee jump of his fate. Chapter 94, The True Card of Zhang Shuji. At Zhang Shuji's residence, he eagerly awaited news from the group, hoping for the demise of both Ding Qing and Li Zhongjiu. This would allow him to ascend effortlessly to the coveted position of president. In his mind, he had endured countless hardships over the years, and at long last, he was on the brink of triumph. Shiba, why should Shi Dongqiu and Ding Cheng, those scoundrels, hold the greatest sway in the Jinmen group? Once a leader of the Di faction, he now found himself in a pitiful state, devoid of influence, subordinates, or power, dismissed and belittled by those wretched pups. Did they truly believe he was insignificant? To eliminate Shi Dongqiu, Ding Qing, and Li Zhongjiu, he had not hesitated to collaborate with Section Chief Jiang, betraying the group from within, while Li Zicheng may have believed he was the sole informant for Jiang. The truth was that Zhang Shuji was the deepest undercover agent hidden within their ranks. At that moment, a ringing sound echoed from outside. Zhang Shuji assumed it was one of his few loyal subordinates delivering news and hurriedly approached the door. To his surprise, he was met by a group of black-clad enforcers, their faces austere, standing in formation behind a singular figure. Li Zicheng, initially taken aback, Zhang Shuji quickly regained his composure, inviting them into his home. Seated on the sofa in the living room, he grinned at Li Zicheng, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Director It seems you've dealt with Li Zhongjiu, correct? You've brought so many brothers. Is this to share the good news with me? Have you informed Section Chief Jiang? Such a momentous occasion calls for his presence. We should commemorate it together. You both are my benefactors." With sincerity and earnestness, Zhang Shuji extended his right hand to Li Zicheng. Fully aware of his own precarious position within the group, he had no choice but to rely on Li Zicheng's influence to secure his position. At the same time, he felt a wave of relief. Like his brother Ding Qing, Li Zicheng was a formidable character, ruthless and cunning in his dealings. Had he not been an undercover cop, Zhang Shuji would never have dared to engage in collaboration. Such a fate would only lead to his own annihilation at the hands of Li Zicheng. Fortunately, he was a police officer. It is destined that he will never be able to act with the same audacity and disregard for rules as a true mafia boss. He must immediately heed the words of Chief Jiang, supporting him in his ascent, which is rather gratifying. However, after Li Zicheng took a seat across from Zhang Shuji, he gazed at him with an expression of cold indifference. Inquiring, "Is my elder brother the one you deceived into the group headquarters?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuji's heart sank, and he forced a smile, attempting to justify himself. "Director Li, please allow me to explain. It was not my intention to harm your brother, rather, it was the elders of the group and Chief Jiang who instructed me to do so. As the vice president in name, I had the duty to notify Executive Director Ding Qing about the meeting at the group. Little did I know, I was deceived. Those elders had long been bribed by Li Zhongzhou, who fed me false information, leading me to inadvertently misguide Director Ding. I am merely an innocent victim, this cunning old fox." Zhang Shuji, though lacking in capability, possessed a keen sense of observation. Noticing Li Zicheng's discontent, he hastily sought to exonerate himself. "I understand that you are upset due to your brother's demise at the hands of that scoundrel Li Zhongzhou. And I share your grief and anger. However, there are some things I have kept to myself. Over the years, my greatest hatred has been directed towards Shi Dongchu and his underlings from the Tiger faction. Initially, I was the leader of the Empire Sun faction and agreed to join forces with Shi Dongchu and Ding Qing to establish the Jinmen Group. That despicable scoundrel Shi Dongchu deceived me into believing that the Jinmen Group needed to go legitimate and disbanded my own followers, only to swiftly allow the Tiger faction to swallow my Empire Sun faction, leaving me utterly isolated. For years I have yearned for revenge against Shi Dongchu, but my weakness left me without an opportunity. It was only after his demise that I felt a sense of relief. Yet Li Zhongzhou, who inherited everything from the Tiger faction, has become even more arrogant and oppressive. My disdain has always been reserved solely for the Tiger faction. I wished for their swift downfall. However, I harbor no ill will towards Director Ding. Alas, I am but a pawn in Chief Jiang's game, who desires to see both Li Zhongzhou and Ding Qing annihilate each other. You are aware of this, Director Li. The dead cannot return to life. All we can do is avenge Director Ding and eradicate the remnants of the Tiger faction, leading the Jinmen Group back on the right path to fulfill Ding Qing's last wishes. Am I not correct? In a desperate bid for survival, Zhang Shuji racked his brain to speak well of Ding Qing while portraying himself as innocent and pitiable. His words contained both truth and falsehood. And indeed, Zhang Shuji's plight was lamentable. Yet Li Zicheng merely observed his performance in silence, waiting until he finished before uttering a few chilling words. "Is this your final testament?" Zhang Shuji's expression shifted instantly. "Director Li, what do you mean by that? Haven't I already explained? Ding Qing's death has nothing to do with me. Besides, I am the new chairman candidate designated by Chief Jiang. Do you intend to defy his orders? Surely, you wouldn't want your true identity to be exposed, would you?" Sensing the precariousness of his situation, Zhang Shuji began to threaten Li Zicheng while also attempting to buy time, stealthily reaching into his pocket to dial Chief Jiang's number. He felt a sense of foreboding. Li Zicheng must have misunderstood, believing that he was responsible for Ding Qing's death. The bond between them was profound. Having already killed Li Zhongzhou, Li Zicheng now sought him out. Zhang Shuji felt despondent, yet, when the call connected, he was met with silence on the other end, causing a cold sweat to break out across his brow. This was impossible, at such a critical juncture. As they were about to ensnare their prey, how could Chief Jiang not answer? Could it be that he too had encountered misfortune? Unbeknownst to Zhang Shuji, Chief Jiang had already met his demise. Rendered incapacitated by the ruthless henchman dispatched by Ding Qing, though still alive, he would never again be able to speak or write. This was the price he had to pay, had it not been for that old fool. How could Ding Qing have met such a fate? As for that high-ranking official, Ding Qing had not spared him either. The only ones fortunate enough to survive were Park Sin-yu, sheltered by Li Qingwan, and Li Zicheng's loyal underling Shi Wu. Meanwhile, upon failing to reach Chief Jiang, Zhang Shuji began to piece together his fate. His body trembled more violently. It must be Li Zicheng's doing. That little bastard has completely turned against me. Daring to lay hands on his former superior, he could not accept being controlled any longer. Why must they treat me this way? Do they understand how long I have awaited this day? 10 years, a full decade. He undertook all of this not to prove his greatness, but to reclaim what was once his. Yet, these scoundrels would not even grant him that opportunity. No, he could not resign himself to this fate. He still had one last chance. Zhang Shuji's mind screamed in madness as he dialed another number, his final trump card and secret weapon. Even Chief Jiang was unaware of it. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected swiftly. What is it? A calm male voice came from the other end as Zhang Shuji, disregarding that Li Zicheng was listening, urgently implored, Counselor Jean, it's me, Zhang Shuji. I must report a situation. A major upheaval has occurred within the Jinmen Group. Executive Director Ding Qing and Managing Director Li Zhongjiu have perished together, and now only I and one Director Li remain. Under normal circumstances, I would become the new chairman of the Jinmen Group. But this Director Li seems to harbor some misunderstandings, believing that I am responsible for his brother Ding Qing's death. If this misunderstanding cannot be resolved, it may pose difficulties for you in controlling the Jinmen Group in the future. He is right beside me. What do you suggest? After listening to Zhang Shiji's report, Counselor Jean remains silent for a moment before responding. Hand the phone to this Director Li. I would like to speak with him. Hope surged within Zhang Shuji upon hearing Counselor Jin's response, and he promptly prepared to hand the phone to Li Zicheng. To his astonishment, however, Li Zicheng seized the phone and abruptly hung up. Signaling to his underling before rising to leave, Zhang Shuji's pupils dilated in shock as he let out a desperate scream. No, Li Zicheng, have you lost your mind? That was the call of a member of parliament. How dare you refuse? He will surely. Chapter 95, a scene of carnage. Are they all eager to watch a movie with him? Are you saying that Zhang Shuji in his final moments called a counselor named Jean for help? You rejected him, fearing the counselor would cause me trouble, correct? At Park Taeyong's home, Li Qinghuan sat up in bed, answering the phone while gently extracting his hand from Jiang Hana's embrace. Li Zicheng's voice on the phone was filled with regret. I apologize. Director Li, I acted impulsively, consumed by a desire for revenge against Ding Qing, and failed to restrain my murderous intent. However, Li Qinghuan responded nonchalantly, a counselor is merely a counselor. If he is offended, so be it. If he originally sought to covet the Jinmen Group, it indicates he is in dire need of capable individuals. Angering him will only invite a modicum of retribution. He may leverage his position to exert pressure on you, such as sending a local police investigation team to the Jinmen Group or enlisting prosecutors to investigate criminal activities associated with the group, but none of this is of significant consequence. I will handle it all. One thing you must remember is to expedite the Jinmen Group's transformation, cleansing it of any associations with underworld activities, including various illicit entertainment venues, gambling houses, and usury companies. Furthermore, the remaining elders and key figures from the Tiger faction within the group must be dealt with. Those who should be purged must be purged, and those who should take the fall must take the fall. In short, do not allow them to easily find any incriminating evidence against you. As for the remnants of the former Northern Gate faction left behind by you and Ding Qing, establish a security company and place them all within, transforming them into legitimate security personnel. In summary, the Jinmen Group must undergo a thorough whitewashing, at least on the surface, to resemble a genuine, legitimate enterprise, even if it means enduring a painful period of significant losses in the short term. It is of no consequence as long as we do not leave ourselves vulnerable to exploitation. Li Qinghuan meticulously instructed Li Zicheng, the chief prosecutor's operational team, Shi Jiusi, Ling Jiuba, Wu Si-Wu. He was particularly invested in the Jinmen Group, viewing it as one of his strongholds and trump cards. As long as he controlled the Jinmen Group, the resources at his disposal would be abundant. The Jinmen Group could not only help him amass wealth and accept bribes but could also serve as his trump card in clandestine hand. When handling cases involving underworld activities, he could utilize the Jinmen Group's connections and, if necessary, even eliminate political adversaries and competitors. In conclusion, seizing the Jinmen Group would yield countless benefits. He had invested so much effort, advancing step by step, calculating meticulously, and using his foresight to manipulate Li Zicheng and Ding Qing, ultimately achieving success. Unlike that foolish Chief Jiang, who resorted to unscrupulous means to compel Li Zicheng to comply, Li Qinghuan displayed the poise and vision of a prosecutor and strategist. He assured him not to worry about the counselor's retaliation. Everything would be handled by him. Li Zicheng was indeed moved. He was acutely aware that his ability to navigate this perilous path was largely due to Li Qinghuan's efforts. Had he not alerted him to the exposure of his undercover identity and helped clear obstacles, as well as saved his elder brother Ding Qing, he would not have been able to smoothly take over the Jinmen Group. With Li Qinghuan's assurance and comfort, Li Zicheng felt considerably relieved. At last, he tentatively inquired, Li Jian, my elder brother. Li Qinghuan replied with a faint smile, he should be leaving Seoul tomorrow. If you wish to see him, you might as well go to the airport to bid him farewell. Upon hearing this, Li Zicheng was deeply moved and sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you very much. As long as you do your job well for me in the future, I will never be stingy towards my own. Li Qinghuan chuckled and hung up the phone. Li Zicheng was a clever man. he knew exactly what to do. Meanwhile, perhaps due to the volume of Lee Chung-won's phone conversation, the previously slumbering Jiang Hana was awakened. Seeing Lee Chung-won dressed and ready to leave, she gazed at him with a look of pitiful longing and said, "Chief Lee, could you stay with me a little longer? I live alone in this vast house. And with the news that Taeyong has reportedly committed suicide in prison, I'm a bit frightened." Lee Chung-won, with utmost seriousness, responded, "Madam Jiang, your husband feared me in life. Now that he has passed, he should fear me even more. Rest assured, I have invested my spirit and essence in you, and should any specter of Park Taeyong linger, it would surely flee at the mere scent of my presence. Furthermore, I appreciate your hospitality. Madam Jiang, your tea was delightful, and I would love to partake again. I have matters to attend to at the prosecutor's office, so I must take my leave." With that, he turned and exited, leaving Jiang Hana with a look of forlornness in her beautiful eyes. "To eat and then leave, what a heartless man," she murmured softly, yet, recalling Lee Chung-won's previous infatuation and affection towards her, she